Yep.
But
I agree.
No, I think that too. I think if we give them, a sense of urgency, then I think that would help,
Yeah.
definitely.
And when Deb and Lori and I met, we were talking about possibly getting additional feedback through just like a table like the comprehensive plan had at November elections. If that committee were established in September and had at least 1 or 2 meetings, that's an opportunity to help kind of share current thinking and ideas and just get some more feedback without actually having to do any more surveys necessarily. But
Right.
I had one more, if I may. We've mentioned a few times how important communication is going to be about all of this, both the ongoing process, but especially once we have a community center, that we have a community center and what is there.
Right.
So I just would recommend that that be something that that committee really keeps in mind.
Marketing and promotion, yeah.
Very good.
I just had a minor thing for, under community, we have age-friendly Raymond, this is on page 3. Age-friendly Raymond now is part of Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
Not officially.
Oh.
So it'll be,
So
if the warrant article passes, the part-time age-friendly coordinator will be under Parks and Rec
Okay.
come July 1st.
Thank you.
And I guess sorry. One other thought was, we had also mentioned at one point, trying to be sure that the history of Jordan Small is somehow preserved. So is that maybe another recommendation for that next committee, so it's not lost?
That's a
I
good
did-
one.
Yeah.
I did hear back from Frank McDermott, unless there's someone that knows something more. What he told me was there had been a one-room school building in East Raymond that was named for Mary Ellen Small, who was a teacher. And then in Ernie Nights, it seemed that there were several one-room schools throughout the town. But then in 1960, the Jordan Small School was built as a consolidated school. And Jordan, he didn't know the first name, was also a teacher. And both Mr. Jordan and Ms. Small gave money towards building that school, hence the name Jordan Small. So I would think Frank would know if anybody in town knows, and I'm thankful for that. He did say, or maybe I read it in Nerdy Nights thing, the town hall was the East Raymond School at one point. You're nodding, so I guess you knew that too. I didn't know that. Anyway,
Interesting.
but somehow to keep that, maybe there's a plaque or something, I don't know.
Thanks for finding that out. Thanks for finding that
Oh,
out, because
well,
I had
thank
no
Frank.
idea of the history of the naming of that school.
And do you think it would be appropriate for me to contact Frank and ask him to maybe give us a little write-up that we could include in our report?
If you wouldn't mind, yeah, sure, I think that would be great. I just don't want to lose that thread from
Yeah, I think
something that
that's
this
important to
group.
get it in writing and
Mhm.
then make sure that we do pass it
Okay.
on. That is important.
So the Small, it's, the school's named after, she's related to the Mrs. Small that,
I would imagine
yeah, that
so.
donated the land or sold
for
the land.
RES.
For the RES, yeah, okay. I thought so,
Assuming
yeah.
He didn't say that, but I
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah.
Will you do that, or will?
I will do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank's my neighbor, so, and
Oh.
we see each other frequently,
Okay.
so.
Great, thank you.
Oh, and Pete, I wanted to talk to you at the last meeting about the STEM teacher was willing to, within her class the next 2 years, build a wooden something to leave in Jordan Small. So, you know, how much we've loved all the artwork in the different buildings that we've been to. She offered to have the 7th and 8th grade students do something to leave. I thought that was fabulous. So that's a STEM teacher, and then the art teacher is also wanting to put some artwork around, you know, like patchwork quilt stuff and whatever. So I love having the two of them joining us. So
Okay, so we can add that as a recommendation, so that doesn't get lost with the next committee?
yeah, if
That
they're
they'll
willing to
follow
do
up
that, I'd love to see that
Okay,
happen.
and point of contact, should that be you or the STEM teacher?
It could be me, or yeah, or the art or STEM teachers. They said they would take that up the next 2 years before they move out.
All right.
we be making any recommendations about the naming of the community center, or is that would be left up to another group?
I think we're a ways away from, yeah.
That's
I
not
think-
really in our
Yeah.
scope,
I think
okay.
it's a little
Maybe a
too
little bit
soon
early.
for that,
All right,
yeah.
I just want
I
to
mean,
make
I know that I
sure.
lean more towards community center than municipal.
Yeah,
buildings,
yeah,
so-
definitely.
But that's all
Okay.
I've got at this
I
point.
didn't know if that was something we should be putting in our recommendations.
All right.
So Peter, would you want to present this on the June 17th select board meeting or wait till July?
The June 17th, is that where they meet next?
Yeah.
If we can wrap it up by then, I'd say yes. So we're looking at next meeting being our last meeting. Is everybody comfortable with that? Because we talked about extending, but I think we're on track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far in advance Mel needs all the data that will be presented. It might be a full week.
At least 7 days, you try to
Yeah,
So maybe-
collect.
yeah, I think
that
it might
for
be a
the-
July meeting, yeah.
Should make sense with new select board members as well.
Right. That'd be their first meeting as the new select board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do we want to hit them right off the bat with this? or-
I think we should overwhelm them as best we can.
While they're still
well, our
bewildered?
last meeting is the day before the select board meeting.
Right.
So that, I mean, if there's anything that you wanted to wrap up, or wouldn't give you much time to do it before the meeting on the 17th.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Good evening. Welcome to the JSMS Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting on June 16th. I'm Grace Levitt. I'm filling in for our chair, Pete Lockwood, this evening, who's unable to be here this evening, and we wish him well. Hope all has gone well for him today, but he couldn't be here this evening. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda is minutes of the previous meeting. Is there a motion?
I move. We accept the minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
I'm in favor. Sorry for that door slam.
Thanks, Kayla.
That was the wind. The wind.
Thank you. It is a little breezy out there. Thank you. We've accepted the minutes of the meeting on June 2nd, 2025. So on to old business, action items update. I'm not sure that we have any action items update for anything. Kayla, anything from you on action items to update us on?
Nope.
Okay. Pete had said he would reach out to Frank McDermott about getting a brief history of the Jordan Small Middle School, so I'm sure that that could still happen. It's nothing that needs to happen before this committee is done. That can be ongoing, and so we'll remind him of that. And so really the item to be going over this evening is developing a method for reporting to the select board. And Pete did update the floor plan. He added the committee's ideas that we had prioritized to the floor plan. And what we'd like to really spend the bulk of the time this evening going through is the summary report that Pete, again, very grateful to him for having compiled all of this, and just kind of be sure we've given it a once-over, that we are all set with it. I had given him some feedback via email. Don't know if others saw that. I know Lori's got some thoughts, so we'll just kind of go through section by section and be sure we are all set with what he's compiled. And then we'll see whatever is next. Is that okay with everyone?
Sounds good.
Okay. So, starting on page 1, we've got the introduction, conception from the select board, committee and staff that were appointed. I'm assuming we're all set there. He's listed the meetings.
If I can interrupt, I did
Yep.
want to talk about the introduction.
Okay.
It says exactly what it needs to say. It's just kind of passive, and we weren't really a passive group. So I started wordsmithing it, and I came up with something. But then when I went further, I realized that what we might want to put in there is the mission statement for the committee.
Well, I think it is in there, it wasn't?
Right, no, but
Yeah.
have that as the introduction.
Oh, yeah, that's,
It's
yeah.
just a
yeah,
thought. Just changes the,
That's a good idea.
What do others think? Are you saying introduction, what Pete has already, and then mission statement for the visioning committee?
no, I would
Just replace it
just
entirely?
replace it, yeah. It seems to me that it's saying the same thing. We did work on that vision, that mission statement, and we all agreed on it. And I think it sets kind of a stage for what we come up with further down. But we can certainly keep it the way it is now. There's nothing absolutely at all wrong with it.
Joe?
Could we add just maybe from point A, an introduction to B, the mission statement with that? So you have both the introduction and then the mission statement the committee created?
That's kind of what I was thinking, like
Right.
first what he's got and then the mission statement, just place that mission statement next. So
And then take it out of,
and take it
And
out.
then take it out.
Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
That's fine. I think he was just trying to go kind of chronologically, like how we got to where we.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right, yeah,
All set with that, everybody?
yes.
yes, thank you.
And I'm noting that on the doc as well,
Okay.
making changes in red.
Excellent, thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay. Anything else down through conception, committee staff, meetings? All set there?
Mhm.
Okay. Joe, just to be clear, it's just the statement for the visioning committee, not for the community center.
Not for the community center?
Right, I don't
So
think
it's
that belongs
for
to
the
the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to be
All right.
clear, okay. Okay, then we've got the results from the comprehensive plan survey. And the list of the various tours, quite clear that this was not a passive committee, Maureen, well stated. And then information gathering. That takes us down through the first page.
Can I, on that chart, at the bottom of the page, we added a note. Can we just make an asterisk so that people will know to go down and look at that note?
Yes.
Like
It's
by the
reason-
library, like where it says in
Sure.
that last column, kind of put note below, or just kind of,
I'm hoping we all have the same thing, because that
So-
list is at the top of my next
I
page.
didn't,
it may just be not printed out.
Oh,
I
okay.
went to 3 as
okay.
part of
But
3, so I'm-
The
Okay.
note's
okay.
way down here instead of over
It shows
here.
up here. I
Here, up
agree.
here.
The note should be tied to the chart.
Yeah, could it
Okay.
just be a little
Oh,
more
this up here,
obvious?
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because it can't fit.
Are you, Deb, are you talking about under item 3,
The-
B3, or?
This chart here,
Yeah,
there's a note down here that ties to this line.
okay.
So I just wanted
Yeah.
to make it obvious
right.
so that who's reading it.
So would an asterisk after the square footage, the 13,426?
I think that's fine.
And then an asterisk to the note be sufficient?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, that'd be great.
okay.
I think if we're adding a couple sentences to the introduction, it will format correctly.
Okay. Okay, so far, community center brainstorming ideas. Anything there?
I'm sorry to
Kayla?
go back. Sometimes it takes me a minute to think of something. I mean, the note is fine either way, but we could also just add that to the third item of B.
Yeah,
So instead of having a note and asterisks, it's just, maybe we just put that in there. That the square footage would include many spaces that would be shared use with Parks and Rec, Town Hall, and Community
Okay,
Center development. So instead of doing the asterisks,
That's even
just a
better.
thought, doesn't have to be done.
So
third
then
item of, I'm not seeing what B is on the,
here, this one, adding it to this.
boy, this really printed out differently for me.
So under 7B,
Oh, there we
Three.
go, okay. I didn't get any letters, odd, okay. Everybody okay with that then?
Mhm. Yeah.
Thank you. Glad yours is the way everybody else's is. I'm unique. All right. Anything else down through the chart? And then the brainstorming ideas?
Good.
Then where it says mission statement, I would just change that to making it bold, vision and mission for the Raymond Community Center to recommend to the building committee, building development committee, so make that the heading if we're moving the other piece. Does that make
Mhm.
sense?
Yep.
So far, so good?
Yep.
yes.
Okay, on the summary and recommendations. Aye.
I have a comment for C, so I don't know if
Okay,
somebody's.
what is C? Rita's for you.
That an extensive, recommends that extensive town survey should be developed. I wonder if we should have that be priorities. We've already put together the wish list, and now maybe the survey could be more around what are the priorities
Okay, so these are just letters.
from this wish list that had already been developed. Just to start focusing things and not start all over again.
So just add at the end of that sentence as a high priority for the,
No, that's what the survey would be focused on, what are our priorities
Okay.
within this wish list that had been developed already. So I just thought maybe some clarification on that. I don't know, Joe, if you've got a better way of
Yeah, I can
putting it
put,
into language, but
I'll put it in tentatively and then we can,
you know what I'm getting
Yeah.
at, right? Don't start all over again with a whole new survey. We've got the wish list, now let's just ask to prioritize, ask for help to prioritize the wish list. I know this committee went through and kind of prioritized things, but
Well, we
good
prioritized
to-
the building, what we wanted in there overall, which is, you know, that was the basics. And then we have the wish list, which
Right.
enhances that, but the 3 different things that we want in that building.
And just now, if we want to drill down a little bit more, and with the community's input, I think that's where that survey could be the most helpful to us, if you want to go forward with the survey.
So I totally agree with, in fact, I was a little troubled by us having already said recommends an extensive town survey, given the surveys that have been done by
Right.
different groups for different reasons.
Yeah.
Especially comprehensive plan is very recent too. So I agree with you. I'm just struggling with exactly what we're trying to suggest there. So it's really not so much of a survey as some sort of a check-in with the public
Sort of
to
like
see what they feel as priorities. That could be
Yeah,
at the
like a
November.
ranking, you know?
Yeah.
It could be something that, here's the wish list that has been developed, or the ideas, the brainstorming. Rank these in order of your priorities or importance to your family, or something like that.
Over and above the three departments that we
Right.
have felt that should be
Right.
in the building, over and above that.
Yeah.
Grace, I think you were going with, this is something that we or the next committee can do at the November.
Unless
Election?
the other committee's getting started sooner. They'd want to know that information sooner. But there might be a special town meeting sometime in the next few months. I'm looking over at Joe, that might happen. That might be
Yeah.
some way to
Oh, yeah.
have a check in there at the soonest availability.
Yeah.
Some sort of a process to check in with, here are the priorities that this committee came up with. Does the public agree? Public at large agree? Does that take care of what you're suggesting, Deb?
Well, you know, the new select board hasn't met, it's gonna meet tomorrow night.
Yeah,
so it's-
tomorrow will be-
Yeah, so I wonder, is there gonna be some of this on the agenda? I don't know, I haven't looked at
Not
the.
tomorrow
no,
night.
Not tomorrow
no,
night,
we'll
yeah.
be deciding the special town meeting, that date, date and time.
Oh, for the comprehensive plan.
For the comprehensive
Yeah,
plan,
right.
so that could be tied in, but, we're planning, this would be most likely presented on July 8th. So, from there, we,
Yeah, start the, yeah.
start the next process with this.
Mm-hmm.
So something along the lines, and we could wordsmith it a little bit better after the fact and just share it with the rest of you to see if that works, because there's time before this will go to the select board. Something along the lines of, the visioning committee recommends there be a check-in with the public to share the rankings of this committee and have the public weigh in.
On their priorities, yep.
Yep, there'd be a public ranking, their priorities.
So that would be instead of what that third item says. Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. On that fourth item then, so I guess it's letter D for everyone that had the right version here. I had just emailed that the clothes closet really wasn't what we were talking about. It was really more of a medical closet and or tool library.
Yeah, they call it a medical loan closet in Wyndham.
Yeah, but not a
Yeah.
clothes closet.
Not a closed closet, no, a medical loan closet.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Mm.
I did have just a quick clerical one under B.
Mhm.
Sorry that the
Yep.
last sentence to help explain the vision they created is not a complete sentence. So if you just want to combine that with the
Yep.
sentence before next and to help.
Oh, yeah, to clean it,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if that was D, E on F, I believe he meant faculty, not facility,
Right, yeah,
students and faculty.
yeah.
And on G, what did people think in that last item under the business incubators? It says other for help with business ideas. Was there a word missing, or am I not understanding what we mean by that?
Mild to help startup.
I don't remember us spending a lot of time on this. I know that the concept of it was acknowledged and that it might be a great use of space here, but when we did the priorities, it was not high. So my thought on the business incubators is to keep it as a model to help startup companies and entrepreneurs, but instead of all the breakdown, it's something like the building could employ the business incubator model, generating revenue for space rental and developing Raymond-based business. Just in general, just like a blurb about it rather than, a quarter of the
Right.
page.
Yeah,
And I would like to differentiate that space, which is a fee-based co-working space, is what it sounds to me, from space that would be in the library or one of the multipurpose rooms that are public computing spaces, spaces for remote workers, hybrid workers to use for free. So I don't want people to think that they're gonna have to pay to come in to the library or this center and use computers and use space.
So is what you're saying, Deb, in the list? Because it's got business incubators, and then it's got remote workspace.
Right.
Offices, and it says leased. Is there something else?
There, those are two different things.
Right.
And I want to make sure that people, or the select board does not get confused and think that we are pushing this fee-based business incubator model when that could be an option to be developed down the road, but it's not a high priority as remote workspace, public computing space for the library or for the center, which is free to use for Raymond residents. That also supports entrepreneurship, home-based businesses, and remote workers, but they're not gonna have to pay to
So,
use that.
I'm sorry, it does say remote workspace offices at libraries, number 24 in the listing. And then it has 26 as leased space. It distinguishes it there.
Okay, I
I
wanna
agree.
make-
We do, and we have different priorities for them
Yeah.
as well.
because this is like, all of a sudden, this business incubators has got its own paragraph and its
Yep.
own point, and it seems to make it more important than I think we prioritized it.
Yep. Is everybody in agreement with Lori's wording?
mm-hmm, yes.
Are you, so are you saying to delete it or
Delete the 1 through 8, 1 through,
1 through 8?
You know, yeah, well,
and
Yeah.
then just change it with, I can give you the language
Okay,
afterwards.
perfect.
The only thing that stands out a little bit differently for there is provide another space for speakers to come in and provide seminars. Is that separate from the business incubator?
There will be space there for that anyway. Where we have a large program room,
Right.
which
Right.
is the current library there in the school, and so I don't know that you need a business incubator space dedicated to something like that.
No, I was saying that didn't really fit necessarily under business incubator. Do we need to list it separately along with business incubators, or is it enough that that's in the long list?
Unless they're planning to charge for people to come to those talks or those discussions.
I think it's fine in the long list.
In the long list, okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah,
'Cause, I mean, the point of the long list is to really be more specific.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what letter it is here. For me, it's second to last item in that list there. The JSMS Visioning Committee recommends that an information table be provided at the November election, is what I asked him to change it to, rather than meeting. It's not really a meeting, it's election day.
I'm lost. Where are
Are
we?
you on K or?
I'm before the conclusion, the
Okay,
second to
so that
last item.
IJK?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
it's
Okay.
J, it's J.
Jay, thanks.
You said November election.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I mean, I'm not sure what the turnout will be at the November election. It's not.
There's a couple of referendum questions that will get
that's
quite a
it, but is it-
turnout.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
think there'll be, yeah.
Yes, there will be.
Well, I hope so, yeah, okay.
I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
We can talk about that
But you know,
off
you
the
s-
meeting.
I mean, but really you can have one then and then.
Or
maybe
wherever.
room later on to have more information from
Sure.
people too. It doesn't have to end with that.
Yeah.
And this is 2-3 years off.
Yeah, we also have opportunities at rec events, programs,
Yeah,
things like that, other type of gatherings. So
right.
as long as it's on the radar, sure
Yeah.
we can set stuff up.
Yeah, especially as the Building Development Committee gets underway and has
Mhm.
something to offer for people to kind of be giving
Exactly.
feedback on or keeping them informed
Mhm.
at least. Some method that's ongoing, I think would be good.
On the one just before that, I thought perhaps we could really capitalize on the urgency we feel by adding at the end of it as soon as September 2025, that we really want this to start right away. Soon can mean a lot of things to a lot of people.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Anything else on that section before the conclusion? And Kayla, please be sure I'm not missing you wanting to have a
Yeah,
chance to
no,
jump
that's
in.
okay. Did you just say you wanted it just the new committee to start in September?
That's what we've been discussing. Lori is suggesting adding to letter, what is it, I, in that list, to just add at the end, as soon as September 2025. Would
I
it
mean,
help?
I think that's fine, but I also think you have to keep in mind that this will likely be a cost. So unless we're going to, like the next step is likely to incur some cost to it. And that would have to go before voters.
So would the formation of the Building Development Committee necessarily have a cost until they've actually then hired
Not the
some?
formation, but they,
Right.
you know, not necessarily the formation of it. I just want just to keep in mind that,
Yep.
you know, it can be formed, but the real work of figuring stuff out is going to need to be hired out.
Right.
Understood,
And that's gonna come with a cost.
right.
Right, but
So,
this is just the committee to maybe start appointing, get that committee appointed, that's
to get the
all.
committee appointed, and for that, whoever's appointed, to determine who do we need to have as professionals that are going to do what you're saying, Kayla, would that
Yeah,
possibly?
because
be?
I mean, in all likelihood, unless you hold a special meeting asking the voters to raise additional funds, funds will not be available for this until next year.
Although there's
Next
funds in
next budget
contingency?
season.
Yep.
I
At
mean,
least-
maybe, but that's,
Well, this committee has to, the next committee has to start looking at stuff, and then they'll decide, that'll come with that, with this committee. But this committee has to get formed, and they have to coalesce and decide, get more feedback from the town. So, I mean, that's not gonna cost anything, that kind of stuff. So once they start to develop a plan, that's when, the cost will start presenting itself.
Well, but the part of the plan, I agree with Kayla, part of planning it is going to entail having someone who really understands what's going to be needed in the building, renovations, et cetera, and likely have a cost. But I would hope there could be some of that covered by contingency, so this isn't postponed for a whole year to get that going.
Right, it would be next town meeting that they would, probably to vote on some money for this. I don't know. if
That's
it-
what I'm saying. They
Yeah,
could
next
start
town
now if
meeting.
there's some money from the contingency.
Well, I
portion of the budget.
well, that's up to
To
the,
at least
that's up to
start.
the select board, whether they want to
Understood.
use
It's not our
contingency money.
decision. Right.
Yeah, that's up to the select board to decide that, I
I'm
mean,
just asking for it to just be kept in mind.
Yes.
As we're creating language, that's all.
yeah. I mean, getting a committee together is the first step.
Okay. Anything else in that section? Oh, yeah, actually, the last item, I had also said marketing of the new facility and programs should be delivered. I just added that in.
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, on the conclusion, the paragraph, anything there? And then Laura, you had a suggestion for attachment A, right?
Yes, this is great. It's very succinct, and it puts everything together so that it's really easy to understand. My only recommendation was that we put all the high priorities first, and then the medium, and then the low. I think there's only a few of those.
That's a good idea.
But I think just to be able to see exactly what we consider high priorities would be helpful.
And I wonder if we should put a note, fill in the note column for each of those, like why we think something's higher or lower if we know of a reason. So for example, Veterans Center, low priority, there's no note there. I wouldn't want people reading this to think that we're discounting the value of serving veterans and having programs for veterans in town, but we could have a note that said that veterans programming will be incorporated in other, like library or rec programming in the multipurpose rooms.
Well, I think we said that there's other veterans, that the Wyndham,
Yeah.
people belong to the Wyndham veterans, and I think that's what we said about that.
And yeah,
and
I mean,
Naples,
put
there's
that in
Naples
there so that
Yeah.
we are acknowledging that their needs are being met in some way or in another way. Rather than leaving it blank and let everybody go, gee, I wonder what they meant by that. Veterans are low priority.
Or a statement that says, low priority does not mean it's not something we want to move forward with. Something.
Or there's other options, like adult ed is in Wyndham, you know, I mean,
Right.
there are other
It's currently
facilities that
happening.
are up and running and that people utilize.
Right. It's not that we don't want to meet those needs. They're being met maybe somewhere else.
Right,
So we don't
exactly.
see that as a high priority to focus on right now.
Well, it's also, according to survey results and space, available space.
That's right.
I mean, isn't that sort of how we determined it? What we got back from when the
Oh.
library surveyed, when we looked at town hall needs, so it's really, we were deciding this is high priority. If there's enough space, do some of the things that have a lower priority, basically. Is it enough to make that statement? Priorities were recommended according to survey, information from surveys and the availability of space.
I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
And also just talking with department heads, organization heads, like Healthy Aging, Raymond, talking to people from organizations in our municipal agencies about the greatest needs, that all went into that decision for priority level.
Especially since we just said we're going to be reaching out to the public for their priorities.
But it might be nice to add a note on things that right now are blank. So like senior space, we have discussed that quite a bit in this committee, but somebody reading this might not understand what we meant. Like, do they have their own dedicated space, or will we make sure that we're having programs for older adults from rec, from library, because we have multipurpose rooms that can accommodate those programs? I mean, I don't know how much you want to explain things to people.
Well, I know in that notebook that Pete has put together, this whole binder that he's got, that there's a lot of that information in there from the discussions, plus from our minutes, from the meetings. He's got all of that compiled there. I just would struggle with some of these for fitting something in and then having it succinct enough that it's going to communicate it thoroughly and possibly even, it might mislead. I mean, and some are self-explanatory, I think. So I don't feel the need for that unless there's something that really leaps out.
Yeah, I just think leaving things vague sometimes leads to more misunderstanding. But that's just my thoughts.
No, it's, what do others think, or are there items that we can quickly add some things to, or?
I like the idea of the sentence that you had noted. Not that I don't think that, that it would be
Yep.
great, but I don't know that we'll be able to explain it in a, 5-word
I think
statement.
I think the next committee will explore a lot more of the details of each of this, or prioritizing it, or maybe the operations of the design of the building. So I think that general statement 4 could suffice all these other notes and everything like that. But
Okay.
Should we leave off the notes altogether then? So there's no,
I suppose we could.
Well, the Silver Sneakers current tracks at Wyndham St. Joe's, we probably don't need, because we're setting that as a high priority, so we probably should cross that one out, actually. It
Well,
almost-
track for walking, I mean, we're not gonna, that's, I think just exercise, an exercise space, just leave it at that. We're not, I don't think we're gonna put a track in.
It's not really a track.
No,
It's more of a route,
yeah,
walking route.
yeah,
so take that out, track for walking.
yeah, I think so.
And then take
And-
out the note.
Yeah, and then take out the no, yeah, just,
I think we need to leave, repurpose the Raymond Community Library.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
Although we do speak to that
Elsewhere.
elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
We did. Under our recommendations, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and the clothes closet. I don't recall mentioning clothes.
It's the loan closet. I
But
don't
for
know why.
clothing?
No, it's a loan closet for medical equipment,
Right,
like
but not
walkers.
clothing.
Not clothing, no.
Right. so
Right,
we
enclosed
could
closet,
cross-
why did we give it an H? Why did we consider it a high
Because I
priority?
think he was seeing that as the
The-
medical loan
Okay.
closet.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what it should
listed,
be.
so can we just cross
Right,
that
that's-
off? you
Yeah.
think? I
Gotcha.
think so. On the, it says number 16, the adult ed, it should say exists through RSU 14, Wyndham
Yes.
Raymond Adult Ed.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sent that to Pete.
Yep.
I didn't see any listing specifically for like private meeting spaces.
27?
Okay, so that's what that would be for, like if there's an organization that wants to meet and needs a room to meet and they want to book a room, that falls under 27. Can we just add, instead of counseling support, can we just add like group meetings or something like that?
How about just adding et cetera? Because I think specifically we were talking about privacy for counseling types of things.
But also, one of the greatest needs in any community is meeting space for groups.
How about
Like-
just adding clubs?
Yes, for
Counseling
clubs
support
or,
and clubs?
Well, we've got Scouts and Lions Club.
yeah.
It does
Well, that's-
mention.
I mean,
public
that is-
safety.
But
that's
that's at the
part of
public
that.
safety building, the Scouts and Lions Club is at the public safety building.
Right, but they may want to move to the.
Well, but they
community
have a
center.
space
They
over
have a
there.
space, but there's
Yeah.
probably a lot of groups that aren't meeting because they can't find a place to meet.
Right, but they have a place to meet there, so it's, yeah. Well, there's probably one space that, people reserve, a space that people can reserve for meetings and whatnot. It doesn't have to be just one space that they just use for certain meetings.
Yeah, I think,
That is one of the highest priorities, that when you talk to people,
Right,
they need places to meet with other people.
right.
right,
And so I want to make sure that is spelled out, that we are addressing that in one of these.
How about if we adapt number 7, family services, to including for counseling and support, and leave 27 as
Group
private space
meetings.
for group meetings?
Yeah,
Okay, so I would think the private spaces needs to be in number 7 then, family service. That the idea was to have a private space for
Right.
those things, okay. And then, I don't know that you need to say private space for other meetings,
Well,
meeting space.
I think just
everyone's gonna
meeting
want
space.
private space for meeting, for work, for video conferencing, for telehealth. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of different reasons people want a private space.
Well, a meeting space is a private space. If somebody reserves it, it's a private space.
Right.
For that group or whoever it is. So I don't think we have to be
With a-
meeting space and then a private space, just it should be
Right.
private. Whoever rents it, it's a private.
That's all the same thing
Yeah,
together.
right.
So
With-
where are we
With a door
number
that
7?
closes, I don't know that,
With a door that
With a door
closes.
that
that's really all.
With a door
Right.
that closes.
Right.
Well,
But a window so you can see.
you
What's
could
going
certainly
on?
have, you could certainly have some meetings in an open, more open area. Just
Right.
need a space,
Mhm.
so,
Well-
I don't know. What are we saying on number 7? Private meeting space for family services, et cetera? Will that cover it? And then,
Yes.
on 27, just say meeting spaces for groups?
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, you think about the place where the select board's gonna meet, that's a meeting space that can be used if there's no meetings going on, town meetings.
Right. That's
Like
a
speaker,
big
like a speaker comes in to present a book,
Right.
something like that can
Yeah.
happen there. So there's that huge meeting space that will be used for many different types of things.
I'm thinking more like the knitting groups and book discussion groups and some of the smaller groups that don't need a large
Right.
program room, they don't need to tie up that big space. They just need a small meeting room so they can do their crafternoon get-togethers or whatever.
Yeah, well, knitting space is different than like a presentation space.
Right,
Right.
right. They just need a table or some chairs and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Same with an AA meeting or.
Yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would need privacy.
That would
Yes.
need privacy.
Yeah. Okay, so instead of, et al, maybe, on number 7, private meeting space for family services, et al, and others, something like that.
Mm.
And then 27, meeting spaces for groups.
Mm.
Leave it open.
Yeah.
Yep, group meeting space, yeah. Because there may be people and students that need to work on group projects, and they're gonna need a space.
Right.
Where it's not just for them to have privacy, but it's also so that they're not disturbing other people while they're working. So it kind of cuts them off a little bit from what else is going on.
Okay, with the meeting spaces?
Yep.
Yep.
Good clarification.
It does, number 34 is the solar array, is that Sebago, connected with Sebago fiber? That's for internet, so,
Yeah.
is it?
But Sebago Fiber, wasn't that based on town buildings being connected? Wasn't that the priority for connection?
Right, but does that have to do with use of roof for solar array?
I think that's different. That's different, isn't it?
In the note next to solar array, it says Sebago fiber.
Yes, I said that when I introduced it because what I thought was the same mindset that went with tying all the town buildings together with internet would be an equivalent use of the roof of JSMS, because the focus would be on providing coverage for the town so that we can save money that way. So no, it's not necessary at all, but that's what brought it to mind.
I feel like there's two different
Yeah,
Yeah.
items, right,
Okay,
in this?
Yeah, it's two different things
So just,
totally,
yeah,
yeah.
So
just take it out.
take out the Sebago fiber piece.
Yeah,
Yep, okay.
that's happening already, so
okay.
that's
So
happening.
that's got nothing to do with the solar array on the roof that we're suggesting.
It could
But
help.
yes, of course, we would
Right.
want internet in this building, or,
It could help power some of the IT
so- could it?
equipment and stuff
Mhm.
like that with, but,
Okay.
okay,
Can I ask
I'll
that
note that.
on number 24, that you add in public use
Bless you.
computing space?
Bless you.
Because I see 24 as, that's the public use free computing, remote workspace. 25 and 26 is more the fee-based business incubator stuff.
So how about on 24, remote workspace for public use? Can we leave
And-
off the offices?
For no cost.
You could just do, you know, / public use computing or public computing, or
Makes sense?
it could be free, or you could say no fee or whatever, just to make sure that people know they're not gonna be expected to pay to use a computer when they come to this center.
How do you want to word it?
I will, I'm marking everything in red, and then I will send it out to the committee, just to review.
Okay.
Then we can make edits, finalized after that.
And for 33, could you either add or change it to, in quotation marks, library of things, because that's what it's known as?
Good idea.
Thanks. So if someone wanted to look that up and understand, what does that mean? Number 35, isn't that the same as 22? Because that's talking about senior meals, teaching kitchen, and then 35 is talking about community meals.
Well,
Those
community
things the
would-
same?
I think a community meal is open to the full community. It's not just seniors. It's not necessarily teaching.
Okay,
know.
so
You know,
you think that's
There
two
are big
separate things?
communities that just come and
Okay,
make a donation and just have a community gathering. I've heard of those in other areas.
all right.
36, I assume that was supposed to be RES,
RES, I think.
not red. Red was the old,
Yeah, right.
SAC.
SAC, it's SAC, actually, that's the name of it, school-age childcare.
Or is it Raymond
And-
Elementary School? For the summer.
It's at our, well, it's
If they're
SAC,
doing-
but it's the SAC program and plus Joe's programs that
But
are.
that's
out-
before and after school, SAC, right?
SAC is before and after school, but it's also a summer program, SAC.
Okay.
So and they change schools depending on what's going on in different schools. Last year it was at Jordan Small, because they're working at the
Yeah.
RES. and-
It'll be once again this year too.
Yeah, because they're putting the HVAC in,
Yeah.
right, yeah. So, yeah, it's school-age childcare.
So what should it say? Summer feeding station?
Well, you know, the RSU isn't gonna be doing that. I mean, I don't know whether, what is the summer, what does he mean by the summer feeding station? The school isn't gonna be doing it, so are we gonna do that?
Sometimes and I don't recall what the status of it is. Sometimes it is something that the school
The
helps
school isn't,
provide.
I was talking to, Jeannie, and she says they're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be there's not gonna be a school-based summer feeding program.
Well, certainly not at Raymond Elementary.
And I
Yeah, not in
don't-
Raymond, anyway.
And I know outside groups like our summer camp don't qualify,
Mm,
so I think
Right.
that's one of the issues as well.
yeah, so
Why don't we just leave off the note and leave off the part of RSU 14 and leave it as a summer feeding station, maybe dependent upon resources or something?
Yeah, if the opportunity presents itself, it's definitely a great idea. I've ran in other communities as well, so it's
Mm.
definitely beneficial.
Do we have any programs for kids that get free school lunches for what they do in the summer, or?
no.
No,
They
There-
did it during the pandemic, and it wasn't
Wasn't well used?
no, it wasn't well used,
Right.
right, and even in Wyndham too, the communities just weren't,
Okay.
I'm sure I've read something. I'm just not sure if it's available in this particular town and/or district, depending
Well,
upon
they-
what is available.
there's-
So I would just put dependent on resources in the notes. and leave
yeah,
it at
I'm
that.
sure there's places where it is, like Lewiston, or, big
It-
cities like that.
it is
Yeah.
here, there's
It's-
some
it's
program
well
called
used.
SUN that is, it gives, it's not a lot, but it's something. Each student that qualifies during the school year is given something around $120 for the summer, so each, $120 per
Right.
student for the months of
Get
the
an
summer.
EBT, whatever.
Right.
Okay. All
It's
right.
added to their card.
But still, it could be, if the resources are there, that would be a great thing to offer, so.
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but I have to drop off and I just want
Welcome back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We really just were continuing to go through the brainstorming list, and we were waiting to get back on, so you haven't missed anything if you're watching this as a recording or watching it live. So we basically have gone through this list, suggested some changes to the brainstorming list that would be Appendix A to the document. And I think we're all set with this. And so if we are, that brings us to just, really it's just a reminder that the STEM teacher was going to be looking at having 7th and 8th graders create something. It says something wooden. I'm not sure that it necessarily had to be something wooden to donate to Jordan Small Middle School. That may have been confused with, I think I had mentioned the benches that some of the students had made for the entryway there for the school itself. But in any case, that will be something to encourage, that there be something that the students do, make artwork, something that would be then part of the community center, to kind of just have that connection for kids. At least I believe that's what that item was. And so new business is next steps. I would suggest that the next steps are that we are done, except for perhaps being on the agenda for the July 8th Select Board meeting, if that is the date. I know that gets determined tomorrow night for sure, but.
I believe that date is, yeah, I think we'll confirm it next, for tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't have the agenda up right now, but I
Okay,
can't remember
so-
if we already approved it the meeting before or not, so.
No, it said on the agenda for tomorrow night, it said confirm the next dates for the Select Board, and the July 8th was
Perfect.
one listed. So July 8th, 6 p.m., if some of us are able to attend, if that indeed is the date that gets confirmed at the
Yeah.
tomorrow night's Select Board meeting. That would be good to help, and hopefully Pete would be willing and able to actually speak for the committee, but perhaps we could chime in if needed.
So we'll use that document that we just had. Is there any other supporting documents you think we should add?
The floor plan,
Floor plan?
and
See if we can digitize that, so we can maybe have a,
if it could be, that would be
yeah, so,
be good. And then, right, so it could be in the e-packet.
yep.
And I don't think you want to digitize the entire notebook that Pete has.
That would take a lot of
compiled.
work, yeah.
So are our minutes actually available already in that format? They must be, so those could be included.
Yeah.
The minutes of our meetings
Yep,
would
do
be
the
helpful.
minutes.
Anything else people can think of?
Yeah, just for closing this out, Joe, you're going to give Pete the changes. I'm assuming Pete's just going to send them out one more time, just so we can all say yay or nay.
Yep, and I'll work on some wording with you as well.
Yeah.
I think you wrote down some
Yep.
good pieces, so. Yep, we can do that.
Okay,
Confirm it with Pete and all those changes.
okay. Public comment. I guess I will close public comment officially. Committee comment.
No.
Go ahead, Deb.
Oh, I just would like to express my gratitude for getting to know all of you and for discussing Raymond resident needs with all of you. And I'm really excited that this could lead to an opportunity to be able to further expand library services, rec programming, and all of those things that we've been talking about. I think having 3 departments under the same roof is going to really facilitate collaboration. And I know that I'm personally, as a library person or expertise in library, I'm really looking forward to being able to expand and improve library services for the Raymond community. So I'm just very excited about this building being able to provide spaces so that community members can come together in person, they can engage with each other, they can support each other, they can attend a variety of programs, and that we can all work together on another important step to make Raymond a really strong community. So thank you all for the opportunity to work with you. I really enjoyed it.
I think we all agree with that. Thank you.
We all, yes, definitely. Thanks, Deb.
Any other?
Took the words right out of my mouth. That was great. But yes, I think you're right, Deb. I think having as many departments in the same roof is really great, and it helps. No one department can run by itself in the town, so I think collaboration and teamwork is definitely what I've been preaching this last few months. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and efficiency.
Efficiencies and all that. So thank you, everybody. This has been a quick 2 months, but everyone worked hard, and especially Pete, who's not here. Don't forget to thank him if you see him.
I would
Definitely.
just add one more thing, very briefly. Right, sure, Grace, brief. So I'm really excited about the new middle school that we will have in the RSU, that the district's already working so hard on aligning the two middle schools, and so they will be one joint middle school and an incredible facility. In fact, we have a building committee meeting Wednesday night, and to get an update on some things. And the bonus to that is that we will have a community center in Raymond. So getting the Jordan Small facility back and having various uses for the community to come together. We've been looking for a while. I've been talking ad nauseum at select board meetings and during public comment about trying to rebuild a sense of community, and this is really going to be go a long way in doing that. So I am really excited about this, even though it's a couple of years off, but it's good to see it starting to form in my mind anyway. So thank you all, and especially thank you, Pete. Hopefully you're watching the recording. I'm sure you're going to listen to the recording later on, right? Thank him for having been chair and been so super organized and diligent in all of this, as well as to Joe and to Mel, who kept the agendas going out timely fashion. So thank you all. And with that, motion
To
adjourn.
adjourn.
Lori
I can second.
and Deb, and all in favor. Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are adjourned.
Thanks for taking over,
That makes this happen will take into account.
Right. I think they also emphasize several times that you can't have enough storage.
Heard that from Joe, too.
That's true.
Right. Other thoughts? Yes, right there.
I really liked how they had rooms designed for specific activities, from town hall meetings to volleyball to exercise class to crafting. They really wanted to accommodate a wide range of activities there. And I really liked how they set up their studio, their TV broadcasting, so that they could live stream events, meetings, and things like that from that center.
Yeah, the chamber itself was pretty elaborate, and then with that whole studio for videotaping up above was pretty impressive.
I would just add they did save some of the original components, if you will, of the building, the student murals on the walls in some places for the rec area, and was it the woodworking in the town meeting space, and just some really nice things to also keep in mind if there's something that's worth being sure does not get changed or destroyed or replaced, to have some of that history too. But it's hard to even compare what we have to work with here and what that building has provided for the town forum. That's really, I mean, the towns are pretty dissimilar too in terms of size and all, but
Yeah.
but
yeah.
still, it was a great tour and really helpful.
Yeah, I like the way they set up some of the classrooms. I mean, they may take a wall out in between two of them, but they put there were multi-desks in there set up, these open,
Cubicles.
so especially like for the town hall, all of the town employees. And it was a good use of space because they really didn't knock down walls of the classrooms. They left the classrooms really, but they just maybe made them larger by, knocking down a wall between them or adding walls. They did that, but the basic design of the place was, they didn't really touch that. So I thought that was, pretty smart and cost effective. But those big rooms, they had a lot of office space in, which was really, good for the people that worked there, like the town hall. And they had the superintendent's office there too, which was huge, a lot up there.
Right.
But they did also hire someone to design the interior and take into account who should be working near whom and with whom and that sort of
That's right.
accessibility.
And
too.
they said they had a wonderful architect. I mean, this architect was just amazing and just
Right.
really helped them and was really met with everybody. What kind of space
Yep.
do you want? And it was really,
Yeah, that was my big takeaway too. The architect really kind of took the needs and planned it out. And kind of what I saw there, trying to fit that into Jordan Small was like, wow. But I did take away, I wish I had taken some pictures of the mural things, because I plan on talking to the Jordan Small art teacher and seeing if that's something they can do within the next couple of years and leave it behind. I thought that'd be nice.
yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
absolutely.
And I think one of the big takeaways is no matter what scale they're on, if we're a smaller scale than them, the same feeling that we both have is that we want this center to be a point of pride for the town. So, whether they use the 1930s built part and the 50s part and the 70s part, they made it into something that the town could be proud of and want to go to. So they made it into a destination, and I hope that we'll incorporate some of that feeling too into our project.
One of the things that surprised me was that there was just the one industrial kitchen, which, that we have the one kitchen in our school, but I was thinking of things like adult ed and things like that. Their intent there was to utilize that one kitchen for that, so that really opens up a lot of other space for other uses. I mean, they had the small employee kitchens, but that one big kitchen was where they did that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they had a couple all-purpose rooms. They didn't, there wasn't multiple rooms for specific things. Two fairly good-sized all-purpose rooms, which was good use of space.
Yeah, I think one of my takeaways also is the fact that they specifically call it a municipal center, not a community center. And I got that sense in that, school administration's there, the town offices are there, Park and Rec are there. Park and Rec is a big part of community for sure. But I didn't sense that they do a lot of other community type things, which I kind of asked all of you to be thinking about for today is, so that we can maybe define what community center means. Because the comprehensive plan clearly states that the overwhelming number of people are looking for a community center out of Jordan Small Middle School. Now, whether we can, help pull that off, that's going to be our challenge, I think, because we do, I think, have specific needs. For instance, the town hall, it's probably going to have to move up there because of the current condition of that building. The fact that the library has pretty much outgrown itself where it is currently. Something has to be done there as well. And those are some of the differences that I think we're going to see as challenges for us when we start comparing some of these other town facilities.
Yeah, I realize the library is running out of space, but I really like that they're located right downtown. I like that the people can access it, people walk there. So, have problems and you have advantages, right?
Right. Pros and cons for everything.
So Pete, when I saw your email asking that question, It was like, did he read the little note I scrawled to myself a couple of days ago? It's barely legible because I was doing it as I was running out of the house, but it really, I just wrote, what is a community center? And so we had kind of similar thoughts, I guess, there, because it feels more like what we've been talking about so far is, what can we fit in this space?
Yes, I
And there's
agree.
a need for more space everywhere. But what's the priority for and the best use of at least a portion of this space? And exactly that, it does say community center is at the top of the list from the polls and the draft comprehensive plan, but what exactly does that mean? And it is places for, what on this long list that we've got of the brainstorm would be something that the entire community would be advantaged by
Right.
and be able to use, as opposed to segments of the community.
Right.
And maybe that's a way to try to prioritize some things in any recommendations we make, or come up with various scenarios about, well, if this is your priority to address the space needs here, this is one scenario. If this is the priority, then this is another scenario. Just some thoughts.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right.
Yeah, so typically, community centers, I think, at least in Maine, in my experience, usually cater to parks and recreation, just because of all, it's usually, whether it's childcare, whether it's basketball, it's kind of a catch-all of all the activities in one location. So typically, in my experience, I've worked out of community centers, it's parks and rec. But I think you're right. I think the way Gorham kind of laid it out was more of a municipal complex, and each section had its own purpose.
Right.
And I liked how it was labeled as well. Like you had the nice facades, which, this is the Parks and Recreation entrance, this is the Town Hall office entrance. I like how they kind of segment that and made it look a little distinct going into it. So, yes, that was my take on it.
Right.
Bridgeton has a nice community center, and it's over behind the Magic Lantern back there. And they use that for a number of things. One, not the knitters that were like in Gorham. The Gorham had the little knitting group that came in, but the quilters are in there, and they have senior dinners in there, lunches in there. But it's quite an active place. So that's separate from everything else. But that's all. I don't know if it's associated with rec. I have no idea.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Right. That's an interesting point too, Sue, I think, and that you mentioned that that they have a senior aspect to theirs, and I think definitely that's part of a community center. And
Right.
I don't know how that fits in with Park and Rec. I mean, Joe, maybe you can help answer. Are there many activities through Park and Rec for seniors?
Oh, yes, yeah. There's been ones where we've dedicated a kind of a wing. So in Lewiston Armory, which acts as their community center, the Lewiston Senior Group had a whole section that was theirs to utilize, whether it's cribbage meals, bingo, activity space. So, yeah, that's definitely something that's common to Parks and Rec and community centers.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of working out of Jordan Bay right now, so a place might bring in more people, centrally located,
Yeah.
more advertised, and we have the seniors. I know we have the seniors,
Yeah, for sure.
so.
So at Jordan Bay, you do the bingo, obviously, but what are some of the other activities?
We have game time. We talked about having movie night. And there's a resident now who wants to have painting class every month. But
The garden.
the garden, yeah, thank you.
But
Is there a garden at Jordan Bay?
Right behind, yep.
But are you saying the only people that are involved in that are the people that are right
Basically, a
there?
couple other people come now
Oh.
and then, but not enough,
Not a very
not a
broad.
large enough percentage of the population.
Okay.
It's not a big space for getting together at all.
Yeah, we have 2 tables, those long tables, and we try to move them around because you get people in there with you know, the wheelchairs or the walkers, and they have to position them, because they have two couches, they have a piano, and they have a long board like with a TV, and so, a lot of the room is taken up. So I think if we could have a place that's big enough to say, hey, we're all gonna meet here, I think we'd get more people.
Yeah.
Be great.
So I found an answer to your question. That Bridgeton Community Center is actually a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Oh, okay, all right,
It's separate from the
town.
town
Okay.
of Bridgeton.
Very good.
Interesting.
So the childcare that you hope to have up there is going to be the after-school program?
Yeah, typically before after school.
Before as well?
Yeah, usually there's pretty big need for that as well. Every town's different with transportation, or sometimes buses can't get to before care facilities, so some can't run that way, and also summer camp as well. I've seen some that have Montessori schools in them as well. I think it's more of a leased program, but it's definitely Parks and Rec can definitely take on those needs as well.
So you'll need a regular space every day for the kids, indoor space, and of course there's the outdoor space, but you'll need an indoor space every day for the kids. That is pretty much, can't be used by, and maybe during the day, but not, after school.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit of a flow of scheduling. Usually you have your senior programs in the morning towards, a little bit after afternoon, and then after that, then it kind of clears out. Then it's the childcare, aspect, and then after that, if you're in the gym, and it's your sports, and so it's usually a kind of a shuffling of the schedule and making sure it fits with your needs. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great. All right, ready to move on? So the next thing I had on the agenda was some of the action items. One was a floor plan of the town hall. I did get a copy, and this is it. Nathan, did you send this to me?
I had Melissa send
Melissa
it.
sent
We
it.
found it up the office. It's an older footprint.
Right, and there was some comments that this may need to be updated, or what are your thoughts?
Well, if you wanted it to be exact, we've put a couple walls up in there, moved some stuff around. But
It looks pretty close from what I can remember.
It's very close to what it is. You don't have it in front of you.
You want to look at it?
pull it up.
No, he's going to pull it up here.
This will be easier.
Yeah, quicker. Yeah, so the front office part is the one that's had the most modifications to it when you come in the front door.
Across from where the clerks are?
Correct. Well, we put the clerk's office off to that side. That was done 10 or 12 years ago. And then on the side where the finance director is, we just put another wall up to create another office. And the area that says kitchen, we took that wall out, and that's all the kitchen area now. Other than that, it's pretty much as it is.
Okay.
Nathan, do you know the square footage?
I don't, off the top of my head. I don't.
I don't know if I could scale this or not. If that's something everybody would like, I can easily email it to everybody.
Sure.
It's a little easier to blow up on your screen and look at it.
Zoom in.
They're running out of room, too.
Town manager's office.
All right.
Yeah, that used to be the town manager's office. We took that wall out. This is Kathy's old office. Brenda, new wall. And we did another wall right here. That's where Mel is and registration.
I've been to enough meetings nowadays.
All right. So the next thing is ask Kevin Woodbury to do a visual sketch for us of what he envisions as far as the needs for the technical piece, like the broadcast studio here, and maybe what he already has at Jordan Small. I'm not sure. Kevin, you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, and we've been, we've been over there a lot, and we've actually run fiber to the gym because the town has a what we call an intermediate distribution frame up in the stage in the gym, where we have a switch and a wireless access point. But what we looked at is if the town wants it, if you look at the kind of the middle of that thing where it says IPTV studio and meeting center, as you were talking earlier, it's kind of a nice big room where you can hold meetings and they can broadcast, live or taped. It's the perfect place, and it would allow us to have, I think, meetings maybe between 150 to 200 people in there would be the capacity of that room, which would really help. So we don't have to set up in the gym for a limited number of people. We will still have the capacity in the gym. And the plan in the gym would be to put cameras up on the walls high and only put them in there when we had a really big meeting or an event in there. And bring that back to where if you look at the IPTV Studio Meeting Center to the right of that, there's a room called Applied Tech. That's where we'd put the current, as like you have the back room where you are now, that's where the IPTV control room would go, and the server room, which is going to take the place of the server room in the town office and the server racks that are also currently in that back room from where you are now in the IPTV control room. So if you look, you can see, I'm going to move my mouse around here, if you can see it says MDF.
Yes.
If you go into that right now, you'll see a bunch of, what people have thought were computers, but those are all network switches. So all the main network connections from the outside into the school go through there. That's called the main distribution frame. And then if you go up here, where I'm circling the mouse, that's called an IDF, and that's an intermediate distribution frame. So from all this area here, all of the wireless access points and hardwired connections go through here, and then through a trunk, they come back to the MDF. And there's a couple more MDFs located around the school where they basically conglomerate all of the connections concentrate them that are in an area in the school and bring them back to the main distribution frame. So that's where we continue to use. That's where our fiber goes in now, and all the connections to the outside, to Spectrum or whatever they have. So, and I think that room would make, like I said, an excellent place. We can have cameras mounted up high. We can have, lighting. We can put soundboard on the walls, and it would create a really good studio and meeting center. Put a nice dais in the front. And I know you guys are talking about how expensive it is, but Eric and I went through an exercise 2 or 3 years ago. We designed one that could be built, probably we could build it's called 80/20. It's a metal frame which you hang wood on. We could get that built like a quarter of the cost of what these people pay for these really expensive wooden frames. And we would put in that frame, for a dais, we'd have everybody, instead of having their own laptops and everything with them, we would have monitors there that would show what's being shown, so they could see them right there in front of them. And everybody would have a mic, and it's all controlled from the IPTV control room as it is now. So there's a lot of things we can do and create a really nice space for people to join in big meetings and gather together, and we think it'd be really good for the town. Anybody have any questions on that?
Yes. So do you foresee all of the committee-type meetings, like select board and planning board, and all of them meeting in that one big space?
Absolutely, yes. And that would allow a lot more people to come in and be comfortable and watch those meetings. I think it would promote more people participating in the live meetings.
Right.
And then, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you probably said this, but I just wanted to clarify. So, like, all of the equipment that is currently here in the broadcast studio would be vacated out of here and put over into one of those facilities that you identified?
Correct. Yep, all the stuff that's there and that's in the town office basement right now.
Right.
The servers and switches would move up there also.
Okay.
And what the, I was going to, I don't know if I can get at this or not, but let's see. So we have been working with Bob Hickey on what's in the building right now, I don't know if you guys can see this very well on the screen or not. So the first statement is, we plan on taking everything with us. So all of the electronic switching and gear and wireless access points we're going to have to, replace. The only thing that will remain will be the wiring, the fiber network, the network, connectivity. That will be there. So we did that. We talked to them about that, and which is actually a good thing, because the equipment we use is way less inexpensive than the equipment they do. To give you a quick estimate, we did a calculation that the maintenance they pay in a month and a half completely pays for all the hardware that we put in for the switching components. And we don't have maintenance fees. They're covered by, when you buy it, they're covered by so many years of maintenance. And so it's just amazing how expensive the Cisco/Meraki switches and access points are. So it's actually a good thing that they are taking it with them, so we're not tied into that technology. So these are the list of cameras they have. They're going to leave the cameras, which is a good thing. Our current camera management system is extremely inexpensive and works very well. So we will just tie those cameras into the existing server, which is located now in the basement of the town office, for the town office and the portable currently. And this is a list of the wireless access points. Those will all have to be replaced. But fortunately, they're all ceiling mounted already. They have cables to them, so it's just a matter of patching those back into the IDFs and MDF switching rooms so that we can get those online. And printers and copiers, everybody's going to bring their own stuff. The only thing we have to be concerned with, and actually on Wednesday, Eric and I and a couple other people are going to go and take a tour and document all of the hardwired ports that are available in each room. And because typically you like to have your printers, and if you have a lot of things that aren't, if you have desktops and stuff, you usually like to have those be hardwired. So we're going to take a trip over there and document everything we can and where it's located. And the phones, they're going to take their phones, and they have a different phone system than we do anyway, and we'll have to replace all the phones. But here's a list again of how many phones they have. And we can, the phones are only limited by the number of hardwired jacks, and that's another reason why we're going to take a look and see and where the locations are, because I'm sure almost every room will have a phone in it. And then they also have, and I'm sure Nathan's been talking to Bill Hansen, but these are and we're going to get to the technical stuff once we start. The next committee after this will dive deeper into this, but they have some systems that they'll leave in place. But for instance, their electronic locks will, have the wiring, but they're going to take the system that runs it, and they're going to give us the old lock cylinders. So until we replace all the locks with our version of electronic locks, we'll be using the keyed system. And they are leaving. Fortunately, they're being nice and leaving the old lock cylinders with us. And he's giving us all the information of who supports their systems now for HVAC and the other different types of systems they have. The generator was there from when we had the school, and that hadn't changed. And I think, Nathan, you may have mentioned that generator's about at end of life.
Yeah, that was put in 98 or 99, I believe it was, and it's a very minimal. It will support the building for heat and lights, bare minimum.
Right, because we're going to have to add,
yeah, you're going to need
capacity, for us,
much bigger.
So I was happy they were leaving the cameras, because they're really hard to climb over things and get up and mount new cameras, and so we're fortunate in that notion. Although some of the cameras may be fairly old, I don't know if because we actually, I think, how long ago it was, maybe it was 10 or more years ago, we put the exterior cameras in place. The town did. So anybody have any questions about the different things that they're taking and leaving?
Good.
I don't have a question about that, but I do have a question about something else, if I can speak.
Sure.
I'm wondering why you chose the room that you did and not across the hall, just out of curiosity.
Because of the size of the room and the ceilings. We wanted to have something, it's really important to have, when you're in a room that you're gonna broadcast from, and light. Right now, it's horrible, you know, where it is now. And you wanna get your lighting and stuff off the, you know, the lower level where the people are. And the same with the cameras, you wanna get them up a little bit higher so you can have better views of what's going on.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. The support room.
Oh, the support room.
Yeah,
We
I'm
had
just a curiosity question.
because it's close, and so the person that's running the meetings will be there. And if he has to, you know, I mean, it could be across the other way, you know, across the hall the other way. As long as it's fairly close to the room, so that the person that's in there, he has to run in and fix a mic or do something. He doesn't have to run halfway through the school. Yeah, no.
That makes
doesn't matter.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
it
I
doesn't
just was
really matter.
curious if there was a specific reason why.
No, that
okay.
was on the same level. It wasn't, you didn't have to run downhill because you know that room goes down in, if you're up top, you have to run either down the stairs or run down the ramp to get to the bottom. So
Yes,
it doesn't
there's
matter.
that.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, that was all just curiosity.
Yeah.
Kevin, I have a similar question, well, related to what Kayla just asked. If this space for some reason were determined to be better suited to some other need, is there another space in the Jordan Small building where this would work?
At least two, I would say you'd have to, I think there's some of the rooms, I can't remember, they have partitions between them.
Some do, yeah, I believe.
And if you were to do that, you'd lose the height, which is
The height,
kind
yeah.
of important. But you could, I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't put it in one of those rooms that you could take the partitions out and have, because I think, and at least in my opinion, that we wanted a room where you can have more than 40 people in it.
Right.
And usually 10 of those are the people up front, so you can really only have 30 people come in for a meeting. And when I was listening to you guys talk earlier, and you said, well, yeah, we'd like to have a nice big meeting center where we could do these things and have activities that you could, you know, have live camera, you know, on and broadcast them and you know, film them. So I think, you know, that's what I was thinking.
So basically, this space that you're showing us would take less to change and for that intended use than other spaces might, and other spaces might not be quite as ideal as this space in terms of the height, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
got it. Okay, thanks.
I know it seems like, well, you're taking the biggest space, you know, but.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. It's just, you know, trying to stay flexible in terms of trying to figure out the best suggestions to be making in terms of this.
I mean, and that's what you guys are here for anyway, is to make, you know, those decisions on how that space should be used. But as I listened to the different things as we've been going along, somebody wanted to have, or most of the people like to have one big space for a meeting area. And I think that's really the primary place to have it.
Yep.
All right.
Did you guys take a tour of the town office?
We did.
Did you go down into the dungeon?
No, Nathan wouldn't let us down in there.
You did, so you didn't get to see where the computer racks are now down in the basement.
Right.
Yeah, or I have the fun of actually, and it actually looks pretty nice underneath the whole building now because they came in and they put plastic on everything. But Nathan and I and Eric have crawled on the dirt underneath there, running cables. It's a sad thing.
I can imagine. What's the humidity like under there?
Yeah,
It's not great.
Not great.
Not great. But they did some, like I said, some improvements in the front underneath.
Yeah,
it's got plastic under there now. Yeah.
In the old section, we did a mold abatement, and when they got done, they lined it all with a thick plastic.
Yeah, I've seen that done in a few places.
But trying to run cables, and Nathan knows this, it's just horrible to try, in a building that's that old is not optimal, and especially up in the ceiling.
Right. Is it a full height basement or?
The part of the newer section is the part underneath the old section's crawl space. That, geez, must have been 90, I think, 80, somewhere between 88 and 88 and 90. That back section where code enforcement is, Joe's office is, that's all portable classroom that was out. They were out back here. They grabbed one of those and added it on, but that's all full height basement there. And that's where his server room is tucked over in a corner. We had to fur it up off the floor 6-8 inches because the water runs through the basement.
I used to have one of those basements.
Yeah. Kayak across the floor down there if you want.
Dehumidifier.
Oh, yeah, that's where the record room is, too.
Right.
Actually, there are 2 record rooms down there. And as you said, the dehumidifier there, the dehumidifier is going constantly in those rooms.
I can imagine. Wow. All right, does anybody else have questions for Kevin?
Kevin, I'd just like to thank you for all the work you did getting that proposal together that we looked at last week. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, and we're all going to be quite busy on this project for quite a while.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for tonight for presenting and giving us this information.
Yeah, do you have this drawing in online like this so you can put it up when you guys are having your meeting?
I do have a copy of it. Yes.
Okay.
It's totally the one that I sent you and Eric the other day. It's the same one. That's the only one that I have.
Okay, I don't know if you want it in, I have it in DWG format because I converted the PDF to, that format. And actually, this is Visio format that I'm presenting right now. And we converted, so we were able to convert the PDF drawing into something that we could actually use. So I don't know if you want to get a copy of that or not.
Sure, wouldn't hurt at all. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Ken, would that be a better format to send the department heads if they were to kind of make kind of notes on where they were thinking of classrooms they're using and things like that?
It depends on the tools they have, right? Because you can make notes on PDFs too.
Okay.
I don't know what, it depends what they have on their desktop.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Ready.
So I think, right away we're, with the first 2 presentations, we're going to see that there's some overlap in what, vision this group is going to be dealing with. So one of the things I asked for is this is a larger size of the Jordan Small Middle School. And I thought at some point, to start with, we could use one as a doodle pad to kind of start to lay out and give us a visual as to where there's some overlap. And then we can start to see things from there. So what I'll try to do, I think, is get a table set up for next time and maybe some colored pencils, and we can have like a workshop where we get to color some of this in. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with having a little color time. All right. So next on the agenda, Joe, I think this one was kind of for you to start talking to some of the heads of the other departments and get them to do something similar for us to their visualization of use of Jordan Small.
Yeah, I'll send that email out tomorrow. Do you have a preference on how you want that laid out, or does it matter if they do it by computer, by hand?
I think either's fine.
Either's fine, okay.
Because I think we'll collect what we're receiving so far. Like we've got the one for the library and we've got Kevin's now. And when we get to marking up a sheet, we'll just kind of compile them.
Perfect. I'll email that out to the department heads tomorrow then.
All right. Do you know roughly how many that will be?
Three. Me, Bruce, library,
Be 5.
5.
Yeah, 5 minus,
Do we need Bruce? He's kind of standalone right now, isn't he?
Right.
I guess we could send it, see what he's thinking.
See what he's thinking. Maybe he's got something in mind that we don't know about,
Yeah.
right?
I know they have servers as well, Kevin, if you're still here, so don't know if that's a transition for,
No, that's, yeah, so, and that's what, if, in the thing I sent out is, we have will have two primary server rooms, and it's really important that we do, because what we do right now is we do backups locally at each location, and then we back up off-site. So if either building goes down, in a disaster situation, we can recreate the other building's servers and files within, a couple of days. It just takes a while, and in the future, like I said in that document, is we're going to try to implement what's called a hot spare. So each building will have a server that's running, duplicating the other server. So if you lost it immediately, within seconds, you'd be able to come up in the other building and not lose any downtime. And that's all because we have this fiber project in place that we're doing that will enable us to have that kind of connectivity. So there's a real benefit for the fiber.
Kevin, do you see anything changing as far as the safety building, or would all that equipment stay there?
No, that would all stay there. That's actually, I don't know if you've been in there, that's a beautiful server room, and that's what we're kind of hoping it'll look like, when we finish up here. It's, they created, where the captain's office is in there?
Yes.
So right in that same room, there's another room that they put a wall in, and we've got 2 racks of servers in that room. So.
All right. Good. All right. The next item is to follow up on tours of Wyndham and Westbrook municipal centers. I was able to get a hold of Greg Post from Westbrook, and he's very excited about having us come and give us a tour of his facility. His availability is pretty much wide open, so I guess we just need to kind of compare calendars and figure out when we would be able to go and take a look at that. I'm assuming everybody still would like to do that.
Yes.
We want to try for this week.
I cannot do Wednesday or Thursday this week.
Thank you.
Is the select board this week?
Next week.
Next week?
Next Tuesday, yeah. Would it make sense to go before our meeting on Monday, or?
Yeah, I can't go tomorrow, so Friday?
I can't go Friday. I can't go tomorrow. I can't go anything this week.
Next Monday?
Try for next Monday?
That works for me.
That'll work?
Yeah.
Time.
Right, do we want to try to do something similar, Joe, and take the shuttle over?
Yeah, we could do that.
Meet here I'll try to set it up. We meet here at 3:15 and
Yeah.
get there by whatever, 4-ish or whatever.
Around 4. And then you want to go a little bit earlier just so we don't, just in case we hit traffic?
Yeah, that'll be tight for
Probably
the
a
6
good
o'clock
idea.
meeting.
Yeah.
Do like 2:15 meet, get there for 3?
Sounds good.
So that's the 12th, Monday the 12th?
Yeah.
It is.
12th.
And meet here or town hall? Here, you're thinking is better?
Actually, it's Monday, so we could do town hall if that's,
Whichever. I mean, whatever's easier.
but I guess let's do it here, just in case.
Okay.
Okay.
We can make the meeting right after.
What time?
We'll meet at 2:15 at the broadcast studio.
I did also take a quick look at the Westbrook webpage for their facility. And I just printed it off real quick. I'll pass this around, but these are like all the things they got listed on there. I mean, it's huge. So it's going to be another overwhelming tour of what they've done.
Westbrook wasn't a school, though, was it?
Yeah, I think it was the school.
Was it a school?
Yeah, I think it was when they built the middle school.
This is junior high.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
so
was a
bigger
former
building.
school.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, the public
It's a
safety
reco-
building was new then, yeah.
They have a pool there, too.
Thank you.
And if he can't do it Monday, we still would like to see it before the meeting. Is there literally no time we can all make it this week?
Sounds like it would be pretty tight.
And I could pass on it, but I can't. I've got too much this week.
Is there any day you couldn't meet, Sue? Like if we had to go earlier next
This
week?
week?
This week?
Friday's wide open, and, let's see. And after 2 on Thursday, the 8th. 8th after Tuesday, all day the 9th.
Joe, you said Wednesday and Thursday are definitely out.
Yeah, and Tuesday.
Right?
Tomorrow.
I can't do Tuesday either, so Friday would be a possibility.
day.
I would have to,
Well, I wouldn't be.
I'd have to check on Friday, make sure we don't have any plans, but I tentatively could do that.
Friday.
I
Grace,
can do Friday.
Deb, you can do Fridays?
Yeah, I might be able to meet you there if it's late afternoon.
Okay.
In the afternoon, maybe that's the way. I'm down in Biddeford in the afternoon, so.
Okay.
So we're switching it, the Westbrook to Friday?
That's our backup, I think. If he can't, if we can't do, if
Okay.
Greg Post,
Oh, if he
Westbrook
can't
can't do Monday, then Friday would be our
I
backup.
got it, okay.
Our rain check is kind of working in reverse from, instead of going forward.
It's a good-
Excuse me. And Joe, did you have a chance to follow up with Wyndham at all?
I have not, and I wanted to clarify kind of the action item on that. Do you want me to reach out to see more of how they are approaching this? Or do you want us to go and look at the middle school as far as their middle school and what they're thinking?
I'm not sure I understand.
With Wyndham. So
Yeah.
you want to reach out to that committee, the Wyndham Middle School Building Committee, similar to us?
Oh, so they have a project in process as well, or?
They have a committee as well, kind of similar to this as well, that's looking at the middle school as a
There's a
potential for
Current middle school that's going to turn over because of the.
community center, library.
Ah.
So they're going through a similar process.
But
as
do they
we
already
are.
have a facility as well?
Yes, but it's old as well. So it's Old Town, I think it's the high school, right?
Yeah, it was the old high
Yeah,
school.
old high school.
How
Very
far,
old high school.
very old, how far along are they in their process?
That's what I was going to reach out to. I know they formed it probably a few months before ours. So
There's a very good write-up on the town's website of what their charter is. It's much more expansive than what this committee is doing. It's the whole thing.
Yeah,
It's
thanks.
evaluating costs and engineering and things like that. But it really clarifies what it is they're trying to do. And it's open-ended.
I don't know, I guess maybe would it make sense to actually meet with their committee,
Open meeting, yeah.
since they're right in the middle of it, or maybe like a month or two ahead of us?
Yeah, I think it'd be good I can reach out to their chair and see if we can come to one of our meetings or Zoom in or kind of talk about how they're approaching this as well.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Have them come here?
Well, let's talk to them first and see what they're doing, and, I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We don't
Yeah.
know how far they've gotten, or...
Right.
If they've got any minutes of any meetings they've had so far, if
I
we
didn't
all
see
just took a
anything.
look. No, there wasn't anything
Good
yet.
thought, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about at our last meeting was getting additional clarification of the Jordan Small Middle School Vision Committee, the task and the mission, such as the use of the Jordan Small Middle School space, and also future use of vacated buildings such as the library. I did reach out to Rolf myself. I sent him an email. I did not hear anything back yet. So I need to follow up with him. I don't know if, Joe, you had a chance to talk to anybody, or?
No, not as far as the vacated possible buildings, municipal buildings, things like that. Nathan is our facilities guy, but I don't think we have any definitive plans or.
Right. So Nathan, I think what we kind of were looking at is that, our charter basically is to come up with a bunch of ideas, what the vision is for Jordan Small Middle School. But as we started talking, we starting to recognize that maybe our mission is a little broader than that, because the departments that are coming more to the front and looking for space are going to vacate buildings potentially. And we feel like there may be some responsibility on us to include that as part of our reporting out, that these buildings will be vacated, what their potential is. So as an example, like on the town hall, from your perspective, is that if we vacate that building as part of our vision, is there a future for that building as far as there's a resale? Is there repurpose for the town? Is it demolish?
I don't think demolished. I think it's I think both of those, repurpose or a sale on that one. This building here, demolish. This is sitting on cinder blocks. It was a temporary building they put in here 30 years ago. The library, I would say one or the other, sell or repurpose.
Okay.
Both that building's in pretty decent shape. The town office isn't condemned. It's just, it's kind of at its, I don't even know how to approach that.
Well, you scared me a little bit with your
Yeah.
original description, so that's why.
I think that, in my personal opinion, that building's got some potential for some other service. I don't see it as a municipal building. And I think you're right. I think the committee should look at what's going to happen to these buildings, because these all have a cost for operation. Even if they're sitting empty, they're going to have a cost to the town.
Right.
So I think that's a very important part of it. They need to make a decision of what they're going to do. As far as value, I don't know what I would want to get a professional opinion of what they're worth.
What's the cost of the electric and heating of that town hall?
I can get that for you, but off the
wonder,
top of my
yeah.
head, it's not bad, but it's also a small building.
Yeah, it's not that bad, yeah. I know you put all new windows in there at some point.
Done all new windows. We upgraded the heating system. We put heat pumps in. I think the light bill's running in that building around $450 a month, and I think I'm guessing. I'd rather have the right number.
Is that with the heat pumps? That would include the heat pumps?
The heat pumps didn't change our light bill much. The server room sucks up quite a bit of power downstairs.
Oh, so that'll be gone,
Yeah.
so. And we went into the building, the District 2.
Yep.
Right, down in Main
Yep.
Street. And that must cost some money to heat.
Down in the village?
Yeah.
47? It's not that bad, but we also keep it pretty cold.
You do, yeah. So it's not very.
It's a garage.
Yeah, but you guys work in there. That's your office in there, right?
Yeah, the front office is insulated, and where my office is in the lunchroom, we re-insulated that 7 or 8 years ago, and so it's not that bad. The bays get kind of cold, but we don't. When you're in there, you're working.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
It's not office space out in the bays, and it's a big difference between heating office space and heating a garage where guys are working or people are working in.
Yeah. Do you think about all the heating and electric for all these little buildings with
It'll add up.
it does. It adds up.
Yeah.
So.
And the upkeep and the maintenance on it.
Yeah.
This building is, yeah.
I remember when it was in Mr. Sears' classroom.
Yes, it was, yeah. Yeah, we knocked out.
Looks like Kayla has her hand up.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi, sorry, trying to find the mute button. I think I just want to point out that I think unless we get further clarification, what happens to the other buildings is beyond the scope of this committee. I'm pretty sure, and I was just trying to find the application and/or notes from the meeting in which we were appointed, and it was suggested, to the best of my recollection, that we are just collecting ideas and options for the middle school.
Yeah, I don't think we're thinking of options for the other buildings, just wondering.
Well, my
So I
only
think
thought,
that's what you mean by what do we do with the buildings, correct, is sort of a question of what could they be used for. And I just think that unless that's further clarified for us, that's beyond the scope of the work of this particular committee.
the only thought I have along those lines, though, is, well, the first thought is, if all of the town offices end up at Jordan Small, or if some of the town office ends up at Jordan Small, and that gives the added space that's needed at the current town hall, is there a way to divide certain services without it being confusing to community members which building to go to? But I'm just even looking at the list again of ideas. That could be the food pantry. That could be the medical closet. That sort of, there's some things there that are not, don't need to be at a community center that would give plenty of storage space. Things like that,
Yeah, that's a good point.
you know,
That's
to
a good point.
suggest that, because I'm just, it feels like not everything that we're thinking is going to fit in Jordan Small is going to fit in Jordan Small appropriately.
Yeah.
It might fit, but then people will be saying within a year, we need more space, possibly. So that's just sort of my thoughts as far as keeping those things in mind and trying to address, maybe there's a garbage to garden facility there, I don't know, but those types of things. And if that's a part of what we suggest, you know, the select board can ignore that by all means. They can ignore anything coming out of this community, this committee, I suppose. But the idea is we're just trying to give some starting plans, I guess, not in great detail, but just like, this is one possibility we thought of, this another possibility, trying to take in all the feedback that we've gotten and the input from the surveys that have been done to address as many potential uses as possible.
Right. So kind of along those lines, I guess the library building doesn't seem like it's that old. Is it on a slab for?
That's on a slab. Yeah.
It is. It's in pretty good shape.
It's in decent shape.
Okay. Okay. New business I had here was, so we have an email list that I just kind of wanted to get some clarification on to make sure that I understand who's who, because we have some pretty creative email addresses on our list here that were from the beginning. So I'm not sure who. I have a list that I kind of pulled off the original email that was sent out. I'm not sure who mainracer@gmail is.
Do you want to just send
Bill, I
that
can-
around and
I can,
we'll put our names?
I can get that.
Do that.
So we don't,
I can get a name list for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can, and so we don't have
Decipher
to,
that?
so we don't have to publicly, I don't want to
Right.
publicly give
Address.
private email addresses out, but I can get that for you with the blanket on the form that you guys filled out, so,
Oh, okay.
the committee form, so I'll mark
Do
that.
you want me to email this to you, Joe?
That'd be great too, yeah.
Yeah.
Just make sure cross-reference those.
I just kind of wanted, as I looked at them and I didn't know who was who, I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah.
appropriate that we were sharing information with people we were supposed to. I mean, there was a certain group that was sworn in to be part of this committee, and
Some of those people might not.
There's
be
a lot more
able to
names
do
on this list than got sworn in, so.
Yeah, there are 3 people I thought that have not attended yet.
I saw that.
So
That's
I don't
kinda
know
my-
if they're
was my
staying in the
feeling.
loop or what the deal is, but,
And maybe, that would give me an opportunity to reach out to them to find out if they
Yeah.
are still interested or
So we
not.
can, yeah, we could change the email distribution list if they are
I think it should be
no longer.
appropriate for, the people that are sworn in and part of this committee, the staff members and whatnot.
Thank you.
or 2 people maybe.
do a lot in this place. Well, you know, Westbrook just built this state-of-the-art pickleball.
All right.
Pickleball, I don't know where it is, but it's an indoor pickleball court. Westbrook, have you seen it?
I think the next item I had for new business was for us as a group to start to identify duplicating or existing RSU 14 and library efforts with other departments such as Parks and Recreation. I think we got into that discussion some at our last meeting, but maybe we should formalize that a little bit more and kind of put some arms around it. So I did send you all a copy of the ideas list, what the comprehensive plan had put together, then also everything off of the town webpage for government committees. Some are defunct when you start looking at them. I mean, their last agenda was 2012. So we can kind of like start to consolidate this a little bit, I think, and that would help us, I think, when we get to actually figuring out how Jordan Small Middle School, what we will end up recommending.
Do you want kind of like a list from departments about what activities are being run and kind of where currently, or?
I think that would help.
Okay.
Because I know for like Park and Rec, you guys are spread out probably as much as anybody, right? From
Yeah, we're all
Camp Hines to the church to
all over town. Yes.
yeah, Castle Top.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah, I can get that list from Richard and our system as well, just so you can see everything that's being run currently, and maybe that'll help with, you know, kind of piecing together where to put things as well.
And I think as we fill in our floor plan, if we see overlap, then we can kind of discuss that
Yeah.
at that time too, and that might bring some things up.
That's what I'm hoping
Yeah.
too, that visual will give us the opportunity to kind of decipher some of that.
Right.
Pete, I had thought the same thing that you did, and it was basically after Debbie's library display. A lot of the things we're doing are unique to the library or unique to the town, but when it comes to meeting spaces, it could be anyone. So I just did a quick list of which of the activities were library, which were town, which were rec, and which were, could be anybody. Because I think down the road, the town is going to have to staff appropriately. So if the library's only going to expand X amount over the next 5 years, then they might want the manpower to be moved more towards Parks and Rec or the town office. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer for this, and I think that's just something they can use later. But it was helpful for me to see how much, I mean, not knowing how much Parks and Rec had been doing, it was really helpful to know that you're already doing some of these things in scattered spaces.
I did the same thing too. I took the list and kind of wrote down what I thought rec was overseeing in the library and of course town administration. And I think there's a lot of programming here that can have some collaboration as well. Like library and rec will collaborate a lot more once they're in the same building. So I don't see it as much of an overlap, but more of an opportunity to do some collaboration.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I guess I'm kind of curious, Joe, you know, I mean, as part of our facilities tour, we went and saw the Raymond Village Church and how you guys have really kind of already moved in there.
Yeah.
I mean, how well does that suit Park and Rec, and what is your vision going forward?
Yeah, it's definitely, it has some challenges as far as, I think we talked about right now, the functional space, like the bathroom, stuff like that. So it's tough to get a wheelchair in or get to the first, second floor, and then the second floor. There's a lot of multi-levels there, so it's definitely hard for, I think, senior program. I think just using the vestry level is probably going to be the best bet as far as senior programming. And we've kind of looked at potentially moving our after-school program there, but definitely has some issues as well as far as outdoor space. Right now it's just the parking lot, and then indoor space that could take a toll on the building. So, it kind of has, we talked about pros and cons. It's probably better for smaller programming, as far as like we have chess club there. We have the all-age bingo, things like that aren't kind of, 30 plus participants. I think once you go into that level, then it definitely does not suit it right now. Some challenges.
Plus you're paying rent.
So we're paying rent. Yeah.
Right.
So is it better to say that it's a good temporary solution?
It's good to build some of those pieces. Like we'll have age friendly, kind of their office starting there, so that'll give them some legs to do a little bit more programming, lunch and learns, anything else that we can think of there. So I think it's a good start to build all these things to then potentially move into the Jordan Small.
Okay, so
Or you
it'd
can
be
expand.
temporary, yeah, you're talking about,
It's a
yeah.
good kind of like gateway to
A
that.
2-year gap, so
Yeah.
see what will happen in those 2 years.
Yeah, what programs take off, and that'll be good, though, to do it that way, and then you'll know more.
But it is nice to have the ease of not having to put in a kind of a, it's called School Dude, kind of the reservation process with the school. So that can
Right.
take some time, and we can get bumped if there's, they need the space. So it's been easier kind of program for us there, which we had Jordan Small.
Right.
To ourselves, it's very easy to kind of schedule and program.
So have you started to think about how much space at Jordan Small Schools, Park and Rec would
Yeah, I'm gonna,
that out?
yeah, we're gonna
I
sit
mean,
down
the
with
gym,
Riley
obviously,
tomorrow.
right,
The whole,
Yeah. Some of the spaces,
How
like
many
the breakout
wings?
room.
Yeah, what wing we,
No, yeah, we're gonna sit tomorrow with Riley and I, and we're gonna kind of map it out and kind of brainstorm some of those areas. Because right now we use it a lot. Winter, spring. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what we would use there for all year. Kind of changes our thought process a little bit. So yeah, I'll definitely get that for next meeting.
I guess the next new business item I had on here was food pantry relocation. I think just because we have already started to have some discussion on that, and I wanted to hear a little bit more what folks are thinking. I mean, even tonight, we started talking about, well, geez, Town Hall might be actually a good place for the food pantry. I have not been to the current food pantry. I don't know anything about it, whether it's suitable or if it's, off the beaten path, but.
it's on 302. Lions are sponsoring it because the director of the food pantry is one of the Lions, Gary Bebo. It's cramped. There's literally no space even for the pantry itself. I mean, they have freezers and they stock enough food for 1, maybe 2 pantries. Their requirements with the FDA and USDA are pretty extensive in terms of inventory movement and, keeping on top of the dating. I asked Gary, I asked him a couple questions. One was, would you want to leave the base of the church that it's in? And he said, absolutely, no question.
Okay, that's good to know.
I mean, everything from the space to the parking, somebody's just going to bash into somebody. I'm surprised it
I've been
hasn't.
in there, and
hasn't
if
happened.
you have more than 2, you got to pull over here, and then when this person goes up to get their stuff, then you've got to back over here. And it's
Yeah, it's really tight in there,
a little
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
So I also asked him if he would, and this was just an informational question, would you be interested in this falling under the auspices of the town? And he said, I'd be happy if the town or anyone else would take this over. Gary is 100% volunteer. He
He's been
spends 30 hours a week there. It was a lot more when it was 2 pantries a month. Now it's just the 1 because of the space constraints. We talked about what we're trying to do up at the school and what other buildings might be available. The library was his number 1 choice. If there is a way to use that space, he could conceivably go back to a walkthrough scenario where people can pick their own things, because one of the problems they have is that you get what you get. You know, there can be 5 kids in your family, or you're 2 seniors, and you'll get the same jar of juice and cereal. So if people can pick what they need based on what we have, then that might eliminate some of the items that we don't need to carry anymore, and make it more user-friendly. The library is ideal with the in and out. It's got great parking, would be great.
Right next to the community garden.
He also said,
That's a good point.
he also said that, he also said that, what did he say? A lot of the clientele is from the village area.
I was going to ask that. Okay.
Which
yeah, I was
surprised me.
wondering. No,
Because
it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Oh,
So he
that's
thought
good
that
information.
that would be really, really helpful too for people getting there. They do have an issue with people having to get rides.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the people that volunteer there. So I'm plugging that on his behalf. It's a great program. I did look into what other towns do with the food pantry, and I did not see any formal tie with the town. It can certainly sponsor it, like the Lions are sponsoring it, but in terms of it being a town department, I didn't see that anywhere in Maine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would save him, because he comes out in all weather with his little clipboard. Do you want this? Do you want this? He's in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
He could stay inside, yeah.
He also has deliveries from Good Shepherd that maneuvering in that
Oh, wow.
is interesting. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing, but there has to be nobody else in the parking lot
Yeah, right.
when they're coming in. So, I mean, it would just be ideal for him. It would give him space, it would give him some office space, or whoever took it over. And it could possibly also be used somehow with another food-related thing that we come up with.
Or maybe the loan closet, maybe.
Yeah, or he could go back to 2 days a month
Yeah.
if he found that was needed. I have people that I have to give food to, because that month is so long.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's a surprising need in this town.
Interesting.
That's good information. Thank you. That's.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was looking for.
Good.
I think it's powerful.
Yeah, it would in the village. Yeah.
It would be a really nice thing for the town.
Especially after you did all that work to the
Yeah, well,
walkway.
we
Yeah.
just did a handicap ramp.
That's
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Just did a good job on it.
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, it was interesting. This past week, I was actually making a delivery up in Farmington, and it just so happens where I was delivering was right next door to the school where they have their food pantry. And that day was food pantry day, and it was unbelievable, the cars coming in. It was like a huge revolving door.
Wow.
So
Where was this?
if it's available, they'll come, right?
Where?
Farmington.
Oh, Farmington.
Yeah, Farmington. Yeah. Great. So next line item I had on here was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I guess one piece of that is this, and I'm really open to any ideas that others have as far as, you know, how do we get this information to so that it's usable information. I just don't want to dump a bunch of paper on them.
I would start with maybe a mission statement or a purpose statement,
Yeah,
and definitely a visual
yeah. Okay.
for a proposal.
And maybe once we mark this up or get this into a more usable format, could be part of it.
Right, because then we'll say, based on our mission statement and this proposal, that will accommodate these program services needs that have been expressed or that we know are out there for the community. And I really would like us to emphasize community center, not municipal building.
Right.
I think we'll get a lot further if we really focus on its community-driven space.
Right.
Yeah, because our middle schoolers are going down to Wyndham, and we want to keep them back up here. So if we had some things for them.
Yes,
that.
and inclusive of all ages. It's not just a senior center, it's not just a little kids' daycare center, it's for everyone in the community.
Right.
I think too, that was something that stood out at Gorham, was the way they segregated the entrances with the really nice facade for the municipal building. So anything customer facing, you knew where to go. If you were there for a program, you were there coming into the Rex area. I thought that was very helpful.
Right, and I left Jordan Small Middle School visioning idea boxes in RES and Jordan Small, and I'm picking them up on Friday. So I'm hoping, the teachers, and maybe they've involved their students, what they'd like to see. So I'll compile something over the weekend, and I'll get it to you by the
Thanks, Deb.
weekend.
Great.
I'm wondering if we could pull it together that we give them some sort of presentation, and that can include things that we've received from Kevin and the library and any other departments. And then Rec did their own, sorry for the dog, did their own survey, and they had a bunch of slides based on their responses. I think if we compiled all that information and the ideas and wish lists all together, that would be the best way to present it to the select board.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably should do a little blurb on our process,
Right.
how we came to our proposal or our vision.
So I just want to ask, are most of you feeling that this will all work in one proposal versus here's one idea and here's another possible idea, especially, I guess I'm just, maybe when I see it, maybe everything will fit just fine that we're all been talking about, but again, what are the priorities if it doesn't all fit somehow? And what are some alternatives so that, this proposal addresses these wants and needs, this proposal addresses these. That's just the only thing I'm hesitant to say, here's a proposal.
Well, what would be the priority? I mean, we just talked about the food pantry and maybe the loan closet already, thinking about maybe that would go into another building. The priority of what needs to be in this building, the town hall, I suspect, for sure. I mean, I think that's a given. The library, and then rec. So, I mean, and then after that, there may not be room for everything. I mean, it's
going to fill up.
It's going to fill up, and, and certainly the town, municipal, they need to be all under one roof, don't you think? I mean, we don't want to spread them out all over the
I
town.
would think the town office, you'd want them in one location.
Yeah, right.
Just
Yeah.
for the convenience for the people coming in there.
Yeah, so that was the whole idea. Raymond needed a new town hall. I mean, they've been talking about it for 10 years or more. More than that.
Yeah.
And so when this opportunity came up, I think, really, the town hall was top of the list.
So we started off asking the question, what is a community center? Will those three entities being in that space, if they all fit, is that a community center? Is there a place for people to just gather? Is there a place for a community meal? Is there a place for, because rec has a temporary location right now and is using this, had been using some of the school facilities, et cetera. So that, and even in the list at the very top of what you compiled, Pete, community center, although again, what is that? Recreation is there, and that does address a variety of ages. Library addresses a variety of ages. I'm not trying to say the town hall isn't a priority, because we heard loud and clear, space is needed, but I wondered if, could code enforcement be in a separate building without that being too disruptive to the operations? Just some thinking like that. I don't know. Maybe that would be too disruptive and wouldn't work, but.
Well, until we hear how much square footage town hall needs, or feels they need, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know yet what rec's coming back with.
Right.
For their needs, so I'm not worrying about Plan B yet.
But it's something to think about, for sure.
Yep.
Right, because I had also thought maybe that, and maybe this wouldn't be clear enough as part of our task, but if we have things that are overlapping, we show that these things overlap, and then that next group has to figure out how to divide and conquer.
Right.
Because, that was, like you said, one of the things that came from our visit to Gorham was they had a professional architect who came in and took everybody's ideas, and then they created the plan, the vision, and made everything work for everybody and fit their needs. I don't know if the town is planning on hiring an architect or not.
And that could be part of our proposal.
I would assume they would. When we did the town garage, we hired an architect firm to come in and do a needs assessment of what, they came around, measured all the space we have. We sat down, one meeting we had with them was to go over all the spaces that I felt we needed. And they did the needs assessment, and they designed the building we had proposed off that needs assessment. I would assume that would be the same process with this. This would take a firm to come in and meet with all the department heads that are going to be involved in it, with our wish list and with the next committee, and say, this is what we want or what we think we need, and they'll take it from there. And then they'll come back, and I would think that's the way it would work. And then it would be up to the committee and the town to whittle away what we don't do, what we do, and how they do it.
All right, that sounds good. Appreciate the discussion. I think for next time, because we're running out of time, I would like to have everybody continue to think about community center and what they vision as community center. And I think I'll try to get like a easel and a pad of paper, and we'll just brainstorm community center.
I think
and write out as many
I think
ideas.
there's one here.
Yeah, we've got the easel.
Is there one here?
There's one down at the town office.
Okay, that would be great.
I guess just real quick, because that's the comp plan, that was a comp plan survey that was saying community center. Kayla, was there any more detail on that survey about the community center wants and needs when you guys surveyed?
No, it was done by pom-poms, so
Pom-poms.
there was not any other details given, and some of the other needs for the use, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, were childcare. Was another thing that was asked for, but no, there was no details.
Okay. Just don't want to duplicate that if we don't have to.
Right. No, that's a good point. Thanks, Joe. So next meeting is May 12th. We're going to meet here at 2:15 for our tour down to Westbrook. Hopefully that'll work out, and I will let everybody know as soon as I hear back from Greg. Do we also want to have our 6 o'clock meeting on Monday?
Well, I think we're getting presented with some plans from other departments.
Yeah, that would be good. So
I would like to see those.
So we all know no meeting the May 19th, so that'd be 2 weeks.
So we
don't
should
have
try to
so
do as much as we can.
Oh, we scheduled it for the
Monday.
22nd, didn't we, that meeting?
Yes.
So we'll plan on having our 6 to 7:30 next week as well, next
Good.
Monday. All right.
Back to Pete.
Any public comments? Is there anybody on Zoom from the public?
No one?
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Yep.
Committee's comments.
My husband's watching on Zoom.
Anybody last words? Can I have a motion to adjourn? All good? All approve? Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item that we have on our agenda is the minutes from last meeting, May 5th. Has everybody had a chance to review those? Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to
I
accept?
have a motion, we accept.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor? Unanimous.
I also approve.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, let's get into the business end of things. So for old business, we did go to the Westbrook Community Center on Friday. And real quick, I'll make one distinction. So we went to the Gorham, which was the municipal facility, and this was the community center. And you could see a difference, in my opinion, that this was, Westbrook was focused more on setting their facility up to be a community center. And didn't have as, for example, they had originally planned on putting the town offices in that facility, but Parks and Recreation and Community quickly took over, and there was no longer any room for the town offices. They do lease out quite a few spaces to create revenue for the town, and that was pretty interesting to see how that all worked. Based on what Greg told us, their leasing rate, their rental rate is more than fair as far as being competitive and attracting people to come and use that space. Some of them start out small. As an example, they have a dance room there, and she started out with 6 students. One dropped out, so she had 5. She now has over 100. So things do seem to grow quickly. We did get quite a package from Greg. This is what they put together every week to kind of highlight what's going on. That's a lot of information. It includes a floor plan of the school and how it's used. If anybody is interested in that or hasn't had a chance to see it, it's pretty nice facility. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments? Hey, Grace?
So I have a confession to make. I believe it was Kayla that at our first meeting talked about the potential for revenue from using Jordan Small School, and in my head I felt a little negative about that thought, not thinking that that was really something that would be of community service. But after seeing what Westbrook has done, I've totally changed my mind. So my apologies for having thought negatively of that idea. The places that we're renting the spaces were all things that help support the community in various ways, and makes it very convenient. It's right there and usable and brings in some revenue. It almost offset the cost of running the facility. I think he said it was like $900,000 that he brings in revenue from not just rentals, but also, I assume, from fees and things. And it cost $1.1 million to run it. Right. So it really was substantial. And I didn't see any organizations or groups or anything that were renting spaces that wouldn't be something of interest to somebody in this community, to groups. I'm seeing other heads nod. So I'd like to kind of keep that thought in mind going forward.
Yeah, and they mentioned that they really vet who they lease to make sure that there's some common mission goals and things there. So, and they're really partnering with those organizations or small businesses that they bring into that building. So cross-promoting programming and collaborating. So it seems like it's working very well for them.
I would agree with that. I think it was the American Red Cross that was in twice a week. Westbrook is a town that's big enough to support that, and we're likely not, but to have that sort of, that building set up for that use, or that room set up for that use, I think, does a lot for the program. The other thing I really liked was how, just specifically the community gardens, they had partnered via a grant with Home Depot, I believe it was, and they paid for the materials, and then they engaged other volunteers to build everything. But the partnership aspect to what they did really, it spoke a lot to the community feel we're trying to really make happen here.
Could add one more piece to the Westbrook thing, because Pete, you sent us talk about a mission. And I did come across, although I couldn't find it on the Westbrook Community Center site, although it's probably there somewhere, but it was under the United Way site. The Westbrook Community Center has a description of what they do. And I'm just going to read a piece of it. Through collaboration, partnering, and working together, we offer an array of community services that address the needs of persons young and old and help them find and access resources that enrich their lives. Our goal is to promote self-sufficiency and foster health and well-being. And development of the community center has been a community effort. Ideas and involvement came from all different groups and individuals. What simply needed to be done was to unlock the doors, and then came the creativity and activities, and there's more. I'll send it around later. I just came across it, and I thought that was something that we might think about for ourselves as well. But anyway, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Grace. I did take a few pictures while we were there, too, and I'll pass them around so people want to take a look. There's actually a few of Gorham, and the rest are Westbrook. Yeah, those were from Gorham, but one of the neat spaces was this toddler space that they rent out for $250 for birthdays. So, if anybody want to take a look, and I'll pass them around.
They also, for anything that was perhaps something that people would want to keep confidential, the food pantry and their thrift shop, which looked like a mini Goodwill, it was really nice. They both have outside doors, so they don't need to interact with people otherwise in the building, which I thought was nice for privacy.
All right. I actually think we hit on most of what I had written down for notes with the discussion, so that's great. Next thing, head of town departments for space utilization. Floor plan for town hall. So Nathan, you already told me that you're working on it.
Correct.
And we will see that eventually soon, I hope. And just give us an idea of what that space looks like. But having gone to the Jordan Small School, those rooms are much bigger than I had realized when we looked at that today. I mean, there's some big spaces there. Head of town departments for space utilization of the Jordan Small Municipal Floor Plan. Town offices. So Melanie did send a write-up of things. I was hoping that we would see a floor plan of some type. I don't know if that's something you can help facilitate, Joe. What they would like to see carved out, just their vision. We did get one from code enforcement, and he included planning and assessing. So we know roughly how much space they're looking for. Based on just a few brief discussions, that's probably not the location where we're going to recommend, but it does give us some guidance, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and when talking with Chris, he said, obviously, 2 rooms configured, and then he said using the hallway space too for all the permanent documents and stuff like that as well. So hopefully it'd be front facing in the lobby, what you will need more.
Right.
So that was one thing he wanted me to make sure to mention.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the comments that stands out for me from Melanie was that code enforcement and assessing need to be close to where the town clerks are because they interact pretty regularly.
So maybe I'll jump in here. I'm not sure where else it will fit in the agenda. I suppose it's here. I have a question. When I saw some of that, especially when I saw the code enforcement kind of saying these 2 rooms kind of a thing, is it predetermined the town hall is going to move to the Jordan Small space? Is that already a done deal, or are we open to not having that be one of the suggestions?
I don't think so. There's been talk of it, but there's been no official vote on it or anything like that. It's been anecdotally talked about. And I think that's where this committee and the next committee will come in and say yes or no.
Right.
Well, yeah, so it just feels like there are statements being made and thoughts being shared that it's a done deal, in which case I'm wondering what we're doing. Because we're really trying to vision and think about what's the best possible use for something that's coming back to the town. Understood. Everybody needs more space. Town hall needs more space. There was talk, I forget how long ago, Sue mentioned it at the last meeting, I believe, of building a new town hall at one point that the town didn't go for. There's also the question of the potential new public works building that is needed that committee hasn't met yet, I don't think.
No.
And so might that incorporate something more that the town needs? I don't know. I'm just trying to, especially after seeing Westbrook, and I know it's an entirely different situation in terms of the demographics and the size of the town, but it really felt like it was a community center, as somebody said earlier, that it was a place where all sorts of people from the community went for all different kinds of reasons and had something there for just about everybody and could gather together. And that was really why I wanted to be on this committee, because that's what I think this town is hoping to have. So
I think that's why the committee was formed. They're looking for that feedback. So I've never heard in a public meeting at all. It's been amongst the department heads in the town office, and we talked about a community center, and we've talked about town office, but nothing's concrete at all.
So my other question then is what is the process actually? So this committee will make a recommendation, or possibly more than one possibilities, to the select board, and then what? The select board they said the next step was an implementation committee, which I would hope some of us would continue on and sort of having that bridge. Who ultimately makes the decision? It should be the people of the town of Raymond, in my mind, that would be voting on whatever is going forward. They certainly have to vote on whatever costs might be involved, and there'll be some costs at least, right?
I would think 100% that it'd be the taxpayers of Raymond that would going to essentially vote on what plan is brought forward to them, to what it's been, what it will become.
Okay.
I really appreciate the discussion, Grace, because I do think that, we're still trying to figure that out as far as what is this committee going to present back to the town. I think we're getting closer, but I think we still got some visioning to do.
So we've been meeting weekly, as well as taking tours, which has taken a lot of time from a lot of folks, most of all other people around the table other than I, but still all of us. And we were given 60 days. Can we extend that to really come up with good recommendations? What would that take? Was that just a proposal, or can we say we need a little more time?
Well, let's first talk around the room. Do people feel like we need more time?
I think if we're going to be getting into things like a visioning statement or a mission statement or what community service or what a community center is, we will need more time. The impression I got when we started was that we were really just at a very simple level identifying what we think could be in the community center. So I think it's our decision whether we put the town office there, but that doesn't have to be taken by the select board or anyone else.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the original charge from the select board was to find as many possibilities, the dreams, the wishes, anything that could go into this building, any possibility. And then the next, once we're done with this charge, is the next committee is going to be more of the building committee, as far as being in charge of figuring out what can go in there and what should. So I think as long as we keep piling as many ideas as possible and not limiting those, I think that'll make this next board a little bit easier to figure out those type of things.
Sure.
I'm truly not trying to derail the agenda here.
Not at
But
all.
again, it's like, where will this fit that I can bring this up? So what also occurred to me was, is there some way to capture what organizations, groups, et cetera, other than the ones we already are aware of, that would like to rent a space in that building for, that is something along the lines of helping the community, it's something that's of interest to the community. What might there be? Is there some way to capture that? I'm not sure if there are any or many, but I think that might be another thing to try to do if anyone has an idea around that.
And I'm wondering, do we want to go to that level of detail to actually try to survey or whatever those people, or do we want to set aside space in our plan and say that our vision is that these spaces will be used for whatever. And, just before the meeting, I was having a discussion with Bill because he had a discussion with somebody else, and it's, I'll have to go down through his notes a little bit more detail, but it's called business incubators. And that's basically what they do is they create space so that businesses can come in. They do have some contingency, such as if we either, let you use some space or lease you some space. The idea is that eventually that business, if it prospers, will stay within the town. It's kind of like a pay. So some really good ideas.
One of them a mushroom farm by any extent. I wondered, knowing his interest, sorry.
I think the sky's the limit on what could potentially happen. I mean, it could be, electronics type things, or it could be hands-on type things. And then today during the tour at the Jordan Small, the kitchen in there is fabulous. I mean, that's definitely a commercial grade kitchen. I've seen a few, as my wife has worked in a few different kitchens as a chef and a culinary art person, and she would love to work in that space. And so would my son, who is also a chef. So I think that I see a lot of possibilities there for community as far as community dinners, maybe even getting a hold of some of the local chefs and having a cook-off between some chefs or something. I mean, getting people involved in something like that.
Cool.
May I? Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, Kayla. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Join the discussion.
Yes.
There's been a lot said in the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if I can organize my thoughts so well, but I will try. And I think, again, this has already been stated, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is our mission. But I think maybe if we try not to complicate it too much, it really is as simple as us bringing all of these ideas forward. And we give them the information collected from the surveys. We present that in the prettiest way we can. But I think realistically, it's important to remember this is going to take years to come together. We won't even get the building for until 2027. Right. And there's going to be a lot more public input involved, and select board direction and further committee work. And I think the work that this committee has done thus far is amazing, and a lot of effort's been put into it. And I think we just package up all those ideas, including, could it be used for town space? Absolutely, it could be, right? But I think ultimately that's going to come down to the select board and public input. So our job really is just to bring all this information together and try to package it nicely for the select board. That's my opinion, anyway.
That's good. Thank you, Kayla. All right. So I guess if I move on with what we got here on the agenda, Parks and Recreation. Joe, have you had a chance to really look at the floor plan and put your thoughts together on that?
Yes, Ryan and I did sit together and map it out. We're going to put it on a digital format because we scribbled a little too much. It wasn't as clear, so we'll get that by next meeting for sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then follow up on discussion with Wyndham New Building Committee. Have you had a chance to do?
I have not been able to do that.
Okay.
I will.
Is that something you want help with? Or
that'd be great.
You have a
because I did
contact?
look. The contacts aren't. They have the committee list of people on there.
And those are on their webpage?
It's on their webpage, but there was no email address, so I think maybe starting with town manager Barry Tibbetts might be the best approach, and he can kind of direct us to the chair and connect us that way.
Okay.
I can get that information if you want.
All right, I'll follow up with him if you like.
Thank you, Pete. That'd be great.
The charge, along with the list of folks, is on the website as well. If you
okay.
want to even have that, I'll.
Great. Thank you, Grace.
Just poking around.
Good. Okay. just lost my thought for a second there. As far as more time, I'll call Rolf and just let him know what this committee is talking about and see if I can get a sense from him on whether, one, we just go ahead and package up what we've come up with, or if he wants us to try to provide a little more detail on whether or not he wants us to take more time as a select board or not. Then we'll just kind of get a feedback from him. Let's see.
I still don't see a select board meeting scheduled in June. I think it's possibly because
the town meeting's
town meeting, yeah.
It's on their agenda for tomorrow night. It's at the bottom. They have future meeting dates. Okay. I think it's June, whatever the Tuesday is after Election Day.
Yeah, I think we're pushing it away from the election. So I think that's to be determined tomorrow.
So that by default gives us more time right there.
Right. Plus, we're going to have probably some new members on the select board to deal with as well. So, yeah, we may get an extension just because we have to work through the logistics of that.
And please, I'm not suggesting that everybody wants to be on a committee forever. Didn't sound like that.
And Grace, thank you, because I was under the impression that the town hall was moving. That I've heard and then I assumed. So I'm really glad you brought it up.
Right. Yeah, me too, because I was kind of leaning in that direction as well. I mean, just from the tour we had today, we were kind of scoping out spaces and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think anything is in stone for sure. So the next thing is really use of the Jordan Small Middle School. So if everybody wants to, for a little bit of an exercise here, I do have one of the floor plans, and I've started to mark it up with some of the information we've received for wish lists. Again, not saying that that's necessarily the way it's going to be, but just a place to kind of get our visual going on different things. So if we want to, we can take a walk over to the table.
I'm going to bring out a couple of wireless microphones for you.
Okay, Bill.
So when does the architect get involved? I mean, I don't feel
That's
2% qualified.
No, that'll be
ways out.
That'll be the next building committee, and they'll their charge. Yeah.
Okay.
And that would have to get approved as well through the.
Yeah, that would be a financial.
Yep.
They're
big.
Yeah.
Those around still?
From the garage was, engineering and architect was 70-80 grand.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's not
cool.
cheap.
I know, it's nice.
Did you
He wants us out there.
Sure.
Yeah,
We can kind of point and talk, build it.
I was able to talk to the Jordan Small Middle School art teacher and explain to her, I wish I'd gotten pictures when we were down in Gorham, but they have a couple areas that have some pictures, but she was willing in the next couple, years to add some before the students move out, which I thought was, I don't know, I really like the artwork.
Yeah,
It's
down.
nice artwork at Jordan Small.
Yeah.
test this.
So we didn't really know what was load bearing here. I think that was.
Well, these were added later.
It's a thrift shop. Wow.
These were two big open teen classrooms when they were built. That's what was, when we
My
took our tour.
son had the fridge right there in that little space. But okay, that's fine.
So basically what we have here so far is what the library had envisioned for space, and also what Kevin Woodbury had given us for the broadcast studio and server space and whatnot. So Kevin's items are in red and the library items are in purple. And like I said, I mean, this is just what's been provided to us so that we can look at it. Did verify the scale today when we were at this. So a 1/16 of an inch equals a foot. And you can see some of these spaces. So we got 58 feet by 60. So we're almost 3,500 square feet just for one of those blocks. That's a lot of space. These classrooms here, it's deceiving, but they're 24 by 28. They're pretty big. One of the things we noticed, I think, this is a science lab, and this wall is no longer there. This is one big space. There was 2 music rooms too. There's this one, and then there was another one
It was
down here, wasn't it?
think so.
Yeah.
Maybe this one?
This was
Oh, no, no,
the
no.
art room and the music room.
There's another music
There
room
is
just
another.
for strings, smaller one that's down past the art room, down that end.
Homeroom Spanish, life skills, so I don't know.
It's around, it's down there though, I saw it was
Yeah, it is down
today.
this
Yeah.
way.
And then these rooms, when you come in the side parking lot, they have the big open area where the 7th and 8th graders are there. 2 of those rooms have just removable dividers. So if you could have, the option of opening those rooms without tearing the walls down, they make huge spaces.
Yeah, because this is just one big place there. This is coming in the front door.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is moves back.
Yeah. Maybe that's just a temporary, like an accordion
You can, yeah.
wall or something. Because you can see it's not a double line like these, so it's,
Right.
yeah, one big room. Yeah.
I'd like to start with what makes the most sense, I think, is Kevin's request for that big space for him to build it up acoustically and for public meetings. I think that's by far the best
Arts
space for
programs,
it.
yep.
I thought it actually kind of overlapped with what the library wanted to do anyway,
Yes.
so I thought it was, kind of all tied together.
Yep.
We did also go down into the basement through this space here, and there's actually some very dry space down there for storage or whatever.
Yeah.
They're fairly good-sized rooms, 21 by 25 with an 8-foot ceiling, and 21 by 19 with a 6-foot ceiling. So some nice antique golf clubs down there.
And I know this was something IT related, the IDFs, is that like a hotspot sort of thing?
I think that's what Kevin said.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know, Bill?
I think so.
Okay. Is this a worthwhile exercise for us? Does this help, or is this the kind of thing that we do want to pass on to?
I like the overlap too of different, departments, even if they're saying it's the same space, seeing what their vision is, because then you can start to see a visual picture of where things might be, or some of the overlap within our departments that
Right.
we could use as a shared space. Or
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to maybe mention a few of the different programs that can take place in this space, just to give the community an idea that we're considering that, we're thinking about what they're wanting. At this point, until I know how much rec needs for their programs, I have no problem, like, here's the clerk, here's where people come in to do their car registrations, maybe code and assessing can be there, and, I don't know how much space town hall would need, but I don't have any problem considering that at this point.
Right.
I don't know if they take the lockers out that are currently right in here.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that would be a good idea.
There's lockers throughout the whole.
There are some
Yeah.
lockers
A lot of
along
Yeah,
these.
against the wall in the hall,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that could be taken out, or some lockers could be used for people to keep projects in that they're working on, like if we're doing some business incubation or some co-working space, especially summer visitors or seasonal residents may want to be able to lock some things up instead of carting their projects back and forth. So some of the lockers may have some use.
Right. So when we were there today and doing our walkthrough, for me, what my vision looked like, if we were going to put town hall, would be to use this main entrance here, and then like clerks, town clerk office maybe, code enforcement and assessing right here. This storage, music storage room would be maybe a good place for a vault that could be made code and fireproof for them to lock up their stuff. This just kind of like, to me, seemed like a good entryway, and even though you got all this stuff here, but it does kind of help coexist with Park and Rec, I think.
I'll give you a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We did in our draft, he just said this would be a great fitness studio
Yeah.
with our equipment there, and then offices here,
Yep.
just to cut everything off into that section. Because you don't want to mix general public
Yeah.
with kids or programs or senior activities too much. So we had it almost cut off to right here
Okay.
as far as space in that
Be
section.
direct over this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from that area
That
on.
doesn't mean admin couldn't bleed into this principal's area if they
Right.
needed it, unless you had thought,
Or that could be our, that could be rec offices or,
Yeah.
just
I
some.
thought you should be right here.
but to me, that kind of makes sense.
No, there
that-
is an office there now.
Yeah.
We said this would be a great front desk entrance to have windows, so you could do front-facing kind of registrations or memberships. Like if you want to walk, like, all right, just check into the front desk and then walk, and you can kind of see what programs are going on in there as well.
That's what they did in Westbrook.
They have a front
They had a
desk.
front desk
Perfect, yeah.
down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was built right into the hall.
Yeah.
You can see where there's a picture of it in that group there. It shows it sticking into the
Bumps
hallway.
right up, yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing that it's clear is these bathrooms need to be redone. They're not
Yeah, for sure.
accessible at all, or sufficient, for that matter, for the number of people that at any point in time might be there.
Yeah, and the locker rooms are really big as well, so there's
There's bathrooms in that.
bathrooms in
bathrooms
there. They're
inside
just
the
hard to get to. You have to kind
Yeah.
of come in, and so I don't know.
We can open it up,
Yeah,
too.
possibly. Yeah, you could maybe expand that to offer more restrooms in that area. So
So you wouldn't need some sort of locker room space for anything that's going on in the gym with rec?
we
programs?
could always. I mean, what would probably be good is maybe if we are connecting these, is have a door that could lock, and then if we do have rentals, if we have basketball tournaments, things like that, it would be nice to have that locker room change-in area. Especially if we have, some type of programs that require maybe some showering or something like that
So you do
during work.
one shower.
Well, yeah, there's showers already in there, and,
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's a good space, it would seem,
Would you move this door, Joe, further up so that you have access to this room in the evening? So that way you can cut this off from the rest of the building.
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
evening
our
program.
plan. And
Yeah.
the only thing that we had besides that cutoff was figuring out a permanent after-school type spot. And that's where we kind of brainstorming, like, is there rooms in here that we can kind of use, like you said, with that exit entrance. So definitely something to consider.
Wasn't there was something in the town office thoughts, if this is going to take up space in this building, that they have direct access, that they're don't have the public have to come down a hall to get to them. So I was thinking if there's going to be town offices here, that it's sort of this end of the building, which is what's leading me to wonder, is there going to be any space left for all the other ideas? Because when we go back to the list in the first list that you put together, Pete, for us from the community survey results, town hall's fourth on the list. It's community center, rec, library, town hall, daycare, et cetera. So
Yeah.
again, it's, what's the priority? In my mind, rec certainly is a priority because it has programs for both kids and adults, including age-friendly, and is using a leased space right now that still needs renovation anyway. So, why do we want to continue to lease space if we've got this available? Not to mention it's got the gym, so that I think is used quite a bit by rec, or could be.
Yeah, I got a bunch of suggestions for seniors. It would be nice to have a room for seniors, because I was surprised how many suggestions. I put it at the bottom of the list, but it's more for programming and stuff, to have a room to entertain.
It's dedicated to whatever
Right,
kinds
coffee
of
time
needs they
and
have,
Yeah.
different other stuff. Yeah.
And that's exactly what they had at Westbrook. They had a room a good-sized room that was set up specifically
That
for
would
seniors.
be nice. Yeah, I went down to the age-friendly window.
And there could be some
lunch and
things
that was a good
here,
setup.
or if you need luncheon space. But if you just need like crafting, socialization space, I'm sure that something in here could be worked out, because these rooms are large and probably could be divided.
Well,
Yeah.
the science lab had a little kitchen in it. I think there might have been a couple of, like, really little.
There used to be
There
a
was.
kitchen now.
That could be.
Yeah, down right in this area. But I looked, I think there was maybe a refrigerator and that's it. There used to
Yeah,
be
and
a
the-
stove and sink and stuff.
The library, you know, on Tuesdays, they have the cribbage, and they have the bridge, and they have all that, and that could be combined, and those are mostly seniors
Yeah.
that do that, so that's definitely something that could
Would
be
need
combined.
seats and stuff. with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if those, because those rooms are pretty big,
I think small meeting spaces.
so that combines some of
would
the
be-
library stuff with.
Right. Large program space, smaller meeting space or programming space. I think that could be worked out.
Mm.
And then you'd have the library to help you with the booking of the spaces.
Well, you do everything online, right?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, register, pay.
Yeah, we have, we
Nobody
can
touches
do
it.
reservations, we can
Okay.
book things as well, and that's kind of about the, what's the cross relationship. Maybe there is a room that is a senior room that is also library meeting space and a luncheon area, but is, we're combining two things into
Right.
one.
Right, so we've got to coordinate, so you don't have the library rent that out, and, I mean, book it out, and you book it out.
Yeah, you want
We're definitely
reservation.
One
We're
system.
gonna need,
Yeah.
right.
Well, again, that's where Westbrook is bigger, I get it, but there's a person and staff that do that for the whole facility, for all the programs, is my
And we may
understanding.
not be able to do that. We may have to
But maybe it's
incorporate
needed.
that into,
Maybe that's what's needed. I mean, if
I
we're
don't
supposed
know.
to vision and recommend, let's vision and
I agree.
recommend.
I agree that one
So-
system makes
So
sense.
that's why Parks and Rec usually takes on scheduling. It's because we have that already in place in our software, and usually person was me, now it's, more Riley who's doing the scheduling for all of, even the church, where we're at, and that goes with programs even at the school and everything like that. So we have everything kind of already mapped out.
That's good, that makes sense. It does, yeah.
It's just, we have to stay organized, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have that
no,
process in
And that
place.
system you have is great.
I appreciate, it's a good,
It really is,
good
yeah.
rec software, and it has that facility capability, which is nice as well.
So maybe if we could get a ballpark of the current town office space now, and then you could do your
Right.
magic with how big
Yeah,
that
because like I
space
said, I
is.
mean, we know what some of these spaces are, we know what that square footage is, and we can kind of take the town offices and match that up square footage wise. So I think we're going to find that some of these spaces are so big that it's
Right.
going to easily accommodate some of those town office spaces.
Personal opinion is that the town offices, should they be put in here, because they're so customer facing, they should be towards the front of the building, whether it's this side or that side. It needs to be like the way it is now is there's one way in and you know where you have to go. So something easy and obvious.
So that's a good point you bring up, because for me, I've always gone in this entrance here, and then when you think about it, when we vote, we go here. So maybe the town office and the clerk should be close because of that.
But we
I don't
vote
know. You're
a couple
parking-
times a year, so
Right.
the parking for all the other kinds of activities is much
It's
larger
gonna be
there.
It is,
yeah.
yes.
Here,
The-
is this enough for,
if the-
if town
I
entrance is
think
over
that's
here?
enough for
This
town.
building disappears.
Yeah, this will be
And
enough
this
parking.
becomes a parking lot, probably almost as big. Yeah.
Yeah, because with all the activities going on between these two departments, you're gonna want that.
Large area.
Absolutely.
Especially with basketball on the weekends. I mean, we're getting pretty filled up, and that's only two teams, maybe some overlap. 3 or 4 teams coming in, so that's about over probably 150 people.
Yeah, that parking lot, I've seen it pretty filled up. It's amazing.
So is there space left for other?
Other as in
Right.
As in
office or meeting
other,
space or?
other surfaces, other spaces,
Well, the
other.
dining,
a food
room
dump.
is just, the dining room next to the kitchen is, I think, a fantastic space to incorporate a community space in there, I think.
It can be used for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
You push
Right.
that, yeah, and that could be used for a lot of different, but it's a great space, a lot of light, and when you open up into the stage, into the gym, which is right, was today, it's nice, and you got the kitchen right there, but that would be, I think, a great spot for a community
especially food related.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
and not-
but you've got that big space and that big space,
Yeah,
and then
right.
whichever is more appropriate for the
Right.
use.
Right.
That's
You've
right.
got that flexibility.
That's right.
I mean, and even like the comp, group, they use this space a lot.
We used to use,
For
yeah,
their
we used to do a
when they
lot of
were putting
meetings
together
there.
the comp
Yeah.
plan.
Mhm.
That worked well, I
Yeah.
thought. And then I had forgotten about it, but there is a stage right here.
Yeah.
That faces out into the gym.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this one that, the library had given us an idea here for a stage, but I don't
there's a
know that that's
stage
really
right here.
necessary.
Yeah.
Food pantry, medical closet.
And sometimes those things aren't necessarily taking up all the space either. It's kind of shared space. As
right.
far as like food pantry, maybe they are using some of the storage here, not taking the whole room, but then when they're
Freezers and refrigerators.
right freezers and they're using that, and then when they run, maybe they move into the dining room to exchange the food stuff. So
That's
There's
a
more
good
of-
point, yeah. Yeah.
we've gotten in Saco, there was a lot of that type of finagling and figuring out, how do we make this multi-purpose with partners and those type of relationships. So
Yeah, because they have big fridges and freezers
Oh, yeah.
in this space, yeah, so that, yeah.
I would think that where your performance space is going to be is where you're going to want your broadcasting studio
Capability.
equipment. So if you want to do performance here, I think you are
Well, it's
gonna
already, they already wire up and do it.
Can they
It's all-
already broadcast from that room?
Yeah, they do.
They can.
The school does, yeah.
The school does, and when they have the town meetings in there, in the back, in the past. But yeah, they,
And future.
I think Kevin said they were all hooked up in there already.
I think that's what this IDF,
Yeah.
whatever that stands for,
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
So
for
so
in-person
why is
town
he
meetings.
wanting to
you can-
come into
Yes,
this
right.
room instead of that room?
Because there was already this here, right?
no, it's
No.
because this is going to have a lot more activity.
Right.
So
Yeah. So
to have it,
putting-
away and kind of like if you want to do a town meeting and there's basketball and maybe tumble-in class or stuff like that, you want to keep it as far away as possible.
Right, a select board meeting, yeah, but a
Right.
town meeting, if we,
If you
when
could
we again have
schedule it out,
in-person town meetings,
Yeah.
we would need the space.
schedule out, and you could have that
You know,
as well.
I can nag forever. Don't stop.
Do you have hard and fast rules about keeping children separate from
It's kind
like, does this have to stay
Yeah.
separate at all times, or?
we try, and it depends. A lot of community centers it's in itself isolated from town functions, town
Westbrook did
offices.
that very well. They
Library and
had-
children's rooms are doing that. They're closing that section right off so that wandering alone solo adults aren't just kind of walking around
Just,
in there.
yeah, which is kind of why we said maybe it would make more sense to have an after-school dedicated area in this section or here that can be kind of closed off from the others, and then utilize this as a high-activity area. Again, working on scheduling. So, you want to keep it as separate as possible. Majority after school, only childcare. Other type of programs, basketball, and it's things like that where the parents are showing up is kind of different. We're not.
That reminds me, there was another thing we noticed on our tour today was this entrance here looks like it's already set up for parentals access to come and pick up kids. There's like a security system right here with a kiosk and a screen.
There's one here too.
Oh, is there?
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Children,
double door.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah. So.
yeah.
Would you
Fill in your ideas for rec.
Would you
Yeah.
consider
So we can kinda
using
see-
outdoor spaces? I mean, I know there's something here, I forget what it is.
Well, there's outdoor space out here,
It's just
too.
like
Right.
a small tree and some flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
there
not a
is. There's
memorial something?
Yeah. Not just a garden, right, with a tree and some
Yeah,
flowers.
not much
and-
there. Yeah, this is where the superintendent's office, so there's a tree and some flowers. But this is where the playground
Yep.
is, so.
Right. Yeah, they were out there
It's
playing
not-
today.
That doesn't have a lot, though.
I can fill it out if you want. I've got the layout
I would
in
love,
my head.
not this minute, but I would love to see what your thoughts are, and then see what space is left.
Yeah.
And is that enough to accommodate
Yeah.
town hall needs?
So, I mean, right away, I mean, we're not changing too much. Again, I talked about this being the front desk area.
Yeah,
Service window facing this way, some type of window facing this way, so you can keep an eye on things, register, and
Yep.
make sure everyone's getting the right information, where to go, and things like that. We said this would be awesome. Don't know if those are load bearing. Is to make this a programmer's office, so it could
Okay.
be age friendly. It could be programmers and have window again facing there, just so they're around this area with their activities. Everything else would ideally stay the same. Like I said, fitness studio kind of area.
yep.
So then you can put your fitness equipment in here. I said probably director and assistant director's offices here. And then we also talked about maybe age-friendly on this, age-friendly or programmers. These can kind of be switched for office space.
And then you'd want to put childcare somewhere in here?
Yeah, childcare in here. We also said maybe the teen center in here. It's kind of in the middle, tucked away.
So how does that overlap with the teen zone that?
Exactly, that's an overlap for sure.
Okay.
It just would be, depending on if this, you would want more walk-in or if this is more like registration based. So like we would want to make sure that we have contact information. It's childcare, but
Right.
hopefully with a spin of a teen type atmosphere.
So, and this would be a lot of collections. And then if you want to move team programming
Yep.
to that area, I
Right.
don't see any problem with that.
What do you envision, what are you talking about for teen program? When you say programming or
After
programmers, are you
school.
talking about people that are doing the programming?
Correct,
or
you'd have
people that are
staff.
attending the programs?
So you'd have, obviously, the teens attending, but you'd have it
Teens.
staffed with, our kind of like our counselors.
Like a drop-in center for teens, kind of a concept possibly?
It's you don't really want,
Yeah, that would
if
be
you're in
super
charge
nice.
of, you kind of want to have a registration process like
Right,
a
they
summer
could still
camp.
register for,
Don't have to necessarily go there, but it can't just be like if we're getting bussed in from RSU 14 or people getting dropped off there, we want kind of like a designated time of entrance and exit, just so
But it would
parents.
be nice to have a teen room.
But
and
you
pull
won't
some
get
of our
that.
middle schoolers back.
Right, and that would be ideally a pretty nice
the
area.
hallway?
like-
Is it like social,
This is
gaming,
office.
I mean, just different things like that,
games,
hang out?
hang
room?
out couches, to,
Yep.
do, play board games or
Yep.
stuff like that, so.
is that a big enough space for that, to given that it's offices? I don't know what,
It's not bad, yeah, it's just kind of, I think maybe you probably want like the teen director's office and then maybe see if these can be more opened up. This is just, it is kind of weird how this is,
Yeah.
Secretary meets you when you come in.
it's like the nurse's office here too, so it's kind of a awkward space, so it'd be more of a question of what's load bearing.
can we open it up?
Yeah,
Because we would want to close this and open the children's bathroom
Correct,
into the children's room area, so.
Could we do some sort of thing where the library piece of teens backs up to this? So there could be some sort of collaborative register, read, whatever, I don't know.
It's certainly possible. I'm sure it could be,
Yeah, it's a good, I think it's a good part of that collaboration piece.
right. Because there's going to be different types of after-school programs. There could be homework helpers or homework help for teens or tutoring or whatever. And then there could be just more like the social activities, hangout
Out area.
kind of stuff. So quiet activities, conversational activities.
That would be kind of nice near the library. I mean, that fits into the library, really.
I know that happens a lot in Wyndham. When they're out of school, they go to the library.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It might be too many in that little space. but
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could put something down, even if it's just hand scratches, just send it to me and I'll put it on the board here and
Sounds good.
we'll see where things fit and where they overlap and you go there. And if I can get the square footage, Nathan, is there anything I can do to help you with that?
I just gotta go back up for a fourth time and get it done. Every time I get set up, start to get a couple rooms done, I get hauled off to something else.
Right.
So, I'll go up one night and do it.
Okay. If you want help, let me know.
Yeah. I got a little electronic thing, measure the rooms pretty quick.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Pretty good with this part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good, thanks for doing this, this is great.
It's a great idea.
Take
Yeah.
those for you.
Thank you. Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, very good, thank you. Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Wait for Joe to get back. Where'd my agenda go?
Is that?
So,
Yeah.
kind of like following along in that same idea, I'm just wondering now if it would be worthwhile to take this list that we've all kind of thrown a bunch of ideas into and just kind of go through each item and identify it. Is it a community center item, or is it a town hall item? Is it park and rec? And then we can kind of categorize things that way a little bit, maybe organize it a little bit for the next committee. So if I start off with number one, the Veteran Center, Community Center.
Yep.
Basketball tournaments, park and rec. Exercise classes, park and rec. Music lessons, concerts.
That can be both rec and library. And there may be some-
And community center even, right, if we do concerts.
Yep.
So that's got like multiple,
Right, and it just, again, reminding folks that the school district has a lot of things as well that kids participate in. So I don't know about music lessons versus,
Right.
you know, there might be a community band that would want to perform or something, but just to keep in mind of that.
They might take music lessons at school because they can use the music room.
And that's, yeah, they do, they have
Yeah.
music lessons, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and, you know, and then the library does some, they have people come in to play.
Right.
right.
So that's definitely
And, you know,
adults, you know, but anyway,
outdoor
There's multiple
concerts.
things that could happen.
Yeah.
Yes,
You could
absolutely.
You could actually coordinate an outdoor concert.
that's right, yeah.
So next item, conferences. Is that like an idea for a space that we would lease?
I don't know.
Kayla offered that one.
It certainly could be.
Yeah, Kayla, please feel free to jump
Yeah,
in
can
with
you repeat what what it was?
conferences.
I mean, that's community, because again, you'd be leasing out a space or renting out a space.
So did you say leasing or community center?
Yeah, I mean, you could theoretically rent space out for anybody to use.
Okay, thank you. Food pantry, community center.
Well, we did mention that might set up itself in a building that gets vacated, that moves to the
The
community
library
center.
is one of the things. we talked
Possibly
about.
library,
Right, but what
also
would-
the town
what would it
hall was
fall under?
mentioned.
What?
What would it fall under?
Rec and town hall?
Food pantry?
I
I see it more of a, like a
Municipal,
Community center type thing.
yeah.
That's the way I see it.
It's
too.
community.
support, but not as in community center. I see it more affiliated with the municipality.
Yeah.
Who administers it, you mean?
Well, it's volunteer, but who?
Food pantry would be community, because I don't think the town's going to be taking on the administration of that. Just my
No,
opinion.
No, but
Right, I agree. That's the way I kind of envision
They're
it.
just looking for space, right?
Well, it's a service to the town. And to me, anytime we think of a service that supports the town or the community, that's a community service type thing.
Wasn't there discussion about that in our last meeting, about the library?
Yes.
It being,
As a possible alternative.
yeah, because most of the majority of the people that are looking for that service are in the village.
Exactly.
And I think that building's laid out pretty good for that. That was, I think, in the discussion of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying necessarily that these items are items that we think we're going to put into that floor plan, but I'm just trying to identify them as to whether they're community service or some fit into some other category. Family services,
So there is a town official who handles general assistance, right, already? Heating
Yes.
and,
So that would be a municipal.
so municipal, town.
Although, who was it that mentioned, meeting with a social worker, having
Right.
privacy, something, was that Deb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that had mentioned that, and so, and I guess I just want to go back to food pantry for a minute. Why are we saying that the majority of people that use that are in that area?
That was what was brought up at the
Oh, okay.
that came from
meeting.
the current director.
Yeah.
From the current director?
Yes.
But might there be
During the
others
day,
that
too.
would
Oh, absolutely.
use it that
Absolutely.
aren't using it?
No, absolutely.
I want-
They get
yeah.
people from all around town.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I know a lot of libraries host like supervised visits, custodial visits with children and things like that. That's a family support service. So I see that under that umbrella of just family, social services, space and support, which certainly can happen in this building.
And that could really be part of this, when we say conferences, rent, that's really,
That flexible space.
that's a
yeah.
flexible, that could fit into the family services space, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Senior space,
And the same with the senior space.
Yeah, that could be,
Library and rec will both be doing things for senior programming.
okay. Media space, tech center. And I see this separate from the broadcast studio. I
Yeah.
think this is maybe a room that gets set up so that people can come in and learn
Yeah.
software or different programs. Does that,
I see that more under the library.
yes, definitely, yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
Except
That's
for
the
the
kind
use
of-
at by town meetings.
Right.
small businesses, definitely leased space.
Well, and I know libraries do support remote workers and entrepreneurs and those kinds of things, so.
Right. Before and after school daycare, park and rec.
Yeah.
Now, it sounded like the library does some of that as well, so is that kind of the overlap that, once, if we can get you guys in the same area, it would kind of naturally come together?
Some good collaboration can happen.
Yeah, it definitely depends. I mean, if you don't want too many kids in the library spaces as well, it can get a little noisy. But I think to utilize the library programs, and we've done that before. We've gone and attended one of Karen, the child librarians. I think they brought in like a hula hoop person, some other type of things. So we've utilized that.
That was after-school care that a parent routinely would have their child attend, or a program?
We would
themselves?
drive there. Yeah, we'd bus there to go do.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but it's still the after and before and after-school care is under rec?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's for
Consistent.
kids coming from the school that are after school. It's not,
Right, or summer
It's-
camp. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so there might be a program the library offers that you're bringing some kids to from that, but the
Right.
program itself, but the service itself, I'll call it that.
Correct.
It's
That's
with rec,
Parks
okay.
Rec. And
Yeah, most of those library programs are for the toddlers and the infants are all during the school day, though. They're-
Right,
they're-
but
yeah.
after school, then you'll start seeing like STEM clubs, coding
Yeah.
clubs, Lego, Minecraft and all of those things.
Yeah, like Wednesday afternoons, that happens when the middle school's out early, or the elementary school gets out early, this stuff goes on there.
Yep.
All right, thrift store, community,
Yep.
blood drives, community, adult education.
That's RSU.
It is.
Has
That's
Wyndham
right.
Raymond Adult Ed, so it's just that again, I'll repeat it in case people are listening to this and didn't hear it before. The programming has been in Wyndham simply because of lack of signups in Raymond, but certainly with spaces available in Raymond, and if people will sign up, then
Right. Yeah, that
there's
was a request,
extensive
yeah.
programming through the Adult Ed program.
Oh, yeah, and, and like you said last time, when you talked to Tom, it was you know, we didn't get a good turnout here.
Right. But hopefully we will again, so.
Eventually, maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Takes time to build these programs. I mean, that's
Right.
takes time.
right. And that was the sense I got from Greg
Yeah.
Post as well, is that, you know, you start out small, but these things have a tendency to take off. Tax assistance?
I know that happens in libraries. I don't know if it's been happening at the Raymond Library, though.
I don't think so.
Usually AARP will come in to the library and they'll offer some tax assistance.
In Bridgeton, they come into their, where they do their community lunches. Is that the town office?
Yeah, they need some privacy, I would
Yeah.
assume, for doing that. So they would need some
Right.
some available space a
Private
certain part of the
meeting
year.
space.
Yeah.
Intergenerational meetings and events, is that all Park and Rec and Library?
Library, yep, and rec.
Warming and Emergency Center? Is that community?
Municipal?
Yeah.
It's
Municipal?
municipal, yes.
Scouts? Is that part of community?
Yep.
Lions Club?
Same?
Where the scouts meet now, they up at the public safety building? Did they say they were meeting up there?
Yeah.
Public
Yeah,
safety?
they were at the Raymond Village Church, and then
They went up to the public
now they're
safety?
at the public safety building.
Yeah, so that's good, that's good.
Cafeteria for senior meals, teaching kitchen, coffee shop?
Rec, is that rec?
Yeah, yeah, so that's definitely under rec.
Have you done senior meals?
No,
Steph, we used to do them, but I don't know what group did them.
no, we haven't. That's
Yeah, I
stuff
have
think
hopes
used
to do them.
The church did them. Oh, they-
Luncheon.
At the church, but
Yes.
there were also some long ago held at Jordan Small, remember?
There's a line.
Yeah.
I think.
Anne used to go, or we wanted her to go,
Yeah,
I should say.
I feel like that's community, because you could have organizations come in and hold dinners.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things too, Kaylee.
and it's not just for seniors, I mean,
No.
community
Right.
dinners
You
or,
can use it as fundraisers like Jordan Small Middle School did. That was really great to see.
I think.
oh, the fundraiser for the 8th grade.
Fundraiser, it was-
That was awesome,
That
yes.
was amazing.
Yes,
So yeah, you definitely could be used for outside groups to raise funds,
yes,
things like that.
yeah.
You know, we always want to do end of the season banquets for rec, for the sports teams, and we just haven't had the space to do that. That also could be something there. Kitchen.
Medical closet,
That's also community?
community?
That could pair, we talked about that, that could pair with Library of Things, so that could be with the library as well, as a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
If there's a
It's amazing
space.
how quickly it grows, I guess, because, you know,
Yeah.
walkers get big and wheelchairs and beds and
Beds, oh my God, that's the, I don't know.
the space. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the Lone Closet at Wyndham has any beds, I don't think. That's
Oh,
kind
they
of,
can probably refer them, yeah,
yeah.
someplace.
They have that's a nice sized space there.
Remote workspace, offices, is that a lease
could be-
opportunity?
That could be under the library.
so how many people go to the library if, in other words, people that work from home, work remotely, go to the library to work?
Yeah, because they may not have good internet connection
But I thought we were getting better internet in
at
town.
home, or
here, right up
they
through
may
the
need
village.
some tools. So for example, when I retired, I lost my access to all my Microsoft Office tools that I used to get from work. So if I can't afford to purchase my own subscription, I can go to the library and I can make a PowerPoint and I can do my Excel spreadsheets and
Okay,
things.
but they're not like working there every day type of a situation. I mean,
Some-
that seems like the
I mean,
town is supporting somebody's private.
I've seen people going to
Entity.
Dunkin' Donuts and working, too.
Yeah, they can work there as long as they're not using the library for their like retail space, you know, their storefront. But yeah, they're allowed to work there and work on their marketing and work on their online business, whatever.
Is that how the Raymond Library is being used, how those spaces?
That I do not know to the extent of that. It may be because there's not enough space there. It's pretty tight trying to use the computer space there. But I did it myself, and it helped. Definitely
I mean,
helped me.
I've seen people in the library using the computers, adults,
Yeah.
and sometimes with their own computers over in the corner. I don't know how often that happens, but I have seen that.
Yeah, it was tricky. One day that I went, there was a lady with her social worker, caseworker, sitting right at the table behind me, and they're discussing her personal situation, and I'm trying to build my PowerPoint for a presentation I was asked to give somewhere. And so, yeah, the space is tight.
Yeah.
But definitely the need is there for those kinds of activities.
Okay. Private spaces for counseling and support?
Well, and I mean, those private meeting spaces in the library would work for that.
Okay. Recycling, is that municipal?
Municipal, yeah.
Well, but it could also be,
Rec?
if there's going to be community garden space, that, anyway, it could be collaborative.
Garbage to gardens or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Garden and greenhouses, the community space?
Yep.
Potentially supporting the food pantry. Both have all this, right? Okay. Town departments, I think pretty much all of these fall under that category of being part of the town. Does anybody see anything that doesn't?
Does animal control have a space?
Not in Raymond.
Not in Raymond?
No.
So the records are stored somewhere else?
She's a Casco employee, and she's based out of Casco.
Okay.
Is there a need for anything in Raymond in particular, or is that a good work?
You question.
Is there a need for her to have office space? Is that what you're
For
asking?
the animal control office person.
Yeah.
Maybe yes. I mean, I guess it would be kind of like the sheriff's, like they have a satellite location as well here that they can at least go use the bathroom, stuff like that. So I don't know. I would have to probably ask Jessica if that's something. I can do that for you guys.
Okay. Thank you. And that's kind of a good comment. I think you made it too, like the sheriff's department might need a space where they can just, satellite.
Well, they use the public safety building, don't they? So, and they sit outside
use
the
that now.
District 2 out there, so they have I think they're all set.
All right. Because we're going to be doing a lot of teen stuff and hang up here, then maybe we want the more presence from the sheriff up this way. Okay, let's see.
They have a regular, they hang out at the fire station right here in East Raymond. They're there all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff.
That's true. And then the rest of these Raymond Village Library, so that's actually separate, the library. And then tax collection and town clerk. Okay, government, all of these boards and whatnot, it seems to me that they would be the people using the broadcast studio primarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they need any other space.
They need emergency session space?
What?
Yes. So when you go in, if you go into executive session, everyone has to leave
That's a good point.
here, especially in the winter time. So, that's a good point, Lori. You would probably want either to remove the committee to the executive session or have a space where
Where they could go.
people could not have to go back in the cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Cold.
Someplace probably a little soundproof.
Yes, that too.
Right, that's right, that's a good point, though.
Okay. What about the beautification committee? Do they meet? Or they come out of municipal primarily?
They were municipally based, but they don't meet anymore. Oh, there's a very small, they go on Fridays, I think. They're kind of disbanding.
Oh, no.
Well, there's no more volunteers.
So who's keeping all the flowers along for you.
That's under Public Works.
It is now? Oh, okay.
Don McClellan's our flower guy.
Okay.
Did the Public Works fill in all the stuff around the town?
Mulch.
Yeah, the mulch, sorry.
Yes, we hire a contractor.
Yeah, but I saw that, but you guys weren't doing that, because I
No,
saw
we
your
do
trucks
some.
out there,
No,
yeah.
We do some. We do all the sweeping on 302 and the cleanup, but we do hire somebody to
Do the thing.
actually do the
Who's
first mulch.
Who's doing the mulching now? Who is
It
it?
was a company, the guy that does the maintenance up here, Dana King, I think his name was.
Dana King?
Yeah, he lives down on Deep Cove.
Yeah, oh, he
Yeah.
does that? Okay, I know him, yeah, all right. All right.
Okay. Yeah, some of these, obviously, that are listed on the town website are obsolete at this point, I would say, just looking at when they last met. I was kind of interested on this one, though. Technology Committee says that they're no longer active, but I'm sure they are, but not as maybe a formal committee. So community items, we have the churches, obviously, they're all their separate entity. Conservation groups, they probably have spaces where they're already meeting and located. Okay, so food pantry is one that we've talked about. Raymond Rattler's Snow Club, do we know where they meet?
They used to meet at Kokatosi. I'm not sure if they still do,
I don't think they do.
since the Southwick sold.
Yeah.
They do still have a website, so. We've talked about medical, scouting, parent-teacher, the PTO. Where do they meet?
Right now, I think just through Zoom. Zoom.
They meet at
typically.
a school,
Zoom?
they used to.
Yeah.
I don't know, would Kayla know?
I mean, it seems like there would be, plenty of space where if they needed to have a
Yeah, we
face-to-face
always-
meeting, that something could be provided. The Raymond Casco Historical Society, they have their own separate set of buildings, and it's fabulous.
It is.
If you haven't been down there, it's really worthwhile. Lions Club, where do you meet right now, Lori?
We meet at the Public Safety Building.
Okay. All right. And does that work? Is that adequate?
Yes. As long as there aren't any big announcements going on, big emergencies.
Right.
It's just loud.
So, Raymond Visualization, that's us, I guess, basically. Oh, this says last 2012, so this is kind of like
It's Raymond Vitalization.
revitalization, yeah.
That's, I
Yeah.
don't think that's.
Right, because like Hawthorne Community, they have their own space, right?
Yep.
Where they, and then age-friendly, we talked about them being part of this plan, right?
Yeah, well, we talked about doing something at the church, so we would need some space somewhere.
Right. And then I think the rest of these are just listed for information. Then I did have some additional items. I don't know if they're on your list, but administrative office for community center, town offices, youth-specific spaces. I think these are all things that there's the tool library, use of the roof for solar array was something that was brought up at one of our meetings. Community meals is a repeat, and then summer feeding station. So, all right, is there anything else that, because we don't have things, I think, on this list like a thrift shop.
Right.
I'm sorry, like what?
Thrift shop? Did we have that on the?
Yeah,
Yeah, we did.
it's here somewhere.
I-
Beginning.
Yeah, there it is, okay.
Well,
Is there some other things that we have seen now on some of our tours that we would like to include?
The pool?
The pool.
We'll let you present that part, Rick.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're feeling pretty complete at this point, so I think I'll try to organize that in like on an Excel spreadsheet or something so that we can, hand that off as a user-friendly document for the next group.
Because I got some information about classroom use and stuff. Free
Yeah.
books we might be able to incorporate in the library.
Right.
And
Did you want to go over some of that?
Well, what I liked, one thing was the gym use for a walking track in the winter would be
That was a good idea.
fabulous, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
What do you think as far as would we be able to protect the floor in a track like fashion?
Oh, yeah, just stay off. I mean, there's plenty of room on either side of the courts. Just make sure you don't, bring
Just
a change of shoes or
everybody
walk
to-
around
yeah.
the courts. And
Yeah.
there's plenty of, it's a pretty good-sized gym that I don't think you could,
I think it's 110 by 80 or something like that.
it's pretty big.
I like this one too, the armchair travelers. That sounded like something
Yeah, I
that would
thought
be
that
interesting.
was nice too.
Yeah.
And I went to Age-Friendly Wyndham had a thing down at the gym in the town hall that I went to at noontime. They had a lunch, and then someone spoke for 45 minutes, which is nice, and a babysitting course,
Yeah.
We always need babysitters, right? And CPR, and IFW I hadn't heard of, which was a nice, you could get someone in for
Yeah.
hunter safety and stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kind of along the same lines, instead of a sheriff, a game warden or somebody like that too, having some space. Or I know that, being the lakes region and having a lot of lakes, there are quite a few people on the various lakes that do water monitoring. And
Right. They have
it doesn't seem to
classes
me
for
that they're
young kids
necessarily.
too, don't they?
I think so. I know you have to be certified to be a lake monitor to do the Secchi disc and the dissolved oxygen. But they don't seem to collaborate that much except through the Lake Stewards of Maine. Might be something where if somebody, the equipment's pretty expensive that you have to buy to do that type of work. Maybe they need to collaborate, or they would maybe want some space to talk about what's going on with our lakes. Some of the lakes, one feeds into the other, like Crescent and Panther.
The Raymond Waterways, that's an
Yeah.
active organization,
Yeah,
and don't they do some of that stuff?
they do. And then a lot of lake associations do it. Like I'm part of a lake association where we do our own monitoring on our lake. So
There's also a group that keeps an eye on Sebago Lake, too.
Right.
And, the water levels, and they communicate with,
right.
that's another
The
group.
milfoil that they have to deal with.
Yeah, the milfoil, yeah.
Yeah.
Does Raymond Rec do anything with yoga or any of that?
With what?
Yoga, Tai Chi,
With yoga?
whatever that is?
If we had a space, yeah.
I don't do it.
That's why I think that like a fitness studio type of area is really important, because you can do yoga, you can do, the spinning classes, you can do a bunch of different programs out of that space. We've thought about it at Raymond Village Church, but the floor gets a little. It's kind of hard, and it gets really salty and dirty. Because
Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed did anyway have those programs too.
And I took one up
yoga
there.
through them, and it actually was held at the Jordan Small School at that time, but
Oh, that'd be
if we had enough
great.
people to sign up. Don't ask me to sign up for it this time.
I know, the vending and
Got a couple of years.
Others would.
Okay, I'm going to try to wrap and get us moving to our deadline here.
Ooh,
Identifying emails, thank you, Joe, for taking care of that and helping me out with that. It looks like we, do have the right people on our email list.
great.
Melanie was able to clear up that this committee wasn't necessarily a need to be sworn in. And so those other people that are part of this committee that hasn't necessarily been showing up, they can still technically be part of this committee.
Are they getting emails?
They are getting the
Okay.
emails. Yeah. I haven't received any feedback from any of them, but, they're getting the information if they want to.
Okay.
They showed interest in being a part of it originally, so, What is a community center? We did that, I think, to some extent already. But maybe do some more of it at this week's meeting. And then identifying, duplicating, or existing items. I think we've done some of that, but maybe want to do a little bit more once we get the floor plan filled out. I think that would make more sense to do that once we are a little more mature there. Then compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I think some of that is starting with, we get the floor plan. We'll create our list of ideas into an Excel spreadsheet that's user-friendly. I've been trying to keep a fairly decent notebook, which my plan is to pass this off to the next chair, so that they have the information as we've grown it. And then, so the next thing I had on this here was a mission statement. And Deb, you had, Grace, you mentioned something about it at the beginning of the meeting, and Deb provided us with a write-up of her own. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Email again.
Well, I just thought that
Yeah,
as we
she sent an email.
yeah, I just did this yesterday, sent out to everybody. So as we're presenting our results of our discussions and visioning with the select board, I thought it might be a good idea for us to also share or propose a vision statement and a mission statement for the community center, just to help really provide guidance for what we are thinking the community wants it to be. So I just quickly drafted up some vision and mission language focusing on how the community center would support individual residents, connecting them, helping them to be able to improve their lives, and then also how it can build and strengthen community as a whole as well. So if you just read through that, and if you want to use that as a jumping off point, or if we want to draft some language kind of combining some of the good ideas that came from Westbrook's and some of the others.
I don't know why I'm not seeing that, so but I'll look.
I think it might be kind of a nice structure to provide along with our ideas, our map.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, too. If you don't have it, Grace, I can send it to you.
Yeah, if you could. I don't know what happened.
I know, I have, I
Yeah.
got it, I know it came, was it decollect or something?
Yeah.
Whatever that, what is that?
That's me.
That's
That's
her.
you? Oh,
May
that's you.
11th at 2:30.
Yeah, that,
That's me.
I know, I got that, I saw it. There's been a lot of emails, I've been getting all messed up.
Yeah, I'm getting a little lost myself in sending them.
As you can imagine, Deb Clark was already taken, so
Oh, that's right, oh, yeah, so that's what you,
it's not a very unique name.
All right, so then maybe what we'll do is we'll have a chance to digest this a little bit more for next meeting, and then also the information that Grace provides us from the Wyndham.
I'll email that out.
Westbrook
I think I
Okay.
saved it.
was the Westbrook,
I
right?
had a mission, something from Westbrook. I don't know if they called it a mission or what, but just who they are, and I'll email that around, as well as the Wyndham one, so you don't have to go looking for what their charges were,
Yeah.
just if that's of interest.
Or a purpose statement, or however it feels comfortable.
Okay, great. Next meeting is actually May 22nd, so it's Thursday, I believe, instead of Monday. And then public comments. Bill, we don't have anybody on Zoom, right?
No, we don't.
Okay,
Is Kayla all set?
Kayla's still there.
right, and so Kayla would be part of our committee's comments, if anybody has committee comments. Any-
It's just been, I'm sorry I missed the Westbrook tour, but the tours have been great, really have, you know, including the tour around our office spaces and whatnot here, but
Right.
it's been really very interesting.
Right. And if anybody does need to revisit Jordan Small School, we talked to the principal. I forget exactly what her name is.
Michelle.
Michelle, yes. And she said she would be more than happy to, open things up for us again. Take another look if we need a
And the
refresher.
custodians were very helpful.
Yes.
Ken was, yeah, he was.
Great.
Bill was
I-
wonderful.
Yeah, I almost feel like
That
you wanted to be
night
part of the
we-
committee, so that's good.
Yeah, that worked out, that was good, I'm glad that was good.
Instead of giving comments, could I maybe request that our next agenda, we talk about the actual steps of the process moving forward of what we want to bring to the select board? To recommend some either steps or next steps, or how we're going to hand off to the next committee, or
Right,
try to join up with them a little, or?
yeah. No, that's good. Thank you. Anything else?
You go, Deb.
We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ethan?
And all in favor? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks, Pete. Thank you.
Hey, welcome to the May 12th Emergency Select Board meeting.
I make a motion to go in executive session regarding personnel matters pursuant to MRSA Section 1, Section 405-6A.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we're in executive session. Thank you.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
All those in favor? Okay, we're out of executive session. We've directed HR to continue the process as directed. Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the May 13th Select Board meeting, which the beginning of it will be the public hearing on the warrant articles as well, but first order of business is minutes from April 8th and April 10th.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor? April 10th.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so we'll move now into the public hearing, and so what we'll do is bring up each of the articles. Anyone that has any questions or comments on those will go up. When you go up and raise your questions, when you do, make sure you identify yourself and try and be as concise as we can so we can move things along as quickly as we can, but not at the sacrifice of getting all the answers out there. And keep in mind, too, that there is a second informational session, which will be on Saturday morning. So there'll be, if you see something in here and that raises some more questions, then you can certainly bring those up at that meeting as well. So, Article 1, it's a piece of cake. That's elect the moderator. You have a question on electing the moderator?
Yeah. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So if I read Article 1 to elect a moderator by written ballot, I guess my question would be, at the polls?
At the polls.
We're going to elect a moderator.
Yep.
And what's going to be the body that elects the moderator?
Generally, it's the people that are at the poll workers and whatnot there, which is what we've done in the past, and that, because you need to have someone that, is there for the duration of the election.
I understand that. But I guess my question is, if I recall how the open town meeting went, is that basically those citizens assembled would vote for the moderator.
Yes.
And there would be a motion if there was more than one candidate.
Yep.
And then it was secret ballot.
Secret ballot.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because I'm just concerned because the narrative prior to that says the opening narrative is that the polls will open as soon as Article 1 has been acted upon. Right. So I would assume that you have to go through that process.
Correct.
But it's really not a representative process. It just happens to be who's there at 7 o'clock.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Then Article 2 is the election of the officers, which will be or, the select board members, the budget finance committee members, the RSU school board members, those are all on the ballot, so those will be voted on through the ballot. Article 3 is the article where we set the dates for the tax bills. So the first half tax bills are October 31st, 25, and the second half tax bills are April 30, 26. That's also where we set the interest rate on unpaid balances, as well as that translates to is if we'll pay, if we pay back, then it's at that same interest rate, and those are based on the maximum rate that the state will allow. Any questions on Article 3? Article 4 is to see if the town will devote to raise and appropriate $3,125,416 for general government services. That's administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurance, recreation, and technology. Grace?
Levitt Road. Questions that I'm going to ask them because I'm not really sure, although I think I figured it out. So first of all, I wanted to just mention that we don't yet have the annual report. I did ask at town office today. I was told that that will be forthcoming. And the reason I ask that is because I did find last year's annual report, so I was able to go back to last year's figures. There's a lot more information in the annual report, so I'm looking forward to the 2025 being available, which gives more detail. So there is that. But I did go back and compared some of the numbers in Article 4 with last year's numbers. And can you just explain, so that everybody's understanding, myself included, the numbers for most of the items are less, with the exception of rec, and then there's 2 additional ones in this year's, the insurance, work comp, and general assistance. So just what's the difference?
Okay, so
or also employee benefits. Sorry, that one also is not in last year's.
So what happened last year, we had apportioned the insurance to each individual department. So instead, that's been taken out of each individual department and put into the general insurance bucket.
Okay, so the numbers, okay. I kind of figured that. I've followed most of the budget meetings and such this year, but I just wanted to be sure. And also just mention that that annual report is really helpful, so we'll look forward to that. And also, we used to get committee reports in the annual report, and I was told again when I asked that they're also trying to get some of those things back into what we used to get. It didn't even occur to me last year that that was missing, because there was sort of a, I don't know what to call it, but basically you heard from all the different segments of the committees and the boards and whatever, what had transpired over the previous year. So I look forward to us getting back to that being available to folks. Thanks.
Other questions? Moving on to Article 5. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,627,495 for public works. Questions?
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road. I just wanted to ask about the cemetery item, which I think is about the same as what last year's line item was.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to ask about the North Raymond Road Cemetery, which has a white wooden fence that's been in pretty poor repair and lack of paint for the last few years, and just wondered if there's a plan to spend some of the money on that this year.
Joe, do you know?
No, Nate's got his hand up.
Nate?
Yes, there is a, excuse me, there is a plan to repair the fence this summer. We were gonna paint it last year, but a good portion of it is rotted. So we put it off till this summer, but that is the plan, is this summer to repair that. We did some tree work over there last month to open up to the new section. That answers your question.
Other questions on Public Works? Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,445,000, $1,445,806 for public safety. Questions? Seeing none. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with a value not to exceed $75,000. Questions? Article 8, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balances surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and/or adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable for an amount not to exceed $75,000.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So in Article 8, the $75,000 is what would be available as a ceiling for the use of the undesignated fund balance, surplus, unassigned fund, however you want to describe it. Could you just tell me, currently, what is the total that's in our unassigned fund balance?
Okay. Let me just clarify one thing there. 'Cause this article, this is the emergency fund. This is when a heating unit blows up or whatever. The select board has an authorization of up to $75,000 to spend on that. That money, whatever is unused, goes back into
correct
surplus at the end of the year. It does not carry forward. But that's that emergency fund, which in the past we used that when we had to replace some of the heating units on the top of on the fire station. We used that in the past when we had to do repowering on Marine 1. But that just what that fund there does is gives the select board some emergency money to be able to react quickly to something like that. And then in the past, I don't believe we used any of it this year. The year before, we used some on the units on top of the fire station. Prior to that, it was the powering that. So it doesn't get used very often, but it gives the ability to react quickly in a case like that. If we were going to exceed that, then it would have to come back to a special town meeting or whatever to be any additional or difference authorized that way.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I think we would be foolish not to have something like that for an emergency and have it immediately available. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I read Article 8, though, it says that the $75,000 from undesignated fund balance is for unanticipated community needs and/or adjust tax rate. Am I correct in that?
It could be used for that if it had to.
Sure. Okay.
That more typically would get picked up under Article 11, though.
And yes, and I'll be talking about Article 11. But I guess basically, for right now, what I'd just like to is the answer to my original question, which is, what is the balance in our undesignated fund as of today? Can anyone there tell me what it is?
Is Brenda on?
Brenda's not on today, no. I can find that out.
I know, I know that we're in excess of the 15% that we've said we need to maintain for undesignated. And
that's according to GAAP and
the bonding agency.
Sure.
They like us to have that.
Sure. Yeah, 5 to 15%, I believe, is what Moody uses for evaluation.
Yeah, we've tried to stay closer to the 15 because that gave us the preferential on on the AAA rating.
Sure, thank you.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just quickly, so to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable, and you referenced Article 11, so you're talking about reducing it lower, or you can adjust it higher as you seem advisable, as long as you don't exceed $75,000?
No, the 75, anything that's used there would be used to lower. We wouldn't put money in to raise the tax rate.
Okay, no, I just wasn't clear on that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the emergency fund? Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. I wanted to just make sure, I have a two-part question. Is this a new referendum? Is this a new?
No.
It's been in. Okay.
Yeah.
It was going to be, so if we take Articles 4, 5, and 6, add them together, we get to about $6,198,000. Is that the appropriation accounts that you're referring to here that you can move between?
What this allows is, partially, yes, you got all your allocations, but if we are overspent in one account at the end of the year from an accounting standpoint, and if we are underspent in another, we can make that shift so that the books balance.
Right. As long as it doesn't exceed the total.
As long as it doesn't exceed the total budget. So in other words, say Public Works underspent their budget, but public safety went over theirs.
Right.
We can do a shift there so that we can balance the books without having to go back out for additional revenues.
Okay, great. And then, I guess it is a three-part question. Is there a public notification of that change, or is there?
Yeah, because that would have to be, that would be done at a select board meeting. Typically, where that gets done is at the last, when you're closing the books, because that's where you're going to see if you had to make any moves.
Great, thank you.
If I could add a little thing. I think, Brian, when you asked that question, I was thinking about individual departments can also move them between their own during the year if one was expended, so that you had that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what we always did. So you have that two-way movement, one in the department and at the end of the year, one for the town.
Yeah, it brings up one other real quick question. So if within, let's just say, public safety, there's a need to move monies around within that, as long as they don't exceed their appropriation, they can do that. Mm-hmm. And that can be done probably without select board involvement?
Typically, if they're moving that, they're discussing it in a select board meeting that we're overspending this, so we're going to cut this. We're going to cut this. Because then it's always the question of, okay, well, if we cut that, are we hurting ourselves? And so is there another avenue that we should look at?
So then that could be where you have a movement between. Great, thank you.
Other questions on Article 9? Article 10 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make applications and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, or other gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. Questions on what that is and how it works? Okay. Next on Article 11, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $700,000. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road. In order to try and get that answer to my first question, and I believe I kind of got it, that we've got enough money to cover it. My question on Article 11 is that it's $700,000 from undesignated fund balance for reduction of property tax commitment, period.
Right.
So that's not going to buy us a fire truck. That's not going to put new heaters into place. That's to decrease our tax commitment.
That's the, yeah.
So my question would be, and I don't know if it's answerable because I don't know the exact number that we have in undesignated fund balance, but if the maximums that were appropriated out of Article 8 and out of Article 11 were spent, and I know that's probably highly unlikely, would we then have enough money to cover 2 months' worth of operating expenses for the town, including debt service and including all expenses? That would be in compliance with GAAP. That would be in compliance with GFOA, and generally, that would still maintain us, I believe, a bond rating of at least a AA. It could, if in fact we've got enough money, because my understanding in trying to educate myself on undesignated fund balances is that you're probably more aware of this than most anybody in the room, would be that there's models now that are being proposed that are more modeled after insurance, in order to have your undesignated fund balance be in a safe situation. More risk management involved, more involvement in keeping that number up because of the unknowns we're dealing with today, such as extreme weather situations or maybe an unstable economy, or at least rumors of an unstable economy. And therefore, that was my goal in number 8 and number 11, to just be assured, even though I don't have an actual number, that given these 2 articles, if you were to spend, if the select board was to decide we're going to take $775,000 of undesignated fund balance in order to lower the tax rate in the town, would that still put us in good accounting order?
I mean, the answer to that is yes. But in the, I mean, that, this gives the authority to go up to 700,000. Last year we used 350.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I'm looking at the articles and just asking the question.
Yeah. If I might, Mr. Chair. If Joe pulls up the annual report that we had, the audit report that just came in, at the end of it, I believe it said what we had for surplus, and it would be available and answer 2 questions at once.
I have it right here.
You have it right there? They give the percentage in the report of what we should be at, and that we had more than what we should be at.
Correct. That's usually included in the report, is the audit.
I'm not saying to stop now, we can move forward, but come back to it, because the questions have been asked, and we'll have the answer when someone finds it.
I have it right here. It's just going to take me a second. It's not short.
Yeah, it's 30 pages or 40 pages, so.
While you're looking that up, Article 12 is to see if the town,
Can I just add a comment to that?
You may, if you go up there. If you go up there. Nothing from the gallery.
Hi, Jody Carroll, 30 Rockwood Acres. Wasn't that 700,000 put up because of the settlement that the town was receiving? If I remember back, it was bumped up this year to accommodate a potential the payout for that settlement. And the discussion, I thought at the time, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, was the reason it was so high. There was a lot of discussion amongst your team because you would want to use some of that to potentially reduce taxation. Not necessarily that you would, so that you didn't alter taxation rates in the future potentially for budgeting for next year, but that would be on the table as an option. Am I remembering that wrong?
Well, what's coming into play there is, of course, because that that money, when that money came in, that brought our reserves. It actually backfilled what we had been spending all along on that whole legal action. So it essentially brought us back to whole plus some. So that gave a little bit more flexibility there, but under, absent dire circumstances, you wouldn't want to use that full 700, but you want the authorization there in case something blows up on you, that you've got that without having to go through a whole lot of other hoops and things. So, as I say, what we used last year was 350 of it.
Right, and that limit was probably going to be temporary and potentially retained for future litigation services if something like this happened in the future. And I'm not sure if everybody remembers that, but I'm pretty sure that was a point of discussion as to why it was bumped up so high at the time, and that's helpful.
Okay, so Article 12 is to see if the town will vote to appropriate $511,177 from the tax increment pipeline, Route 302, the TIF, for projects proposed in the TIF district for 2026.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. On Route 302 maintenance, I'm assuming that's not maintenance of the road itself since it's a state highway. So what exactly does it cover?
The 302 was the decorative lights and all that were put in. That was part of when the TIF was originally set up.
Okay.
So it picks up the maintenance on those, plus some of the maintenance on the sidewalks and things like that.
And
but not 302 itself.
Okay. And the street light fixtures for the 36.5, that would be new fixture? It's repair of?
It's repair of.
Okay.
You got to remember those are now 15 years old.
Okay. And then the paving and roads component, the 50,000, what would that be doing?
That because there is some in the TIF document, there was some paving that was allowed in there. So what we tried to do in the TIF is put things in there, because the biggest thing is when you reach the end of the TIF, anything that's unspent you have to give back.
Okay.
So it's one of those.
That TIF out.
So anything that we could put in there, and there was allowance, and similarly why there was some public safety equipment in there, because there was some designations in there that was allowed in there. We also did a modification on that this year to allow the fiber optic upgrade to get picked up under there.
So I think I've been in town for 25 years, and I think there's always been a TIF. Yeah. Are we at the point of exhaustion of the TIF fairly soon, or does there continue to be a rollover on it?
We've got another 3 or 4 years left on there. So part of the planning downstream is to relook at that, which would have to end up creating a new TIF zone and applying to the state and all that.
Thank you.
So the unassigned for that as of June 30th, 2024 is the number that we have here, and that's 2.589, $2,589,284.
But what we'll do is
but that's of June of that's almost a year.
What we can do is we can check with Brenda. She can run the figures, and we'll have those for the Saturday.
But it gives them a good idea. There's plenty.
Yeah.
Other questions on the TIF? Article 13, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Zone Fund an amount of $144,500 for the administration and activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by the park operations to be recorded and retained in the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Zone. Questions on that, Peter? Tag teaming.
We did this separately, just so you know.
Joe, I'll let you answer that question.
My Parks and Rec hat on.
So my questions, it's actually on the next one as well, but I don't know if you can combine the answers to them. I did go back to last year's annual report comparing the amounts there, and both of these articles, 13 and 14, are higher. 13 was higher by around 23,000, and 14 by quite a bit, 58,000 and change. Yep. And just, again, in the annual report, which we'll get, last year's had a breakdown in the warrants, as far as it was in the, at the end of the report, but it showed more specifically what that money was for, not just the total amount in the warrant article. And so is there any explanation you can give me for both of those two? As far as
these are based off raised funds. So the tassel top is enterprise account, and then Article 14, that's a special revenues account. So those are all of our revenues coming in and expensed out for operations. So that's labor, equipment. So the increase for tassel top is because we've had now 2 or 3 years of steady data that we've increased our revenues, and we're hitting average around $140,000 to $150,000 in our annual collections there. And then for Article 14, we've increased our services. So with that increase comes more increase in expenses as we grow summer camp.
Expansion of the programs. I know you've got a whole long list of all the different programs and such too. So
but keep in mind too that higher number is a good thing, because that's that's increasing revenue on there. So it's paying for itself from that standpoint. You got additional revenues coming in, which then he can turn into more programs and things like that. So that going up is a healthy thing. If it went down, that's more cause for concern.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask a question I think that maybe you were going to ask, but maybe not. If I'm asking wrong, you're next. So basically, is Tassel Top, and for that matter, is Park and Recreation, are they self-funding themselves from the fees that people pay for the using the programs and the...
In select areas, yes. For full-time staff, that's coming out of the general fund operational. So that's assistant director and Parks and Rec director. It's Riley and I. But as far as the part-time seasonal staff, everyone they see that's working summer camp or at Tassel Top, yes, has raised from these funds and paid out and expensed through there.
So that portion of it,
that's
the
separate.
town is still
our
part of the cost of the overall program for those positions.
Correct. Our operational expenses, that includes other the porta potties at the parks, things like that. That's in our operational. That's that $292,000. I can't remember which article is, but in the beginning there. So that's our operational cost. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I didn't answer the question.
Peter, you didn't fully read his mind.
Yeah, no, I mean, she did kind of. The way I'd phrase it was this: since my understanding of enterprise funds are such that actually those are revenues, therefore, in other words, the town pays the total, and then the town gets reimbursed through the enterprise fund through fees.
No. So it operates as a business account. So when we bring, say, all of our membership fees for Tassel Top Park, that goes into the revenue account, and then we expense our staff or projects out of that same fund. It's a Tassel Top. So when we're
but the enterprise fund it's a revenue account, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a revenue account. Who pays it? The town?
The people that are using the service.
Okay, so it's paid through fees.
Correct.
And
fees, any type of,
is that generally speaking, when it's an enterprise account, it's usually 50% or more of the operating is generated by revenues. And I guess my question, and I think what Grace was kind of asking is, and this would go for the following article, we're not breaking even. It's costing us money for these services. It would be naive to think it wasn't costing us things for those services. But I'm just curious, what's the ratio? What's the point of revenue from an enterprise covering the total cost of our rec programs in Tassel Top?
As far as the programs, I don't have a general knowledge of an amount allocated to that. But say for basketball, we have our program budgets that are, obviously whatever's coming in for revenue is expensed, and we're not over going over those program budgets. So individualized, yes, it's to equate the operational side of this into this equation. That will require a lot of detail.
Yeah, but very basically, just, I guess for myself as a taxpayer, I'd just kind of like to know how much is our rec program in Tasseltop costing the taxpayer of Raymond? And I do know that some of it is offset by these enterprise accounts. If we were providing it all, it'd be quite a bit more expensive.
I guess I'm not understanding.
I guess what I'm just trying to get to is, what does it cost us, the taxpayer, to run the rec program in Tasseltop?
So you would like to see
fees and enterprise funds and the like.
So you like to see like per time unit of our salary equated to time operating these.
Well, salary and all other expenses that are not covered by an enterprise fund.
Peter, I asked for this information, I don't know, second or third month I was here, and at the time, we really didn't have a breakout of many things, to be blunt, and she told me to check with the chair, and I said, no, I'll wait for you to find the answer, and I think to be simple here, I'm just trying to get to the end of this.
Sure.
I think by the time we have the next meeting, what he's asking, what I asked months ago, is how much of a percentage, because you're allowed to keep the revenues also in your accounts that you generate, but there isn't really a lot. But your percentage of salary, I didn't realize your assistant was going to be part of Tasseltop either, so that was new to me tonight. I think you just said you and...
No. Okay. I'm trying, no.
Okay, that's what I heard. That's why I'm asking.
No, it's multi-funds here. So we have 3 different funds.
Yes.
If you're talking about the operational, the general fund, which is included is my salary as Parks and Rec Director and Riley as Assistant Parks and Rec Director. That's not directly in a enterprise or the special revenue account for programs, right?
Right.
So if you're trying to do a one-on-one with our time versus what is being allocated, your elected.
I'm not looking for hourly. I'm just saying a percentage. What time?
Yeah. So I mean, our salaries are
so commingled.
You can kind of like, I guess, equate it that way. But in our operational, there's also other accounts that have no effect in our enterprise or special revenue.
That's what the sheet was. So Joe broke this down in one of our budget finance meetings where it had, which all of those were Tasseltop. It was broken down into each 3, and then where the revenues went. That's in there too.
Yeah.
I will tell you,
I didn't bring that part.
I still got the podium. So I guess what I just say is that I guess what I'm really asking for, Joe, is this. And this is just personal. I don't know if you would survey the community to see if there's a perception out there. The perception that I have felt, and through my own personal feeling, is that our rec program is making money. Now, that's true, and that's where we get into communication and what these meetings are all about. You do make money in rec, but you also have expenses.
Of course, yeah.
And those are paid by the taxpayer. So the perception...
Not all of them, no. A lot of our, if you're paying for a basketball program or summer camp, those expenses are paid out of the revenues.
I understand. So getting back to the root of my question, what I was basically just asking is, what is the ballpark ratio between what the taxpayer is paying for and what is paid for through fees, through the rec programs and through Tasseltop? That's all I was asking.
No, it's a good question.
And the
majority
answer,
are salary.
The answer is really, the crux of this is, the perception is, and I hear this from people, maybe you have, maybe you haven't. The rec program in Raymond is making money, and that's true. But it's also not the right perception.
Right. We're covering to run those services, right?
Personally, I don't think it's a lot. I looked at all your figures, and I don't think the administrative cost is that much. It's just that it was commingled, and they didn't have an answer. And I think it puts you really on a bad spot right here to say, what do you think it is? Because if it's 10% of his salary, it's minor for the kind of supervision that the town now gets there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's tough to equate 60, And Peter, sorry if I'm not explaining, but 65, like we were on 65 programs. You'd kind of have to equate our time to those, programs when there's so many moving parts to it. Riley right now is running futsal. That's not a cost per se in the program fees because it's in our operational. So Riley's time is running those programs. So to come up with a figure, it might be like, $2 per program for us running those pieces that the taxpayers cost. So it kind of gets, into the operational side of things. But that could be if we contracted those services out, like say someone ran basketball, then that would increase our program fee because it's not you guys paying us to run it. So that's kind of the best explanation I could do right now.
And I think you have a legitimate question. I asked this, I heard that they're running at a profit, that they were doing really well at Tasseltop. So I asked, what is the breakout administratively so I would know what the profit is? And that's all I asked. So it's legitimate.
Other questions on 13 or 14? Article 15, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $578,840 for debt service.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just have a quick question. So it says 2023 Tasseltop Snack Shack and Public Works Garage Design. Didn't we already pay for a Public Works Garage Design, like when we went through this last year?
We took a bond out, so this is the debt
Payment
service
for
on
it.
the bond that we took out.
This is just paying back what we already
Okay,
voted on.
gotcha.
It's from 2023.
Okay,
This is just the debt service. So
Gotcha.
this is
I think it's 5 years.
Yeah, no, long day.
Let's see, Article 16, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $203,701 for the Raymond Village Library. Questions there? Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $415,000 and move from abandoned or completed projects that have been carried forward in the CIP, $135,623 for a total of $550,623 for the capital improvement program. Questions there? Article 18, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balances in the capital improvements program and the healthcare reimbursement HRA account and the employees' compensation account. Questions there? Article 19, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $67,500 for the RTP micro van service. Grace?
So,
No, that isn't there.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road.
You won't do it until after the...
I've said this at a public comment, or maybe it was at one of your agenda items at the select board meeting, I can't recall which, but as I understand it from watching a previous meeting, this is basically the town subsidizing, for lack of a better word, sort of a taxi service. It's a micro van, I realize, not just a car, so that people in town would pay a set amount, I think it was $3, to go basically anywhere in Raymond or to Wyndham, some shorter distance. If this were an in-person town meeting, you'll be hearing that going forward forevermore, I think. But wouldn't we be able to say, okay, that amount is set, so we can't raise it? But could we say, no, 12,000 of that 67,000 should go to our share, Raymond's share, of the
Lake Region transport, the bus that goes from Bridgeton to Portland, because I really feel it's very unjust that we are not paying into that service. And when it was brought up before, as far as this microvan service, it was, well, you can get that service from your home to the Wyndham Lake Region bus stop to get into Portland, because this service wouldn't take me into Portland. But that really is not feeling right, that, okay, I'll pay to get from my house to Wyndham, and then I'll pay the fee from Wyndham into Portland, but it's the Wyndham folks that are paying their share of that bus service to begin with, or the Casco, or the Bridgeton, and the Naples. So again, I really feel that Raymond should be paying that $12,000, whatever the current rate is, as our portion of that bus route. It just doesn't feel right that we're spending this kind of money for sort of an individual type of service, which I understand is needed. And I've heard of an incredible volunteer and volunteers that are right now providing some of that transportation for folks that need it. And I don't mean to diminish the great service that they've been providing voluntarily. That shouldn't really be happening, but it's awfully nice of them that it has. So it's not that I'm opposed to having this service in town, but I am really upset that we're not paying our share and haven't been for some time of that. I'm not sure if we really know how many people will actually use this, but it's me helping to pay for this to subsidize something for others. That's fine, that's how it works. But we're not paying for that service from Bridgeton to Portland, and we really should be paying our share. That's just real comment more than a question.
So when we had the discussion with RTP, the RT people said, if you do this, you don't need that. You don't need the 12,000. So he's saying this is better for you, and they have no problem with us than either bringing people to Casco or to Wyndham to get on the bus. So that's directly from RTP. So it's not, they're saying this is better suited for the way Raymond is, and he did not have a problem with us in that, if we do this, in not doing the 12,000.
Well, I do wonder if Bridgeton, Naples, Casco, and Wyndham might have a problem with us not paying the bus. And if I'm not using this to get to the bus stop in Wyndham or Casco to get into Portland, I'm getting myself to that bus stop. That's further than going to a bus stop that used to be in Raymond. So it's having that impact potentially. And again, it just doesn't feel right. So,
well, I mean,
yep.
They could, the other towns could go into a higher expense mode and do a similar thing there too. But as I say, the RTP people, he said in the meeting here, he says, if you do this, you don't need to do the other. He said
they own both, right?
Because they're both owned. It's still owned by. So you're putting funds into the RTP system.
I understand that, but it still isn't seeming to be the right way. It seems like we can do this, but we should also be doing the other as well, so that there would be a stop in Raymond, because there won't be a stop in Raymond with this.
Nope.
I don't know if I think that if the company that's providing it came up with the idea, I don't think they have the issue with it, because it's not like we came up with it.
How did they come up with the idea?
He told us that you could take this service from Raymond and go to the bus stop to get to Portland, and they RTP owns both of those, the van and that.
They came up with that idea, but they didn't come up with, hey, Raymond, do you want this?
No, but they told us, if we get this, you're more than welcome to do this with it. And I think if it wasn't...
I can do that now. I can drive from my home to a Wyndham stop now and get the bus. Nobody's checking my place of residence, I don't believe, and saying, oh, you live in Raymond, you can't take this bus from Wyndham into Portland. But again, I'm having to go a little bit further in order to do that. It's not really to debate back and forth. I just wanted to express that.
And I have a broader question. The question was asked if they could have done it at a public meeting, and it's important for me to know going forward because I've still got a couple of years left here. Can they take a warrant that has a contract attached to it in the future and say we would prefer to lower that down and have another warrant? Because that's the only way you could do it, with people not present.
You can't add a warrant at the town.
And I think that's what you'd have to do.
You can lower an amount on it, but you cannot raise amount, and you cannot add.
And it would be a different warrant for the bus, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But could you, if it were in person, say, there's the amount,
but we want a portion of that to go towards the bus service and have a stop.
Then you wouldn't be properly funded for that service. You'd be you wouldn't be funding the service, so then you'd end up shorting yourself there.
Okay. All right.
But as I said, in the discussions that we had with RTP, that was their recommendation. So
811 211 Road. Okay, so first, congratulations to Grace. I believe during that whole conversation, she didn't use the word equity once. That was very good. Secondly, what I'm really getting at here is more process. Okay, because that's been the problem for a while that's plagued our town. So I guess my question would be this, or just to state a fact. The presentation by RTP took place at a select board meeting on March 18th. At that same meeting, what you guys did was put the minivan $76,500 proposal on the warrant. One of my first questions is, how did you have that on the warrant before you even heard the presentation? So I'm a little confused there, but I'm not trying to create waves. But I guess my other question would be this. There seems to be a pattern of deadlines, and I believe when we get into the regular meeting, we're going to be talking about deadlines again on other issues. But my understanding is that this was proposed on March 18th and voted onto the warrant on March 18th, and I guess my question was, although I would absolutely support increasing public transportation or a public-private or a private transportation, any transportation in the town, because for several years we've had none. And to Grace's point, were we to take our time with this, where there had been a little bit more sunlight thrown on this process as far as what does the contract really mean, then what would that, my understanding in business is that what's that word when you're talking about pricing and contracts and a vendor? Oh, it's negotiations. So how about a negotiation where what you say is, we want this service, this minivan line, but what we want is we want you to tailor it in with the fact that we'll also be on your bus line. Well, I don't know if we can do it. Well, we'll give you $5,000 more than the $67,500. Well, maybe I could do that. But I wouldn't recommend you do that if it's not going to really sweeten my pot at all. So that's negotiations. That's what you do. It takes time. You individuals all have a background in business. You know about that. What was the need to get this at this point in time when I've heard for at least 5 years the select board saying the reason that we're not going to pay that premium to Western Maine Transportation or whatever you want to call them, is because the ridership is low and we have to pay the same fee as someone from Westbrook, and that's not fair. So that's our reasoning why we're not going to fund this. And I'll tell you right now, you don't have a clue, or the town doesn't have a clue, what ridership is going to be with this plan. And I don't know. Maybe you know because you guys had conversations with them, although I don't know that they were contractual discussions, about saying, well, is this going to be prorated? If after the 3 months we've had 3 people use this service, are you going to prorate that $76,500 to 3 months of service? Do we have that assurance?
We did. Yeah, we asked them during that.
It would be great to, I'm not saying I like to stay up at night and read contracts, but I think that there was a little bit more information that the taxpayer needed to have about this before you go forward with it.
We had that discussion because that was one of my problems with it, is that it's a big number to have for a full 1 year service, and if we find out that there's 3 people riding it after month 1, 2, or I said 3 or 4 months just because in the first month maybe people don't know about it yet and Derek, get some traction.
This wasn't a verbal contract, right? This is on paper.
Well, we have to go back and forth with them and ask their questions before we can decide what we're doing. So our questions to them were that same exact proposal. Like, if we only get 3 or 4 riders after 3 or 4 months, can we now get out of this and stop the service?
For 3 or 4 months.
And the answer was yes.
That's good to know, and it's good to know that that's contractual. I'm just asking these questions. I agree with everything that Grace said as far as paying your fair share. I think that the excuses that have been used that got us out of the transportation with the bus in the first place, in my mind, weren't valid. They were used because there were a couple of people that didn't like how the presentations from Western Maine Transportation went or whatever. And I talked to Mr. Kelly's former board member who he happened to leave that office about 6 months ago. So Mr. Kelly is new to the business as far as that position. And I believe, when someone comes in new and they want to impress everybody, what they do is they negotiate. But if someone's not going to negotiate with them, why wouldn't you just say, okay, thank you?
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. I don't want to belabor this too much, but the logic of having a private vehicle come, and first of all, is there any needs assessment done on this? Any age? Anybody? Could I or could my daughter use it to?
I think as long as they're above 16.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So if everybody does what Raymond does, there is no bus service. So that's the first thing. Now you don't have a place for a private vehicle to drive somebody to pick up the bus to go into Portland. So that's the first point that I would make. If every other town does what Raymond does, there will be no bus service. My family uses the bus service probably 15 to 20 times a year. Right now, we are driving to either Casco or Wyndham to either start our trip or my daughter coming from Portland to get off the bus. From an efficiency standpoint, it seems that an allocation to the bus, if we're going to do this, and I understand what they said, and I don't know what their mindset is when they did this, it makes no sense to not take, to me, a small portion of $67,500 and allocate it to the bus and be a community member, a member of the Lakes region, and do our part towards something that if everybody else didn't do it, there would be no bus service. And then it all comes tumbling down, because if you're trying to get to Portland for a doctor's appointment, if you're trying to get to Portland because you're visiting, it suddenly doesn't work, because then there's not the mass transit. I don't believe this service would allow you to travel in a private car all the way to Portland, correct?
Would not.
Okay. So I would really urge on the bus. I do think that there is usage of it. And anyway, that's enough.
I think personally, again, this is the first time the public's talked on this level. And I would say that the fact that 5 of us didn't think of the idea of saying, could we put 15 or 12 towards the bus service, is on us. It didn't occur to me. I was with Derek thinking, what if it doesn't work? We have $67,000 invested. And at that time, I'm thinking, well, we could always use that for the bus instead of canceling. However, that said, there's a bit of time between now and then. We certainly have a town manager that could call up and say there was an issue raised. And if it's not too late before the next meeting in the vote, it would make it more appealing and probably a stronger vote if we could shift some of the funds into the bus. It would also save you money and gas going to Wyndham 2 or 3 times a day if you don't line them all up, because the goal was to line up common riders at the same time. And I don't think there's anything wrong unless perhaps it's going to change the warrant, which is why I raised the question now before the next meeting.
What I would say is, no, you keep the article as it is, and you have discussions with them. Say, listen, we're giving we're doing this. Will you now stop in Raymond too? That's a pickup point. Because if you look at it, he's developed this figure.
Yes.
From something. So.
I like that.
He can do some manipulations internally to say, okay, they're giving us $67,000. We'll stop there. And
I like the compromise.
Well, you know what we can do to negotiate this is to tell him that with this 67.5 that we're giving him, and if they do stop in Raymond, that more people will use this, because right now it's on a trial basis, and if we use it for 3 months and the turnout's not great, then we're not going to renew.
That's a good point.
If you do stop in Raymond and we use this service and then the numbers are up and high, next year we're going to renew this service and keep going with it. If not, it might fall out and they don't get any money. So it might be beneficial to them to take on stopping in Raymond, because it'll bring their numbers up and it'll keep it on the books longer.
2 good points.
And I wouldn't disagree with any of that, to be quite honest with you. The sense I got, if my memory's serving me, as far as the presentation by Mr. Libby at the select board meeting, was that he stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, on that route from Bridgeton to Portland, how many other towns are using the minivan service?
None.
He said there was one, I believe, and it's a demonstration, or it's a 1-year trial.
That may have been Westbrook.
In Wyndham.
It was Wyndham.
And that was it.
Wyndham, yeah.
Wyndham has their own. That's
Wyndham
right.
has their own.
So I would think that from a business perspective, if this community is successful with it and there's good feedback from it, it's only going to benefit his business.
Well, and they want to expand this to the other towns as well.
So why not use Raymond as a trial?
Right, and their excuse was the other bus was working well in another town and they're trying to get it to us. And it makes logical sense to go from the most populated and work its way down and convince every town on the way down.
Sure, so it's a good business move for them. I would think that that's all what comes out during the negotiation.
Good input.
Other questions on number 19? Okay, Article 20. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $13,250 for provider agencies, $1,500 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $750 for Lake Region Chamber of Commerce, $10,000 for the Thomas Pond Dam restoration, and $1,000 to be used at the town manager's discretion.
I'm ready to negotiate these down.
No, butts will until you can go down.
Any questions on the provider agency side? Article 21. See if the town will vote to appropriate. See if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,221,180 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all other categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. That's our "we'll take your money" article. Article 22. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, and other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road use assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, veterans assistant reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grant, or other foreign funds. It just says, if you'll send us money, we'll take it.
Are you sending us money, Rolf?
I don't think there's much to send this year, but. Article 23. To see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein in the public interest. This is the one that says if you've got an emergency down a private road and, we have to have Nate plow it, that they can do that, because otherwise we don't plow private roads.
Life safety.
Any questions on that? Article 24. To see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $642,568 for employee benefits liability. Well, that's not a raise, it's using it because there was some there wasn't some proper accruals done back years ago for unused sick time and unused vacation. Kind of reminds me of, I think it was about 25 years ago when the school went through that, when they hadn't allocated for the summer pay, and they ended up having to do a catch-up article like that. So this will be a decreasing value each year.
Peter Levitt to Levitt Road, and I know that that's a little staggering figure there, and I understand, Ralph, what you're saying. It will decrease each year. I dealt with it on the corporate level for a number of years with accruals of sick time, vacation time, holiday, and the like. And I believe the way the accountant described it is it was an unfunded liability. Right. In other words, you're incurring that expense. It could happen at any time, but there's no money designated to pay for it.
Right.
And that's what we've done.
Yep. Correct. Article 26, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement in the amount not to exceed $1,600,000, not including interest or other legal fees, or on such terms as may deem available for the purpose of purchasing a new stock ladder truck, and raise an appropriate amount not to exceed $187,348.08 for payments due in fiscal year 2025. So this is our bonding article for the new fire truck. Questions on that? Article 26, intentionally left blank. I hate that statement. When you have a page that says intentionally left blank, there's something on it. It's not blank.
I think Peter's going to put the bus in there.
Yeah, I have to say something about the blank article. I just ask, just for the sake of information, what was that article?
Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was.
I believe it was a comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Which will get discussed later on tonight, too.
Correct. Well,
Article 27. Okay, now we're getting into land use ordinance changes and issues there. So Article 27 is Article 4, Section 2B, number of copies, and Article 5, Section 2B, number of copies, and Article 6, Section 2A, number of copies, and Article 7, Section B, number of copies, and of the subdivision ordinance be adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4th, 2019, and Article 10.3A.3B, applications, and Articles 10.4A.3, submission requirements of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, and amended through June 11, 24, be amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout. And that information those informations you'll find on this appendix sheet there. So I don't know if you want to just kind of reiterate where those changes came from, but it really came down to the number of copies of things that needed to be supplied to the planning board for reviews, because a whole lot more is being done electronically instead of paper-wise. If I've summed it up correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
David Brown from 91 Tenny Hill Road again. As I said before, I do engineering, so I spend a lot of time looking over things like this. And so I had some questions or comments about it. A couple of maybe for the future housekeeping items would be, these days you don't have to put the numbers in parentheses. That's an old-fashioned thing from when you couldn't read things before, I guess. And I know when you do it, you're doing it the normal way, kind of. You're putting small numbers in parentheses most of the time, and we have a 40 in parentheses, which, that's a thing for later. The use of shall, and there's one use of shall that really means must, and most of the shalls mean this and that. And the Supreme Court a few years ago decided that shall doesn't mean what you think it means. So in my engineering work, you say shall, meaning you must do this. And they said, somebody got away, convinced the Supreme Court that, well, it doesn't always mean that. So, I understand that like state laws are full of shall, and I think you want to address how you use it so that it makes more sense. So, like down at the bottom, at the bottom of the addendum page, you've got complete shall be returned to the applicant. Now that's kind of a typical governmental legal thing, but above that you say shall be submitted, and then you mean must. So it's just perhaps in that's actually an old thing. It's not a change right now, but just we could work on that a little bit. My main question though was, each one of these is talking about copies, paper copies, PDF copies, electronic copies, and each one of these addendum items, well, there's a wide variation in how those are worded. So you've got some that say 12 paper copies. So the first one says 12 paper copies, including some paper copies and a digital copy. And the way it's punctuated, you would think that the digital was part of the paper copies. Sounds silly, I know, but then the next one down, you say 12 copies, and then it says 12 physical copies and 1 digital copy, and the next one says physical copy and physical copy. Another one says copy and physical, then physical, and it just switches back and forth. And if this is the language that's going into an ordinance, that's going to be, that, apparently can't be changed, it's printed here, so that's what it's going to be. It's kind of too bad that, that it gets into this point and you've got all these different formats. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to clean that up before it becomes an ordinance, but I know we've said here before you can't really change something once it's out to vote. So I guess just wanted to bring those things to your attention, that those ought to be cleaned up.
We didn't have that in there. Comment on that, or? So I don't want to put words in his mouth.
I mean, the word shall is in a lot of our ordinances. To go through our ordinances and to reword shall, that shall take a very long time, I would say.
Shall take a lot of time.
I mean, I'm all for trying to clean up the language. I guess I could invite you to come to the planning board ordinance meetings when we're doing that, and we can kind of, parse the words and figure out how to make it as clear and consistent as possible. Outside of that, I mean, we haven't had a subdivision come through in a year, so some of these things, I think people understand. And to your point, I've seen shall, and I've seen it described exactly as you say, as must. So I'm not familiar with the Supreme Court case where they kind of have taken that definition and said, it means must, but not always. So I really can't add any more to that.
But I will say, at the state level, in any of the state laws, if it says shall, that is a mandate. If it says may or anything else, then is recommended but not. But if it says shall, that is that is an absolute, and that's any of this, any of the state laws that are written now. That's the defining thing there, and that's in the definition sections way back in some document someplace back in Augusta.
We follow state law, not government law anyway in Maine, so we don't do feds, just state.
11 Road, I would assume that all language on ordinances is reviewed by the town attorney.
Correct. Yeah, because he's the one that's going to defend it if it ends up there. So, other questions on 27? Article 28. Shall Article 10.3A 10A, expiration of approval of land use ordinances adopted May 21, 1994 as amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeouts. And this is a administrative clarification on the standards for approvals on extension of permits. Questions on that? Article 29, shall Article 5.5, footnote 3, street design standards of the Town of Raymond Street Ordinance adopted May 18, 2002, and amended through June 2, 2015, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeout text. And this is a clarification on the reviewing authority. Questions there? Article 30. Shall Article 6.3E.3 Appeals Procedure of the Land Use Ordinances adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in Addendum 5. And this is administrative, aligning appeals notices and the time frames with the state statutes, which we always like to be in sync with the state. Question is Article 31. Shall Article 6.2.B.1 shoreland and road frontage, Article 6.4E piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below normal high water lines of water bodies within wetlands of the Town of Raymond shoreland zoning as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 11, 2024 be further amended by adding the underscored language and the diagrams and removing the language in the strikeout in Addendum 6. And so this is one that was dealing with, if I'm correct here, it was dealing with the size, the max size things could be and the configurations that they could be on docks.
Yeah, and make sure, just in line with the state laws about docks.
Article,
Question about that.
Yep.
This is, we're on question AC, right? So make sure I didn't get
Yeah.
lost. Okay. This one, I was concerned, I wasn't quite sure that the language was absolutely clear, even though you're working on it. But it says, shall separately meet or exceed the following minimum frontage requirements for both shore and road frontage. And are we sure that the interpretation of that, saying both shore and road frontage, couldn't lead someone to say, oh, item A, residential per dwelling 225 feet, couldn't they go to a court and say, both, I only need 225 feet for both shore and road frontage. I know it says separately above that, but just didn't strike me as absolutely definitive that somebody couldn't argue that they could actually have a half of that on the shore, or 100-foot road frontage and 125 feet of shore frontage or something.
I think that's why they added separately.
I mean, so I guess what you're saying is, say somebody had, if the minimum lot size would be 225 in the water, 225 on the road is what you need for a lot. They could argue that they have 450 feet, so then they could have two lots. Is that kind of what you're?
I was almost thinking they could argue.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I was kind of thinking they could argue that the 225 was all they had to have, the way it's worded. So I guess has the attorney looked at that and made sure that that's the right way to go?
So I guess what I'd say is, no new lot can be created without 225 feet of frontage on both the water. And any lots that are smaller than that are already grandfathered. So they're able to have a dock, even if you have less than 225. So this is for new lots. And you couldn't create a new lot that had less than 225 feet of frontage on either of them.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it that there are other parts of the land use ordinance that work with this, and they can't just take this piece separately without those others.
Right. Right. So the 225 we're referencing here, it comes straight from the minimum lot standards.
Mm-hmm.
So to have a lot, you need 225 and 225. Any lots that are less than that can't be created. They'll be an illegal lot.
Okay. As long as you feel safe. Don't you get in trouble.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah, there. Article 32. Shall Article 12.2, terms defined in the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as in Addendum 7. So this was clarifying some definitions on solar. So
So I think
that's been a hot topic over the years. Let's make sure everybody understands where it is.
Right. So I think that it was simply to just clarify that, kind of make the distinction between, an at-home or a solar system that's used just to offset your energy costs, and then a system that is grid tied to be for profit. And we just wanted to make sure that the few commercial entities that are not in a commercial zone didn't think because they were a commercial operation that they couldn't have a solar system that just was there to simply offset their costs. Just to kind of clarify that just a little bit. And that was really the crux of the language change there.
Questions on Article 32? Article 33. Shall Section 3, Administration, Section 6, Compliance, and Section 7, New Construction and Subdivisions of the Town of Raymond Addressing Ordinance adopted May 15th, 1997, and amended through June 5, 2018, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as in Addendum 8. This is clarification of reviewing authority on that. I thought that was the one also that changed the size of the letter.
Last chance.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
this one here, I might have some recommendations for you, or if you wouldn't mind, but not today. But just in how this was worded, because I thought there were places where you started out and saying you had 4 inches up here, then you went down here and you said 4 inches again, and there was kind of a lot of repetition and things that maybe we could work on. But my other main question is, where's the enforcement? I've been here 26 years, and we had this thing then. I was supposed to put a number on, and we did. We have a great number on our mailbox. And I just don't see any change in most of the houses and businesses around here, except for I know the town gives away free numbers, although I think those are now too small because now they need to be 4 inches. But I'd just like to see some enforcement on this thing. I think every year, and really get this thing going and get every house and every business to have these numbers on them.
I think this is for new applications and new stuff. The other ones are grandfathered, so it's not going to change every house in Raymond. If they had a 3-inch number before, they're probably not going to change it to 4 because they don't have to technically.
And is that truly how this is written, that this is for new houses? Because I see all owners of structures shall by the date stipulated display and maintain. It seems like we were at the time when this was first written, calling on the people of the town to take care of their homes and make it so that the fire department can find them.
I asked that question, and it was your grandfathered in when we were discussing it before it got on here, and if you're already there, then you're all set. If it's new, then you need to be in compliance with the 4-inch.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just say I think that's a shame. I think we ought to be able to step up the encouraging. I mean, we're not in the business of forcing people to do things. It's not worth, we don't have that's code enforcement time and money.
Yeah.
But the more we could encourage this, the better. Thanks.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'll just say I had brought this up at other meetings before. This is a great Eagle Scout project. There was an Eagle Scout who actually did this in Wyndham, who raised the money, got the numbers, and went, picked a neighborhood or so many neighborhoods for his project and changed all the numbers. So reach out to Troop 800, see if the Eagle Scout needs a project, and they could go in some of the older neighborhoods and change the numbers to the new 4-inch for some people who maybe can't do it for themselves.
811 Levitt Road, and as far as the enforcement is concerned, after 25 years in appeals of zoning ordinances in the town of Raymond, what I can tell you is most of the times that we got notified of a violation, it was because of a neighbor. So I would say, basically dropping a dime on someone, the term was called. But the bottom line is, I believe enforcement would be whenever there's a difficulty of a town service to locate an address, would certainly there'd be a mechanism to report that and just say it's a violation. So if rescue goes down and they're called into a home, it's a new home and they can't find it, then that would drive some of the enforcement.
Any other questions on things on the warrant? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Move into the regular select board meeting. Next item, consideration of supplemental assessment. Kurt, you're on.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, assessor's agent. So I have one supplemental tax I'd like the board to consider. I have a property owner who's enrolled in the tree growth classified land program who wishes to voluntarily withdraw 3 acres of classified land out of his 23-acre total. So I've calculated the penalty and provided it to the taxpayer. It's $1,211.40. And I recommend that the Board of Assessors go ahead and issue that supplemental tax, withdraw the property from tree growth.
Motion.
One question? Yep. Kurt, I'm just curious what the valuation of that lot was when you, is this a fine or is that the tax for the lot like it was a building lot?
It's a penalty that's statute defines how we calculate the penalty.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily what they paid in tax in past doesn't play in. The penalty in this case tends to be a little lower because this property already has 3.5 acres out with a house on it that they pay full freight tax on that already. So when I calculated the penalty, I used a lower rate.
That different prorated.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not a building lot. It's more or less, they probably want to make a lawn or something like that.
Yeah, if the whole, it could, I mean, what he's going to do with it when he gets it out, that's up to him. If this property had been wholly enrolled, for instance, there was 25 acres all in tree growth, I would have calculated the penalty on a building lot value, and the penalty would have been $12,000.
Yeah, I'm just for future knowledge, Thank you.
I can just read part of that, right? So I'll motion to take these 3.6 acres of unclassified land out of tree growth with a penalty amount of $1,211.40.
Just identify the
for let's
identify the parcel of the
I'm trying to find it.
Furling Road.
$1,211.40.
I can go book and page. I don't see the.
No, go up.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Located at 34 is it Furlong Road though? Not Furling Road.
Furlong Road.
Huh?
Furlong Road.
Okay. So this one, oh, that's just an email. That's wrong in there, but 34 Furlong Road, tax map 18-18-K.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
So the warrants for that are coming down the table, and I'll submit those to the tax collector tomorrow, and she'll initiate a tax bill for it.
3.6.
Okay.
Oh, can I steal that?
Okay, next item, Community Resilience Partnership Grant. So, not sure which one you're going to do it. Is it going to be John or Brian? Or are you going to tag team?
John Rand, 20 Dryad Woods Road. Greetings, Select Board. Good to see everybody. It's good that we approved, or at least it passed the warrant, that we can accept funds from other state sources or other sources. Because here's an opportunity that has been around for about 4 years in Maine, Community Resilience Partnership, that is a funded by, I'm going to get Brian to pass out a couple of these things. I don't have enough for everybody, so you guys are going to have to share. This came to us actually during the comp plan last year, and it wasn't something the comp plan was set up to do. Here's another one. Yeah, can send that. Yeah, there's another one there. But we kind of tabled it for future consideration, and it may well be the last round of grants that are still available for this program. And what you've got in front of you now is some examples of other towns across the state to the tune of 200 or so other towns that have participated in this. Grant funding is limited in this round to $75,000 per town. And the folks from North Star Planning who guided us through the comprehensive plan are prepared to help us apply for this funding and guide us on selecting an appropriate set of actions or funding targets. So it's pretty straightforward. There's a little bit of a timeline. I won't say crunch, but in the next month we need to get a set of priorities together, picked probably from this material that we have you guys have in front of you, but also received at a listening session, I think up to 2 of them, that the North Star folks will moderate and manage. So we need to get a little word out around town for having folks attend that workshop. But the idea is that we target from the range of opportunities there what we think is would be most useful for Raymond. And in my own view, I'm looking at Nathan White, and I'm looking at he sat down again, and I'm looking at Bruce, and I'm thinking about public works, culverts, and fire protection, wildfire protection, and those are 2 of those examples are in the package that you folks have now. So I think what we were asking from the Select Board tonight is first we'd certainly try to answer questions that you might have or concerns, but we have a sample agreement that's in the package that you have, and it's a resolution that the board would vote on, a resolution to participate.
Is there a time frame of when the funds have to be spent by? Do you know? I'm sure there is, but do you know?
Not aware of. I think it might have a 2-year fuse on it, but this application, if it goes in at the end of July, or even as late as August, there'd be, I think, a 2-year run to be making progress on it. But I don't know that that's a good question. I can get.
I mean, I only say that because we have there's a lot of these on here that other towns have used just to upgrade buildings, make them ADU accessible, heat pumps, things like that, more energy efficient.
Yep.
And if we grab that building up the road, it'd be a nice place to upgrade things up there and dump some money of that.
Jordan's
just
Mall.
an idea. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think the listening sessions will be an important piece to get a broad community input on how best to spend this money. There's another version of this grant that we chose not to pursue. The dollars go up by another 100,000 to 175K, but they are regional projects, and you're participating with several other towns, which I saw basically that extra $100,000 would probably go into just communicating and interacting with another town in trying to find grants. So I kind of opted for this version, which keeps it in Raymond, and we can focus on what we need most here.
The last page of this on the energy efficient priority grant awarded, the bigger numbers, 100,000, 200,000. Is that what you're talking about with that one or not? Is that still town?
I said 75 is the highest I go.
Because these are Town of Millinocket, Norway, Otisfield, all these guys got.
Yeah,
100 to
those
200.
guys went in as a cluster.
So they did?
They got the big dollar amounts that apply for that cap on this one.
6, I got you. So 6 of those got the whole
200 or whatever.
And is that already done?
Are those projects done?
Did they get that? Are these awarded or are these?
These, I believe they are. Most of them probably are, because it came out in like 2021.
Yeah.
And it was NOAA funding that the state, that is in the state's accounting system. So the read from North Star is that there would be no risk of these funds going away.
Yep.
I think
this is why we need it in-house grant person, because some of these are pretty substantial amounts that would be beneficial. A lot of these have rooftop solars of upwards of $100,000 to $200,000, and if we're going to grab that building, that would have been an amazing.
That would be a good project right there in the heart of Raymond.
Can I ask you this question, John? I know that there's a lot of talk on the comprehensive board and plan.
Yeah.
And the question I would have is, instead of having more meetings, is there anything we can just draw out of that plan? Because it's already had the public meetings and put into this. I know we don't want to rush things, but at the same time, I think you were on the board plan, on that committee. Wouldn't it be easier just to take those ideas that
From
we
the
can,
comp plan.
directly into this?
I think it would certainly be useful. The comp plan itself would be quite useful, probably in steering us towards the right type of grant that we know from our surveys during the comp plan. Areas of town that need more resilience in terms of washed out culverts or other infrastructure that needs attention. But I think the goal of the workshops will be to have the North Star folks walk us down through the opportunities and get a sense in whoever shows up that night as to what they feel the priority would be. And I would trust we'd also be able to influence it by Brian and I met with the North Star folks a couple months ago now, and so I think we'd certainly both be in attendance. And it does identify the need for a town contact, Joe. And I'm hoping you'd be able to say that shouldn't be a resident like me, but a town employee, and just because they could probably be a lot more responsive than I might be able to do. But I certainly plan on helping to see this through, assuming it's something that the board here tonight would be able to at least take a vote of in favor of pursuing it, I think is what we.
So does North Star charge anything for?
Good question. They have a $10,000 grant that is not included in the up to 75 that we can get. That's already covered in another award to them.
And that's already awarded?
That's awarded, yeah. They have it, they're ready to go.
So I just need to make sure that we don't have to allocate any funds
to the planners.
So John, it looks like once you kind of enroll in this partnership,
yep,
you're kind of almost in like a mail-in list of grant opportunities. Is that kind of, and you can kind of choose from there what your direction is?
I think the workshops will, certainly that material will be made available to us, and that stuff you have, some examples, are all good projects for most towns. But I think the key is going to be to make it custom to Raymond is those listening sessions. And we'll need to do a good job getting that word out for those evenings.
Peter?
Yeah.
But don't run away, John.
So I agree with this whole process. I can tell you that in the draft comprehensive plan as it exists now, and if and when it ever gets approved by the town, it has in it both high priorities for culvert maintenance and for wildfire suppression. So all of that is contained in the comprehensive plan, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. Also, it has to be noted that in the vision for the comprehensive plan, resiliency is mentioned.
So essentially, what you're looking for at this point is just for us to tell you to continue on?
Continue on and with the process of getting the public input and getting the application into the state by, I think, August is even as late as September. But
step one is the resolution.
The resolution is key, and that would need to happen, I think, next month, or is where we made. So no later than July, maybe your July meeting. And you've got sample language there for the resolution.
So I mean, the resolution can be put on the next select board meeting, so that's fine.
That would be great.
But I mean, from the standpoint of getting them on board and what, knowing what to do so things can start to get set up, then really, what you want is direction tonight that says continue on.
Continue.
Correct.
Anyone have
an
any
endorsement from us, right?
Yep.
You want to make a motion or just?
Sure.
I make a motion that the town of Raymond endorse and allow the forward movement on this resilient partnership program that has been put in front of us.
Second. All those in favor? Okay.
Excellent. Thank you much. Here, go.
It occurs to me that the former town manager mentioned at one of our comp meetings that, in fact, she was working with Kate Birch from North Star on a grant. So it might be worthwhile to research into that and see if, in fact, there has been some groundwork that was already done.
Yeah, and Kate's absolutely be with us on this going forward, so we can confirm that with her. Pete. Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, next item, consideration of biz license application for 2 Scoops.
Again, are there samples?
So is Corey here? Oh, okay.
So no samples through Zoom.
I'm here on the Zoom meeting. Can you hear me?
Yep. So why don't you just give us kind of a brief on what you're planning and whatnot?
Just a small ice cream shop, right downtown Raymond.
That's the one that used to be an ice cream shop.
The one that used to be?
Yeah, right next.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yogurt shop or something.
Has
Page 7? No, page 1,
37.
sorry. Page 1, but it's really 37.
So has the fire department been in to inspect yet?
So yeah, I had him and the food guy in to kind of give me a rundown of everything I needed to do. We're not quite there yet, but we wanted to get this in early, so once we're done, he can just come and check it again.
I have an update from.
If that makes sense.
If you want.
Yes.
Wayne's not able to join us tonight. He did say.
We're not getting it on Zoom.
He's done a preliminary walkthrough. And had created, it sounds like created a list with Corey of things that need to be done, and Wayne is okay with saying
Conditional.
you can approve it conditionally, and he and the applicant will work together
Yep.
to finalize.
Well, seeing as it's a food service, it would be conditioned on both the fire and the state inspection.
Yeah, Stuart was there too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's next.
So I got a list from both of them on everything I need to get done. We're almost there. It's just the
Yeah.
emergency stuff we're putting in right now.
Sam made the motion.
Second.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Come get ice cream.
Yeah.
Have a nice night.
Thank you. Okay, next item, consideration of Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor as Health Officer.
Yep, I'd like to say thank you to Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor. He's decided to come forth and become our town's health officer, and also Chief Tupper, because he will be also the backup for Lee as well. So both of them are completed and getting their health officer certificates, and will be our point of contact for those meetings. So thank you for doing that, Lee.
Make a motion to accept Lee as the primary, Lee O'Connor as the primary local health officer, but the chief is the backup.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what you're appointing is the health officer,
Right,
because
right.
that's what gets reported to the chief.
Change that.
Yeah.
To just Lee O'Connor.
Right.
As the local health officer.
Was there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Okay. Next, Nathan, you're on. Discussion of traffic calming signs and the new MDOT recommendation.
All right. So we've been talking for a while about speed radar, the speed feedback signs. Right now we have one on a trailer. Was looking for pricing on them. I got 4 quotes. They range from $41.25 a piece up to $6,899 a piece per unit. The one we have on the trailer was donated from through DOT on a grant through them. What I'm recommending we do is we spend the summer moving it around town. I'm going to develop a schedule where it's going to be. It'll give us a little bit better, or a lot better, sampling of where the problem is. And this fall, I think we should make a plan at that point. We've got some stuff that we're doing. We're going to put up some new speed limit signs on Main Street. That seems to be where the biggest problem was from the little short sample that we had last fall. And the signs that are on the town side of Main Street aren't adequate enough, and I think changing that's gonna help some. Other than that, I think we just need a little more research on this before we go any further. During this process, I had talked to DOT, and they brought up the intersection on North Raymond Road, the 4-way intersection at Ganderbrook and North Raymond Road. They are strongly recommending we change that to a 4-way stop. I don't disagree with that at all. And they are offering up all the engineering, the signs. All we gotta do is install them for them. They're gonna be solar light lit signs, bigger than what we have over there. He's got a pretty good PowerPoint if you guys want to see it before that all happens. It's a lot of data, probably all the data that we already kind of figure on over there. But I'd like to go forward to that if we could.
And so, from my understanding, the only thing, the only expense we're going to have in that whole thing is restriping afterward, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The only thing that we're going to have to stripe there are the stop bars. We do most of those in town, are in-house. Yeah. And it'll be our labor putting the signs up. You're probably talking about, there's 2, 4, 6, it's probably better part of a day. You're going to have to trim some trees for the solar lighting, for the solar power to the stop signs. And you're going to have 4 per lane. So coming north on North Raymond Road, you're going to have stop ahead and stop. Same coming the other direction. Same on Ledge Hill and the same on Shaker Woods.
Will they put out the notice signs for like a month or so before, so there's change in traffic pattern or something like that?
Yes, yeah, they're going to supply me with a signboard, electronic signboard. So we'll put all the stuff up, cover it up. The signboard will go up, warning that there's a change coming. And I believe they do I think it's a 2 or 3 day test on it, I guess you'd call it. They activate it all, and then they're going to close it back down for another week, and then they'll activate it completely. If that makes any sense.
Nope. Yeah. It doesn't, but
I think it's great.
So they've got a lot of data. They did it over on Route 11, where 121 and Route 11 come into place. That's the closest one to us that they've done it to recently, and the outcome of that was incredible. They still have accidents, but they're nowhere near as severe because if traffic's going slower, somebody's going slower. But the results from that were incredible. The data that he sent me on that was quite eye-opening. And we have that intersection on North Raymond Road it's not in a high crash zone. It's been like 1.2 accidents a year. We had a couple years we had none, but it's pretty average. After that 0, there's 1 a year anyway.
problem is wintertime too, because if you're coming down the hill, and if you hit ice, it's not even your fault. You're trying to stop, but the other people going the other way aren't stopping because they're not.
Most of them were on clear, dry roads.
Really?
Yeah. The data's it's concerning on people's driving habits.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's straight away where people try to go 100.
I think it's a great idea, and I'm ready to make a motion. I really am. I think it's a great idea.
I do too. Yeah. I second that.
Can I make a comment?
Second the motion he's about to make?
Yeah.
All right, good.
I like
it. I'd just like to make a comment on that as far as and ask Norm, first of all, when he was pricing these, our feedback, in the range that you gave, what are the capabilities? Can they collect data? Do they have cameras? Do they count the number of cars, the speed? What are the options on that price?
All about the same options as we have. We don't have a camera on ours. When you got into the cameras, they went to 10, 12, 13 grand a piece. I looked for the stuff that we had the same basic data collection. It gives you time, average speed. It gives quite a bit of information. A lot of stuff that you'll never use, but it does traffic count.
Yep. No, respectfully, I would agree with that. A lot of that data you don't need, you'll never use it. I think that the question being that came basically from surveying the community through the comprehensive plan was the fact that there needs to be traffic calming on all of our roads. But short of having more police presence, my sense is that that's not going to happen. Maybe you spoke with him as well. Randy Ilian?
Yes.
Yeah. He's Maine DOT traffic engineer for District 1, which is what we're. Correct. What I asked him specifically was, I had mentioned before that MDOT does enter into with other communities on group purchasing. So when they're purchasing these signs, they did let a municipality dovetail in to get that pricing. He said, unfortunately, currently there's no master agreement with the manufacturer of dynamic radar speed feedback signs. So he couldn't. He said that right now is not available. It was at one point.
That is correct.
Yeah,
it was at one point. Ours came when we got ours. That was right in that same program, but DOT was giving those out to the towns that put their hand up.
Yeah. And so he did recommend, and it's possibly the four you had, All Traffic Solutions, Coastal Traffic, TAPCO, and Traffic Logic. So those
Correct.
are the vendors that he says the MDOT is using, and that he said would get pretty good pricing and a quality product from them. And I guess what I'd say as far as the traffic calming strategy in general, it came up through the comprehensive plan through our surveys with the community, and also it was promoted a little bit more when I'm sure the people in this room remember there was a tragedy on Egypt Road in which 2 of our residents were killed. I think that more than just these traffic calming devices like radar feedback, we're going to have to do more in the future to make these roads safer. And when and if the comprehensive plan is ever approved, you'll read what some of the citizen feedback was when we did our surveys. But that being said, as far as the intersection you're talking about, absolutely that's dangerous. But I would tell you that, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, there's many dangerous intersections and areas. And strategically, my understanding of the science of traffic calming with the signage is that you place them strategically where there's going to be a change in speed. So if you're coming down this road, and there's a radar sign, let's say somewhere around the fire station, saying that the speed has changed from 45 to 35 or 30 because you're entering the school zone, that would strategically be the place where you'd want to place that type of a sign. Or let's say coming down into Main Street in the Village, people that are coming off 302 and doing 50 miles an hour that then come through the Village, that's where strategically at both ends of Main Street, that's where you'd have a sign, the sign's posted to try and alert them to slowing down.
We set them up on Main Street, was the one that I saw the highest fluctuation in speed. And when you come off, if you come off from 302 onto Main Street at 50 miles an hour, we're probably going to find out who it is. You're going to collect them up on the sidewalk there. But that's not to say they're not going 50 on that road. We didn't see anything that high. Everything was 35 to 40. And that's a 25 mile an hour zone down there, but the signage is very poor. Is Egypt Road, that was, I believe, was in the 40s. We had a couple of peaks in the 60 at night, but that doesn't have any speed changes. Once you get on there, it's set right at the beginning of the hill there. One of my plans is to go forward, research MPI with DOT on Egypt Road. Some of the problems with Egypt Road is the road itself. It's not a great road. It's not designed to carry the traffic that it has right now. But the problem is, I think it's a class 4 road in DOT's world. So the only improvements you can see on that road is if we get into a partnership with DOT.
And that was a recommendation of the comprehensive plan as well, that we have
Correct.
a master plan with Maine DOT to look at all of the roads in Raymond and see what strategies we can apply.
So DOT owns the maintenance on Route 85, 121, and Egypt Road. We've done 3 of those on 85 and 2 on 121, and the latest one was the Main Street project right in the Village.
Yep.
So it is, we have history with doing them. They're getting a lot more money. Egypt Road, I think last year when I priced it out, was a little over, I think it was coming on to $2 million. So it's going to be involved bonding, and it's going to, we need to do a little more research before we jump into that.
Yep.
But the problem with that is you're going to flatten the road out, straighten it out, widen it out, make it so they can see better, and they're going to go faster.
Yep. No, I agree. The primary requisite is to get people to slow down. That's what you have to do.
So we don't pay them at all.
Yeah, leave it dirt, yeah, that would be fun. Do it right after I retire.
Main Street was pretty slow when it was all tore up.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was pretty good. There's other things you can do, stuff I really not a big fan of. It's a huge maintenance problem for us, is speed tables. We did a couple down to Tasseltop. Joe's had some trouble with people down there. We had a woman that got run over by a car there. I think it was last summer, the summer before.
2 summers.
We're going to try them up down there. It's going to give us a chance to plow over them and see what they are. DOT's not a big fan of that, so I don't know as though you would see it on the state end of Main Street. And they don't recommend anything over, I think it's 35-mile-an-hour speed zone you put them in. But this, though, you can look at those, and we can talk about it later.
Run over, ride over.
Those create another whole bag of problems for you.
If I may, just really quickly, Grace Levitt Road. First of all, I'm celebrating loudly in my head about the North Raymond Road intersection because it's incredibly dangerous, and unfortunately or maybe fortunately, they can't count the number of near misses. I wish, I don't want more accidents there, but there are many near misses. I've experienced them myself. It's just the angles of the roads that are crossing North Raymond Road in addition to the speeding. So yay, that is great to see that that's going to help be improved. I would just ask that not just Main Street was mentioned, you just mentioned Egypt Road again. I know that came up in a number of the conversations. I think we first brought this up actually prior to the October accident and public comment at a select board meeting. And I know that I've heard others mention Egypt Road is a problem area. Despite the data that you did find, I think that still may be something to be monitoring. I definitely would put in a plug for please be monitoring Raymond Hill Road. I don't know how you speed up a hill, but people do. And so we're out there a lot waiting for the bus, and it seems to be nonstop. And can you also put them on 85? Or are you saying that only DOT could put the mobile sign that you've got that you're going to be putting around this summer on 85?
I would have to call Randy, but I believe we were talking about that. I can request that from DOT, and they will take a look at it.
The only reason you may see fewer people speeding there is because they're tailgating me instead of actually being able to speed, unless they then are passing over the double yellow line. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Someone's on Zoom.
Yeah,
Sean.
do it up.
Hey, Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. I know this is kind of work in progress, but I just want to thank Nathan because we brought this, kind of with the comprehensive plan and then the budget finance committee, but I really appreciate Nathan looking into this and doing the research on these different things. So just want to thank you for that.
Other discussion on the traffic calming?
I'd like to make the motion to move forward with the Public Works Director's plans on both locations.
Already seconded.
Seconded before it was first. Further discussion? All those in favor?
I will, I'll get hold of them tomorrow, and I'll get a timeline on the North Raymond Road thing. I think it's at all use state speed. I'm not sure how fast that works, but I will let the town manager know, and thank you very much.
Okay, next item.
Actually, I have one on that one. There's I saw quite a few accidents last year, I think 3 or 4 pretty bad ones of people gawking at the sunset or whatnot at Raymond Beach, and people don't turn in the right entrances and exits and did the do not enters. So they hit their brakes and they start back up again. And the speed limit there is for some reason like 50 miles an hour past the beach.
55, I think it is.
55 past the town beach. Not only do we have a beach there, there's kids there, there's all that, there's people looking, there's people going in the wrong way, and a half mile up the street is public safety building. It's just a weird place to have 55 mile an hour all the way up until maybe 200 yards before the light is when it drops down to 35.
So 302 is federal highway.
Yeah.
We tried, the year we put the public safety building in, we tried to get it reduced. We tried again when the beach went in. And they felt that it was a movable item.
I gotta sign one of
I
the
wonder,
papers.
I mean, I'm just wondering when that was, because I'm sure there's, whoever was,
So the last time I called him on it, I think we had a pretty good hit out there. It was probably 4 years ago, and I talked to Randy at that point, and he wasn't interested at all. And I will poke him again.
is it the same guy you're saying the whole time?
Randy was new. The people before he's new, not new, but he's
newer than the people that said no.
Correct. So let me
Let's
post
try
it,
that.
see what happens.
The thing that's interesting to me, Nathan, is that it's 55, and then when you get to Casco, it drops down, and then Naples.
Yeah.
And so the only stretch that's 55, unless you're coming back from Bridgeton, and then you have that, what they call the crash every week up there by the place right on the corner there, I can't think of where the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They just drive off the road up there, and there's all kinds of crashes.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Yeah,
a friend of
it's terrible.
mine's son passed away there. That's bad.
And that's 45, because I know I got stopped for doing 50 there. So, but there's a lot of people passing me before I got stopped. But the point is, it's the only stretch on 302, and it's illogical with buses, as Derek just said, with boats, sidewalks right there. And if there's any way that we can even have someone come in front of the select board, I would like to have a debate with them on why there.
That one,
nowhere else.
That one crash that I saw where the Jeep went head over heels and hit somebody else was that same thing. Because the person stopped to go in the do not enter, and then they realized it wasn't, and the person behind just didn't even slow down. It was a complete 55 mile an hour.
I think that was OUI too, if I remember correctly.
It was a lot of stuff, yeah. There's 4 accidents there in the past.
And 2 deaths at
last
the
year.
Wharf Road, back when I was first chief here. Now, I know that's a while back, but still, 2 kids died there. Anyway, I just would love to hear them tell our public why that one stretch seems to be logical to be 55
I have quite a few
miles an hour.
photographs of accidents from last year too, if they need to see visuals on it.
Now they've got a pretty good database on you ought to see the data that he has on just the North Raymond Road. They document everything, and it's scientific, I guess, and that's how they base the peaks on.
Once again, thanks, Nathan, for the work on those 2 locations.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Nathan. The next item, consideration on comprehensive plans, next steps. So I know, Joe, you've been having some discussions with Tom.
Yes. So
on, and I guess what I'm not sure, he's saying put it on the November ballot, or is he saying that we can't do a special meeting and do it, or?
Yeah. Peter, would you?
Tom didn't say to put it on the November ballot. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. To try to bring this comprehensive plan home, we've made the edits. We cleared it with Tom from DACF, that the edits were okay and didn't have to go through the full process. So thank you to Melissa for working on that and making those edits, and she's cleaning up that document right now to make sure that it is what will be voted on. So yeah, my understanding from Tom, he ended up calling me, and then I was trying to figure out what the next steps were to this process. He said that because of municipal legislation body under number 9, it's kind of the definition of what it is. To vote on a growth plan, you have to either be a city council, a town with a charter, or to be put forth on a ballot.
Right.
So those are the 3 options they said pertaining to Raymond.
So I guess I would ask you to talk with him again and see, because what he's saying is put it on a ballot, and his natural inclination would be, well, the next ballot is November, but if we call a special town meeting that has a ballot, then it's on a ballot. So so that can accelerate it from our standpoint, because, and then from that date you go back 30 days, and that's when you have to have the public hearing.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's what we had talked about when we got into this, was, we'd get that done, then we would look at scheduling a special town meeting. And, his statement that it has to be on a ballot, well, that's fine. You do it as a ballot at that special town meeting, so that, that meets
The criteria.
legislative component.
Perfect. I'll follow up with Tom on that process.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So, I reviewed the correspondence. I think we're still dealing with language here as far as whether, in my generation, when you say you talk to someone, it means I'm talking to someone, versus an electronic communication, which is an email or a text or something like that.
Peter, just to confirm, I did talk with Tom.
Well,
on the
yes,
phone.
and I did too.
Okay.
So I did review the emails that were in the e-bits, and I don't see anything in here. He is, as Ralph is mentioning, he's talking about a ballot. He also sent the definitions. So for anyone in town government that isn't aware, or anybody out there in TV land that isn't aware, the legislative body of this town is the town meeting.
Right.
That's the legislative body. If you are a city council, it's different.
Right.
Right? If you have a mayor and you got a city council and all that, but that's not Raymond. In Raymond, the legislative body is the voter.
Right.
And therefore, Tom sent that reference to Joe to, I guess, educate Joe as to what type of government he has. That's it, Joe. Okay? And therefore, he never said it has to be at the November ballot. When you read ballot, you assumed it means the November ballot. And
The next ballot coming in, yes.
And if I'm sounding a little frustrated, it's because I've spent, others have spent significant time in their life in putting this unit together, this plan, that seems to not be able to get adopted. And whether it's, and a lot of it goes back to process. It's all process. I know that this town government is in turmoil. We've had multiple, let me just give you one example. In the 2.5 years that the Comprehensive Plan Committee is in existence, we've dealt with 3 town managers. Think of that. 3 town managers in 2.5 years. So if I'm sounding a little bit frustrated about the fact that now we're talking about November, to hear whether, understanding the timing is this, after or when, if ever, the town gets to approve this comprehensive plan, then the select board needs to then appoint an implementation committee. And it's really only after that committee has met, got its feet on the ground, and really understands what the comp plan is all about, do we start making changes according to the plan. So delays, and I was being a little facetious, but as far as in the warrant, having that, blank in the warrant is because really of a miscommunication and or a lack of coordination between town government and the people getting a clean copy in front of them. And even now, I'm following an email from this morning where we have a town employee that is still trying to get in touch or get guidance on how to add the edits or changes, however you want to call them, that came from the select board to get into a clean copy so that then that can be posted to the town on the website so that the citizens have the ability to review it. Because what they've been reviewing so far that's posted on the website is not accurate after the select board made changes. Minor changes? I would say yes. I would say some people that came to those meetings, citizens, and said, we'd like to see a priority be sidewalks the length of the Cape Road, are going to have a little bit more problem with not seeing that in the plan anymore. But that's not the issue. The issue is this should not be so hard. And a special town meeting, which is fine if you didn't want to put it on the warrant, Then you have a special town meeting, you call it. It'll probably be as big as this. And my guess is that most people that I've talked to anyway are going to say, yeah, we're okay with this. And then we'll have a plan. And then we can go forward with trying to implement some of the recommendations that the community wants. And so I'm sorry if I sound frustrated. In looking at this, Joe, I got to tell you, I'm just having trouble. And I asked the state expert on it, and he said, "Well, no, absolutely not. You don't have to do this at the ballot at the November meeting. You can do it." Well, how have you done it in the past? I said, "Well, in the past, we put it on the warrant, and the people in the town voted up or down." And short of that, you know what he told me? He said, "Well, just call a special town meeting."
Ralph,
Yes?
can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Talk about being frustrated is I think if the changes were made, first off, don't come to a select board meeting and ask for us to send it out to all of the department heads in the select board to get changes if you really did not want those changes. Because apparently, as minor as they may be, because Peter keeps mentioning minor, it doesn't matter. Those are changes that are important to 1, 10, 15 people. And as far as it leaving it on the board, that's the original one. But that was the comp committee's job. So I know Joe has been trying to get the right font to put in there, that he has not been able to, that they have to get a different program. So we're not putting it off. We did not put it off because we did not want to put it on the warrant. We did not put it on the warrant because the changes were not made, that the board was told that, Peter, you guys stood up there and told us, you washed your hands of it. So then all of a sudden we're stuck with it. So frustrated is us for not bringing it to the comp committee like we did and not having those changes done by you, not us, because it wasn't our job to do it.
Kayla?
Kayla Gonzalez, 518 Webbs Mills Road. It's hard to follow that one. But I would have to say...
Yes.
She's out of order. She has the podium.
No.
You're out of order.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Chair.
Just calm. It's a Zoom issue here. You get into some delays. Continue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that I don't believe that is a correct statement. And I think you do the citizens of this town a disservice by not recognizing improper conduct by our elected officials. And that's all I'm going to say tonight.
Shouldn't be going back and forth anymore.
Okay. You know, we can keep beating this thing to death, or we can continue around the pan, which says that you're going to just make sure with him that there's no problem there. Then that special town meeting will get scheduled. And prior to this special town meeting, a public hearing will get held to review it, and then the special town meeting will have the vote.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the select board will adopt it once it's in its final version. That's in the process. You adopt it, select board, and then it goes to the people.
I mean, you know, it's not one of the steps that he had in there, but I mean, I have no problem with that. I mean, because, you know, essentially with him, once those changes, you know, those changes are there, that's what we agreed to. So that's, you know, I don't see a problem there.
Past practice, it's always been that with the 2004.
I mean, because
the select board
you
adopted the plan. Peter Levitt, Livador, Ralph, it's a good plan. You know it's a good plan. I know it's a good plan. Why would you be hesitant about just taking a vote to adopt it? In 2004, the last plan we had, the select board adopted it. And then it didn't go to special town meeting. It went on the town warrant. Right. And there were a bunch of people in the gym, and they just said yay or nay, and we had our comprehensive plan. And I
Right.
just am at a loss because I'm focusing on process.
The process was, it was not a clean document. That's what the process was. And once the document is clean, then it can move forward. That's why it's not on the, that's why it's not on the
All I'm
warrant.
trying to establish is,
So-
you're right, but the process should be this one. Once it's a clean document, then the select board adopts it.
Right.
When the select board adopts it, my understanding is that then all of the state components are in effect.
Well, that's, I mean, that becomes part of an issue, because that, we're getting conflicting things on that I mean, if someone from the state will say, yes, absolutely, I have no problem with that. But that's not, that's kind of not what we're hearing there. They're saying until it goes to this, until it gets voted on by the governing body, then it's not in effect. I have no problem with those corrections that are, those edits that are in there, with us signing it before that. I have no problem with that. It's just, I can't say, because there's conflicting information coming back from the state as to whether that part of it is true or not. If it is, great. But, the final adoption isn't until it goes to the special town meeting anyway, because that's the governing body that's going to approve it.
All right, we could debate this forever. I'm not going to go and spend a lot of time legally researching it. My understanding was, once the state says it's good with us, then and the select board adopts that, which is then going to be the information that will be disseminated to the people for the final vote. They adopt it. That's what then allows it to be published on the website as a clean document. And I can't imagine, even if you're right and it's not really a legal step that has to take place, I guess the question I'm just asking is, why would the select board be hesitant about adopting it?
We're not opposed to it.
There's a lot of animosity in this room, and the select board want the same thing as the town manager, want the same thing as the comp plan. We all want this to go to the people to vote on it, to accept it. There's no reason for all the animosity when we all want the same thing.
I guess I would say, Derek, unless it's the fact that it was on the warrant and then it was off the warrant.
Right, because it was not a clean document.
It could not.
That is also passed.
Let him finish.
It was not on there because it was not a clean document.
Because
the
it
edits
could
had
not-
not been made, so you couldn't have a dirty document on the warrant.
And I guess I'm a little at a loss as to, with all of the IT capabilities that we have in this town, we can't edit. We can't edit.
Well, I give it to you. You edit it. You edit it and bring it back to us. How's that? You have IT capabilities.
I want an explanation as to why we can't edit.
Let me just ask one question so we can calm this down. How much time does the public need before they vote on the warrant? Is it 30 days?
30 days, because...
And so already at this stage, they can't vote on the warrant. So that already...
Because the warrant has already been mailed.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm asking.
Mailed out.
So at this stage, the only recourse we have is to get it done as quickly as possible, post it on the web, the town web, and then set up, as soon as it's posted, the 30-day notice for the special.
Which everyone's trying to do.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that's what we should do, and I think that's what we're going to move forward with.
Right.
If I'm hearing everything correctly.
All right.
I still like the public debate.
Public comment.
Go ahead, Grace. You go, girl. If you, depending on what you say, I may not even.
I like the compromise of the audience.
She's definitely going to say the same thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So the warrant's already printed and done and everything else?
Mhm.
Can you tell us who's running for everything?
Can I?
Sample
I
ballots
don't-
on the web, on the,
Huh?
there are sample ballots available on the website.
Oh, okay.
They're
I
on
was just
now.
curious who's running.
On the main page, which is
Let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm 100 that you're going to be part of.
Yeah, I can send it.
Grace Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I just wanted to remind people that, you're at a meeting tonight, but please come to a meeting tomorrow night over at Wyndham High School for the school budget hearing and the vote on the various warrant articles there. to move it to the next step. And there's a really good write-up explaining the budget, the increase and the subsidies we get back, et cetera, in the latest edition of the Wyndham Eagle, and it's also online if you don't have the paper copy anymore. But please do come and hear the details of the budget and have a chance to ask questions. And so 6:30, Wyndham High School. What should I add? I'm looking over to my fellow RSU board member. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. A reminder about, yes, because I went through there once. Well, can't really get through it so much.
No.
The traffic,
Oh,
in
God,
order
no.
to get over to Wyndham High School, do time it so that you're allowing plenty of extra time because of the work that's being done now at that
They're
intersection.
better off. They're better off to go River Road and go up to the.
Yeah, or
that
maybe
way.
go via Vermont or something. I don't know, but seriously, it do allow for that. Thanks for that reminder. Anything else that I should have said in public
'Cause
comment?
if you take 302 up there and go the normal way, you're going to get.
If you go ahead
If you take
of
River Road and then go up
Yeah.
by the new school up to the high school, there's no traffic there.
Well, it depends on what part of the thing they're working on at the time. I've hit.
I think they're
hit
past
different
it.
paces.
I think they're up to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just allow for. I always allow for enough time because I don't know when I'm hitting Wyndham anyway, and better to be early than late for that. So please do attend, and also then support the budget on June 10th when you come to vote. Thank you.
I'll say something else.
Good. Oh, okay.
Jody Carroll, 30 Rockwood Acres. So we'll try to come a little more often. Grace and I talked about that. I've been on the RSU 14 school board for 3 years, and we work together. We've had a lot of change in our board as well, and that's just part of the work, isn't it? So I wanted to make a couple comments, just a citizen watching the meetings over these last couple of years. As far as the finance committee, I love that your team is engaging on a monthly and sometimes more often than that. Last year felt a little tough, right? Kind of at the end of the year, and obviously those team members evolve over time, and just the work is so important in my view, and the work was being done, but I think meeting throughout the year has just felt easier as a citizen to keep up with it, and I was really encouraged to see that the warrant articles were aligned 100%, and obviously they don't always have to be, but I just wanted to make that comment. So encourage the finance committee to keep going, and thank you for your work. End of the budget season for us too, so congratulations on that one. I would just add to what Grace said, Director Grace Levitt, just in terms of the budget for RSU 14, not to get into the weeds here with it, but if anyone's listening to this meeting and isn't sure if they should make the time to come out to the vote tomorrow night, the article did talk about a 12.75% increase for the school board budget, which is really difficult to understand in a newspaper article. And so I would just encourage people, if you didn't have time to come out and make a comment or vote on that, is that the largest percent, or it's about half of it, is state subsidy that we're receiving in terms of revenue. And so when you're voting for 6.4% of that 12.75% increase, it's to receive state subsidy that will offset our budget. So that's really important, I think, as a taxpayer, to understand that our increase effectively for your taxes this year will get split between Wyndham and Raymond at a 6.4%. So each town will have their share depending on the mill rate and how it gets put out. So it wasn't easy to understand in the article, and Mr. Howell did a terrific job, but it's only 4 columns, and our budget season can't be summarized in 4 columns, and the school board budget is complex this year. And the other thing I would just say is that we don't have any middle school debt coming online this year. The superintendent negotiated that with the state to defer that for a year, so that's great. Raymond does have a little bit of a circuit breaker, though, that will be incorporated into this year's obligation because we're a minimum receiver. So we do have a balance that will come into the tax dollars this year, but otherwise we're at 6.4%. And I just wanted to say those 2 things. And if you can't come tomorrow, please support the budget in June. And thank you.
Thank you. That was informational.
Other public comment? Selectman comment.
You know, I've seen some heated meetings here, and I have to tell you, passion is a very important thing to me. I like to see involvement. I like to see passion. I made that comment after having a blow-up when I was on the budget committee with one of the selectmen. The next day, we're all citizens. We're all neighbors. We're all people who really do care about the community, and maybe the process isn't what I wanted. It's certainly not what many people expect at times, but it is a process, and I think we are improving. And I think the negativity that comes out when it's not considered constructive becomes a problem, I would say, that has to be overcome. And it has to be overcome by finding the good in what we do. And sometimes, you know, it takes 2 minutes of conversation over someone losing their spouse or someone having an injury, and you start to realize just how close we are. And I think that's what we're trying to get into with this, back to the community. We lost it when we lost Founders Day. We've lost it when we had select board meetings that were at 5:30 and over by 6 or quarter after. This is 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But I think this was informational. It's the first time I've heard the detail that you gave. I think when we have a conflict amongst the perception or even our goals, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to hear other people's opinion. We compromised, we're trying to fight a compromise on the bus. And I think listening to people say you didn't listen, and we're trying to find a way to work around it, is an example of something that just took an extra 15 minutes of someone saying, why not this? And asking why the warrant couldn't be changed. I didn't know we couldn't change the warrant, so I asked. I asked more questions probably than most people would like, but it's the only way to be educated for tomorrow, and the next change, and the next town manager, and the next select board. So please bear with us while we transition with 3 town managers and 3 or 4 department heads. We're on the move now, and hopefully we can have a brighter day. And thanks for coming tonight. And
Well
listening.
said.
Hey, great. Thank you.
Well said.
Another selectman comment? Town manager report.
Thank you, Dennis. That was good. I'd like to just first thank the staff of Raymond and all the department heads and employees jumping in as interim. It's been really great experience for me to learn everyone's department and really have them approach me with information and problem solving. I feel like we've done a lot in just these last, I think, 7 weeks. So I'd like to just first of all thank the staff. They've been great to work with. For public safety, a few updates. We went through lieutenant interviews. That was really great to meet some of the staff. They have a great motivated staff at public safety. So it was really great to sit on those interviews. Also was invited to the gala. It was very moving to see the work that they've done this year, and kind of the teamwork it takes to deal with some of those intense situations that we all can see in the news but aren't on the ground. So it was really moving to see that, and my wife and I felt really welcome. So it was very great experience for us. I also like to, for public safety, they had a new grant that is going to regionalize EMT and medic. So I'd love Bruce to just speak on that real quick.
Yes, through EMS revitalization fundings from the state of Maine, which we were guaranteed a set payment on, and we've got 2 of them coming. I don't know what the second will be. It'll probably be the same or more. So our $15,000 that we've been awarded at this point in time, we got together with the towns of Casco, Gray, and Wyndham, and it put together a regional fly car for paramedics. It'll be a 45-week study, basically, to gather data and see how the program works, and then make further and future recommendations to the groups, our own towns, or an even bigger entity such as the county, as to how to possibly handle this in the future. I think it's going to be a great program, and only good is probably going to come out of it, and it will help us lead to that future planning that we need to help boost EMS, emergency medical services. As you know, paramedics are the entity that's so hard to come by now. We can provide EMTs all day long, but paramedics are a specialty and rarity, actually, these days. So we're looking forward to seeing how this grant works out. It will utilize a car that's a retired car from Wyndham Fire, and we'll just be on the hook, I guess, for a proportion of the fuel and or maintenance of that vehicle, and the rest of it's grant funding. So,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. A few Parks and Rec updates. We have our Tasseltop Park Snack Shack and bathrooms project that is going to be wrapping up here next week. That's been a 4-year process, and I'd like to thank Nathan. He's been the project lead on that with my assistance, and it's been really great to kind of see that come to fruition with a permanent bathroom structure at Tasseltop instead of porta potties and other type of trailers that we have to fix and keep up with. So that's this Friday, and I'd love to have anyone come to at noon and see the building and see what the hard work has paid off.
Is it going to be open for hot dogs?
No hot dogs yet. No. We also have our tennis court and pickleball courts that are we're expecting to be done in July. It'd be a great addition to recreation and leisure activities and some other programs out of Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park. So that's on schedule for July completion. You can also see that Public Works has started the cleanup on the roads and beautification committee, and Don's planting flowers along 302 and getting all those things, spruced up here. So it's great to see them in action, and I mean, summer's is coming pretty quick, so hang on. Some dates for May 19th will be a special meeting. June 17th will be the select board meeting. It's going to be pushed out a week because of election, and our staff will be there, and I think that'll be a good date to do that. And then July 8th will be our other select board meeting scheduled. And then we have our election schedule as well, posted. I don't think I need to read that. It should be on our website. So that is it. Do you have anything, Mel? Oh, yes, sorry, Mel. Go ahead.
So just an overview of the important dates coming up related to the election. Absentee ballot request for in-person started today technically, but because the school budget isn't completely finalized yet, we can't accept ballots back because the ballot for the school budget refers to the meeting that's happening tomorrow. So people can request ballots, people can come and pick up ballots today. We're closed now, and tomorrow, but we cannot accept them back until after the meeting tomorrow night, which is the next item that's on here. The budget vote at Wyndham High School Auditorium, 6:30 tomorrow night. So once that meeting is complete and the budget is finalized at that level, then we can do full force absentee voting on site up at the town office during regular business hours through June 5th. June 5th is the last day that you can request and take out absentee ballots. May 31st, as you said earlier, I'm going to repeat it 100 times. Public information meeting on the warrant articles to be held at Jordan Small School Gym starting at 10 a.m. That is a Saturday meeting. It will be similar to what we just did tonight, question and answer on a larger scale. And then Tuesday, June 10th will be election day, right at the Jordan Small School Gym. Again, polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. And if you have any other questions, come and ask us at the town hall.
Thank you, Mel.
Make a motion to adjourn.
No.
Oh, we still have one more?
Oh, yeah.
No, we have an executive session.
Oh, that's right. I don't know why.
So the next item is going to be an executive session. So everyone's going to have to leave, but that's the last item on the agenda anyway. So. Move to come out of executive.
Motion to come out of executive session.
All those in favor? Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
He wants to do that one.
Second.
One I like.
Second.
Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the May 14th workshop for the Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. It's not an official meeting, but I would like to take attendance just for the record. If we could start down there with you, Jackie.
Jackie Sawyer, present.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury. And Kevin's on Zoom. I've got a couple of opening remarks here to go through with this, if you could bear with me. The board will be taking no action tonight, so there's, which is the reason for our workshop. So no action on either the short-term rentals or the cannabis proposed changes. But we are set up tonight to pretty much get the board's feelings on how we are going to proceed with the two proposed changes, and get our plan and task staff with any additional information that we might need to move forward. I just want to ensure you that both sides, both issues, will have plenty of opportunity to comment on once we start working on a particular ordinance. But comments at this point are not really, don't really add anything to the issue yet, because we as a board don't even know which way we are going yet. So we'll start those comments once we start in on the process, which should be next month. You'll have it, the public will have at least two opportunities, the way we handle our ordinance changes, at least two opportunities for comment, and then a follow-on opportunity if it does in fact go to the selectmen. You'll have an opportunity to comment at the selectmen meeting that the ordinance is wind up at. Just to give you an idea of ordinance proposals and timelines so that you know where we're going, as the board has worked on proposals in the past, it usually takes about 4 to 5 months before we wind up with a legal reviewed ordinance that is set for its final public hearing and its pass to the selectmen. That timeline may be accelerated, it may be delayed. It all depends upon how the discussions go according to each of the different ordinances. So to answer, I think one question is, where does the ordinance go? It goes from here to the selectmen. Our ordinances for this town meeting have already been completed and been passed, and warrants have already been set. Any work that we do on these ordinances would normally not be passed to the selectmen until 11 months from now or 10 months from now, when we would pass the ordinances for the next town meeting. What I would propose doing, and obviously will be up to the board, we could pass them earlier once they are completed at our level to the selectmen, and then the selectmen can decide whether or not they want to hold them for the town meeting or whether or not they want to have a special town meeting to act on those ordinances. But that is their decision and not ours. Just both as a reminder to the board and to everybody else, we are bound legally not to discuss what is being reviewed by the board with members of the community or amongst ourselves outside of a public hearing or a public workshop where everybody knows what's being discussed. So if we're not trying to be rude or ignore you, but it is a legal obligation of ours not to enter into conversations with actually anyone, either outside of the board. And lastly, emails. I know that there are a lot of, we have gotten some emails already in on both the topics. I think that's great. I would encourage you to send those emails to us, send them to Sandy. Sandy will acknowledge those emails, but as I have previously said, you will not get a response from us concerning those emails. What you will see is that they will appear or they will be referenced on our next agenda item under the correspondence section, so that you know that we have received them and that we have read them, and they will be part then of the official record as we move forward. So tonight's goal is to take a look at both, to take a look at proposed ordinances, to see where we want to go as far as proceeding with them, whether or not we want to work with those that have been submitted, whether or not we want to start from scratch, and then to proceed on a timeline as to whether or not we want to tackle both of these at the same time, or whether we want to do them in sequence. We do have a project coming up for the next planning board meeting that'll take up some time, and we would like to kind of both do it expeditiously, but also in accordance with how we normally review our ordinances. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I didn't put anybody to sleep. That's the intro. So to open with, I guess my first question will be to the board, would be, do you want to proceed concurrently with these as we go through with public hearings, or do you think it would be better to do them sequentially, take one, and then, because we normally have some outside work that needs to get done, kind of delays us along the way, we can kind of stagger them and work them both at the same time, but work them like at every other meeting. And do you want to, I don't think we need an answer now, we could do that by the end of the meeting as we start discussing what we're going to do, but I think you keep in the back of your mind how we want to kind of move forward with them.
What are we looking at as a completion with our work on these for next year's?
Yeah, we're looking, yes, definitely for next year.
Okay.
I would hope that we kind of can beat that timeline a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the selectmen can have the opportunity to decide what they want to do with it.
Okay.
I think just both sides would like to move and get resolution.
Okay.
So, what do you think there, Jason? No, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to work with the proposed ordinance? Yeah, first question. Do you want to work with those ordinances that were proposed? Do you want to start basically from scratch and give Brett some guidance as to start our ordinance? Which I think we could do on both of those tonight if you wanted to go that way. Any thoughts?
Someone just jump in, I guess.
Jump in, please. I'm fumbling through
I'm
that.
going to pick one of them because I read both of them.
Yep.
There's one to me that needs to be, in my opinion, scrapped and rewritten and referred to less of the license and more of a
which
it is the short-term rental.
Okay.
Yep. So in my opinion, I believe it's Casco's registration. It's referred to as registration, not a license.
Mm-hmm.
And I have many notes on this. I think it's just overreaching, and I don't think this applies to our type of community.
The proposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start from scratch.
On that one.
Yes.
And
This is, yep, it's very complicated. It's multiple pages, and so that's just my statement.
yeah, I think some of it is not enforceable either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what my notes were. You can't regulate most of it, and it's not enforceable, and who's going to enforce it? Right. So, yeah, I think we can take a better shot.
Shot at that. Okay.
But there's no reason we couldn't take things out of it that we find appropriate.
There would probably be a half
yeah.
a page left. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yeah.
We could, sure. I would welcome that, yeah, but it's a bit much.
All right. Anybody other comments on?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's overly restrictive, and it's the purpose is, in my opinion, to maybe have a registry or a list or just basic knowledge and general knowledge of what's out there. I'm not even opposed to necessarily limiting the number or percentage or the number that's in the shoreline zone if it's having effects there, especially if there's deeded common access to the water. But it's, the fees, the definition of what's allowed, of what's prohibited, seems overly restrictive and overreaching in my opinion. Something that's more basic and simple that would capture what's out there seems more realistic, in my opinion.
Steve, you got any thoughts, or Ed?
So this document that we have with the red markups?
Yes.
Is that the existing ordinance, or is this a proposed?
That is the proposed ordinance that went to the selectmen that was then passed to us.
Who proposed it? Where'd it come from?
It came from a group of citizens that wanted control over short-term rentals.
I see, okay.
It would, if you haven't watched the selectmen meeting, it was April, Jason? Got you sleeping.
Yeah, 12th was it?
It was early.
It was earlier.
It was early April.
7th?
Hey, Mike, do you know when that meeting was? The 10th? Thank you. I would watch the video of the April 10th selectmen meeting. It's about a half hour.
Yeah, all right.
Who haven't we heard from? Kevin? What are your thoughts up there on the big board?
I'm trying to find the one that's got the markups. All I see is the first and second version.
Yeah, the second version is the one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, it's down further. Got it.
Yep.
It's going to be tough. That's all I got to say. I don't know how you're going to do any enforcement with this thing.
Yep.
So you're on the page to start a rewrite with us?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I think that's probably the consensus. All right. Well, while we're on it, why don't we continue working on it then? Everybody okay with kind of just working a little bit through it and tasking Brent with kind of starting a write-up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who wants to go? Do you want to go right through it and pick out what we're certainly going to keep? Or do you want to not even do that? Or do you want to start with the towns, other towns, Casco and?
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would start with Casco.
And then we'll pull this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Registration application that goes with this ordinance. It covers a lot. It's brief. That's just where I'd like to start.
Okay.
Definitely. And we can, obviously, if we agree on some of these items, the proposed ordinance, we could move that over. But I think as far as a baseline goes, I think it's a good place to start.
Okay. Famous looked pretty good too.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
All right. Everything kind of sums up under, where was this? That under the be a good, I think this is Casco's, be a good neighbor. Yeah.
And full disclosure, reason why I picked Casco's is because I really like the registration application. It's, if you review that, it covers a lot of the information that's going to be required to approve somebody to have short-term rental. It checks all the boxes, you know, are you code compliant? And then I think the proposed ordinance talks about a one-time inspection, make sure the property is up to code. I think that we can adopt that. But I really like the way that the ordinance works with the registration. They call it a registration, not a license. There's just a lot of I don't know, mixed direction in this. It says that it's called a license, but then the license is assigned to the home, not the owner. But I've never heard of a home having a license. So, to me, the home is registered. It's registered as a
unit.
Yep.
Brett, you getting this, or do you want?
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Take
all
it.
right. So I don't need to do it then?
Yeah.
All right, so, but from the comments, I guess, to the board, is we all agree that there should be some registration process. Is that a yes?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I like Casco's.
And there should be some form of inspection processed by both code and fire?
I think so. In the proposed one, it says a one-time, or if it's transferred. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. It's yep.
Okay. What about occupancy? As far as numbers go. Yeah.
Should be like by a per bedroom scenario or square footage of the house. I mean, this just say 4 guests per dwelling. It's a little vague, or X amount of family members.
So code makes that determination when they go inspect for bedrooms?
It's based on septic.
But that's the other
Which
problem.
is what it probably should be based on, because that's looking at biggest chance for a issue with sewage is gonna be too many people in the house.
So septic works by bedroom, right?
Yep.
Per bedroom, yes.
Yeah, it's
The
two
proposed one that we have per
2
bedroom.
people per bedroom.
And then, well, Casco's gives you like 2 bonus people. So say you had, a bunkhouse or something, maybe.
Yep.
And a bunkhouse is kind of treated differently than a regular bedroom as far as gallons per day per bed. So, I don't want to say, you want to load up with the people in there, but, a little leeway, the 2 extra people, I think that's reasonable without going overboard.
Yeah, more than likely, if you're going to have 3 or 4 people in one bedroom, it's going to be little kids. I mean, I grew up with, 2 brothers in the same bedroom.
Right.
We didn't use a lot of septic.
So, I mean, one thing to think about, septics within 250 feet of the water have a higher gallons per day than ones that aren't. They're only 90 outside and 120 in. I don't know if that wants to weigh into the calculation at all, because, it probably shouldn't, really think about it, because each one's based on still on bedrooms.
Yeah.
So, but that can be something that we look at.
But it's not going to have any impact on the number of...
No, it's the same.
Yes, right.
It goes on bedrooms.
Goes on bedrooms.
Yeah, so.
So you could have 30 people there during the day,
Right.
right?
And I guess my question is too, we're gonna limit the amount of people, and like if you have a bonus room that's full of beds where a group of families get together and all the kids sleep up there, how do we classify
Yeah,
that?
and we're not gonna, knock on doors and be like, head count. So, voluntary compliance is obviously the best case scenario. But that's why I think having the 2 extra, 2 per bedroom with 2 extra, I think that's reasonable, just from a code standpoint.
Okay. What about the pump outs of the septic? Is that be in there?
Shoreline zone is required every
5, I think.
5 years.
is it?
Yeah. So proof?
Yeah.
In that registration process?
I guess that.
That makes sense?
I like that.
That'd make
Yeah.
sense.
Yep.
I mean, it's good practice anyways.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Would that be part of the review process, the application that would?
They'd probably have to, yeah, provide like a receipt or.
Well, that would be the town's responsibility to, correct, to make sure that the tank was pumped?
Every 5 years?
Yeah.
I guess that would come down to, are they gonna have to re-register every year? Or is this gonna be a one-time registration?
Oh,
Right.
good thought.
Good question.
I feel like a one-time registration would be more than satisfactory, to go back every year just to have your VRBO if you're only.
Or maybe every 5 years to line up with pumping.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
a 5-year renewal.
Or else you could have a real small form, reduced form for yearly renewal. It wouldn't have to go into as much.
Yeah, just some type of proof. If you got your receipt from the pumping station, you're just proving that you got it pumped.
Yeah.
Every 5 years.
Or I think you're saying like a registration form, basically, you know, like $50 or something every year. Every 5 years, you gotta do the big one and then a reduced one or something like that. Is that what you're kind of?
Yeah.
Is that pumping, is that a requirement, an ordinance requirement?
For shoreline.
In shoreline?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't require an inspection, it's just a pump?
No, but I mean, with some of these older camps, you know, some of the septic systems are 40 years old.
Yeah.
So if somebody registers one, I don't know if we want to put like, you know, if your septic system is more than so many years old, you need a site evaluator or someone to scope it and make sure it's functioning properly. Because there is a little bit of a, you know, you pump the tank, great, but we don't know if the fields, it might not be showing that it's not functioning properly, but we don't know what's going on under the ground. So if it's over a certain age, maybe you need an inspection. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
No, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe an inspection upon registration, like first time
If it's over a
registration.
certain amount of age and when you register.
I mean, systems can fail within the first few years.
Right,
You know,
yeah,
it's-
so.
there's no guarantee necessarily that because it's newer, it's
Yep.
functioning properly.
Yep, sure.
So maybe for the initial registration, provide us.
There's a state form called
Provide
a
a,
HHE
inspection.
400, I think is what it is, that, you know, is a state registered or official sort of inspection process. I don't know, maybe just getting those on file for the first.
Yeah.
For consistency and.
And a lot of the homes, what, from 2000 plus, you're gonna have all that information anyway on file through the town, right? Their septic systems, if it was a new build.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen septic system applications from the 70s that are still functioning.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happens.
Not every file is perfect, but every file should have a septic design in it.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
So, you know, I know you're focusing on Casco's. I think it's their application that I'm looking at. And they do talk about smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. A couple of things that we would be concerned of is to make sure emergency egress windows are in any sleeping areas and any living areas. And in some of the older homes that might not be, they might not meet the standard for an escape window. So that's kind of an important piece for people getting out of the building. And then making sure that exit pathways are clear. In addition to what Casco has, I think would be a good place for fire and life safety.
Exit pathways inside the house, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to end up, you know, that Halloween fire that happened in Portland. You wouldn't want to end up with that kind of a scenario in a short-term rental. That would be horrific. So that's why I bring that up. That was one of the issues with that fire is the exit pathways were blocked and had objects in the stairwells. So.
Okay, can we cover that with the unit that is gonna be a short-term rental just must meet all current code? I mean,
Well, current,
just.
I don't know if we can get them to current code. There's too many older houses.
So if we
We'd have
can't
to
do that, then we can't do that.
Right.
That's right.
We try, I mean, the egress point I get, but then at that point, we're doing a whole building
The
inspection
whole
on the
building,
house.
yeah, so
Right,
we
and
can't.
we're asking older houses to kind of, that were code compliant at the time, to
Right.
bring them up to standard.
Right.
Which, obviously there's value in that.
As a homeowner, I understand you're not gonna make those changes, but if you're gonna
If you're
use it
looking to
for-
rent it out,
then
then
you
you're gonna
would
have to go.
you would have to comply with current code. I think that's across the board.
Yeah.
To Wayne's point, I mean, if you have egress windows and
Yep.
they're too small, you have to change them out. Well, then let's
Yeah.
not, the stairs aren't to code, they're too steep, and it's not your home and you're not used to it, and it's dangerous, so.
I guess we'd
across
have
the
to
board.
look at, which codes, like insulation codes, are we gonna make them bring insulation up too, or is it just gonna, when you say bring it up to current codes, it's gonna be difficult to parse, that because
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I don't think we could just put a blanket, bring everything up to code. We'd probably got to name specific ones,
Right.
like you said, the
if we just,
egress.
if we just say egress windows, I think that
Yeah.
is more attainable, to give people a chance without having to retrofit their whole house with.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
bring it up to-
a lot of like vacation homes don't have the correct number of outlets, receptacles, so we don't want to get into having.
Tamper-proof outlets.
Well,
I mean,
It would be pages long.
Yeah.
it's.
Ridiculous, the eye.
Yeah.
We'll stick with the egress only.
the egress windows only.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. What other stuff do we want to work in? We go through some stuff there. I think, trash collection is interesting, that the rentals normally change over on the weekend, right?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Trash isn't picked up on the weekends.
I mean, it's probably gonna come to the homeowner or the property owner. I think they're gonna have to be responsible.
Yeah.
For removing the trash.
Yeah, unless they tell their tenant, renter, that
Put out the trash.
trash is on Wednesday, but make sure it gets out.
Yeah, well, they put it out Sunday, they want to see it sitting there all week, and
Right,
the
right.
neighbors aren't going to want to look at it, or animals might get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have to fall on the owner, I think, to deal with trash in a,
Yep.
safe and healthy way.
And I think that kind of almost would cover itself. I don't, because if somebody take a trash, neighbors start complaining, I think there's already kind of,
Would a small dumpster be an option?
some properties are so small,
Yeah,
you
some
couldn't even
places.
fit a dumpster.
Or if they're already in an HOA, you can't just have the dumpster sitting anywhere, so
Yeah.
it might
Right.
make it a little difficult.
I mean, you could, I guess, make a provision that, you need to provide somewhere where the trash can be stored that's, out of sight and not, just sitting on the road.
Yeah, garage or a little shed.
Just kind of thing. It has to be out of sight.
That's-
You
yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, and in a
Yeah, as long as
container.
it complies with
Right.
the ordinance that we have. I mean, can't put the trash out a week before, or,
Yeah.
3 days
Right.
before the trash trucks are coming.
Yeah, I think a lot of this falls on the owner. I think it just overreaches where it seems like this proposed ordinance, it's almost like it's governing like a zoo. It's like these people are gonna be wild, and they're just people. I went away. I wasn't here last month because I went to the Masters with a couple buddies.
Mm-hmm.
VRBO, a house right in Augusta. It's fantastic. Used the home, cleaned dishes, left. It's perfect. We weren't wild. We're 50-year-old men. We're not gonna, So I just think that a lot of this can be not regulated as much, and it's up to the owner. That's the owner's home. They're gonna take pride in it. They're gonna make sure trash is not on the front yard. So I just felt like it was overregulated, and the least amount of regulation, the better. So I think we're worried about like the trash. It's still a little too much to be document.
Okay.
It's just my opinion, but.
What about, though, when the owner is a corporation?
I think it's a different conversation altogether. In
Yeah.
here, it talks about two units, adjacent
Yeah.
to one another, can't have that. If it's a corporation, then you're getting larger, but if it's two individual, single-family homes that are renting, and this neighbor rents and this one can't because the neighbor is, and then you get into it.
No, I'm wondering.
So it's two different situations, I feel.
If you
You're
have
talking about who owns it, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's an individual, like their primary residence, they're renting it out
Right.
just over summer to
Right.
pay taxes, where someone is buying it for an investment property. So that's what
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it does, the bottom, it does,
Right.
they do kind of reference that, not directly that way, but yeah. Non-primary, unhosted, and primary, hosted, and unhosted.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to how, do we want to treat them differently?
Right, that's my question.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, maybe they should be just required to have some type of caretaking service and proof of it, so that they know someone, if they're from out of state, we know that the house is getting taken care of, whether it be the trash or whatever.
And there's someone to call if there's a problem.
Correct. A point of contact here.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're a corporation and they're out of state, likely they have a property management company here that's dealing with the turnover and property maintenance and everything, so collecting that full set of information on contacts, I think, would be good.
Who's going to keep those records? Will the town keep those records?
I imagine.
Will it be on the application?
I mean, we could definitely keep it in the property file. I mean, that would be for what we have existing, the registration would be in the property file. Whether we kind of create a different system to hold that, I guess it could be as simple as a file cabinet.
Yeah.
And keep track of it that way.
Because, to your point, Jack, I was just wondering that if I see something that I am not comfortable with, or something I know that is wrong, it's an out of town, there may be a point of contact, but how do I know who that point of contact is?
Well, I would think that it would come in the form of a complaint to code enforcement.
Yep.
And then if the town has records of the registered properties that are short-term rentals, they should have contact information for either the owner or a property management company.
So,
I mean, maybe even have something as a spreadsheet on the website of all registered Airbnbs in town.
well, that's not a bad idea.
I think keeping it in a spreadsheet, something that you could also kind of report on, that you could filter, you could sort and think, okay, how many of these properties are owned by people outside of the state? How many properties are actually being run by people that live here? I think there's this sense that it's all these out-of-state buyers that are buying up these houses and renting them out. But I guarantee you there's a lot of people that live here that do that as well, And I think it's good to have that information so we can, answer questions. We can figure out who is it that's running these, and where are the problems coming from? Is it coming from the people that live here and rent out their home on occasion, or their little property that they invested in, or are the problems coming from other sources?
So spreadsheet, that's a great idea. You could also keep track of, dings as complaints and easy to sort. So as we go through this, one of the things that was on the proposed was how much to charge for this. And I think that it should cover the town's costs. Right?
That's generally the goal.
Yeah, right. So, for that figure, I don't want to pull it out of the hat, but that figure should come from somebody who knows how much time it's going to take.
Yeah, we don't know how many of these are going to be.
Exactly.
There's a lot of unknowns.
Right.
And a lot of this comes down to, there will be some unregistered ones that obviously operate. There's going to be no way to unless we start going on Airbnb and trying to book them ourselves. Yeah.
And Wayne, you would need to be involved in that cost structure as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what other thoughts? Kevin, you got anything up there you want to talk about?
No, you guys are going in the right direction. I think keeping it simple, and as we start, make it as simple as possible. And then if there are issues, year one, year two, then you maybe want to advise those into the documents and the ordinance as we go.
I thought the same thing, Kevin. I feel the same way. I went a little too far and set a moratorium on the whole thing to see what happens, but I agree with Kevin that after a year, reevaluate and see if there's any complaints, any issues that are logged. The Sheriff's Department have to respond to anything, and kind of go from there.
You mean set up a process now? Or
Yeah, after a year or so. just to
and
see.
then we, like any ordinance though, we review,
Sunset kind of
Yeah,
thing.
right?
exactly.
And that would also help with restructuring the price if in fact it gets too
Right,
high or too low. All right?
So I guess what I'm hearing is it would be a process for the codes to inspect. It wouldn't be like an application coming before the planning board.
Oh,
The
definitely not.
short-term rentals, right?
Yeah.
It'd all be administrative, code office, that kind of thing. And then I guess I have a question in terms of enforcement. If there are a lot of complaints, let's say there's one single property where there are several, would the code office have the authority to elect to not renew that registration if it's 5 years based on septic pumping out? Or is that something that is just, would it be a notice of violation for like each individual time if there's noise complaints? I guess I just have
That's a great question.
questions on the enforcement, the direction of the board,
Right.
their thoughts on it.
Well, the answer to the first part of that, I think is going to be a legal question as to whether or not the town can even stop it. Right? I mean, you get a lot of complaints, but can we tell someone they can't, how they can or cannot use the property?
Right.
I guess Jim would have to answer that for us. Or, that is,
Phil?
Jim our legal guy now?
Phil. Well, Phil or maybe
Phil.
Brady. I'm not sure who will be.
Yeah, okay.
Probably Phil.
Yeah. So we probably should run that just by Phil,
Yeah.
just as we start out in here.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be included in the yearly renewal process. You can note that there've been X number of
Yeah,
complaints.
3 strikes and you're out or something like
Yeah,
that.
and we'd have to give them an option for a hearing or, a meeting to.
I mean, there's already penalties if your septic is failing, so I don't know if we have to like pile on there.
No.
Maybe we could just use it as that's a ding, but not
I
necessarily
mean, like,
its own violation.
good neighbor clauses where, I've seen it near where I live where, a bunch of young guys rent a place and raise hell and have big bonfires at night. And, the neighbors get annoyed. So, I mean, I think neighbors have called on this rental. So, that's got to be noted if a rental is having that issue regularly.
Yeah.
I think there probably should be a degree of proof, just like any violation as well, just in case there's a neighbor that's upset that
Right.
neighbor just happened to has the short-term rental and they if it's purely complaint-based,
Yeah.
they should be able to have to prove
No,
it.
if the police come or the fire department comes to put out the the bonfire that's bigger than is allowed now without a permit.
Yep.
Would there be any sort of, penalty for non-registration if they, if it's discovered that there's a property that's being used as a short-term rental and they haven't registered with the town, or?
I guess that would depend on how the ordinance is worded. If you say it's mandatory and these are the penalty, and then add a penalty in there if you're found to be unregistered. And I think that would come down to how.
I feel like people probably aren't going to volunteer to register if
Exactly.
they're not enticed to do so.
Right. Agreed.
Yep, so did that it?
Yeah, no, I
You got that
understand
down?
the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. And I doubt we need to run that one by Phil. I think that's pretty much within the town's
No,
prerogative.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think it could be a good resource too, just for like, people looking to buy a home and thinking, okay, I'm looking for a really quiet neighborhood. They could come to the town and say, are there any short-term rentals? Are any of the properties on this road being used for short-term rental? It gives them at least another piece of information that they could do for their due diligence when they're buying.
All right, what else we got? How are you going, how are we going to define short-term rentals?
I was just thinking that. I mean, obviously they have definitions here. It's 30 days or less. I don't know how people rent their house out exactly. My guess is it's mostly weekly. But I imagine there are some people that rent monthly or maybe even rent house out for the whole summer. Which would then fall in a different category. And I don't know if I would consider that one a short-term rental if someone was for the whole summer, personally.
So you rent your house out for a week in the summer?
30 days or less, right?
This is
Short terms are all 30 days or less?
Yeah.
Okay, so you rent your house out for a week?
Is that kind of a state definition too, maybe? It may be a state definition too.
I know Casco's has that 30-day thing. One project that I've been kind of working on the side is looking through all these ordinances and their definition sections and compiling them all. That way we have a comprehensive list of like how each town defines it, if there's any similarities or differences. So I'd be happy to send this document over to you guys as well. That way we can kind of, maybe it's like a menu type option where, yeah, we like Casco's or we like Capes or like that kind of thing.
For the definition?
For the definitions,
Okay.
at least that way, if there's, no need to reinvent the wheel, or if we want to do a mix of a definition as well, but I'd be happy to send it over to you folks.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Sounds good.
Are they mostly consistent?
Well, that's a great question. Like some folks have different terms, but the same definition, if that makes sense. Like it's like registration versus like registration record versus like license versus like some of it's similar. It's all very, very similar. So, but at least, like Casco, Falmouth, Freeport, they all have a definition of short-term rental. Now the definition itself is different, but at least that same verbiage is consistent.
So who is required to register? If you rent for a week, do you need to register? You rent for a month? If you rent for 4 weeks, are you required to register? How do we?
You mean the person that's renting?
Yeah.
The owner, yeah.
The owner, yeah.
The owner.
Right.
The owner, sure.
The owner, does he, for any rental?
Yeah, for a calendar year, I would think. One registration, the unit is being used as a short-term rental. And that's
At any time?
So if just 1 week out of the year, we'll.
Yeah, once a year you register, you say, I'm still a short-term rental, and then next year, I know we said 5 years, but every year is kind of register again. Like,
Just kind of re-up, whatever.
That's what I imagine.
Yeah, I'm curious, because otherwise there would really be no way,
Right.
right? Everybody would only be renting for a week.
Right.
It's going to be hard to pin that down, It's my brother and his family were using my house for a week, and is that a short-term rental? You could claim that's what's going on, that it's a friend visiting.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, just as people just know the behavior of people, if somebody's going to rent their house out just for 1 week out of the year, I can't see them bothering.
Right.
And to be honest, I
agree.
don't think I would either. But if they're looking at all like 9 weeks out of the summer, that's their plan. I think I think might need to find a way to incentivize them to say, it's worth doing, and I'm not sure how to do that, but I'd like to try and see if that's possible.
Well, we have it on there. I mean, even 1 week counts, and you got to do it. You have something.
Yep.
If something is wrong.
If we have on our website a spreadsheet of Airbnbs, it's almost like free advertising. People can go along and go, oh, look, these are the houses I can rent, and I know which ones have a ding and which ones don't.
What? Yeah. What are we allowed to do that?
No.
Yeah.
No, but if there is something that shows the short-term rentals in town,
Right.
in essence, what we're doing is we're showing people short-term rentals in town.
Yeah, I think the difference between, having your family come to stay or letting your family stay, or renting to your family or family friends is you probably don't have like a lease agreement or some sort of a, document in place with the terms of the rental.
Right. Yep.
Whereas if you're renting it to somebody you don't know, obviously you would have some sort of something in place.
Any type of business transaction.
Mhm.
If the home takes temporary ownership through a business transaction, then it needs to be registered.
Yeah.
Nobody should tell you what to do with your own home. If you want your family to stay there for a month, by all means.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But if it's a business transaction, and then to Wayne's point, then you get into different safety concerns. You have to make sure that the house is safe for people to occupy it, if they're not regular residents. I think if it's family, it's different. The stairs are steep and something happens, I'm sure that there's some,
I agree. I think you got to get into, if somebody's renting something like that, they have a certain level of expectation that it's safe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I honestly have never used Airbnb. Do you sign a contract with Airbnb and security deposit and all that stuff?
Yep. There's a website called AirDNA also that kind of gives you information about other rentals in the area. So that could be a source for kind of seeing what's registered through Airbnb in the area. Yeah.
Brett, what else are you thinking? What are we missing that you've run across?
Let's see here. I mean, I think I have enough direction here for a general framework, like with our standard ordinance sections with, purpose, applicability, definitions. I think that there's some good examples here to kind of include if you want some just baseline requirements as well. We talked about the year or 5-year, whichever one we want to decide on.
Right.
Renewal, the septic information. I think another thing that'll help too is, since it's an administrative process, with Jason and Chris and Wayne getting involved in that review of the application as well, I think that'll help. Just kind of flesh out those problems up front.
My other question is too, do we want to differentiate at all between owner-occupied rental properties and non-owner occupied?
Yep. Yeah, that differentiation is on the Casco form. I think it's good to have, they have those 3 choices. So I think they agree with it.
That's the next thing actually I was going to bring up is the exclusions. I actually like this in the proposed ordinance that we reviewed. I do like the exclusions of motels, hotels, bed and breakfast inns, long-term rentals, traditional rental residences, and campgrounds. And I sort of circled bed and breakfast inns because that is owner-occupied short-term rental. But in the, I believe it's the Casco definition or their ordinance, it says that the owner of an owner-occupied short-term rental cannot prepare food and serve it to the guests. I know it's getting into the minutia, but that's what defines bed and breakfast inn, and I like that.
That's a good idea. Okay.
Because you can serve food.
Right.
So I like these exclusions. I like this. You shouldn't have to apply for or have a registration if you're one of those. So I'd like to pull that in though. That's makes sense.
I don't think it makes sense to limit the stay to like a minimum of 3 nights too. I know that's was in one of the versions of this, but I mean, if somebody's coming to town for the holidays or something and they're coming just for a night, you know, it doesn't, I know it's a lot of work to turn over a rental just for one night, but
right.
why would we limit somebody to make them do it longer than that if they didn't want to?
I felt the same way because it's the owner that needs to prepare the linen.
Yeah.
And get
Typically, a lot
It's
of
up
them
to
already
you.
have that in their contract anyway. It's a
Exactly.
2-night minimum anyway, because they're not
Exactly.
making money at one night anyway. So.
Yep. It definitely should be up to the owner. It shouldn't be a regulated item by the town.
So if we think about, what has gone on for a long time, the rental of camps along the lakes, what is this, how does this impact? How does the proposed ordinance impact those individuals?
Well, I
that are
think
doing
the
this?
exclusions that Mark pointed out kind of would take some of those smaller camps out. Obviously, like the summer camps, like Wahilo and Tamanas.
Yeah,
Those are.
I was more thinking about personal, the individual camps, houses.
There definitely will be some that will be affected
Yeah.
negatively with this.
Right.
I actually rented one that was on the lake that, it was a cozy cabin, but it wouldn't meet these regulations. And it's a separate home from the owner, and they're right next to it. So does that count as owner occupied? Because it's 2 different dwellings.
I think they're on the premises.
On that property.
I think that, because most of the shoreland zone, I'm not sure where you were, but an ADU or a second structure is going to have to be 250 feet from the water, which somebody, might still, they might have.
This was an
still
older
have.
camp, so it definitely was before that.
Right. So, I think I would see what you all think about if there's 2 dwellings on one property, if owners in one, if that still would be considered owner occupied. I mean, if this is his primary residence, so if that's their primary residence and there's another dwelling on it, to me that satisfies how Casco has it.
Okay.
I think it ultimately comes down to how you want to word that and then how you want to define it.
I think the property would be one way to define it opposed to the dwelling, obviously. But then I guess you got some of these older folks too that have main house and they'll go to Florida for X amount of months and they'll rent their house out while they're gone. And it may be 2 dwellings on that one property. So there's a lot of variables there.
Sure. I mean, it's gonna be up to them they have to check a box, so they have to pick which one they're gonna, either way, if they're a primary residence and unhosted because they are living down there, they're gonna check that, and I think presumably they would have a property maintenance company kind of filling in for them as a point of contact.
Yeah.
Either way, I didn't look through Casco's to see if they're treating these differently because just to know, or if they're charging differently for a fee. I don't know.
The fee's the same. I think it's for data.
It's just for data.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the fees is there's another point I like. This is
Yeah.
$100.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that covers the administrative costs. I'm not sure, but this one was variable based on bedroom. It's a 500, 1,000, and that just doesn't. That's a lot. I don't know. I just like things that make sense. And it's just it's a $200 fee, then so be it. But it's.
And it would be by occupancy or just a flat fee?
Just a
flat fee.
That's what I want.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just pulling the rope.
Yep.
So just to go back one more time, so we have someone who's been renting out their camp on the lake for the last 10 years. Now we're going to tell them that they have to have this inspection and they have to get a license, and their camp does not meet our requirements. Do we now tell them they can no longer rent their property?
Right.
Somewhat a grandfather.
Seems like a little bit of an overreach, but.
So that's we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning of the conversation when I looked at this and said I would just throw it out. Throw the whole thing out. So I don't know how to answer that because that's really that's close to my heart there. I don't. not really welcoming any of this.
Right, well,
Because
it doesn't- I mean, it
if
doesn't
you own a
seem-
home and you can rent it, it's your home. You should be able to rent it. So that's.
Yeah, I would
pass
think
on
that's the case, if you are to be grandfathered in those cases until the home changed ownership.
No, that's a good idea.
Well, what would restrict a property from being able to register as a rent? So it would be what, maybe a failing septic?
Yeah,
System?
non-egress windows and bedrooms.
Non-egress windows.
Okay.
Escape routes, yeah.
Okay,
Fire, smoke detectors.
okay.
So
Which
it's
that's
pretty
an
narrow.
easy one to hit, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, on a bigger house, or say 2 houses they both rent out to go replace the windows in all of them to make them egress, that could be, tens of thousands, if not $100,000 that they would need to invest just to rent out their house for a few months out of the year.
So to go off of what Kevin just said, though, I appreciate the gesture, the grandfathering, but if you think about it, nobody would have to register then, unless
Yeah.
they sold their house.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
So do we,
2 people would register if they bought a new building.
so in the ordinance, do we put an appeals process? Where,
Yeah, I would think they would need an appeals process, maybe to get a special exception use or something like
Right,
that.
right.
yeah.
I appreciate.
But, some regress that a homeowner would have, maybe it is like Steve said, the windows, it's $50,000, replace all of the windows to bring them up to code. Whether or not that, somebody is going to make that decision. By us blanket,
Right.
you're not going to rent.
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody, let's say they've rented out their house for the last 20 years and all of a sudden now we're saying you can't do it.
Right.
I mean, if they can show that it's either a hardship to bring it up to standards or that, they can show that they've never had an incident of, at the property as a result of the non-compliance, they could apply for a special exception or something.
That would seem fair.
Yeah, the fire regulations, the only one that I see is really problematic is the windows. Wayne, the, like egress windows, how many would you need in say a 3-bedroom house? You need 1 in each bedroom?
Right.
Or,
Yeah, 1 in each
Right.
bedroom.
So you need a primary means of escape, which is a door.
yeah,
To like a stair or a hallway or directly outside. And then your secondary means of escape is a window. So in a bedroom, it would be 1 window.
Oh.
Preferably remote from the door so that you get two choices. If the door is blocked, you can get out an escape window.
And it needs
Remote
to
from
meet
it, but-
5.7 square feet is also the big catcher on there.
That's
Yeah.
second floor, first
That's big.
floor, I'm pretty sure it's 5 feet.
5.7. Yeah,
Five
both
feet.
doesn't matter, first
Yeah.
floor, second floor.
Maybe like the,
5, yeah, I think they changed it in 2021, I have to double check.
but I think he's talking about
The
the
second floor.
square footage of the opening for the
Correct.
setbacks to get in the window
Right.
versus the distance from the ground, I think you're talking about?
Yeah, so a
Yeah, this
first,
is the actual window. Like-
right, ground level, it'll always be 5 feet.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah.
so the 5 square feet at what, 4 feet, 5 feet, you're saying?
Yeah, first floor. So
that's
not
not very,
life
it's
safety.
not very big.
Huh?
Right.
2x3
I
window.
don't know if it's life safety,
And that's,
the new code.
I mean, that's almost going to be in every bedroom, I would think. If it's a window.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah. Okay.
But how are current non-conforming camps that are rented handled now?
There is no oversight. I go swap out
So
windows all the time.
That's that slippery slope, but we're applying an ordinance to a home versus a camp, but a camp's okay, and that's what Maine's about. And so
Yeah.
we're gonna make them rebuild their camp because so that's the hard part I'm wrestling with here. I don't know how to apply it to some, but not others.
Wayne, would a standard double-hung window qualify as safe egress? I mean, you throw it up and it's 2x3 at least.
It's got to still meet that 5.7 square foot opening on the one half of the window or one opening in general, whether it be a casement or a double hung. you gotta have that 5.7 square foot opening.
That isn't very big, you know.
Oh, that's a half.
It's one half of the window, yeah. So
it's
you
actually-
can't count taking 2 pieces of the window out for one opening.
I know, but
Yeah.
if you throw up if you lift up the sash on most double hung windows, they're, 2 by 3.
Yeah, just shy of it. Which most of them do qualify that, but you get down into the ones that are 5 or just below, then there's issue. And a lot of the houses probably from the 80s are hovering those kind of dimensions opposed to 2000s.
And that would be a fair appeal, I would think. If you have 4.7.
And that's the thing, like,
right?
could we make it a range where we have a minimum, where because, we gotta hit egress to code now, or do we have to hit code from whenever the house was built?
Oh, that's, yeah.
When it was built.
Right.
When it was built? Oh, okay.
So maybe it's not as
big a problem then.
It's not as restrictive on the older home.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the older home, say you're swapping out a window in a bedroom.
Yeah.
You have to get the largest window that will fit in that opening that the manufacturer makes. So there are some provisions for existing houses.
Okay. Any other thoughts? We task Brett to go right.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the piece that I was curious on, like the data behind it, like how many homes are there really out there that would be non-conforming with these standards? And the answer is we don't know unless we try to get them registered. And so I guess one of the things I'm curious is if we are looking at maybe revisiting this in a year, if we were to move forward and adopt this and then look at it again, we would probably collect some data as we register these.
Yep.
Like, okay, this one's conforming. Okay, well, we had a few that were non-conforming based on egress, or just kind of tracking that data. And then, if we do revisit it, then we can modify it, to maybe make it fit different standards, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we could talk about hypotheticals all the time, but I always like the data to kind of back up, the decisions that we're making, so.
All right, you think we've given Brett enough to work with? Does he have any more things they want?
All he wanted was a framework, he's got it.
He's got it. So my normal question at this time is, how long is it going to take you to put all that together?
Well, do you want to talk about it next month? Or is that too soon?
No, I think that, given, I'm sure those people that are interested would like us to move this along as fast as possible, one way or the other. So I would like to move it along as fast as possible.
Next month it is.
But I also, parentheses, my goal would be to open it up for comments, more of a workshop comment on next meeting on this topic, which means we would have to get this out and on the website, at least probably a week ahead of time. Is that doable?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sandy, does that work for you? Sandy, you go sleep on us?
No, I think she's muted.
Brett gets it to me, I'll get it to you.
No, I want it on the website so that the public can read it.
Right, once I get it, I can send it to you guys and put it on the website all at the same time.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Let's do it.
Everybody okay with that? Everyone's good? Kevin, you okay?
I'm good with that.
All right. It's still kind of early. You want to just slip over to the marijuana one for while we're all here? And
Yep.
so on this one, we again have a proposed ordinance.
I think before we go too far with this one, I reached out to Vern Malik. He showed up to a select board meeting to address some of this because a lot of this came out of a complaint. And I'm just trying to get guidance from him since Raymond didn't opt into the marijuana regulation.
Right.
I'm trying to find out what we can and can't do since we're not opted in to regulate. Whether we can just kind of either just make a small standalone ordinance that deals with it, if we do something big and comprehensive, I'm not sure, you know, we don't want to accidentally opt into anything here.
Right.
So he didn't get back to me yet, but I think maybe that might be best just to kind of feel how far I want to go and maybe just kind of come up with type of hypotheticals that I can ask him, hey, listen, Vern, this is kind of what we're thinking about. Can we do this without opting in, or are we kind of left out to dry and can't do anything without opting in? Does that make sense?
Does make sense. I was kind of curious though of the pictures and all that came. I mean, doesn't it seem like it's more of a commercial than a? And
So
if it's commercial, it's not.
It's a home occupation. It's supposed to be within the building, but you know, they've been doing this for a while, so I'm not sure if they're grandfathered in. This goes back way back, because I think they existed before Raymond had a choice to opt in or out.
Right.
I'm not sure.
But are those two poly tents filled with plants?
I don't.
I mean, that's what
I not right now. I doubt it.
Well, yeah. No, but I mean, just approaching it from what the ordinance that we already have in place, it would, I mean, if in fact it's a commercial activity, growing cannabis, it should be then just licensed as a commercial activity, regardless of what it is. If you're selling cut flowers out of 4 poly tents, right, and you're selling them commercially, isn't that a commercial operation that would not be
Yeah, I guess if
zoned properly?
If somebody had a little nursery, a home occupation nursery,
Yeah.
I don't know, because some people have home occupations in there doing other agricultural stuff.
But not selling it.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, but I mean, well, it certainly can't, I mean, this cannot, I mean, if in fact it's true, there's 2 poly tents filled with plants, they're certainly not using it themselves.
No,
I mean,
no,
'cause, I mean,
they're registered caregivers.
Oh, yeah.
They are registered caregivers?
Yes.
Okay, but even in the opt-out, I thought we had guidance on how many plants that could be grown for regular caregivers.
Yeah, per person.
Yeah, per person.
patient,
Right.
yeah, there is.
Right, and,
So-
and we don't regulate, you know, we're not, I think the state regulates them.
Right?
Yeah, they have a
And so
department
We
for
have to
that.
follow the state rules.
Very well.
So it's, because our ordinance, none of our ordinances really, you know, they touch on commercial stuff, but, you know, there's daycares that have part of their operation outside too, and they're a commercial operation as well.
That's a good point.
So it's a tough question.
Okay.
Because it doesn't fall into a category nicely. That's why we wanted to try and have some type of ordinance that gave us something that was more precise and to the point that we could enforce and look at.
So what you're saying is you don't want to do anything on it right now?
I think we should come up with some ideas maybe, and then when I talk to Vern to kind of figure out what we can and can't do. Like, I'm looking at the agricultural ordinance, and it says, you know, buildings need to be 50 feet from a sideline. So that's permanent buildings. This is a temporary structure.
Right.
So, but maybe if we could just slide in agricultural buildings and any cannabis cultivation.
Isn't there requirements for it to be fenced and locked in or of some sort?
It is fenced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's supposed to be, I think, modern. I don't know the state rules. Like I said, we don't have the. It's the state. And those rules are always changing, so it's hard to get an idea of exactly what we can and can't do.
Okay.
And is there certain ordinances against an indoor facility opposed to an outdoor facility like this?
They're all in towns that have opted in.
Okay.
So I don't even know if we have any. I don't know if any towns that haven't opted in have any ordinances, to be quite honest.
And so they adopt all the state ordinances by doing that.
They can write up all their own ordinances.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can do that without opting in.
All right.
But Jason, all we really want to address is the caregivers, is that right? Registered caregiver?
I think so.
Because everything else would
Recreational.
fall underneath the code. Am I saying that right, Jason?
I'm not exactly sure. So, are you talking about like people growing like their own personal?
Medicinal versus.
Like everybody can go out there, they're 3 or whatever each person can grow. Separating those two things.
Caregivers have, I think it's like 1,000 mature plants and 500 immature plants, and I think unlimited seedlings that they can have. That falls under the caregiver part of the law. I believe that's what's in there.
Which would be what, technically commercial grade at that point, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
So since we've opted out, is there an option to opt in? Is there?
Yeah, but I don't think there's an appetite to opt in, because then you open the door to. I think we didn't opt
Retail.
in because you'll end up
Retail
with
is
stores popping up.
More regulated
Retail.
than the medical.
We don't have any medical stores. The two that are here existed before. I think it's December 1st, 2018.
Okay.
And that's when the towns had to start deciding opt in or opt out, so they were grandfathered.
Okay.
The proposed ordinance that was submitted by Kristen Collins on behalf of Mr. Richardson seems to be written for towns that have opted out. She said she has produced them for
Yeah, she mentioned it.
town, Vassalboro, and it's seems pretty extensive and covers.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably send this to Vern and say, hey, does this work? If you guys like what it, I mean, if.
Yeah, I didn't study everything on it, but I mean, it seems like we could have an ordinance.
Yeah, I think it seemed pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the complaint that we have is from pretty much a neighbor who's got a neighbor to open greenhouses. I mean, that would make a lot of smell.
And, I mean, some towns just say nothing outdoors.
Right, a couple of towns say
It
nothing
could be as simple
outdoors.
as that.
Yeah. Or suitable odor control, but I don't think you can control odor in a greenhouse.
And plus, how do you measure it? My smell, sense of smell is terrible, so.
And how are you gonna separate what the smells are?
Right.
Right? When the lilies come up, they smell awfully nice, but whatever you don't like those.
I know there's some towns too, I think like Portland have that carbon scrubbing or like the can of filter type thing where they require that. That's for their indoor
Indoor
facilities.
facilities.
So.
All right, so do you want to proceed with the one that's submitted and send it and get a legal opinion on it?
I'd like to see what the board says.
Well, I know that. I'm asking is that,
It wouldn't hurt to do that.
no, it wouldn't. I'm just,
Yeah, it's good knowledge to have.
I mean, even
if you can have a ordinance and in a town that has opted out, then I think it's a good
way to go.
Good way to go. Good.
I mean, at least a
course.
framework, and then if you want to go from there and say, we want to tweak this or that just a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not going to adapt it exactly the way it was given as a sample, but,
If something
as
like
a
this is good
basis.
to go, yeah.
Right. As a boilerplate.
Does that sound like the way to go with the cannabis?
Yep.
Kevin, what do you think?
I think it's a good start.
All right. Who, you're gonna send it to Phil?
No, I want to talk to Vern at the state, just to make sure.
Okay. If
The
it,
laws, things are always changing with the law,
Yep.
so I just want to make sure everything, I don't want to accidentally opt in somehow.
you would not be a happy camper.
No.
Okay.
Comment from fire to the board?
Yeah, go ahead. Fire.
So, on marijuana, our adopted ordinances, in particular NFPA 1, does address marijuana facilities in particular. So we'd want to make sure facilities were in compliance with that. And that's more about Well, they use a lot of power for the lights that they use for growing, so making sure that they meet the electrical code that way. And then within FPA 1, it's a lot of that is about either chemical extraction or pressurized extraction. Those different extraction methods are hazardous in themselves, and that's why they're addressed in that code.
Okay. Anyone want to talk about their weekend plans or anything?
Roll a couple fatties.
Is there anything else that, so you're all set, right? You're all with the short-term rentals?
Yep.
Jason, you're on track for the marijuana as to what we can and can't do?
Let's see.
All right, I guess that's it. Thanks, everyone. Unless anyone's got anything.
Staff
All right,
communication.
we don't need a motion, so we're done. All right. Hearing no objections.
Okay, welcome to the May 19th Special Select Board meeting.
I make a motion to go into executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405-6A.
Second.
All those in favor? We'll go into executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
All in favor? We're out of executive session.
I make a motion to appoint the position of the new town manager to Joseph Crocker.
I will second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Could I have a comment, though, afterwards?
Yes.
I was one person that was asked about me and questions from about everyone I ran into after the morning meeting where we made him interim town manager. I don't know if people realized on the board that in less than 24 hours, there was 40 people had reviewed that. And so when this process started,
Frank out there?
I didn't see him.
I had a lot of questions and a lot of people asking me, and I told them as much as I knew, which was nothing at all. And I'm hoping that you'll allow me to read the confidential agreement that we signed so they'd understand why I couldn't answer the questions. All I did is ask a person if it should have been confidential, and next thing I know, I was getting blamed for several things. And if you don't think it's appropriate, then I understand that. But I think if people understood that we had to sign confidential agreements, that would explain.
Yep. You can read the agreement.
Just the agreement. That's all I want to read.
Yep.
So that people understand what we have to do to protect the candidates.
Well, plus executive session stays in executive session, can't be talked out of anyway. So anybody that thinks out in the world that it can
Right.
be.
Well,
is
most
completely
people
wrong.
knew that. So, and again, a lot of this is to protect the candidates and the process so that people aren't overwhelmed with questions. It says, and I appreciate you letting me do it because it explains a lot to people when they're saying, well, it should be public and whatnot.
Right,
I don't.
but
I'm at
executive
this-
session can't be public
That
anyway.
wasn't what the question was about, it was what the process was, and I had no idea. But anyway, yeah, I should have set them aside, is what I should have done. But anyway, so it's an interview team member confidentiality agreement. It is critical that strict confidentiality be maintained before, during, and after all phases of the interview process. Please do not discuss the process with anyone outside of your interview committee. By signing this, you are also agreeing that you can be fair and impartial member without bias to any interviewee. I don't know how to say it. Anyone being interviewed. If requested, the Human Resource Council is responsible for providing information to applicants regarding the status and reason for non-selection. This information will come directly from your screening and interview evaluations, and it is public record. Our signatures below signify that we understand and will uphold the confidentiality of the interview and selection process. We also understand that failure to comply with these standards may result in immediate removal of the committee. Once you sign it, and then you go into the executive session, both things become confidential.
Okay.
All right, motion to go into executive session pursuant to, for the consideration and award of town scholarships pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6F.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? We're in executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Okay, a motion to proceed and give to Mel what was discussed in executive session regarding awarding scholarships.
All those in favor?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee. I would like to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to look at the minutes from our previous meeting and see if there's any comments to that. Has everybody had a chance to look at them?
Yep.
Yeah? Any comments? Questions?
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second it.
Second? All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. And then, do we have anybody on Zoom right now, Bill?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I have a quick question. I don't want to spread any rumors, but Joe, are you officially our town manager now?
Officially, as of Monday.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been really great.
I want to acknowledge that and thank you for that.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, it's been really welcoming of everyone. The support's been pretty overwhelming this week, so
I bet.
it's been very nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then I'd also wanted to mention something for Kayla, and if she comes on, then we'll back up to it. But she just received an award for Maine Citizen Planner of the Year because of her participation in the comprehensive plan. I want to congratulate her for that because that's quite an achievement.
Very good. It's a great article in the Wyndham Eagle.
That's right. Yep, exactly. I got to thank Karen for pointing that out to me. So, right. So if we want to move on to our old business, the floor plan for the town hall. I did get a copy of that from Melissa and through Nathan. And today I picked up a full-size plan, which is on the table so that we can all take a look at that. I think we'll find that interesting when we take a look at what the actual square footage of the town hall is and how it could maybe fit in if we decide to go that way or not. So I wanted to thank Nathan for providing that information. And then the next order of business was head of town departments for space utilization and the Jordan Small floor plan, Parks and Recreation, got that information, and I've incorporated that into our other floor plan. So I was thinking that, we might want to get up and take a look at that and see how that all starts to gel together. And then also Lori had contacted me, excuse me, this week about doing a Post-it exercise. Can you explain it a little bit, Lori? Because
Sure. It's like what we did at the first open meeting for the comprehensive plan, where there's a map of Raymond and you say which areas you want growth in or which areas you want more housing in. And it was Post-it notes and you wrote a comment on it if you wanted. It was also columns of do you want a community center? Do you want to, whatever it was that we wanted. And a lot was gained for the committee based on the input from the town. So what I was thinking is I'm sure we've all got different visions, probably similar, but different visions of what could be going on at the middle school. So I was thinking if we are either each responsible for a color, we can just throw our ideas out there, or we can talk about it first and then throw our ideas out there. So if I like the library in the quadrant you had requested, I would put my yellow with an L line, I guess, over in that corner. Just sort of to get a visual of, are we in any kind of agreement before we even go too far? Because if we're in relative agreement, it might be a whole lot easier for us. If we're miles apart, we need to talk through, I think, where we're not in sync.
Yep.
Just kind of a brainstorming with colors.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I think we probably, before we start, working on putting, we need to be in agreement on what we want the Jordan Small School to have. What municipal, I think we need to be if we can become into an agreement on that, what we want in there.
Right. I agree. I think that's wise. And actually, so that exercise may want to follow after we do something with this spreadsheet where we go through and prioritize some of the different committees and whatnot. I think that will help us because I know I need to constantly refresh my memory on all of the ideas that we have because there's a lot of them.
Kayla is on Zoom.
Hi, Kayla. All right. Maybe still getting tuned up. So does everybody want to take a quick look at the floor plan just to kind of see where we're at? I think it'll be a little surprising that there's not much space left right now, the way it is.
That's fine.
Are you okay like that? Okay. Watching from home, one of the things that is really hard to understand what we were doing here. But I don't know if this is
I know, I was asked if I could do this on a PDF. So, town hall.
It's town hall.
And what's interesting is, so the total square footage is 3,520 square feet. And just for a quick visual, I took and looked at this area here. That's 4,550 square feet. Right. So, just. Is this working?
You all set?
Thank you. So it really gives us, that looks, because of the scale that it is compared to the scale of this one, looks as big as this, but in reality, it's as much as, in fact, it's 1,000 square feet less than this area here. But with that said, you can see that having filled in the park and rec, we've got basically 3 spaces that haven't actually been put on somebody's wish list.
They really like more than this too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they need more than that.
Right.
Have they said that?
When we did the tour of the town hall.
Yes.
They had more
Everybody,
space.
the library said they needed more, town hall said they needed more.
Right, yeah. Town hall right now is at the point where they can't expand at all. They have no space for new people to get hired, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
What's the rationale for putting a small gym in there?
It's actually
Talked about that, the library team or the quiet types of activities, and this is more the active rec type activities.
Yeah, it's more of a, probably like a registration based, like you're getting dropped off after school. This is a place to hang out before, while your parents are working until they come pick you up.
But the library
And
is
this would
another
be like
place that can
the
happen
young adult
too.
collections would be
Yeah.
there as well.
The library, teens, they do use that space as well.
Are you going to need to close off, because they are young and there's childcare here, close off all of this? Or be able to, maybe not necessarily
Yeah,
close
or
it?
just kind of funnel like.
Coming in, right?
Yeah, it'd be. I mean,
I would think
you ideally
anything
want
Green would want to use the same.
come in
entrance.
here and then cut off to the public coming this way, most likely. But it can all be worked out. I mean, this is why multi-purpose. Like, if we need to use this as teen space, like we can use that. Rec is just about finding what's working and kind of inserting it where we have the capability. So.
Well, that kind of leads to having any, again, if town hall stuff more than that.
vicinity. As
To
far
me,
as
that
not
makes more
being
sense,
right near the
just
child-
with that,
childcare.
with the meetings being.
I don't know if it's more or less accessible, but.
Do we have two childcare spaces because they're for different age
Yeah,
ranges?
I would imagine, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard that multiple times, that like, you know, pre-K through whatever is
And then there's older
one thing,
children.
and then a little bit older.
So we're actually gonna, people will drop their children off, you'll hear that, you'll have like a program?
Yep. So I mean, it's kind of like what we have for now, like our after-school program. They get released, they go right to after-school care. We check them in, and then we are responsible for them until the parents come and pick them up.
At the church?
We're at school right now,
You're at school,
RES.
okay.
Say we use a stage and gym area right now. So this would just, again, you would have to probably have a designated bus for drop-off, and then they would get checked in and stay there. And then you can program whatever. If you have an hour of gym time, you can use gym time. If you have, something, cooking class, you can hop in there.
And that space wouldn't be used till after school, so it's empty all day.
During the day,
So, I mean,
but it's set up for.
well, I
kids.
mean, you have to, I mean, I think
Yeah,
we can't,
I
we
know.
have to be flexible.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I know.
really do. I mean, you can't have a room all
I
empty.
wouldn't want.
All empty all day.
I
and
wouldn't
then-
want the age-friendly people living in the space
Yeah.
that
Well,
little
that's
kids
a
had
little
been
too
in.
flexible.
Yeah.
So I'll
You could just get down and
Yeah.
dirty, right?
Could this area be moved to here, like the equipment in this
No.
space be used as a gym when it's not being used for
No, because it's
something or
permanent. That's the
something?
one thing that would be permanent. you don't,
Well, you don't
because you don't want to
really
move
need
gym
the office,
equipment.
do you?
I didn't.
What
I
did
was
you
in
say
public works for 5 years.
involved in equipment?
It's very involved, yeah. So you have like the heavy treadmills, you have the stationary bikes, the fitness racks. Like it's quite an endeavor. But I mean, just to give you an example, in Saco, we had probably a smaller gym and kind of like the community space here. And what happens is you're just lining up all your activities and scheduling. So like your before care is going on here, and then they leave, and then you get pickleball. Then for lunch you have a community supper, you have senior program. Then after school, then you have after school care. So it kind of can all roll in and commingle in these spaces. It doesn't have to be just designated to one area. So we're multifunctional for sure.
And I think something else that, just to keep in mind is that these spaces are really big. I mean, 26 by 30 is probably much bigger than is needed for meeting and video conferencing.
Right.
This could actually probably be 2
These
or
should
4
be,
rooms.
yeah, that should be
when
divided.
you look at it.
Yeah.
So that would, by consolidating some of that opens up space for other things.
Yeah.
Deb, do you know how large the room is at Levy Lane where they play bridge? Would you say like 20 by 40 maybe?
I'm not.
Look at
That
that.
community room is not very big.
No, so I'm thinking even like
Right.
It's not
half
very
of this would be at least that big without
Yeah.
a television and
You know, I was wondering, if the space in the library, I mean, that's where they come now and play cribbage and they play,
It's a bridge.
but they play bridge. Is for your folks too, the plays there, and will there, with an expanded library during the day, is there any space in there that you could use for games like,
Yeah,
This
because
would
we
be
could
that
probably bring
space.
cribbage back in
Yeah.
Yeah.
and,
That's
use
this
it-
space.
because we have game time down at Jordan Bay now too.
Because you're gonna have so much
Every week.
collections in this end. The only thing that might not have collections is this quiet study area. But everything else is gonna be collections, children's play, and that kind of thing. So there's not gonna be room for really group meetings here. That's what this is for.
this
Yeah,
is,
that's what they're
Collections,
missing.
just to be
Yeah.
clear, that's the books, basically.
Yes,
books,
all
collections.
materials, yeah.
Right, but how many people come or would come for
I'm
a
not getting a
quiet
lot.
study during the day? No, I'm talking about the,
Study.
yeah.
Yeah, people who are needing to use computers or things like that and may need assistance, they're close by to the
Right.
service desk. So, as I was talking with Richard, he's like, yeah, I like to have a little space here, so when people need our help to use the computers.
That's a pretty big
Then we're
space
right
too.
there.
If we're saying these are all big spaces, that's also a very big space.
Right, that's
So-
almost 60 by 60.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
Just one of these blocks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, all right. Shall we go back and do some more?
Is it
more
possible you could
brainstorming?
recap at the beginning what you were saying about the office spaces and the IT space. We had an audio issue.
It's in there, yeah.
Oh, okay. I think, Bill, what you're asking is this space right here on the floor plan for Jordan Small Middle School. Just quickly scaled it, and that one rectangular space is 65 feet by 70 feet, which is 4,550 square feet. And what the town, what Nathan provided for us of the existing town is square footage of 3,520. So almost more than 1,000 just looking at this one space here.
Oh, you mean?
Okay.
Yeah,
In the window needle. Not that far away.
Yeah, that
Can you send us those? Or you don't have, you only have them that way? I only have them that way. So I think this week I'm gonna try to see if I can find the PDF. I might be able to mark it up. All right. All right, the next item that we had on the agenda was to follow up on discussion with the Wyndham New Building Committee. And I sent something out to everybody based on conversation, or actually the voicemail that I got from Barry Tibbetts.
I did print it out, if that
Yeah.
helps. So you got it?
I found it, thank you.
Yep.
So they had, there were basically, I think, 6 points to what Barry had told me. And just to back up a little, interestingly enough, in the Wyndham Eagle back in August 2nd of 2024, there was an article about what they were getting ready to do to the Wyndham Middle School. So if anybody wants to take a quick look at that, I'll make that available. So it was interesting. They basically had broken it down to, I think, 3 items that they were looking at putting in there. Their library, park and rec, and then general assistance, which I didn't know exactly how to interpret that, whether that was community center type services or more of a town office type. So they are, so one thing that I think, needs to probably be corrected. So in the voicemail that Barry left me, he called, it says Herman Middle School, but I think we all know it's the Wyndham Middle School. So.
I know, I'm confused. I was
I
like,
think-
where's that? I never heard of
Yeah,
that.
I think the voicemail just translated it wrong.
Oh,
when it sent it to
okay.
us. So they've been meeting for 4 months, and they anticipate to be working on this project for another 12 months. But they hope to have something that they can report out by the end of this year. So I think, in my opinion, it sounded like they had gone right into a bigger committee.
Yes.
And we're, combining everything, the vision. I kind of like the way that Raymond has set it up. It gives us a little bit more freedom to just brainstorm ideas and then, hand it off to the next group. Let's see. So this was interesting too. I thought the department heads were provided with a 1/4-inch scale drawing, and it was their task to actually put the square footage, their existing square footage, into spaces in the middle school. And then from there, what other services would they put? So they actually are working with a scale drawing. And in this, we're working with a scale drawing, but I think because the scale is, 1/16 inch to a foot, the rooms are much bigger than what you look at and visualize. So that might be an interesting exercise. And maybe that's the next committee. They actually start to physically, determine the size of spaces. There were also, the department heads were asked to identify revenue streams. So, because that's an important thing. They basically, similar to how I think it was Westbrook did it, they became self-supporting with their revenue. I mean, so That's a pretty interesting thing to keep in mind. And they already know what the maintenance of cost and custodial cost is, because that budget is going to now become the responsibility of the 3 departments. And they are already engaged with a construction company, Great Falls Construction, to help guide them. And again, I kind of see that as the next committee after this is they're going to start to have some of those professionals involved.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, any thoughts or questions? Do I need to follow up with Barry if we have any additional questions? Grace?
Not a question, but when you mentioned the, revenue component to this, I mean, when we're talking about, first of all, some expanded spaces for some places, we're talking about needing more, we've said it many times, more staff, whatever, even if there are already some components of that in current rec budgets, library budget, whatever, we're talking about more, and especially if it's going to be more accessible for people as well.
Right.
So maybe that is something we need to put up as a higher priority, that there be some space left aside for some of what we saw in Westbrook and what they, I don't know what they're exactly contemplating in Wyndham, but in terms of groups, organizations that would help with that, but.
To that, Grace, I would say, in thinking about the visits that we made and just hearing what Wyndham's got going on right now, we have to be cautious because we are Raymond, and we have very few X's in terms of number of small businesses. We have, I don't know what the percentage of population community center is used by a town. Most people that live in Raymond work somewhere else where there are already gyms, where they may use, the library where the kid goes to high school. I don't think we ever want to be anything like any of these larger towns. So to do that, I think we don't want to spread ourselves too thin at the beginning by engaging all of these ideas.
Yeah. I'm just saying to set aside some space for that potential. I mean, if we're going to have the library there, are we going to have longer hours available for the library? I would like that myself. I don't know if others would. For any of the recreation facilities, what are the potential hours for that might be needed? If it is used a lot, is there more that's needed for upkeep, for custodial, whatever? I'm just trying to think in terms of thinking ahead a bit. If we're just going to put everything in those spaces and it's going to have a really big impact on, dare I say the T word, taxes, is that going to fly in terms of the community support? So if there's some way to kind of safeguard some of that space, and maybe it doesn't ever get used, you're right, I'm not sure, and it might not be an organization or group in town that rents it, it could be some nearby thing too, but again, and I don't even know what that might be.
Kayla has her hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, Kayla. Kayla, we can't hear you.
Are you muted, Kayla?
Is that better?
There you go.
It is better.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So while I agree with the sentiments that we don't, we want to be Raymond, and also, we don't have the small business appetite maybe that a Westbrook does, but if we think about it, we really don't have usable space in Raymond for small businesses to thrive. And that's evidenced by a lot of them starting and not being successful. So I think offering space, to whatever extent that is, that's more affordable for a small business would actually increase the potential of a small business thriving.
And I think we do have some remote workspace already on the floor plan. I would like to caution that we don't focus so much on space that we can rent out. I would rather focus right now on the community needs and space utilization for those support services and activities, and then see how that goes, and if there's space left over. I just don't want the focus to become make money. That's, I want to keep the focus on our vision.
And this building will cost more. It will cost more. I mean, it will cost more to get it on the ground, for sure. There'll be a lot, you know, so I think it's something, it's hard not to think about. I know our job was not to worry about money, not to worry just, you know, but for me, it's hard to think, you know.
It's hard not to.
Right, these things can be done in phases too. So,
Right.
Exactly.
like the
That's
first
right.
phase can
Right.
just be get in there, operate what we're already operating, and then seeing if some of our programs I know will grow just by being there because we have space available. And then from there, looking at our revenues and seeing what is being covered by those revenue streams. And okay, we have the ability to invest into the next phase of this journey. So it doesn't have to be all at once.
Absolutely. I
So-
think that's how Westbrook was. I think they were in
Right.
phases. But personally, this is my personal thought, and for me, the town hall is a priority, and the rec and the library. Those three things is what I feel is a priority for this space. I think that we've made it a town hall for a long time, and then to not get a town hall out of the space, I don't know if that'll make the town very happy, because eventually, and we said from 10 to 15 years we were looking out. Well, 15 years, I don't know what that building will be like over there. So that's personally how I feel, that those are my three priorities in terms of, and then figure it out, how we can fit, how the builders can fit it in. And everybody might not get exactly what they want, but we have our whole municipal operation in there. The library's part of the town now, rec is part of the town, and everybody will be under one roof. And I think, it probably can be done, but you'll have to be realistic.
So going more toward a municipal building than a community center.
Well, I mean, and the community center, I mean, the library and the rec program are what brings the community center into place, and your program. Those people, and they all should be in there. I mean,
I agree with that. I think bringing town hall into the building is fine. Maybe the old town hall is the space that gets rented out or leased out or whatever. I mean,
and the library, I mean, I just think about having the food pantry at that library, and a secondhand clothes store like they have at the Wyndham Church. That's run by volunteers. And what was the other? Oh, and even
Library of Things? The Library of Things?
Yes.
Where you, I guess, rent out tools and
the loan closet. That could all be in that space there unless the town really wants to, sell the property. But
Right.
So two things. When I was talking about reserving some space, to me, what has already been kind of filled in there, not all of that is current, what we're doing. So I would just suggest everything that, if this is the direction we're going in, everything that's currently being done, but that leaves some space to hold off in a phase to see, are we gonna put something more in there? I'm thinking of like the computer lab type of a place, or the remote workspace, things like that. So that's left as a, if there isn't some need for whatever, some sort of revenue type of a stream, or there's no possibility of that even happening, that's another phase, because that's something people would like to see, but it's not a current need, I would say. It is really more of a wish list type of a need. And you mentioned something about municipal, and that's odd, because actually in reading this over, I'm thinking, well, if town hall's gonna be there, is this a community center or is this Raymond Municipal Center? I mean, it just,
it's both. It's everything.
It is.
Rec
Right,
center,
but I
mean,
library.
in terms of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
as long as we have limits and make sure that we're not getting a lot of scope creep, where once the municipal offices are in there, they don't start to grow and spread. They have their space, and that's where they have to stay. So, as long as we have good controls on things, I'm fine with having municipal offices in there, as long as there's a good understanding going in how things are gonna be. And maybe that's gonna help if we vacate that building. Either we sell it, we lease it, we do something with it. Maybe that's the way, instead of worrying about making space for leasing opportunities and things.
Okay, so I'm going to rein this in a little bit, because you guys have really jumped ahead to my bullets for new business. And I want to give us a chance to do a couple more exercises to help us with that, those thoughts and where we're headed. So the next thing I had on the follow-up was follow-up with Rolf, and did run into him this week, and we chatted, and it was about whether our completion was set in stone or whether we could have more time if we needed to. So he reminded me that this was supposed to be a short-term committee, but that if we needed more time, we could have more time. That was not an issue. The time frame they gave us was guidelines to try to keep it so that we were moving along as quickly and efficiently as we could. So appreciate that. So then moving on to the next thing I had was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. We talked a little bit about this at the last meeting, and I just want to get some feedback from the group as from what I'm hearing is if we have a mission statement that we collectively agree on, and then the joint a small floor plan, once we get that to a point where we feel that it's good to hand off. My notebook, the USB electronic files, and then you said there's a shared drive as well, Joe?
Yeah, we've been putting everything in there
Okay.
that we can hand off to that next committee as resource, or we can compile everything to one document and kind of everything that we've done so that it can be referenced for the next committee. So that's a possibility.
And then I was thinking a summary report. If we have those 4 things, do we feel like that will be enough to hand off? And I see that Kayla's got her hand up, so I'm going to ask Kayla to chime in here.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about your further statement about your conversation with the chair of the select board. Did he also provide further direction on what the expectation of this committee was?
I did not have that conversation with Rolf. I forgot to do that, Kayla, so thanks for reminding me. If the committee wants me to follow up with Rolf on that, I will do that.
Well, I think if anything, if we exceed what was expected, I mean, they can just ignore it if they choose to. I don't know, it's part of the overall thinking. I understand we could have been done really in one meeting with, here's a list of things we'd like to see,
Right.
without all the other things we've done, and just sort of offer them some of the, I just want to, I'll stop and say, any committee I'm on next, I really would like for you to chair, because I'm looking at this note that you've kept of everything, Pete. So why not offer that, even though it's above and beyond what I think that they were asking the group to do? So,
Couldn't help ourselves, that's all, because we couldn't help ourselves.
Right, I think, and
Right.
that's really the beauty of this committee is that we're freelancing and open to ideas, so I'm inclined to agree that whatever we have for thoughts, that can probably be even addressed in a summary report.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's always better to have more than, scrambled, because we didn't cover everything.
Right, and I think it would save the next committee some time, because they'll recognize the fact that, we've already put suggestions out there. They might say yay or nay, but at least, they don't have to rethink it all.
not that they might not have more ideas too, but.
Right.
Sure they will.
Okay.
I think that's a great plan. I do have a concern about the mission statement. Deb, what you wrote off was excellent. But I've been on committees writing mission statements and vision statements, and they can suck the life out of you just developing them in a way that we all agree on.
Can be really time consuming, yes.
I would say in some way we use what our charter was in the application and kind of massage it a little bit, but I think our focus really should be on much more tangible decisions or recommendations.
So someone brought up, what's the mission of the community center? So that's kind of what I was thinking about when I was pulling some language together. Is that beyond the scope of what this committee should be doing? Or is that sort of like an extra where it might help guide the next committee?
Well, I think-
and this, no, go ahead.
Until the next committee decides what actually does go in there from whatever recommendations we're offering them. I guess you wouldn't really know what the mission and vision are. I mean, what if they decide, well, this isn't really gonna fit with what we've identified pretty much as the three entities, for whatever reason? I mean, I guess I would leave it up to them, which is fine, because otherwise I was gonna start wordsmithing, which you did, which I thank you for doing that, because it's always easier to look at something and then like, oh, how about this? So, but maybe I don't know, I hadn't thought about that, Lori, so. that makes
But I
sense.
think that's the point of doing something like that, is that we're trying to guide what happens next when it starts to get to the implementation of things. We want the functioning to follow what has been the mission decided or the vision. We don't want the other way around, where somebody decides, well, I guess we can do that and we can do that, and then you make up the mission from that. I want to see it the other way around, so that you've always got your guiding principles first.
Well, may not be exactly what the select board had envisioned.
Mhm.
And when
Well-
they envisioned this, it seems, may not be what they thought was our vision.
But that's our job, is to say this is what the community visions for this space. And so it's your job to make it happen as much as you can, as much as we can afford or can do. But here's what we're really wanting for this space.
What we're wanting for the space.
This is what we want, the community wants, these activities and these resources. And so, that's what I really want to provide the guidance, but also hold them to it.
But do we know the community, do we actually know, we know what the community spoke about in the comprehensive plan? Sure.
They wanted a place that brings the community together.
Right. So
It was
Right,
something
so-
along those
Right,
lines.
that's
Kayla-
why we're
Kayla
here.
might
We're
know the
here to
better wording.
represent the
Right.
community.
Yeah, Kayla's got her hand up again, and since
Yep.
she was part of the comprehensive plan. Kayla?
Sorry, I just want to step in for a second because I feel it's really important to distinguish what the community may want versus what this committee is saying that they want. And we do know a little bit about what the community wants based on feedback from the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
But I personally would like to see a more directed effort on the town's part, maybe a little later, towards saying, what does the community want this space to be? And something that's a little bit more involved than a pom-pom survey. Despite how popular that was, I still don't think that was the great methodology. Now, I also realized that the library sent out a survey and Rec sent out a survey, but those were very targeted surveys based on what would you like to see from the Rec and what would you like to see from the library. But it really didn't address what the community wants to see. So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the comprehensive plan and that we really haven't surveyed the community properly yet.
That's right, that's right.
Good point.
Yeah.
And do you, Kayla, just out of curiosity, is that something you see as the next committee actually putting together some kind of a survey that would be widespread to the community?
I would think that would be up to either the select board or town management to decide how to handle. We have limited capabilities and no funds. So I think that's a little outside of the purview of this committee because we don't really have the capability to put such a thing together and then disperse it.
Right.
The only
That's a great point.
I think that's something that we can recommend as part of our package of recommendations.
Yeah.
Is that there be a very concerted effort to reach out to the whole community very broadly with very broad questions, not directed towards particular departments, but very broad. Because again, the comprehensive plan, we know that they want more community space, but we didn't really ask them specifics about what that means to them. And I think that's something that we need to get to the bottom of, but that's beyond the scope of this particular committee, in my opinion.
So might something be in part of what is passed to the next committee, to the select board, and then to the next committee, is we recommend a survey that shares somehow very briefly, here's what this committee came up with as some recommendations, and survey somehow the full community on that, to be sure that there's a chance for them to weigh in.
Unfortunately, our surveys, you don't really get.
You don't.
It's,
No,
you know, we
with every-
survey it, but it's not really reflective.
They're not effective either.
You know, you get the answer from the community when the price tag's attached, and then that's when it comes down to what they really want. But it has to be attached to a price tag.
Understood, but before somebody goes working on an implementation and a cost of architect or whatever, I mean, wouldn't it be good to just, to me, it's sort of a double check, because I think there is a lot in the draft comprehensive plan
Agreed.
that can be directed, but just to be sure, if that's a better way for the town to go prior to
Sorry.
anything more being spent.
I didn't want to raise my hand again. I also just want to, echo that it doesn't have to be a survey. You can hold public hearings. I mean, there's other ways to bring a community together and gain their input.
I also think we need to trust the library and the rec department that they know what their patrons, users
and the town hall
need.
and the town hall,
And the town hall, of course.
Yeah, based on what they're already doing.
Exactly. I think they know what the community is asking for and what they need from their work and their observations. I think it's kind of redundant to do a whole community survey again, because usually those surveys, people just want more of what they're already getting.
Did Wyndham do a survey, or did they just come together and decide?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't see a reference to that.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
So they came together with their town manager and all the department heads and
Yeah, see,
decided.
I actually thought they did. They had some recent community survey. I don't know that they did another one, but I thought I read something, sorry. I'll look and see if I have that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the way that they set up their committee was different than ours. They've already jumped into the next level.
No, it was a
And
while
so they
ago.
probably have some budget.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
19.
decided what
Yeah.
they wanted in there.
It was a while ago.
Yeah.
Especially if they have an architect on staff, that kind of helps direct, I think, what information they're trying to get to figure out the layout and who, if a poll is necessary, if it's more of the department heads coming in and talking about what their operations are and needs. So I think that's when you kind of get into that that kind of nitty-gritty stuff is in that implementation and having an architect and on the committee that's kind of pushing the direction.
That's why Great Falls is working with them right now, so they.
Okay, we good on that for the time being, and we'll probably
Just
come back to it.
A quick one on the Jordan Small floor plan as the line item. I think we also wanted to make recommendations for uses of buildings that would no longer be used, that the town owns.
Yeah, I think that could probably be part of the summary report, or do you think we should keep it as a separate report?
Part of the summary.
Part of the summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of options.
And that's why the architect will probably help too, because, this is shrinking and everything, but, they may say, oh, well, this can work together, this is bigger space than you thought it was, and so I leave it to people who know what they're doing.
Right,
I see
actually.
that too, Deb. I see that they're gonna take, our vision, and they're gonna start to really
Yeah.
put things together.
How come you didn't put this
that,
together?
Especially, size and space, they'll be able to say, well, you can actually fit these 4 things in this space. And, you've got plenty of room.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I think this committee's done a great job of just gathering as many
Needs. Yeah.
needs, options, ideas, visually seeing other places to kind of
Yeah.
see what a complete concept looks like. So I think that's the bulk of what we're trying to accomplish. I think everyone's done a great job with that. No shortage of ideas here, so.
Right.
Or
Which leads in-
opinions.
Right.
Which leads into our next thing, I think.
Great.
So if we could take the Excel spreadsheet, and Sue had some printed off if you don't have a copy of it.
Oh,
And
it's
they're-
on one
they're
page that
big
you can
size.
read? I did.
It's actually
I could use this.
2 pages,
This on-
but 3 pages almost.
Except it's
That,
sticking
uh,
together now. Oh dear.
Oh, there's more, yeah, this here's more and more.
I'll take my visual, I have to do a lot of scrolling.
Yes, I know, these, yeah, I know.
Somebody needs it.
Yes.
Somebody do it?
Deb, do you need one of these?
Too many papers, huh?
It ended up being like 2 1/3 pages.
That's better
Well-
than this.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what I
There
was
was no other way to
thinking,
print it out, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm fine.
And when you have a printer
Do you
that's
want-
11 by 7.
Yeah,
Do you
if you
want this?
have one. I thought I had it.
There you go.
It's nice and big, too.
So
Mine's bigger.
just to kind of explain a little bit of what this is our original Word document where we had brainstormed stuff. I put it in an Excel file, and then based on our discussion last week where we had suggested that these different items fall into one of these categories of municipal park and rec, I tried to interpret that and include it. I also added some notes of things that we have mentioned that have come up, like the fact that the Lions Club meets in the safety building, and yes, they are important to our community, but they already have space, so we don't need to necessarily consider them for Jordan Small Middle School. So I think the first column, I just thought we could go down through the list and prioritize, and that would help us to focus on, what we really are thinking we want to recommend for Jordan Small Middle School. So basically, high, medium, and low, just to keep it simple. And I figured we'd just go down through the list and see what people think. So the Veterans Center, high, medium, or low?
Low.
It's, yeah,
Just
when
don't
that
know
just,
how many there are.
We don't. And I'd like to say too that, Joe, the Parks and Recs have done such an amazing job of generating the revenue as part of building the community through athletics. I think almost across the board, we could say anything Parks and Rec is high. Same as I think we could say anything library is high, because we all understand, and we got from the comprehensive plan that these are significant things for the town of Raymond.
Yep.
Yeah, we call them the core programs.
Yes.
Those type of things.
Yep.
Childcare, summer camp,
Is there any
Yes,
kind of
exactly.
veterans center now?
senior program.
Right.
yeah, I don't even know what that means, Veterans
So
Center.
Wyndham has a,
Yeah, they had a
Yeah, they do.
Veterans Center.
I mean, they certainly could book a room, just like everybody,
Well, they use the,
anybody else.
they use the
but-
Veterans Center in Wyndham, and there's one in Naples. I mean,
Yeah.
So that's
That
not
might be
really.
something that I could pulse Rolf for too, because in his newsletter, he talked a lot about veterans, and I don't know if that's something he's focusing on in the legislature or not, but he might have some thoughts. So just, do we want to say high, medium, or low? Do we have a consensus?
Low.
I'd say low, but I feel a little bad saying low, but I would say.
Until we get more
Just in
information.
terms of the population
Well-
possibility, yeah.
It seems
Yeah.
like there's already resources for them in the area,
yes, absolutely, yeah.
so to me,
Yeah.
that would make it low
All right.
to us.
Basketball tournaments, we're going to say high based on what was just recommended, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees?
Well, again, do we have tournaments of just
Yeah.
rec teams or? Do
We have leagues right now. We
We
don't
do.
have this would be more of rental revenue, probably, if you rent out for basketball tournaments to
Well,
an
yeah.
organization.
Oh,
I wouldn't
So-
put high.
no, that wouldn't
So
be high.
Do we
where do you,
host basketball games? Yes. We're not necessarily running tournaments.
No, so that would be low.
Fee-based,
All right, so
low.
low or medium? I mean, how much
I-
effort do you think, Joe, it is to like coordinate a tournament?
In my experience, I stay away from that. And if people are running tournaments for, say, AAU, anything like that, you are setting a rental rate. So you just the rental space, which is
So you don't-
less of a burden on staff and stuff like that. So
Okay.
that's how we've done it in spaces that I've operated. We just rent it out, and you have a set rental rate, and you just have one staff kind of covering the time there. So
All right, well, that helps to clarify, thank you. Exercise classes?
I don't know, someone mentioned a track of, a place for people to walk, around, and I just thought that was an excellent idea, because I struggle to find a place, especially in the winter, to get that walking in.
Wyndham
know
High
what that
School,
is.
Wyndham Adult, I've done that, but it's a
It's
distance
20
to go
minutes
from
each
here.
way,
Yeah, I
yeah.
know, yeah,
I know the new middle school's gonna have a walking track in the gym.
that's true.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna, yeah, so, I mean, that's far to go for,
But exercise
But I don't think there's
classes
much
is
to a
different.
walking track, right?
it is, no,
Just-
they're gonna have a walking track on the, built in the gym. And they wanted to do it in the high school, but they ran out of money. So it's like St. Joe's. Does St. Joe's have one of
Elevated
those?
one, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Elevated
what,
track. around
yeah,
there.
that's what they're gonna have in the, in the
But to
new
have
middle
one
school.
at Jordan Small would be easy, right?
you-
Just
we-
come in
Oh,
and
yeah.
walk
You can even
around.
just walk the halls, too.
Yeah, I
and
think
they
that'd be
walk,
great.
they
Have a
walk,
route.
the elderly, not elderly, but they use the whole high school in the evening as a walking
Right,
place
that's what
now.
I'd said, but it's a distance away. But exercise classes is more than just
This is
walking.
different,
It's-
Right.
It's both,
I just-
so,
yeah.
So I would,
I put that
High.
medium anyway.
Medium?
Is
Yeah,
this,
I-
is
I-
this
At least
low cost and free classes?
We need a silver sneakers class.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
what we
That
need,
would-
silver
Right.
sneakers.
That-
Is that,
Oh,
I
that's-
think that's high, a high
Yeah,
priority.
because even right now,
Yeah, I
we
like
can't
high,
offer
too.
any of that.
No.
Even the church, like, it's a concrete, concrete floor. Very, the finish is kind of off, it collects a lot of dirt. So, like, you'd really want a cleaned wood
yeah.
Right.
area.
All right, I'm gonna
Um,
put it medium for now.
Yeah.
I think it's high.
I think it's high.
I think
High.
encouraging
Okay.
We
physical
need to get it-
activity is very
exercise
important
in
in
our-
the community.
All right.
You don't need a, yeah, I mean, I go to a couple different silver sneaker programs, and you don't, it's not, the floor is, it's with that little gym down there, and then over at PNF. It's not, there's nothing really special about the space,
Oh, just
Right.
a-
and it's, we're not running around like,
playing tag.
yeah,
or-
right.
Yeah.
We're sitting in the chairs,
The
You
dodgeball.
have
that yoga room.
But other,
Yeah.
but other
You had a
exercise
space,
classes
kind of.
would.
Yeah. What?
Maybe
Exercise.
silver
Right.
sneakers wouldn't,
Yeah,
but
sure.
other exercise.
Yeah,
classes.
yeah,
mean,
I
this
know
is
it.
broader, so.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's fairly broad, I
Yeah.
think, too.
Sorry,
Music.
I have to run out real quick. Basketball program, the balls are in my car, so, and
Okay.
it's locked.
Uh-oh.
You want us to keep going?
Yeah, you guys go.
All right. Music lessons, concerts.
Well, with the 5 through 8 gone, I don't think it's as much for concerts. They have them down at the high school anyway. So
Yeah.
K4 wouldn't be having.
There might be a
concerts.
community concert. There used to be, what was the Grange Hall, there would be some music things.
Yeah,
and-
they've had music concert down the library.
But again, I'd
too.
Yeah.
put L for,
And the library has incorporated
Right.
into
they
their
have as well,
tiny
outside.
space.
Oh, inside?
Yeah,
I'm
then we have
thinking like
concerts there.
outdoor concerts, things like that too. I think this is low to medium for now. I mean, this is one of those
Yeah.
things that can be developed over time.
Right.
Yeah,
And I guess that's the thing, for priority, we should look at it that way, Deb, that this is, maybe just at this point in time, but this could
Right.
obviously all be expanded.
Right. But what's immediate?
What's
I guess, a
immediate?
priority.
What do we think is immediately needed? Conferences,
Well, if you mean conference space or conference like as far as meetings,
I don't know.
I'd say
I see,
low.
so this bunch of items mostly comes from what Kayla brainstormed on
Right.
the first one. So I interpreted conferences, Kayla, as making space available for maybe businesses or organizations that wanted to have outside conferences. And it would be different from a conference space
nonprofit,
in a community
yeah.
thing.
That's correct. It's just a space.
It's just a space, okay.
Well, my thought would be for-profit meeting spaces are less priority than meeting spaces for nonprofit organizations.
But
Like
it's
the
still-
Boy Scouts and the historical genealogy groups and the, AARP. I think those meetings are more priority than renting it out for a business meeting or a staff training, or if that's what that means.
Okay.
So,
But
all of that could be in the space that is currently the library at
Library,
Jordan
yeah.
Small.
That's what I was
So,
thinking, is
yeah.
that the library has already
If it's a group.
put that vision forward
Yeah.
as far as,
Like selectmen's meetings.
the
would be
nonprofit
there and-
Yeah.
type conference
Mhm.
spaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are we giving that? What are we giving that? What?
It sounds to me like it's low
Low?
because
Yeah, I'd
the
say
library's already taken care of what we would have considered as the high priority side of things.
Okay.
Food pantry, low because we're actually probably going to say that it should go in the old library.
Can we decide that?
I think we
Yeah.
can advise it in our.
Well, if we put it down as a,
Because
as a
it is
high.
high
but it
priority.
Right.
So maybe that would make, that some space would be made available for it. If we put it as a high, because it does need a new space, but it
And
doesn't.
under notes, just
I
say
think
not
that,
necessarily.
I like that better, saying it that way, that make it high and then make a note
It
that.
needs a
Alternative
house.
site or
yeah.
off-site.
And then, yeah, it doesn't have to be in that space, yeah.
All right, family services?
Tell
All right. So I'll split those two up.
Okay.
And then small businesses,
Say low, give them
Say
a
low.
conversation.
Low, I
Well, and
guess.
see what we can do, yeah.
right? Before and after school daycare, high.
Aye.
Thrift store,
Medium?
Well, that's an,
That's what came
that's
to
an
mind.
off-site,
Maybe, yeah.
could
the
be.
food pantry, right? That's
Could
kind
be.
of that
That's
same
a maybe.
situation.
I don't know what kind of
And-
space
and-
or usage.
Yeah, because Wyndham has a
Yeah.
closed closet over
Well,
there,
they
too.
have the closed, yeah, they have the loan closet, and they have
Underneath
the thrift shop at the church.
Yeah,
Now, the
might be-
church RVCC used to have a thrift shop.
Yes,
And
it
I don't
did.
know how active that was, or if it was open to the community or just church members. But we could try, I could be happy to look into how it was used, how frequently.
It
how-
wasn't frequent, it wasn't open frequently, but it was open once in a while,
Okay.
yeah. And the Wyndham one is where the other thrift shop is, and that's open like a couple days a week, half days, you know.
So maybe medium, and we could go
Well,
up
that-
and down from there when we could learn more?
I'd put, yeah, I'd put it low, actually,
I think it's low.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
all right, blood drives,
I think it's low.
When was the last time we had one? I remember giving, but I don't remember having had one here.
The Lions used to run that, and we had a lot of trouble with the Red Cross. The way they ran things wasn't in keeping with our success.
Okay. So
I'll
low?
just say.
Yep.
and there's a lot of opportunities around.
I go to Casco, and they're great.
Yeah, there's Casco, there's the Wyndham Church.
We had one at
and
the
go
high
over
school
to
years ago.
Pineland. Pineland's really
blood
nice, you
drive.
get free cheese.
Oh, up at Casco, they have treats every time, chocolates, chocolate strawberries.
All right, low, okay.
Adult education.
Adult education,
High.
Low, because
I think it's a medium because we have a program that we can build on, and if we can get people to come,
It'd be
then
nice
it's almost
to try
exactly
it.
what a community center is for. So if we
Right.
don't have to
Yeah.
get into the weeds with programming,
Exactly.
providing a space, I think at least a medium. That's-
Yeah.
I think so.
okay, sounds good.
right?
Well, I would even say high, but it
I
doesn't
would
need
say
to be.
high, but
Okay,
It
let's say
doesn't
high.
need to be its own space, as we've said, it's used
Available.
at different times and whatever.
Well, yeah, adult ed are usually in the evening, so
Yeah. that's
be a
true.
space in the daytime that would be available.
Right.
Tax assistance,
what do you mean by that? Do you mean helping people with their taxes? Like,
So
like the AARP gives?
So that would be part of the senior.
Yeah.
my understanding.
That's
Yeah, my
gonna get
husband does a lot of
covered.
ones down in Jordan Bay. So,
Yeah, that's gonna
Yeah.
get covered under either the library or the senior.
yeah, they probably have a place in the library.
Yeah.
You could hold that.
A lot of libraries hold those kinds of sessions.
But it is
With- with
important
the-
because they really don't.
okay. I'll clarify it in that direction, and then do we think that that's high, medium, or low?
I think it's high. I think a lot of people aren't getting the resources they need.
Yeah,
Right.
Yes, you're right.
Intergenerational meetings and events.
that's high.
What would an example of that be?
I would see it as programming where you've got either intergenerational, you're trying to bring families together, you're trying to bring, say, grandparent caregivers with their grandchildren, trying to have activities for them to do.
Big brother, big sister, I don't know. I like that program.
Well, you're doing that, Debbie, with the cards, the pen pals and
Right,
the bingo.
technology and how support.
You are with the school, you're doing that with the
Yeah.
school kids.
But that might be able to be the library. If now that they have rooms, they could,
Exactly, yeah, those rooms could be
Might
used
be
for
used
those
for
kinds
that
of
stuff.
programming activities, certainly.
Okay. Sounds good. Warming and Emergency Center?
Aye.
I agree.
You've been waiting for that one.
Yes, 5 days without heat and electricity was kind of scary.
Yeah. Scouts, low because they already meet at the safety building?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's just another group that can book a room, so.
Right, Lions
need
Club, same thing?
Yeah.
Cafeteria, you know, I would say retaining what we already have. And so
Yeah.
That's high.
that high.
Yes.
Medical closet,
Well,
Aye.
I think it's easy enough to do with some outreach. If
yeah.
we can find the space
Right.
for goods, then yeah, we should.
I think that's
we
the
should.
thing, is just having a space for it, because I know I've got a basement full of stuff that I'd like to put in a medical
get rid
closet
of
somewhere.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think possibly even Wyndham has 4,000 of one item and only 4 of another, they'd be happy getting rid of.
Sometimes they are willing to.
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, are you sure you don't need it? And you don't, let me, you can have it for a while too, so.
So if it's
Mhm.
easy to do, I say it's a high. I mean, it may not have.
And when you need
kind
it,
of
you need it
investment.
right
I
away.
agree.
And that's a good support for the community for,
It really
you
is.
know,
Some of that stuff can get expensive.
yeah.
Remote workspace, offices,
I think that's a high need. People need space, they want private workspace,
That's-
private meeting space.
Again, and I understand they may need tech assistance, but do we provide them with a workspace or an office? To me, that's a low.
Pete, you had sent out something about incubator space.
right? That was from something that Bill had provided. And I think that was a lot of good ideas to maybe generate some revenue and to get new businesses started, you know, entrepreneurs that wanted to, and there was a way for bringing them in incrementally, and then, you know, eventually they would be providing services back to the town.
So one of those things that we might move into if we have the space.
Right.
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 Well, and even home-based business people who are trying to develop their own online businesses and things like that, they still need a place to go to connect to the internet if they don't have a good connection or can't afford it at home. So we're seeing a lot of use of these remote workspaces in libraries. And you've also got independent contractors and people that travel throughout the day. They may need a space to just jump in and go submit a report, or you have people that come and need to download or upload videos or, you know, marketing things for their businesses. So we're seeing more use of our remote workspaces throughout the state.
But is that, maybe I've taped this wrong, my pages, is that leased space?
No,
Because that's what I see.
It's here under library and leased.
Yeah, I've got it listed twice.
I think the
Okay.
incubator is more of a leased environment where you've got someone providing access to a printer and perhaps an administrative staff or file cabinets. That's very different
Yeah.
than using it for,
if you
like the
want to
library
go
does right now.
with a paid co-working space, then yeah, so that, they actually lease office space. Some of these co-working spaces, they might have lockers, they might have an actual office space that small businesses can use.
It feels like that's
And
something.
that's a
If you're gonna do a home business, it's a home business. If you need some assistance and there's, you know, that's available in the library or wherever, that's great, but yeah. So if somebody says hi and I say low, can we go at least middle?
Well, and
I think
we
it's
also-
high for the library.
Yeah, it's
but
high
I think
for
it
the
may be
library.
lower for the paid working space.
And then also the seasonal people who come here, it's high for them to have a place to go. When they're at camp in the summer, it's good for them to have a place to go to work, do some work.
Experience.
So I can split it up
Might
that
be
way.
my
Dunkin'
own-
Donuts
might be
loves to
my
have
own
people
bias.
come in.
Yeah,
Um,
it's my own bias, I guess, I'll be biased.
No, that's, right on.
I agree with you.
It's a way to support economic development locally, so.
Right.
Yeah, it's something to look into later.
I'll try to split it out so that it's clear whether it's library or incubator.
Okay.
Private space for counseling support.
I would say high.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say,
what's-
that's similar to family services,
I was gonna
number
say,
7.
Yeah,
as
what's the
in-
difference?
Yeah. It ties in with that.
So we said hi with that, so maybe what I'll do is I'll kind of combine
Incorporate
those
it.
two. Yeah,
That goes into the need for private meeting spaces.
yeah.
That feeds into that.
Recycling, garbage to gardens,
That would be outdoor.
Yeah, that's, we already have the garden,
right.
and they,
Very.
I mean,
We have plenty of garbage.
I see it as low because, I mean, you can do more with composting and all that, but that's programming that can be developed as we go.
yeah, that's something to look into.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
connected with the garden and greenhouse too.
Yeah, it might be good to start with a garden and then,
Kind of combine them. I just wouldn't want to lose sight of that
oh,
because this town
we have a
needs to,
garden.
this
Yeah,
town needs
that's-
to be doing more with recycling.
Yeah.
And part of that could be composting and that could be garbage to gardens. for people. So
Yeah, haven't we had
Just combine it.
challenges with recycling in the past?
I'll talk
Yes.
to you after the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so, what are
But if we did it better-
what are we putting on that one? Medium or high or?
So medium and go to the recycling, kind of?
Well, if you're combining it, I would say garden and greenhouse
Right.
might be, unless the community garden is going to still be available. But
Yeah, I think it's there.
Yeah, it's still there.
But
the
it's not
community
owned
garden.
by,
But they could still use it. I mean, it's
do we
not-
know that?
Well, they use it now. I mean, it's not like it's, you can't use it if the library's not there. I don't think that's the
Right.
case.
I would say at least medium, but there's also the space at Jordan Small already.
Yeah, that little garden, yeah.
In the greenhouse.
So it'd be nice not to let that
Not
die
go,
on
yeah.
that space,
So
and to
maybe-
keep the greenhouse, because they need some attention, and, but, you know, it'd be nice to keep, I put it,
So maybe garbage to gardens is low, but keep the garden and see if we can move toward
Yeah.
composting.
yeah.
Right. Administrative office for community center?
So this was mine, just because of the fact that as you're adding all the space, you're adding a lot of work. And Parks and Rec has the registration system, that's huge. I mean, I was picturing an admin doing that full-time, at least for the entire building. But if you've got a system now that,
That was the good thing about not having an office. Front-facing office, that 99% of our registrations for programming is done through the online system, so.
and do you see any reason that that couldn't be expanded through whatever it is we do here?
Yeah, I mean, it still would probably be good to have an admin type office, like if you're checking in or need help registering, or if it's like a membership type piece. But I don't think it needs to be as dedicated, as
So-
it has like an office hours type thing, because
There
most of
needs
it's
to be a
online.
phone number to call, a
Yeah.
person to go see if the
Yeah,
toilet's overflowing.
yeah.
So is that high but already part of Park and Rec?
Yeah, I think it's just having a space to have our system, computers in there, a cash drawer.
But wouldn't the director, I mean, there's a director's office for Park and Rec, there's
Yeah, there's
librarian's
an-
office for
yeah.
the library,
Yeah.
towns have
The
office.
town's got their offices, so you don't, I
Additional
mean,
office needed, or?
There are a
Yeah,
few small
that's-
offices
take
there
care of
just
them.
before the end of Raymond Rex things, right? But where the kids go out to the playground, there's a couple offices there, and
yeah.
then across the way, there's an office that could be
So
made.
this would be more of like so we've called it like a building monitor. Someone, like if there's times that full-time staff aren't there that need coverage, like you have this space to check the schedule, to register people, to observe like the areas that are being used during off hours, weekends. So it's like
Is it like reception? I mean.
it's kind of like a reception, yeah.
And would they also be like keeping an eye on the security cameras
Yeah,
and
they
things
go
like that?
Yeah, they have security cameras. They could see into the gym, maybe, or see, have a camera that's
So
watching where in the cafeteria. So
So that's where there's
Would it-
additional staff that will
would be
definitely be
manned,
needed.
yeah.
yeah, additional staff.
so in the past, like these type of things, like are covered under our revenues. So if you're renting something, it's not coming out of our general fund. It's coming out of those revenues to cover that person. That
But
is
that's for the
doing this.
Parks and Rec, so
For
if we're
Parks and
now
Rec.
also doing that for everything else in the building.
The library.
That would
The
be
library would just,
expanded.
would just fold into what they're already doing.
Well, the stuff would be during the hours that the librarians are there.
Yes,
It's not extra,
right.
you know,
Right,
so
this
they'd
is
already
extra.
be there. the staff.
But again,
But
those
it's staff.
hours would likely need to be expanded.
And no,
So,
I think it's
yeah.
something that you're absolutely right. I mean, this has all got a dollar sign attached to it, and
I'm just saying, right now, Parks Rec is doing that right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. So
It's
they're
just-
doing it. So-
it's-
so
It's
is
not
that-
uncommon,
it's
it's not
already
gonna
being-
change anything, because if
So, low, I guess, what I'm hearing.
Low to medium.
All right, you audios, you're up.
Thank you, Bill. Use of roof for solar array?
I would say hi.
Everybody feel that way? I mean, it's
Sure.
I have no idea.
it's probably, somebody write a grant, it's probably something that's gonna get taken care of.
and there are
The
towns
space
that
is
have
already
done that.
there,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Community meals, high,
Hi,
I'd
yes.
like to do that.
Summer feeding station.
and summer feeding station.
Is this
Does
through
that-
RSU 14? So well, who knows going forward? I'll just put it that way.
Oh, that's right.
So, because if they are using Raymond Elementary, if there's, I don't know how the distribution has been. I'm really not familiar enough with it to say, but I don't know that that needs to be part of this building if it's part
I
of what
agree.
the school is able to do.
And the school
But if
during the
not,
yeah.
I know when we looked into this as kind of the summer camp being a feeding space that could then translate to our kids having lunches, that we didn't qualify to be like that satellite location.
You didn't?
Oh, we
did
didn't?
not.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know if this would change just because of the area we're in or not, but that was at Camp Hines, so,
I know
Oh, you
during,
didn't qualify because it was a camp?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I
So,
get you.
or
would
Raymond,
just
I,
say-
you know, in general.
Yeah,
so.
well, when
We
they did it through the pandemic, and
I was
they,
just gonna
and they
say that.
prepared the food in Wyndham, and they brought it here and with
bagged
vans, and it was a whole, and they had volunteers drive the food to houses, and it's
well, there's ongoing ways that that's happening for some I didn't read the full email because it's a continuation of some program or something, but going forward, I don't know what there will be for
I
funding from
agree, I agree.
Yeah.
federal for
Yeah.
helping
That's
anybody.
I think
So-
kids and hunger are a high priority for thinking people. I think we should
Both
try
of
to
us.
incorporate it as a high priority
If the school is not.
if the school is not.
Okay, all right, good.
So do we have somewhere on here that, we talked at one point about having a food, not a food pantry, because we already have that, but a place that, if people need, canned goods or, things that really don't expire much that we could have available for people to come in, kind of like a summer feeding, but to have a space for food for
How-
people who,
How is that different from a food pantry? I guess?
because that's organized. That's something that they organize and do. Do they have a place that, oh, by the way, I'm running low, can I drop by? I mean,
Before COVID, the clients would walk through and they would be given certain things and they would say, oh, I need an extra peanut butter, and they would be able to take it.
okay.
So there are shelves for that. There's just no space,
But it's
and
only open like
and
that.
it's only open once a month.
But I'm just wondering, people, now that it's once a month, people are running low, and I'm getting the feeling of those people that need it food the week before food pantry's open.
Well, if we have a better space, the
Oh, it
food
could be.
pantry could be open more if we have the space and
That'd be
and the
great.
people to volunteer. I mean,
But that's 3 years out. Well, this is
right,
3 years out.
yeah, well, that's what this is, 3 years out.
Yeah, I'm just,
You're thinking of
I just
your-
didn't know if we had, if it was underneath any of this, but
Oh,
sneak it in with the clothes or something.
Okay.
There is a phone number to call. I know that he has delivered or had people pick up if there was a critical need.
Oh, okay, I know.
It's
he-
not,
so
I don't
can-
think it's something he advertises because he's a volunteer himself.
He works a lot, I know.
So that makes me think of something else, and that's communication about whatever transpires. I think that's been an issue, like, oh, I've learned a lot. Oh, we do this, we do that. And whatever this center is able to offer, I want to be sure everybody in town knows about it, whatever that is, so.
That is a problem that needs to be solved.
Communication.
Yep.
yeah.
I know, because that screen there down by the fire station really isn't working. It was working for a while, but then you can kind of see the images, but it's not
It's broken, they're fixing it. There's some
Well,
part.
they
that-
did fix it. It was
Yeah, But
working.
now it's out, down again.
Oh,
I
it's down
think.
again.
But you're only getting people there that are going out of town.
Right.
But yes, we need some sort of combination, Wyndham Eagle, online presence, Facebook, word of mouth, newspaper.
Yeah, communication is, I'm feeling.
All right, I want to try to stay respectful of everybody's time, and so I think we need to wrap it up. We have several items that I think will carry over to our next meeting, like the posted idea. I think we can maybe start out with some of that next week. Next meeting is June 2nd, and then when I was looking at the Raymond webpage, they've already got it scheduled for June 16th as well, which I didn't have on my personal calendar, but they've got a schedule for that. So right now, those are the only two meetings. If we need or feel like we want to go further,
So
then
not the 9th? Oh, 9th is close to voting, right?
Yeah, I think we moved it because of,
The 16th.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the
Okay, so
voting.
no, none on the 9th.
yeah,
Oh,
nothing on
that's
that.
right.
And, you know, we have to remember that Joe now will be a part of the next committee. And he, you know, I mean,
Right.
he'll be, you
A
know,
good
he's
conduit.
heard it all here.
Right.
Relay it.
That's right.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting
better or
too, in that Barry Tibbetts is the chair of their committee, but he is a non-voting
Voting.
member.
There's a lot of them that are non-voting. All the town employees
Yeah.
are non-voting.
Yeah, kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Just more food for thought.
Mm.
I don't see any public comments. Last committee comments, thoughts?
Pete, Kayla was not online when you congratulated
Right.
her, so
Yes, Kayla, we kind of started out the meeting and wanted to congratulate you for the award that you got for Maine Citizen Planner of the Year. And just thought that was great recognition. And the article, read it in the Wyndham Eagle, and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I still maintain the fact that that was a big group effort. We especially could not have gotten as far as we did without North Star Planning and also Peter Levitt.
Excellent. I think you may have also missed the first part of it.
Yeah,
Right.
we-
Thank you.
Sets it up.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 28th. I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the April 16th meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Next on the agenda is discussion with department heads on the new process for the development of the 5-year CIP plan. We're missing a few.
Yeah, there's a few that couldn't make it. Melanie might be remoting in, but she had an appointment, and Brenda is still recovering from surgery, so
Okay.
I will be here. We have Jay from Codes and Nathan from Public Works, and I think Richard from Library.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm looking for the public safety,
And Bruce, yeah,
because I thought that they were going to be here tonight.
I did too. Check my emails.
Dennis, was that public safety that pulled into the parking lot?
I don't think so. I saw the chief. Yeah, I saw the chief in District 2. He was on his phone. No, it's Peter.
He's probably on his way.
Okay, he's coming up to the meeting?
he said he had to run home first.
Oh. Well,
Maybe we could have a discussion of 4.
okay.
Item 4. what we're
Oh,
waiting
item
for.
4? All right. Item 4 is discussion on a Budget Finance Committee tour of the fire and rescue building. And I did speak with Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor this afternoon and asked him for a couple of possible dates of when we could tour the fire department building. And so he reminded me that there are 2 locations. And what I asked him for, the possibility of our June meeting date, which is June 16th, or August 20th, instead of having meetings those nights, that we could go to the, have the tour on those days instead.
Yeah.
I don't think that we have a lot of business coming up for July and August.
Yeah.
So, so the idea is, do we want to do both buildings on the same day?
I think you can, or.
I think we could too. That seems easy enough to do. Do you have a preference on July 16th or August 20th?
For me, August 20th would work better.
Okay. I don't have a preference. Either one of them works for me.
I don't think I have a preference either.
I don't either.
Okay, so why don't we go with August 20th?
Yep.
Okay, you are very welcome. And we'll plan to do both buildings. Okay. All right, well, we'll go forward with the department heads that we have here. Thank you for coming. So at our last meeting, we brought up a new process, a new tool that we're going to use for the CIP process going forward. What has been asked for this year is already locked down. It will be voted on June 10th, so that's behind us now. But going forward for the next budget year, 26-27, we have, it was in your e-packet, there's a tool, CIP, implementation tool, CIP, and this is what we'd like to use going forward. And I've been working with Joe, and we came up with a form. It's a fillable form that you would have to fill out, and it goes with all of the information. There's an example on the back of the handout, and it gives a description of what the request is. It's a sample, and so the form matches the information in the request. So we would have a written request from all the department heads of what you'd like to have in your CIP plan for the next budget year, the fiscal year. And then when the form is submitted, you would include your backup data that goes with it, such as written quotes from suppliers, and anticipation if there was going to be a grant, or if there was money that has already been allocated for the project, or if more money is needed from the town to go with the carry forward from the previous years, on how the funding is going to work, anticipated ideas of how the funding sources would work, and the years that that funding would be applied, or if a bond is needed, or whatever the revenue source is going to be, it would be identified on the request form. And then Joe had the great idea of having it be a fillable form, so when you go in to fill out the form, there are required fields, and you can't go forward until all the fields are filled out, and then that data would load an Excel spreadsheet, and then the report would come out as the written request. And then we have a more formalized way and a better way to track the CIP requests for each budget year.
Can I just walk through process?
Yes, absolutely.
So just, I want to make sure we're clear. So that fillable form will be filled out by the department head or whoever's in charge of CIP. It'll be submitted to the town manager to kind of populate in a folder and gather all, all the necessary documents into a folder, so we'll have it. And then once that's kind of finalized and be sent to the chair to then go through and put into that spreadsheet. Is that kind of how you're feeling, or?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
I know where you're going with that, because what I have done, and I've been working on this, is I took all the sheets from all the department heads from this past budget cycle, and I put everything into one Excel workbook. So I have all of the sheets, and then I have the carry forward Excel document that we have. And then I have another sheet where I went line by line in each department and copied all of that information into one sheet. It's quite a bit of information, so that we could tally it at the bottom and we can see what our tally is line by line and going out for the next 5 years. The one piece that I still haven't done is put in, what I'd like to see is like a box score on the department head sheets that you gave us back in the budget season. At the bottom, there was a box score that had like the next 5 years out of what the anticipated expenses were going to be and the anticipated carry forward. So you had it all in a box, and we could anticipate how much funding was going to be needed to fill the gap for the expenses. And I would like to have that in a summary page for each department. And I think that would give us a snapshot, I call it a box score, of what we're looking at. So Joe came up with this idea. He's handed this sheet out, and this is basically what I've done, but this was a sample, so that I'm a visual person, I have to see it to understand it. But this sheet represents what we came up with. So it can be filtered by department and have the expenses laid out for us. So the idea was to invite the department heads here tonight to explain what we're thinking about, and to get some feedback from you on how you think this process is going to work, if you have any questions or suggestions. And we would ask that, so that we don't have a really compressed budget season, that we would separate out the CIP in advance of that, so we can spend some time looking at the CIP, and then when we get to February, we can really focus on the budget. And we would ask that the request forms be submitted by September 1st. So that would give us September to January, or September to the end of the year, to work on the CIP process, and then know where we are when we start the budget season, instead of trying to work both of them at the same time. Sometimes it gets to be very overwhelming.
That's good. Yeah, because one thing I just noticed is, I think when we are centralizing all the information, I think that'll help produce a clean document to kind of observe and look at. So when we go into that budget process, like you said, we have kind of a one sheet of the breakouts and where things lie, as far as if that's going to be the final implementation of that equipment or project, or down the line the next 5 years. So hoping that will help kind of, if we do the prep work before, it will make the budget process a little bit easier.
Yeah.
We hit that season.
Then when I get that those summary sheets finished, and I give it a sanity check, then I'll send it over to you so you can look at it
Yep.
and give it another look and make sure that we've got everything on there. The more eyes, the better. So how I feel about it. Seems like something gets missed somewhere in all that data.
Yes, there's a lot of data being around there, so.
Any comments or questions?
I guess I might have one question.
Okay. Sure.
Library. So this is supposed to be like for 4 to 6 years in the future. So would this include any potential upgrades to the school if that ever happens? Or is that a not, that we're not gonna do this year?
That the visioning committee is meeting right now on that. And so there will be another committee that will be the implementation
Yep.
committee. And so that's
Okay.
when those numbers will be finalized. So I expect that would be in a year, maybe?
Probably.
We're about a year
Wrapping
out.
up in June for vision, and I would say probably by, hopefully, end of July, August, we'll have the build and implementation committee in, so probably, next year.
Yeah.
Start getting some numbers.
Right?
All right, thank you.
I know the visioning committee is working very hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas, it's great.
So would the school itself end up with its own CIP?
I'm gonna guess we'll have to create a different CIP account just for that, that kind of build-in plan type of thing. So yeah, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be broken out of the existing, what CIP accounts we already have. So probably be best to separate that.
No question.
Yeah, actually would fall into facilities, wouldn't it?
Facilities, yep.
I mean, that
Right.
in my mind makes sense because that's what it's going to become.
Yeah, I guess it depends on.
Can be a separate line.
Right. It currently with Nathan's budget of facilities, that could be something that can be looked at too with that implementation. How we fund that will kind of dictate where we go with the accountant piece. So.
I would think on the new school, they're gonna probably bond that, so that would be paid out of the bond. Your operating costs, obviously, we'd have to create an operating cost for the building. The CIP facilities account would be for upgrades to the rest of the buildings that we have, and probably part of that building, but I would think that overall cost of doing that would be bonded, and that would be under a different line.
I would think one of the things you might look at once that comes to fruition is to have a separate facilities person.
Yep.
That literally was in charge of all of the facilities and take it away from Nathan because Nathan's got enough to do to do the road.
That is absolutely correct. If we, I envision if we do, and when and if we do the building, that I will put another staff member on or another whole department for facilities. That this school is way outside of.
Yeah, I would think it would be a separate.
You'd have
separate,
you'd want at least one or two people, just even with the times of everything. Like you're going from could be 7, 6 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. So
you're
probably
going to have a cleaning staff.
Yeah.
And I think once we get into that building, that'll create enough work to justify a facilities department with staff for cleaning and lawn and maintenance and so on and so forth. I think they've got
and to work with everybody else who has facilities, the fire department and, you guys and everything else.
Yeah.
Have someone who's going to supervise the overall upkeep of the buildings in coordination with the department heads.
And that'd be paid out of the general fund for sure.
Yeah, it'd be operations costs on that.
So, that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Chief Tupper, we already discussed number 4 at the beginning. We jumped over on the agenda. Oh, okay.
Chose a date already for you.
We have a date for you. I spoke with Deputy Chief O'Connor this afternoon, and we talked about a couple of dates where the Budget Finance Committee could come and have a tour of the fire and rescue building, which you had offered to us back in the budget season. I think it's a great idea, and there's agreement here. We'd all like to come. So August 20th will be the date, and we'd like to tour both buildings on that day if we could. Now, is everyone available? Like, when would you prefer for us to come, in the afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening?
Actually, yeah, during the day wouldn't be a bad thing if you all can make it then, and if not, an early evening is fine. We can make something work. What is the day of August 20th on the calendar?
Wednesday. It's a Wednesday.
Wednesday. It'll be a training evening, but that's okay.
Oh.
Might be even better.
Okay, whatever works and is convenient for you.
Nope, not a problem. I would do that. That would be good.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. So we'll do, would we say 6:30?
In the evening?
Yep.
What-
Or a little earlier if that's.
All right, can we do 6? Can everybody make 6?
I'm taking the day off
Or-
work, so whatever.
Okay, yeah, 6 looks good.
Okay,
Yeah, perfect.
thank you. All right. So are we all set with the number 3, the CIP piece of it, with the department heads? Are there any other questions or comments for that?
I just have one question.
Okay, sure.
So, code enforcement, we don't really have a lot of CIP, pretty much would be a vehicle. And I see, you have $30,000. Is that the strategy is just kind of put in that lump sum for 1 year, or would it be preferable to kind of divide that up by 3 years? Or is that something that the Budget Finance Committee, will kind of look at?
It'll still be, would probably that'd be out of Nathan's vehicle fleet, so
Okay.
something under Public Works.
Yep.
And then, yeah, it'd just be either added to that fiscal year or wherever in the.
Right, I just was, at the, on that sheet, it kind of shows the years going out. So we
Yeah.
can just say, we expect in 2 years to need a vehicle.
Correct.
We put in a number there and make the request that way.
Correct. That's how I see it, yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
Forecast and it, yeah.
Sure.
And yeah, something like that, yeah, we won't even break out through 7 years of payments, so. So yeah, that's a good plan.
All right. Anyone else on Zoom have any more questions about the process? Okay. Do you agree that September 1st is a doable date that we could get that done by?
For those, yes, for the next fiscal year, kind of those
Yes.
projects, yeah. I think that's doable. I think we have a lot of the legwork already in some of these documents. I think it's just pulling it out and
Yes.
kind of organizing it. So I plan on having a separate CIP folder. So as we collect all these documents, it's kind of all in one location, separate from the total budget.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be easier to kind of grab a hold of that there, instead of mixing in with kind of like general operational, and it's kind of in every department. So we could start pulling those out and put them in that folder.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so next we have public comment. Okay. Pete?
Good. Can you just send those down? I certainly can.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I did look at the e-packet and the agenda, so I did look at it, and it was very helpful as far as the insert goes. I just bring your attention to the purposes of capital improvement planning. I think that was on the first page of the handout, and it's got like 7 or 8 bullet points. I'd emphasize 2, which is the second to last one, ensure that patterns of growth and development are consistent with the comprehensive plan, because, that's near and dear to my heart. And then the third bullet, identify the most economical means of financing capital improvements. It's a challenge for this committee. It's a challenge for the town as a whole in looking at trying to project 5-10 years down the road. Believe me, I've been involved in that for the last 2.5 years. But what I'd say is that going on that comprehensive plan, the important thing to note as far as one of the keys to that was land use, and it was looking at growth areas, which are required by the state to be declared in a comprehensive plan. If you don't have one, the state will actually assign you a growth plan. And so what I've given you as far as a handout is, first of all, the map showing the different growth areas. The red is the 302 growth area, and the orange is the village growth area. And that's backed up by the 4 following pages, which basically describe the Route 302 growth area, the village growth area, and one that's a little newer, and that's actually talking about the East Raymond growth area, which is where we're right now, and which I believe was part of your discussion just with the Jordan Small School. And certainly, I understand people wanting to be anxious about finding out, how do we, get our dibs on this and whatever. What I can tell you is that it's hard for this committee right now because, as you know, really what it's going to come down to as far as what goes in that building is going to be the appetite of the taxpayer. And so, when we're talking about bonds or we're talking about whatever, understand that this may be very incremental and it may start out being rather small. Envisioning everything happening there at one time, well, you maybe have a little bit more confidence in the taxpayers of this town than I do as far as having that happen. But my guess is it's going to be more phased in. So as far as positioning ourselves with the state is concerned, obviously the state is very interested in growth areas. The last 20 years in this town, what I've heard is that comprehensive plans have been directed at getting development in the town to the growth areas. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. What we experience here is what they experience in most towns our size, which is large lot, single-family homes, not concentrated in a village area. But that's where we want to go, according to the comprehensive plan. What it does is it puts the development more in a concentrated village-type area where there are more resources, and it leaves the majority of the town rural, which is my sense of where the people that got involved with the comprehensive plan were going. So I'd ask you, these come right out of the handout is right out of the comprehensive plan, which I'm happy to see has been in its final form. So that's good, and I believe that there's going to be a directive coming up next Monday as far as where we're going with that. But I guess my main reason tonight is to basically emphasize that as far as identifying, reasonable resources in order to fund these things. I had one discussion before the select board several months back, and I think I may have mentioned it to this group as well. Tax incremental financing, the TIF areas. I mentioned at the select board, I didn't get much of a rise in mentioning that. We already have a TIF, and the TIF is basically the pipeline going along 121. And what the TIF really does is, in a very simple explanation, is it's money in that designated area. Any increase or improvements in that tax valuation gets put into a separate fund that is accessible for specified projects that the state agrees with the town. So, as an example, were we to make East Raymond the new TIF area, And we're talking about how we're going to finance these improvements to Jordan Small School. An alternative would be to use our own tax dollars to do it. And the other incentive as far as tax incremental financing is concerned is my basic understanding, and all I had was Economics 101, but I'll tell you, my basic understanding of how the TIF works is that all the money that accrues in that account is invisible to the county and the state. And by that I mean that my understanding of a reval, right? When reval happens in a town, the dollars that you pay to the county go up. And the amount of money you get from the state goes down. So that's the problem. And think of it this way: for every tax dollar we spend, that we create, we're giving a portion of it to the county, and we're giving a portion of it to the state. I mean, by giving it to the state, I mean when we get for revenue sharing. When our reval goes up, our revenue sharing is going to go down, and our county taxes go up. However, the dollars in the TIF account are invisible to the county and the state. So they're set aside for a specific purpose. That would be a CIP. So that'd be looking down the road and saying, and we have a recent example of that, right? Didn't we just recently fund the infrastructure, the internet process? We went and basically got that funded through the TIF fund. So it's not that we haven't done this before. When I brought this up, it seemed like at the select board meeting, the only person whose ears picked up was Kurt LaBelle. Because what he said was, oh, yeah. He said, yeah, but if you want to do that, we should get it done and get it done soon before reeval takes place, because then we're even in better shape. So I just stress with this committee and maybe bringing it to the select board that alternative fundings, this would be one. It's nothing is all roses, and so a TIF isn't all roses. Understand the money that you're sheltering there, right? It doesn't go in the general fund. Right? It doesn't go in the general fund. So what you're doing is you're setting aside those tax dollars, but you don't have those tax dollars available to maybe, let's say, pay for a portion of the RSU or something like that. So there's consequences with it. It was developed more for urban renewal in cities. It was targeted for blighted places that needed dollars for redevelopment. But it also stimulates development. Because contractors, someone who's going to build in a TIF zone, all of a sudden has additional allies dollar-wise, because there's money's made available to them through that. So I just ask you to consider that. Think of a tax incremental financing as one of the alternative ways to be looking at how you could develop a CIP and have it funded. Thanks.
Peter, you're thinking that the East Raymond Village is a good spot for the TIF?
Personally, I'd leave that to the real financial gurus. But I tell you, with everything that's coming down the pipe in this area, it would seem to me that it would be a reasonable place to go for development. And so we're going to be needing dollars, and the TIF could provide for some of those dollars. Obviously, it's not going to provide for all of it, and it takes a while to build that fund up. But like I said, the added advantage is it's reducing our overall county tax, and it's preserving the sharing that we get from the state. So those are the advantages of it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I know that there's a sunset date on the TIF.
Yes.
Do you know what the date is?
I've heard it kicked around, but it's never been verified that we're within a couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
do you know? Are we?
No.
No. Yeah. The state will grant them up to 30 years. I'm not sure what we entered into, but I believe it was somewhere around 2000 or maybe in the 90s.
I know it's coming up.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll be done soon. And nothing prevents you from having, 5 TIF areas if you want.
Oh, you can have more than one?
Oh, yeah, you can have more than one. Understand, though, that, towns that go, well, this sounds great. We're going to put the whole town in TIF. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. So obviously it's got to be done reasonably and with financial brains greater than mine to work it out. What I do know, in talking with a couple of people in Augusta, is that it's not a short process. It is a bit of work to apply for it. But like I said before, when the state's going to say, and what do you want this for? Well, we want to concentrate on our growth areas. That's they're going to light up with that. Oh yes, that's exactly what we want.
I believe you have to have some kind of, you can't just say, I want to concentrate in this area. You've got to have some kind of a commitment from somebody to in fact do that. It's not just automatic. That's why the pipeline was what it was, existing.
Sure.
An existing area. So you can't just blow out and say, we want to do East Raymond and make it a TIF area unless you've got something to support.
Right, exactly.
We're talking about like a plan or like a
plan. Somebody says, I'm going to come in and put 150 housing in this general area.
Sure.
Now you've got a plan to, because it's really to build infrastructure.
It is.
The TIF is really there to build infrastructure.
It is.
To support.
But CIP and TIF both can be used to buy fire trucks.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. So I'm just saying it's pretty flexible, and I believe there's enough in the next couple of years that are going to happen right here to more than pique the state's interest in it. As far as the 150 houses go, Cliff, absolutely. But I believe that you just walk into Maine State Housing Authority and tell them you want to do that, and they'll say, where do we sign?
How much money do you want?
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, I had a follow-up question for you.
Yeah.
You said that we need to move the TIF area, like from 302 to over here, if that's what we want to do, before the revaluation.
Well, because what happens is that if we don't designate the TIF area till after the reval, then those incentives, let's say for the next year or two, as far as making those dollars invisible to the state and to the county, don't happen. So that's, like I say, I'm not saying that's a gimmick to sell on tax incremental financing. It's kind of an added bonus that offsets the fact that the people that are residing in the rest of the town may pay more taxes because the taxes in the TIF area are taken out of the general fund. They're invisible to everybody.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's something to consider. Like I say, in a town this size, I believe what the consultants in North Star were saying when we discussed TIFs was, yeah, but TIFs are more for development areas and infrastructure improvements associated with attracting an industry or something like that into the town. And, Raymond's just not big enough to do that.
If you wanted to add public water.
Yes.
Sewerage.
Yes.
That would, any place you want, there's a reason to put that area into a TIF.
Absolutely.
That's real clear.
Absolutely.
Clear cut.
Improvements to roads, trails, sidewalks.
Yeah. Not down the Cape, though.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Budget Finance Committee comment. Anyone have any comments?
I have one. Whoever did the park for Memorial Day needs to be complimented. It really looked exceptionally nice. And like I say, I don't know who did it, but with a tribute to the British flyers and everything else, it looked really nice.
It's a coordination between Don McClellan and I am sorry,
Sharon.
I am drawing a complete...
Sharon Dobson.
Sharon Dobson, no, but
And
there's another gentleman involved in it. And they take great pride in that.
Yeah.
Looks wonderful.
I apologize, I can't remember his name. It'll come to me as soon as I walk out of the building.
If if you haven't been to Tasseltock, you should go down there and see the new building. I was there for the ribbon cutting, and it's really amazing. It really,
Yeah,
it's great. So kudos to you and to Nathan White for the Public Works Department of
Thank you.
putting that together. It really is, it's awesome.
5-year process. Glad it's over.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to give us some sustainability for a long time and be used for not just the beach, but hopefully some community events and some other things we can program down there. So it's exciting for the community. So
Outstanding job.
thank you, Karen. Thanks for going.
Okay, anything else?
I have something.
Okay, Don?
I would like to congratulate our new town manager on his appointment and wish him the best of success in his new position, and I'm sure we're all pleased to be working with him and looking forward to the future. And so congratulations, Joe.
Well, thank you, Don.
Congratulations.
Thank you for bringing me here all those years ago.
Yeah, well, you're welcome for that. You've done a great job as rec director, and so I guess we're moving on, and we'll see where the town goes in the future, but I think it's an exciting opportunity for you and for the town, and so off we go.
I appreciate those words, Don. Thank you.
We're looking forward to working with you, Joe.
Thank you. You guys too. I'm really excited for us working together and see what we can accomplish.
Great. All right.
I'll just throw a reminder out there. There's an informational meeting on the annual town warrants Saturday, May 31st, which is this Saturday, at 10 a.m. at the Jordan Small Middle School.
Thank you for that, Sean. All right. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Okay, welcome to the informational meeting on the town warrant. Just a couple of rules, or not rules, but if you have questions, please go to the microphone. There's a stand here, sign there, so you should be able to see that pretty easily. Identify yourself, your address, and then your question or your statement, and we'll move on from there. We'll try and go through this the same as we did when we had the meeting the other night, and we'll just go article by article. So if there's questions on an article, we'll go through those, and then we'll move on to the next one. So first article is referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date for the first half of taxes due on October 31st, 2025, second half of taxes due on April 30th, 2026, and to set an interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 7.5% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and to authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policies adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time. The policies to remain consistent with the state statutes and law, and in all cases conveyances to be made by a municipal quitclaim deed. Any questions on that? This one essentially sets the dates for the tax bills to go out.
Fred Kimball at Spiller Hill Road. Just a technical question. The interest rate for unpaid balances, is that based on an annual interest rate, or if somebody doesn't pay $100 of taxes, it's going to be $7.50 added to that, no matter if they're a minute late or a year late? Typically, interest rates are done on an annual basis, so it would be prorated.
The interest rate is calculated, it's set based on the state maximums that are allowable, and it would be the 7.5% on the unpaid, regardless of what it's paid.
Whether it's 1 minute late or 2 months late.
Correct.
Are you absolutely certain about that?
Yes,
Because I know other towns do it differently.
that's the way we have done it.
I think it should be clear.
Other questions on Article 3? Article 4, which is referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,125,416 for general government services. That's administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurances, recreation, and technology. Questions?
Beloved to Levitt Road. So as far as Article 4, it's basically a comment that I have, which is on April 1st, Budget Finance Committee unanimously recommended this article. Despite the concern expressed by a committee member that, and I quote, in subsequent years, hopefully we will have a much better interaction with administration with respect to getting information timely and accurate. And the note that I made to myself was that my understanding is that the only other municipal elected group in the town other than the select board is the Budget Finance Committee. So you can understand me at least expressing a little concern when I hear from a portion of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will tell you, I've been at the majority of the meetings, either virtually or in person, of the Budget Finance Committee and the combined Select Board and Budget and Finance Committee. And this was not the only time that I heard some concern on the part of both the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board that the information was not coming forward in a timely fashion or accurately in some cases. I would be the first one to say that, and I'm not informing anyone up there, that this has not been a tumultuous 24 months in the town, from resignations, turnovers, sick leaves, and delayed audits, which are all extremely challenging. And believe me, I appreciate that. That being said, I'm just speaking as a taxpayer. That's, it sucks to be you, but that's the way it works. And so I guess I just wanted to make that comment and ask, is there anyone up there that's comfortable with the numbers that we have? I will tell you, I had other issues in here that I'm not going to address because I come in and find a preliminary annual report to meet the statutory requirements to have it published prior to the meeting. But in years past, they haven't been, and they've been a source that allows me as a taxpayer to have a better understanding of where my tax dollar goes. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rolf. Don Willard, 149 Spiller Hill Road. I'm hoping that the town manager can provide an overview of the major highlights by department as we go through the warrant articles. It's very difficult, I think, for the public to understand what changes might have occurred. And I'm not talking about the minutia, I'm talking about the major changes by departmental level. Thank you.
Are you talking about the financial
I'm talking
numbers?
about giving a brief overview of what the changes are by department or significant initiatives, anything you particularly want to highlight.
Yeah, no, I mean, the biggest thing right now is the employee benefits have been taken out of each individual department and put into Fund 70, which is employee benefits. They were switched over the prior fiscal year, and now they're back. So that's why you see so many changes, like in Article 4, Question B. You'll see dental, health, life, retirement, FICA, all zeroed out, put back into employee benefits, which is why that is also higher. So for budgeting purposes, it'll be a little bit easier to understand that.
Isn't that a reversal of a decision that was made to segregate it by individual department about a year ago? And I didn't understand that change, and now it's changing back to how it has always been, which I think is probably prudent, but that's what's happening, right?
Sorry, Don, it's hard to hear you. Are you talking about the changes from last year to this year?
About a year ago,
3 years?
About a year ago, maybe, it was, a decision was made to charge that out by department for some reason, and now you're going back to what it had always been done, how it had always been done, and how it is done in other towns. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Brenda, did you have a comment?
I was just agreeing with Don that those charges are going to go back under Fund 70 and group together. It just makes the most sense.
Right.
Stand here. Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I was just wondering if you could give us a quick update on the general assistance. It's at 15,000. I think it's been about there. How much of it was allocated? Does the town feel that that's adequate for our needs? Is it too much, too little? Just kind of an update on how that was expended in our past year. Thank you.
As far as actual expenditures, we can't go into specifics on that because GA is handled kind of in a confidential, but keep in mind too, the 15,000 is our portion of it. Then we get state matching funds so the actual figure that gets used is considerably higher. The other thing that comes into play, and the GA officer for the town works with these people on things like that, because if someone does not specifically qualify for GA, we do have the town fund that was established years ago and is got a good chunk of money in there to be able to help people out that way. And it's a good time to advertise the fact that if people want to donate to that fund, they can donate to that fund, because that's kind of that insurance fund that we have that says if someone doesn't meet the full requirements of GA, we can still try and find ways to help them. But as far as did we spend that full 15,000? We were probably fairly close to it. I don't have the exact expenditures there, but as I say, that's the town's portion of it, and then we're getting it used to be 90%. It's now down to I think 70%, and that figure is always a little bit in flux, and we'll see how things finally shake out this year as far as the state budget on how much is going to come back down through for that. But it's one of those that does get looked at on an annual basis. If we're looking that we're constantly pushing that number, then then we would look at increasing that. But it's done well. But there's some pretty strict requirements on who can qualify for GA, and that's when the other fund comes into play. Other questions on referendum B?
Excuse me. During the budget process, we did get a printout of what was spent in February, just to give you a ballpark on what the town paid, and that was $7,204 as of February. So that's heating system, you know, through most of the winter. That doesn't count what the state did.
A referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,627,495 for public works.
David Brown, 91 Tenny Hill Road. At our previous meeting, I was pleased, I asked about the cemetery, the North Raymond Road Cemetery, and was pleased to hear from the Public Works that we have a plan in place to renovate that whole fence, which is in bad shape. And I just wanted to bring up, now that spring is here and things are growing out, I've observed that the intersection of Route 85 and 302, right next to the Good Life Market, is very grown in, probably has been for quite a while, has some fairly large young trees that have grown in, and I would like to see that corner to be cut out very well so that people can see, if emergency vehicles and everybody else can really see around that corner. Thanks.
Nathan, did you want to comment on that?
If there's a request, they can email the town office and we'll take a look at it and get it taken care of. I'll take this as a request and we'll get down there and get it cleaned up.
Does that...
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm sorry, Nathan White from Raymond Public Works Department. Dirty Spill Hill.
On that, because 85 is a state road and 302 is a state road, do we pick up that maintenance on that, or is the state?
We would around the lights and stuff. The state won't do anything about it. They will if you pry them hard enough, but it's easier just to go down and take 10 minutes to cut the brush out of the way. So it'll be taken care of.
Thank you. Other questions under Public Works?
Yes.
Yes, Don?
Can we have a brief overview by department? I mean, once you get into the department head, I guess, issues, maybe Nathan could do that, or Joe could do that, to give us, once again, the major changes and highlights by department. I think it would be helpful to the folks in attendance and who will watch this broadcast later to know what significant changes have been made and or initiatives. Thank you.
The only big changes in the Public Works budget is the removal of the benefits out of that department. We had an increase in winter sand and an increase in salt. I believe that was, our program has stayed the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,445,806 for public safety. Questions? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I guess my question here is a three-part one. I really haven't been able to get the answers to this, and I have been looking in the warrants and the budget. So could you please tell me which budget pays for Cumberland County Sheriff's Services? My sense is possibly Cumberland County tax, but once again, that's not listed anywhere, and I know that that was dropped from the warrant because we don't vote on it because we don't have an option to pay it. I've always challenged that when we had open public meetings saying, well, we do have a choice. And then someone told me, well, then they'll impound your house and you'll go to jail. And I said, no, that'll be the selectmen that happens to. And then my second question is, what is the cost to the taxpayer for that service? And then thirdly, I don't think I've ever heard what exactly the sheriff's commitment is to the town for coverage. Thank you.
So the sheriff's budget falls under the county tax budget. In the past, we voted on it, but it was one of those that said, you know, you could vote on it, but even if you voted no, you still had to pay it. So it was more of a hollow vote. The county tax. Actually, have we received the final?
I don't believe we have.
They're always delayed in getting us what the final figure, the county tax figure for last year was $1,044,820. They do not specifically break that down for us. You can go into the county budget and find out, but it'll give you just the sheriff's budget. It won't give you delineated by town.
So if there were a citizens initiative or other aspects of policing in the town, and we wanted to have a comparison, say like what I know most of you know what's recently going on in Sabattis, where they're voting to either eliminate their police department because of the cost and the difficulty with recruitment, and contract for 4 Androscoggin sheriffs that will reside in the town and will provide 24/7 coverage at an estimated half the cost of what they're paying now for a private department. So I'm sure we're all aware of that. But that being the case, how do we compare? If we can extract the numbers and see somehow how much of our county tax is affiliated with our sheriff's coverage? Is that what I'm hearing? We could determine that.
Yeah, and we could also invite the Sheriff Joy into, to give some more information on there. But to say in their budget, what their budget is based on head count, and actually they have open positions they're trying to fill too, which, when you get into looking at, if you contracted, are you contracting with someone that doesn't exist yet? Because the state is still under, has open positions, as does, Wyndham right now has open positions, but they've got, the state police have open positions. State police actually, by statute, have to have 7% that are open anyway, just so that they can fill them if they get them. But the fact is, they've got more than a 7% opening that they've got there. So the fact is, none of them are running with full rosters at this point. What we've done, which has helped us as far as visibility and getting the sheriffs in here, is opened up the public safety building and things like that for them to be able to use, so that it makes it convenient for them to be able to come in and keeps that, keeps a visible presence there. They're not obligated to supply a specific number to us. In the past, when we have looked at contracting, they would not guarantee us that if you contract, you're still going to have the same coverage you've got now, plus whatever you contract with. And, human nature says, if they've got coverage and we need to take someone out of there, we're going to take them out of there than someplace else. So, I mean, it's one of those, it's part of the matrix when you look at, is contracting the best thing to do or whatever, because you may not end up with as much additional coverage as you think, because your contracted coverage, if they've got to go to court, they're not going to backfill that contracted person for you because he's still working. So what you're paying for is him being at court instead of being out on the road where you want him mitigating speeds or things like that. So there's a whole lot of different things there. The town has looked at that contracting side on at least 4 or 5 times that I'm aware of, plus there was the one study that was done back 20 plus years ago on actually creating a police force here, and that was soundly turned down at that point. That was a committee that was led up by Brad Buck, if I remember correctly. So, it's been, it's an ongoing concern. It's an ongoing, but it's one of those that you have to look at all the various elements to see if contracting is actually going to get you the additional that you really want to have.
And I appreciate that, Ralph. I'd say that on the other side of that coin, and it's different, I know, from county to county. My understanding of up in Sabattis, one of the reasons they're looking at it, and it will be voted on the 9th of June, They voted on it a couple of years back in 2021, and the town turned it down as far as disbanding the police force. But it's back on their warrant, and the reason is that something obviously is changing in that community over 3 or 4 years. So going back to the decade or so when the town last looked at contracting and the like, and voted whether we should have a police force, and I'm not advocating that for a community this size. But I guess what I'm saying is we need to know what it's costing us currently. And I'm getting the sense from your response to my second question, we don't really know what the coverage is. It's very arbitrary, and we don't have a contract that says so many hours, so many offices, or any of that. So it's totally arbitrary. If they're having a problem in Wyndham and they've got their own police force, but they're looking for additional help from Cumberland County, or Cumberland County is on a state road or whatever close by, then they also run into those issues. In Sabattis, the problem with coverage, and the reason they're looking at it again, is because in Androscoggin, they don't have that problem. The Sheriff's Department in Androscoggin is fully staffed. They've had no problems recruiting. Morale is high. Pay is relatively good for the state. And they are able to commit 4 officers that would literally reside in the town and provide 24/7 coverages. And there are other communities right along 302 that are abutting us that have also contracted successfully with Cumberland County. So to say that it's impossible, or it doesn't really fill the need, or that they've lost coverages, that's speculative. We don't know. No one's looked into it. I know that, speaking on behalf of the comprehensive plan, one of the major issues and concerns that were raised is the traffic on 302 and the traffic on the roads in Raymond and the safety involved. And I don't have to remind anyone in this audience of the tragedy that happened last fall on Egypt Road. I think that's just one of many. I was gratified to hear that at the intersection of North Raymond Road and I believe Spiller Hill, where Ganderbrook is been recommended by the state highway engineer as having modifications, because that's been a chronic problem in town. But I can tell you, it's not the only intersection, and you know that in the town where there's issues. So that's really what I was just asking, as far as what does it cost us? Can we determine the cost? If sometime in the future we want to look at contracting, is there a way to extract that cost and see what would be offset for us doing a contract versus what we pay currently in taxes? So those were my primary concerns, and also just to get a sense of what coverage we have, because I don't think anyone here really knows, because there isn't. There's no commitment. We could have great coverage one day, and we could have almost no coverage the next day. That's my understanding. If they need to go elsewhere, they're elsewhere. Thanks.
Well, Joe is the town manager, can check into all.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Other questions on Public Works?
Public safety.
Public safety, okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, public safety.
Put a check on that.
I think Don had a question.
I don't have a question. I probably shouldn't venture this, but I'm going to. And to tell you that this is Peter's question, I guess, and that would be on the Sheriff's Department. There would be no offset for the Sheriff's Department. It would be in addition to the county tax. And as far as coverage, they have on average about 2 deputies in this zone per shift. But we're lucky in a sense, because we're right between the A and B zones, halfway to Portland, halfway to Bridgeton. So as communities go, we probably have as good or better Cumberland County Sheriff's coverage as anybody without a contract. But to say, you know, how many are here depends on what's happening and response times that they might have from that event to here. And in my experience, you know, over 20 years, they've done a very good job in being responsive to Raymond, along with the state police. We often have multiple state police and or sheriff's deputies that live in the town who respond. So they've done a good job, but they're not going to commit to a specific number. You're not going to reduce your county tax to the Sheriff's Department by contracting. You are going to get a guarantee, though, by contracting that you have a deputy in town for a specific number of hours and so forth. And so that's why towns do it. Thank you, and I'll try not to do this again.
Question E, see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with a value not to exceed $70,000. Questions on that? Question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balances, surplus, to meet the unanticipated need of the communities that occur during a fiscal year and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $75,000. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I asked this question at the first public meeting on the warrant, and my concern was that we would have enough money according to generally accepted accounting practices, which I believe they set it at somewhere between 5 and 15%. Or an easier way, I believe, for me to understand it, because I'm mathematically challenged, is to say that we need to have in reserve as a town 2 months worth of operating. So that's my understanding. So that would fall somewhere between the 5 and 15%. When I get the information at the first meeting, no one could really give me an accurate number that it was currently in, but I did get a number telling me that for as of June 2024, what we had was somewhere in the vicinity of, let's see if I've got it here, $6 million. Yeah, 6,733,000. No, that can't be right. 6,198,700. Thank you. Where'd you get that number?
I have it written down.
Okay. So that was the 2024 number. And what I was assured by the group, the committee was that was answering the questions, is that was 15%. We were all set with that. So what I did on my own was kind of just do a quick calculation. I took the totals for Article 4, 5, and 6, that was $6,154 and change. I'm sorry, $6,144,787. The total for Article 15, which is debt service, was another $578,840. I know that there's probably other expenses buried in there somehow, but I think in general, what I came away with is that our total operating expenses were a little over $6.5 million. I divided that by 12. I then multiplied it by 2 in order to see what 2 months worth of operating would be for the town. And I came out with $1,122,271 would be what it would cost the town to operate for 2 months. And then I multiplied that number by 15%, and surprising, what I came up with was 16.8%. So we are well within GAAP requirements for having reserve dollars. But I guess my question is, and I wrote this several days ago, due to the lack of an annual report, I had to personally calculate all of that out to determine that we had adequate funding for reserve. And that although this was based on last year's numbers, so once again, I was left questioning, is that still accurate? I just highlighted that, and as far as in years past, what I was able to do fairly significantly in advance of our town meeting, whether it be open or secret ballot, was to determine that we had adequate amounts of dollars in reserve according to GAAP. And why did I have to go through such a convoluted process on my own to determine that? And my sense was it was because we lacked a town report. I went up yesterday to town hall. My wife went up over a week and a half ago to town and said, can I have a copy of the town report? Didn't have it. Didn't have it. Miraculously, this morning, a preliminary town report shows up. And so I guess my question once again is, how could the Budget Finance Committee, the Select Board, go forward in approving these warrant articles and recommending them without actually having this annual report? I know you could extract this and that, and like I say, I witnessed most of the meetings involving the development of the warrant. But it's just, I was just incredulous as to, if I had to go through that just to determine if we have enough reserve, what did Budget Finance Committee have to do? What did the Select Board have to do to feel comfortable enough to basically recommend financial warrant articles? Thank you.
Other questions on Article F? Article G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the Select Board. Questions on that? Referendum question H, to see if the town will, excuse me, see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to allow town staff to make applications for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grants, donations, and/or gifts. Any questions in regards to question H? Question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the Select Board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $700,000. Questions? Question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $511,177 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for the fiscal year 25-26 projects proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program in the Appendix 1. Questions on the TIF? Question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Enterprise Fund the amount of $144,500 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by the park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Questions on Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I asked this question at the first public hearing, and the day after that, and I was appreciative, I received a document that basically was titled Budgeting and Fund Structure of Raymond Parks and Recreation. My understanding is that this was provided to the Budget Finance Committee for review in answer to some of their questions on how the funding took place. So I appreciate having that forwarded to me. Unfortunately, my question at the first public hearing was what I thought a relatively simple one, but in discussing it with the panel, I determined it was a little more complex than I had thought. But my basic question was, does the Park and Recreation Department self-fund itself negatively, positively, or are they in a neutral state? And I would just read from the document I received. The Special Revenue Fund is structured to ensure financial stability. Program fees and membership fees are collected into designated revenue accounts each of which has a corresponding expense account. And our primary goal is to break even or generate a minimal surplus, which allows us to accommodate unforeseen costs and plans for future equipment replacements and programs. When I looked at the attached schedule of expenses, there's a lot of information here. However, there is no expense side of this. It reports fees, account numbers, account names, and current enrollments, of which if I wanted to, and once again being mathematically challenged, I could multiply the fee by the number of the current individuals enrolled, and that would give me some idea of what the revenue side was. Once again, going back to my experience in the past with the annual report, that information is all embedded in there, and I assume, although I haven't had a chance since I just got it this morning to go through this preliminary annual report, I'll see some more of that detail. Once again, and to basically borrow a phrase from my wife, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I would never beat a dead horse. I wouldn't beat any horse. But as far as this issue is concerned, I think it's reasonable to make that comment, that there just does not seem to have been in this last budget cycle information that informs the taxpayer in an easily digested format where their tax dollars are going. And I say that without in any way inferring that the Select Board and or the Budget Finance Committee have not tried their best to do that. And I appreciate it. I believe the community does as well. But if there is a simple answer to my question, I'd definitely love to hear it. And I do plan on kind of looking back at the preliminary report. And then, of course, I will look again when the final report is available. Thank you.
Yeah, so, Peter, so in those special revenues accounts, there is in the budget worksheet the actuals of our expenses plus the revenues brought in that fiscal year. So that is calculated in the budget worksheet. So what you're probably asking is more of a kind of like a pictograph or something of what we've expensed and what we've brought in for revenues for that current year. It's kind of simply put it into not into like the whole budget worksheet, but a presentation of how we're doing fiscally in those certain funds. So again, we have 3 different ones, which makes it a little bit difficult. We have the special revenues, which is just the programs, events, anything like that, which we've moved from 43, which was in the general fund, to its own special revenues account, which is now 15. So we have all those totals, and they are in the budget worksheet.
And Joe, I appreciate that. I guess my challenge is having, once again, attended either virtually, but in person, many of the Budget Finance Committee, Select Board member combined meetings and the individual meetings. Budget worksheet, when you're in the audience, you don't have access to that. I don't know where I would pull that budget worksheet up, you know? So once again, accessibility.
Yeah, we can work on reporting it, right? Like you want more of the report.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of
Yeah.
graphics. If you want to just give me a pie chart, or you want to give me some other type of graphic, you know, that's my speed. I can certainly understand that. In doing my budgeting in my career, generally what I had was a monthly flow chart that basically would tell me what I had budgeted for the year, where I was as far as, am I positive in that account, am I negative in that account, you know, and that was enough for me. You know, I had a nice little budget finance person where I worked that basically said, if you're within 5%, you're doing a great job, and you don't have to give me any justification whatsoever. If you're over 5%, either positive or negative, though, I'd like you as a manager to be able to explain to me why.
Yep. No, that's fair. Profit. We can create a profit and loss spreadsheet or graph and present those at either budget finance or during the budget time. So. Thank you for that.
I'd like to make a comment on this. Peter has in fact been at every meeting. Anyone who doesn't know or doesn't watch the show, he's very thorough with his questions, and he's also very observant on what kind of a budget process it was this year. We had a town manager, the previous town manager, quit in the middle of it, gave a notice just before the March meeting. Of course, we start the budget process in earnest in February. And so there were sheets that showed up at every meeting, correcting previous sheets that we received. And it made it very difficult on the budget process. And the fact is, when it come right down to the wire of getting it printed out, whether it be the annual report or the warrants, we were under the gun. And I think you know that, Peter, and that's why you're asking these questions. Nothing was easy, not for anyone on this board or the budget committee, but I think in earnest, we did the best we could with the situation we had. And anyone who watched the meetings knew there were concerns. The fact that the overall budget, I think, was 4.3% was why I felt comfortable. And because the department heads didn't look like they were putting in a lot of extras on anything that we could see with the questions. So with all due diligence in the time period we had, I think we did the very best we could for the citizens, at least speaking for myself.
Right.
Brian Walker, 12 Rolfe Road. I don't want to beat a dead horse either. And I'm glad, Dennis, that you just gave the comments you did, because it's a good reminder that there's been a fair amount of transition and upheaval in the past year. And so obviously there's exacerbating situations that happen. As I look around, I'm glad that everybody came who did. Maybe you had nothing better to do on a rainy Saturday morning, so thank goodness it wasn't sunny out. But we as a town are finding, I think, it more difficult to kind of coalesce our community and be what we are, which is a great community. I think, Joe, in your new role, if you can think about how do I re-engage the people in this town, and I think, you know, your survey on this building is a perfect example of that re-engagement, so kudos to you for that. And I think what Peter's talking about is another good example of providing information in a way that's, I'm not going to call it dumbed down, but simplified to a point
Condensed,
where,
maybe.
Condensed, great word,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
To allow people to kind of re-engage in, okay, this is how the monies get spent, and this is why I'm in favor of the budget. Anything that helps do that, I think, can then re-engage, and then hopefully a year from now we have more people sitting in these seats. So, and not now, but at some point, I thought it'd be great, in case somebody's listening to this later, for someone to do just a quick split of our town budget, because I think sometimes people think that the budget we're discussing today is the mass amount of the money spent, which is not the case at all. So between education, Cumberland County, and our town budget, it would be great for someone just to say, X percent goes here, X percent goes here, and X percent goes here, because I think it's a really good clarification of where our collective taxpayer dollars go. It's a helpful thing to have. Thank you.
I can tell you this, the town portion of its total budget is about 25%. 75% is the school and the county. And in fact, when your tax bills do come out, it does break that out for you as well. So that's there. And I guess I just do want to make one other comment as far as some of the other things that have been said. You know, the fact that there's changes and whatnot that occur to the information that we get during the budget cycle is nothing new. It has happened every single year. In the 29 years I was on the budget committee, it happened. In the 9 years I've been on the select board, it happens. Things change. It's a dynamic item that's going on as it goes on. So it's nothing that was totally different this year than has been in the years past. We asked for, you know, the committees asked for some changes. Those go back in. Those come back to us as changes. You know, I'll put it this way, it's not quite as bad as sitting up in Augusta, where we'll be sitting there in the middle of the session and we're getting updates on an item that we're discussing at the time. So it's not quite that bad. But the fact is, it's a dynamic document because we ask for changes, we want, additional information is that may be asked for, so there is information that comes in. So, and there's a lot of give and take that occurs in that short amount of time. So to say that this was something absolutely new this year, no, that's not right.
Yeah, in reference to Brian and Ralph's comments, I'd just say this. Yes, absolutely. The major portion of the budget for the town, or the cost to the town, is not the operating budget for the town administration and services. What I would tell you is, in deference to what I believe Brian was trying to say, is that of that 100%, the greatest influence that our community can have and our taxpayers can have is over that 25%, which is one of the reasons for these meetings. It's one of the reasons that we vote on the warrant articles. Thank you.
Other questions on question K? Question L, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Recreation Program Special Revenue Fund the amount of $198,500 for the administration of activities at the programs, and to allocate all revenues generated by the program operations to be recorded in and retained by the Recreation Programs Enterprise Fund. Questions on that?
Like to stand here. Mary Ann Emmerich, 14 Levitt Road. I notice in every department there's a new line item, excuse me, that says department recognition. I'd like to know what that is. My quick addition is it's about 10,000 of the budget. So if you could explain that, I'd like that.
Yeah, so that is, that was broken out because if the departments are doing something nice for their staff, maybe a luncheon, lunch and learn, training. Some departments have kind of an end of the season barbecue get together. Those were being taken out of general supplies. So this is broken out of there to kind of show that transparency that there's monies being spent for their staff and some of those recognition type pieces. So that's why it's now broken out in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions on question L? Question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $578,840 for debt service. Questions on debt service? Question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $203,701 for the Raymond Village Library. On the library. Article or referendum Q, or O, excuse me, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $415,000 and move from abandoned or completed projects that have been carried forward in the CIP $135,623 for a total of $550,623,000 for the capital improvement program. Questions on the CIP?
So Brian Walker, Ralph Road. I'm not sure if this is a good place to do it or not, but I think it would be. Can we get a sense of what our paving plan is over the next year to 3? And the reason I ask is You know, my guess is that all of us here have our pet places where there's potholes and edges of roads falling off. As a bicyclist, it's getting more and more dangerous. I was just curious if some of the major roads, and I would speak, for example, of the northern part of 121 and the part from the downhill slope from 85 down to Crescent or 2 that I'm very intimate with, and just to kind of find out if there is plans. And both of those I recognize are state roads, so, but I don't see the state trucks around a lot, so I'm going to ask here.
Nathan White, Raymond Public Works. Excuse me. This year we're going to pave Martin Heights. We got an overlay on Tower Road, Viola and Elizabeth, and I'm hoping to cover the first section of Raymond Hill Road, which would be from 85 to Valley Road. The state roads, 85, Egypt Road, and 121, are Category 4 road, which is about as low as you can get for minor collectors. The only way anything's going to get done to those outside of what they call a maintenance mix is if the town gets involved. The previous years we did 3 of these MPIs on 85 and 1 on 121, and we also did 1 on Main Street 3 years ago that did the sidewalks. In the future coming up, I'm planning on Egypt Road will be the next one that I'm going to ask for. The problem with these, they're going to have to be bonded. Egypt Road alone's a little over $1 million out of the town's 50% match. As far as the maintenance on the side of the roads for 85 and 121, we're constantly on DOT to get those taken care of. We've had to, the last 3 times, send our crew out to patch them to get them safe for the traffic. I don't disagree with you at all. The sections that have not been done by the town on 85, 121 are horrible. So we are aware of it, and I stand on Randy Ilian and about once a week about it. But it comes on deaf ears, I think. Going forward from that, we've got a program that we're implementing this summer that will give us a 5 to 10 year plan. Hope that answers your question.
Nathan, why?
The company we were purchasing it from at $5 a yard sold to a new company. They went to $16 a yard. At this point, I've been unsuccessful finding anything cheaper than that. We tried a little bit through the winter last year from another company that was $14.50 a yard, and we ended up having to screen it before we put it in the building. So at this point, that's my biggest increase in my operating budget, so winter sand.
Just a heads up for people for next year.
Question, excuse me. Question P, to see if the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balances in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement account, and the employee compensation account. Questions on to carry forward? Question Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $67,500 for the RTP micro van service.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I spoke to this at the first public hearing. So, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that the warrant Article 19 be reworded such that it is inclusive of the RTP bus service as well, without requesting any change in the budgeted amount.
The motion is out of order because this is an informational meeting. It is not a
Voting meeting.
It is not a formal meeting, so no motions are accepted or no votes are taken at this meeting. This was publicized as an informational meeting, so that motion is out of order.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Chair. Based on that information, I guess my observation would be, were this an open town meeting, that within some parameters, a citizen can get up and make a motion to modify a warrant article. Is that correct?
Within certain parameters, yes, that is correct.
And thus, since what we have is a ballot that's secret ballot for the election or the adoption of these articles, that's out of order, and we can't do that.
Right.
Okay.
Because
so,
and the secondary reason is the absentee ballots have already been sent out. So if any modification would mean that different information is in the hands of one set of voters and a different set of voters.
thank you for that explanation, and I did have that as well, because the reality of the situation is everything that's discussed here right now, because in a secret ballot, there is the option for balloting citizen ballots in advance through absenteeism, that a number of citizens in the town have already voted without really having heard a lot of this discussion. And that would not be the case in an in-person town meeting, because there is no absentee ballot option allowed. Just an observation. So I guess what I'd say is, since my motion is out of order, I would say that at the discussion at the first informational meeting, a public hearing on the warrant articles, there was some discussion about potentially looking into what the possibility for negotiations of the contract with the RTP mini van proposal was. And I'm just curious, is there any follow-up at this point in time in discussions with Mr. Kelly and with RTP, as far as the fact that not only would it be a great marketing tool for him to have a successful minivan service in the town, which he'd love to be able to export, I'm sure, to more of the towns along the Lakes Region corridor, but also the fact that this basically wouldn't cost him anything more than putting on the brakes in Raymond and stopping at a designated spot. So what occurred to me at our last discussion was that there was the potential that Select Board would contact RTP and say, hey, can we, in order for this to pass, can you just sweeten the pot at no expense to your own by simply including the bus stop in Raymond? And so I'm curious, is there an update on that?
There has not been any discussion with them yet. You know, that's not to say that if the article is approved, that, you know, those discussions, you know, say, okay, we're giving you, we've got $67,000 there. Can you stop in town too? You know, because, you know, I mean, there were the discussions on both sides that say, okay, this town is paying this much to have the bus stop there. Well, we're actually paying more, so would it be out of line for him to stop there too? So, you know, I would say it certainly would not be out of line when we do the agreement with them, just, you know, to have those discussions too.
Sure. So I would tell you that I'm loath to say this, because I believe that we do need more in the way of public transportation for all of our citizens in the town. But without the inclusion of the bus line, I would recommend that this warrant article be voted down. Thank you.
I guess I'd like to speak to this too. Is I had that conversation with Don Libby, and we talked about what we were looking for in our town. And I talked to him about, because he was aware of what happened in the past with us not voting on paying the amounts. But he even spoke at one of our public meetings. It said, right now, the bus is not what Raymond needs. It's the individuals that can't get to the bus or get to the store or to their doctor's appointments. He says that's more of what the town needs, and then he says we can possibly build up from that. But he even from him being in this business, has publicly said. The other thing is, he said we can take them right into Wyndham, we can take them right into Casco. Also, he said there is a place in Falmouth that they're cutting out of their stops because there's not enough people there, so they're trying to condense the bus stops that they have there, so someone's not stopping. So it's not to say that it can't be looked at later, next year, whatever, or even after that Joe can talk to him. But that's how we came up with this.
Right?
So going back to the first meeting, this was brought up, and I spoke a little bit about utilization, and I respect Mr. Libby and his point of view about what Raymond needs. I don't know if he has self-serving reasons for saying that, whether he's a salesman when he said that. I will say at $12,000 for the bus and $67,500 for the microvan service. And the microvan service, for those who don't know, is you call RTP and they will come up and pick you up wherever you are and take you to where you want to go. My understanding is they try to combine those trips, so you have, it's not quite Uber, that there is certain, parameters as to what they can do. But it's a significant amount of money, whereas it doesn't work using this, the RTP microvan to take you from your house in Raymond to a bus stop in Wyndham or Casco, then getting on the bus to go to a doctor's appointment in Portland, or to go, on the people that I've been on the bus with, going to school, college, and the like, going to work, various different reasons, makes for a fairly cumbersome and long journey, which then starts to become problematic and makes Raymond a more difficult town to live in, which is, I think, in terms of attracting people to the town, makes it more difficult. I would urge, and I don't know if this, I'm to Peter's point, I'm not sure if I'm going to vote for or against this. I'm for the concept, but I'm not sure this is the right execution. I would have much rather seen something that talked about the bus first. I hope that because it's in there as an RTP microvan service, that it doesn't get in the way of Joe, you talking to them about how can they go about doing this to include bus pickup and stop in Raymond, and whether that's a reallocation or however that's done. But I would really urge for having a bus stop, and for two reasons. One is because I think it's good for the town of Raymond. And the second piece of it, which I think is just as important, is Raymond being one of the communities in the Lakes region that is participating in something that is beneficial for the entire Lakes region. I think what's good for the Lakes region is good for Raymond, and vice versa. And I think it's a missed opportunity, and I think it's been a bit of a black eye on the part of Raymond to, year after year, vote down the bus while our neighboring towns have been doing it on arguments like, well, somebody going to Casco is going further, they should be paying more. There was a lot of minutia. We've missed the opportunity to be part of a larger community outside just the town's borders. Thank you.
Don?
Yes, I don't want to reiterate everything that's been said by Brian and Peter, but I do want to say that I agree with that assessment that Brian just provided. To me, the bus is the baseline, and that's where we should start. I don't disagree that this shuttle service could be a good extra layer, gilding that lily, if in fact there is a significant number of people who cannot get to the bus stop. I don't know what level of study was actually done to confirm or deny that supposition. To me, it's an anecdote, and so we've kind of gone to a higher order magnitude service before we even are participants in the base level service. And I can tell you from my own personal experience that Raymond not participating is viewed very negatively by our neighbors in the Lakes region, and probably throughout the quarter. And it's a good faith thing, and if it benefits a few people, I say so be it. If it's not there at all, then how in the world is it ever going to be something that will grow and develop over time? It's a de minimis amount of money. I don't know why we waste time arguing on such things. Brian said it well, I think, when he said that it speaks to us as a community and what we stand for. And right now, what we end up standing for is it does not give us a very good look, I guess, with our neighboring communities. So I personally believe this is the wrong approach at this time, and I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Bill?
Bill Blood, 7 Mill Street. I just want to make a comment. My understanding from the discussion with RTP and my past experience with dealing with RTP myself is this bus that they're going to have in the town is basically to be able to get people to locations that they don't have transportation. It could be elderly, it could be people that don't have cars, that bus service is basically to get them to the locations that they need to get to, as well as the bus that would take them to Portland, if I'm correct.
The bus, you mean? The bus or the transportation?
The microbus.
Microbus.
The microbus, yes.
Microbus gets you to a bus if they have to go into Portland.
If they need to go to Portland, but
Yes.
also if they need to go to Wyndham, go to
Yes.
Casco, or wherever. It's a means for people who have no transportation to get to different locations.
Yes.
Not, I'm hearing this mixed information from others that they think that, that amount of money that's being set aside for that is an expense that shouldn't be there when we already have what's the percentage, like 60% of the people in Raymond that are 60 and older, 50 years and older, and there's a lot of people I know that they just don't have transportation. I used to use the bus all the time getting to and from Portland when I was working in Portland, and the RTP bus when it stopped in Raymond. If I had to go to Wyndham or Casco, I'd be fine with that. So I think the priority would be to get people to the locations that do not have transportations from their homes, to be able to get around Raymond or Casco, Wyndham, wherever.
No, and one of the issues that we found out doing this too is, yes, there is a population. We found through Age Friendly that we have a volunteer and her husband that are picking these people up, driving them to their appointments, driving them to the grocery store and stuff like that. So one of the things that I know Joe did is we checked on what it would cost to have our own van. It would have to be handicap accessible. You'd have to pay for a driver. You'd have to pay for the insurance. You'd have to do all the insurance on the person and on the vehicle. You'd have to, there's a lot involved. So with the RTP, they have the driver. If something breaks down, they have a whole fleet that would come in and replace that. They have the person that has a background checks, has been trained, has the insurance on them. So technically in that way, I think it was just for one vehicle, it was over $100,000 just to do it. So I understand the front line as far as getting the people there with their cars, but we also have to get the people that are not there and get them down, and the age-friendly people and people that can't afford a vehicle or just is not comfortable, I guess, enough to drive from here to there for whatever reason.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, there's also the discussion of the possibility of, kind of like after the fact renegotiating, is it possible for that amount of money, a portion of it being used to be able to get the bus to Raymond? I don't know if I'm correct on that.
Well, I guess that's what's being asked here, and that's something that Joe can talk to Don Libby about and work on a negotiation on that. So, including possibly both of them.
I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm voting yes on it.
I mean, in the discussions that we had with Mr. Libby was that, it's a program that's, he wants to work with us on as far as how the thing can work best. So if it turns out that it's, that it's being used more one way than another, then it can be adjusted that way. If it's being, so there's flexibility on his side to work with us on there to see how the program is going to work best for us. And if that means that, we have to make some mid-course corrections, and then mid-course corrections would get made.
We can go month to month, is what it is, and we can cancel if it's not working. And I know Deb Tar, our Age Friendly, has already people, and she's getting it out there now that could use this.
Yeah.
And so what she'll do is she'll keep a log and find out the numbers and see how we are on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian?
Sorry, I don't want to belabor, but just a possible problem-solving idea. I know that we can do it month by month, and I would guess that we would do it for at least, say, 3 months or something like that to find out. I'm hoping for at least that. And by the way, I'm totally in favor of the micro van. I don't really want it to be an either or. I want it to be an and. What if, in the negotiations of how payment occurred, there's a guarantee for 1 year on the bus so that 12,000's allocated, and then no matter what happens, so then you take the remaining balance and you say, okay, we take that across the 12 months, and if for some reason at the end of 3 months we say this just really isn't working because it's not being utilized, or for whatever reason, what RTP would keep would be the 12,000 plus the 3 months of that remaining balance, so that they would do well. That would, I think, motivate them to try to make sure that both systems are working together. Because you make some really good points, Teresa, about getting people who don't have a car, don't have a way to get to the bus. It would give them the option of getting to the bus. One of my concerns is I don't think it's not really quite like a regular program that those buses are going to be kind of on demand. And as you know, the buses only run a limited number of times a day. I believe there's 4 round trips. So maybe there's the possibility of saying, look, we'll give you the 12 for the bus if you include that in our overall amount of 67.5, and then I can't do the math. Peter, if you think you have no math brain, I've got 0 net math brain. But take 67.5 minus 12,000, whatever's left, divide it by 12, and say that's the amount that will be, you will still end up with more money at the end of the year.
Right, and that's
Just a
something that would be with Joe to negotiate that out, yes.
Perfect, that's what I was hoping.
And I think too, just because it's the rec part of it, and one of the things was a concern, and I know Frank McDermott had even agreed with this too, is we had somebody that was a volunteer that was driving. And we do not want an insurance issue. We do not want an accident happening. We don't want any of that. And so to keep everybody safe, to keep everybody above board like that, but to also reach more people. But yeah, that's something that Joe can negotiate and talk to. Dawn is great to talk to. Dawn Libby really is. And so see if we can get a plan. But I do know that Deb Tar wanted to be able to, because she's under rec.
Yeah. It was me, Brian, sorry. We can get updates too month by month and kind of present that to kind of look at it as it's going on during next fiscal year. So we can give those updates and, of course, correct if we have to or renegotiate as we get that information.
Don?
Yes, thank you, Don Willard, 149 Spill Hill Road. I'm not sure I agree with this whole issue of negotiating. Based on the way this warrant article is written, it's specific as to what the money should be used for. And I think to go after the fact back and negotiate with them, even if it were legal to appropriate this money in that way, is kind of small potatoes. My suggestion would be that the Board of Selectmen decide to take the money for the bus, the baseline money for the bus, out of the contingency fund or some other source that they have discretionary control over, to say, give us your best price for a microbus service. And they do that, and then you go back and you say, well, we're going to negotiate with you, and we want you to take this actual amount that is known, the 12,000 or whatever that's known for the bus, and our neighbors pay for the bus in that way, and we want. Thank you.
Other questions on Article Q? Question R. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $13,250 for provider agencies, $1,500 for the Crescent Lake Dam restoration, and $1,000 to be used at the town manager's discretion. Questions? Question S, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,221,180 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government or any other sources. Questions? Question T, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, and any other funds provided by any other entities, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road use assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, reimbursement, state grants, and/or other funds. That's the, we'll take money from anyone. Questions? Question U, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public interest. This is the one that it's more done from the emergency standpoint, that if an emergency vehicle has to get down a road that's a private road and it's unplowed, for the safety of the emergency vehicles, we will allow that to be done. It also comes into play on the school side for special needs issues. But it is not to say that town will maintain and work on private roads. Questions? Question V, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $642,688 for the employee benefits liability.
568.
Oh, sorry. 642,568. Questions? Peter?
11 to Level Road, I just think it's important for the public to realize that sum of money is not really going to be allocated other than to just cover an issue that's usually called in budgetary standards as an unfunded liability. So there's no expectation that a significant portion of that is going to be paid out every year, and every year it will decrease.
That is correct. Charlie?
Yes, Charles Levitt, 14 Levitt Road. I'm the other brother. I'd like to ask the town manager, could you explain what an undesignated fund balance is?
Undesignated fund balance?
Yes. August body here today with former town manager and from previous years.
That is not zero-based.
Designated fund balance. Where does that revenue?
For all accounts, and it gets rolled over.
In their taxes.
So let me unanticipated, you had other estimates on that, so that the simple answer is yes. In general, it's generally looked at as it is a combination of the two. Something didn't get in regards to important is towards maintaining. Start to fall below those numbers, then that's going to.
The commitment that's made in September range of where it could be if it generated no more money from taxes, and a higher range of how much, and typically that's what dollars from the undesignated fund balance to lower this year's tax rate per $1,000.
Comments to the chair, not to the.
I'm just making a comment to the august body here assembled, including, and I'm sorry, Karen, for not including you as the present chair, here, $700,000 to lower the tax rate so that now it's $700,000 where years ago it was $100,000 to the people of the town of Raymond. We're keeping your taxes low, but we're keeping your taxes low based on the taxes we already took from you from years past.
There's still some funding that's in there from the settlement that we did on the environmental issue. So it's not
property violation actually was a wash. The town of Raymond lost money on that deal. It wasn't an adequate deal. We ended up paying more in legal and fees, and the following year, aren't we doing a great job with keeping the budget down and the tax rate?
Charlie, good to see you.
Same here, Brian. Sorry, you were on budget finance also.
Yeah, right. This is a matter of perspective. I'm sorry, I cannot not comment. I see it, and it's just a difference of opinion. I see it as making sure we have the contingencies when we need them. And I think the legal issues that came up that we needed to fund are a perfect example of no one. And that ultimately then the town returns them when appropriate so that we can keep our AAA bond rating and keep our debt down and keep the leveraging that we have to do. So.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, the other brother. So I guess how fiscally responsible they are. That being said, Moody's sets the range at 5 to 15%. What the town has, unfortunately, that comes from, other than, as I understand it, is take $700,000 of the undesignated fund balance and put it towards a fire truck. Wouldn't that not decrease the need to bond it and pay interest on it? Because that's my understanding of how an undesignated fund balance can be used. So being a fiscal municipality, double A bonding, not that bad in my understanding. Even an A bonding is not that bad if in fact what it allows you to do is reduce having the debt service on having to go to bonding on everything. Thank you.
Still Charles Levitt, 14 Levitt Road. Just as a simple civics lesson, anytime the voters in the town of Raymond and the need of this government is in search of additional funds, you hold a special town meeting. A plan that probably reasonably could have assistance to pursue. We have a special town meeting. You want to in places where the community isn't having input. If 3,800. So and I see someone who, and he thought of a hybrid system. And I think it was Mr. Meister in his article in the Windham Beagle, is making this the informational town meeting on a Saturday, not on a Tuesday, well before the election, so the whole community can come. You can have childcare, you can have the Lions Club doing the coffee, just like we used to do in the old gym down at the end of this building, and then have the ballot vote 10 days later, where you have the most representation of the people after they've had a chance to come together in a community setting and learn about how their government operates or doesn't operate efficiently. Thank you.
That's for a different meeting. No. Don't shut me up.
I told him this. He said, don't
Okay, question W. See if the town will year 25, 26, and for 10 year and for the 10-year lease. Questions on the ladder truck? Question Y. So if
Jason back there.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, I asked this question at the last public hearing.
Article 26 would have been the comprehensive plan, but the edits were not completed in time to get ready, so.
And 2 comments. One is that recently a select board member described the comprehensive plan was, I'd ask, compared to what? So that'd be my first. This current meeting is
Question Y, shall Article 4, Section 2B, dealing with the number of copies, and Article 4 copies of the subdivision ordinance as adopted May 21, 1984, and amended through June 4, 2004. A3, submission requirements for the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2022. Jason, you want to just give a highlight on?
It's a tongue twister.
We get a lot of copies. I think this kind of is just dated. Now everything's digital, so we don't need to.
Submitted.
Correct.
Questions on the submitted?
Correct.
Questions on the question Z. Shall Article 10.3A Section Z. Shall Article 10.3A10A expiration of approval of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994.
Jay's just going to live over there.
How much of an extension they can get, and when it has to be finished. Just clarifying the language.
Question AA. Shall Article 5.5, footnote 3, street design standard, adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeouts as in addendum number 4?
This is just to clarify.
Questions on AA? Point 3, appeals procedure of the land use ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and adopted through June 11, 2024.
Yeah, so this one, we noticed there was a discrepancy between what our ordinance said and what the state law was. Yeah.
Just regarding what the state says and what the town says, do you guys find anywhere that your home rule overrides the state?
This situation, they follow the state guidelines, so if we told someone they had 16 days, because we wouldn't want someone in an appeals process to come at day 8 or 9, we tell them that, yes, it's good, where we, there could be like a estoppel type of situation, I think. Or
So you work pretty much hand in hand with the state then, so you guys are...
We saw a potential issue if we had told someone 16 days, and then they had submitted it, and then when we submit any paperwork to the state, potentially.
Not less restrictive.
Right. That's how we interpret it.
So in this case, it would have state rule would have had to take precedence.
Correct, and we were concerned about their rights too. We wouldn't want to, everybody has the right to appeal, so giving them the correct information, if that appeal was to go up to the state level, that we would want to make sure that was all done properly.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on AB? Question AC, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article Okay, shall Article 6.2.B.1 shore and road frontage and Article 6.4E piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below normal high water line of water bodies and within wetlands of the Town of Raymond Shoreland zoning ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language in the diagrams and removing the language in the strikeout text.
Yes, so this, question first, or? Yeah, so this was a recommendation from the town planner to make the language.
You've just answered this. Is this, if it's for clarification, that's, I guess, the answer. I just was wondering, is this fixing a problem that we're seeing out there in the environment or around our towns in terms of people putting out? We're fixing problems or anticipating problems with these things?
Are you talking about as far as the dock configuration part? So that was just to make it clear. There's a lot of docks in town. There's probably a lot of docks that are not conforming. So we just trying to kind of encourage people to see a visual and understand what is allowed and what's not allowed.
I have a question for you, Lee, please. Thanks. Would there be lots grandfathered from this? I mean, I know there's a lot of lots around the lake that are 100 foot, for example.
Oh, those, right, yes, a legally non-conforming lot that has frontage will be allowed a dock. This is for new lots. A buildable lot is supposed to have 225 feet of road frontage, but we have plenty of lots that are legally existing lots that are buildable. So this is for new lots going forward. We don't allow any lots to be created that wouldn't meet those dimensional requirements anyways. So any new lot created now presumably would be allowed a dock as long as because they would have the 225 feet. There are some with right-of-ways that predate these rules, so they are grandfathered in. And then there are some that are just small lots around Thomas Pond, for example, and parts of Raymond Pond, and they have docks and they're allowed.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
11 to Levitt Road, and as far as dock configurations, I don't know if it's this article or another one, but there was a diagram in there that showed what would be allowed for a configuration and the like. Just my understanding of this, and it may be corrected by the code enforcement officer, but I do attend a lot of the planning board meetings as well, and it seems like that part of this issue came to them from the Zoning Board of Appeals, who had to deal with an issue, and that the language in the ordinance was not putting them in the best position. I have some amount of experience on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I can tell you that, like with almost any of the ordinance committees, they have very limited type of authority. People in general seem to have the misconception that, that we're telling you exactly what you can and can't do with your property, and that it's arbitrary, and that we have very broad powers, when in fact just the opposite is true. So we are very, very dependent on the language, meaning a zoning board of appeals or a planning board. So that's I believe how this issue came before the planning board, and that the configurations basically do comply with the state guidelines. So I believe we're in pretty solid area there. One other thing I might mention as far as ordinances are concerned is that there was a discussion early on at Budget Finance Committee regarding somehow dedicating a portion of the dollars from basically the settlement on Sebago Lake to a fund dedicated to legal issues, especially involving shoreland, because I believe what I heard from the town contract planner as far as the incident on Sebago Lake in Raymond, it's not a question of if going forward. So I just make that comment.
Yeah, the dock rules are mostly state rules, and we're just kind of administering the state's rules. We're tasked with that, so we always have to make sure those dock rules are, because our jurisdiction, there's overlapping jurisdiction here. The state owns the waters, but we have to administer the docks going in. So, and people come to us with a dock configuration, so we have to look at their dock configuration, okay it, and then when it's done, they're supposed to call us and we do a final inspection. The trouble is, they come out every year. So we're not checking docks every year, and we don't have the manpower to go and check everybody's dock every year it goes in. So the next year it goes in, we're relying on them to put it in the same way it was the year before. Whether it does or not, that's another question.
Just one more comment regarding that last comment, and that's the fact that absolutely, I don't think in a town this size, given the amount of a shorefront we could have a big enough code enforcement office to be able to.
Other questions on AC? Question AD. So Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 11, 2024, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeout. And
for a lot of other people right now, because a lot of people's work went into wording the ordinance, but I believe that that design is just so people can design a system that does produce more, so they can ensure that they're not paying for electricity, but they're not able to get money back from it. It's does that make sense?
No, because otherwise it doesn't get captured.
So the feeling apparently was that if we didn't say that it would raise a question, that it would make it look like if someone's making more energy than they need, it would seem like they're trying to make it to sell it. So you're just clarifying that it's okay, kind of like it's okay to make a little extra, and you're not going to trigger that issue.
Correct, because it's hard to exactly tell how much power you're going to need, how much, because both are variable. You know, how much sun you're going to get, and then so people are going to oversize their system, the thought is. So they have that ability to oversize it slightly so that they can guarantee they don't pay for it.
Section 6, compliance, and Section 7, new construction and subdivision of the Town of Raymond assessing ordinance adopted May 15th, 1997, and amended through June 5, 2018, and be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeout as an addendum number 8.
This one is just for addressing for size change. I don't know if you want to speak.
Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road. So I guess my question is, because I think I've heard it both ways, is this retroactive to all houses or only new construction? And what would the reporting mechanism be? My sense was, and this was discussed at the last meeting, that it would basically be the responsibility of fire or rescue, and found that it was not easy to adapt.
Chief. Yes and no. Is my answer. So because they were on a tree at this height, and now they're going to continue down that road despite we were delayed, blah, blah, blah. We have no markings on their house. It's just, there I put it, I see it every day. Not getting better as I age, and therefore I don't find things as easy as I used to, and the rest of the crew is in the same boat. And we're out at night, we're in storms, we're in inclement weather, etc. So to have this clarify some of that, and then we are working together as codes and fire rescue.
Other questions on AE?
Needs to be acknowledged. I don't always agree with you guys. You don't always agree with me. That's okay. That's the way democracies work. We debate.
No other comments? We will close the meeting, and thank you all for attending.
And our first order of business is a review of the minutes from last meeting, and assuming or hoping everybody had a chance to look at them. Moving fast, thank you. So next order of on the agenda was a follow-up with Rolf. He and I had weekend buildings. He says it'll just save the next committee time and effort if we give them food for thought. So we're good to go there. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Kevin was very good at providing me some response to that, and his criteria is it has to be a dry location. Environmental control must be maintained at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. As we continue to add servers, that becomes more of a challenge because, of course, the servers add more heat, every one that you add to it, and whatever meeting is taking place in case they need to interact during the meeting. And then easy access to the ceiling for distribution. Add on here was the mission statement. I want to thank Deb, Lori, and Grace for pulling that something together for us to review and talk about.
All right, so we did 2 things. We drafted a mission statement.
I took them as one, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
We drafted emissions via the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Plan and input from the community and town departments. Expanded opportunities for learning, well-being, social connection, and civic engagement. That's needs, goals, and aspirations of the community as identified in the draft 2025 Raymond Comprehensive Programs and Services with this. So in case there were questions about what did we mean by any of this, there would be a little more detail.
Do I have a motion to accept this as changed from our last meeting? As far as I haven't done any additional updates since we haven't really made any changes yet. I did take an attempt at doing that on the PDF, and hopefully everybody got a copy. Is there something that, I know that this is incomplete, first of all, so I'll just use in the conclusion. And I'm looking for additional.
Intro, you're referring to it as the implementation committee. I was just thinking maybe the planning or repurposing committee might be better, because I don't know that they're implementing it until the towns.
Under the,
sorry.
No, that's good, Grace, thank you. That's what I'm looking for, Grace, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Should be included as part of that.
Also under the summary and recommendation. And instead of thrift shop, I think we were talking more about the loan closet idea along with the food.
Actually, when I looked at the minutes, it had both.
Yeah, both, okay.
both thrift, yeah. Both.
So do we want to mention that then, the medical loan or just loan closet or something, just to not lose that idea?
I think so.
And if we're making recommendations for the vacant library, will we be doing the same thing for the vacant town office? Is that another agenda item that we're going to talk about later? But this would be the place to put it.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't said that, I mean, we haven't, as a committee, discussed much about the town offices is we've been more focused on that, what to do with the library. That seemed like a good building, and we hadn't actually even gotten to the point where we're incorporating the town offices into Jordan Small Middle School, although I think we are headed that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the sense I got from the last meeting, is most people discussing didn't have a problem with the town office having space in that building.
Right.
Especially after looking at the numbers that you published.
Right, right, by the numbers. Yeah. All right.
Can I ask that on where it's got the town committees listed, 9 committees, some are defunct, maybe some are inactive or defunct? I don't know if they're all defunct, but.
Yeah, that's probably a better word. I was struggling with that a little bit, and I never went circled back.
Some are not meeting, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, do they still exist? I don't know, but.
Yeah.
That's a much better word.
Okay. And how would others, I was thinking about this. Can we make a recommendation that this next committee, whatever it should be called, be appointed relatively soon and get to work? Because they're not going to meet weekly, obviously. I think that's obvious. I'm amazed that we all have been meeting weekly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to that work of that committee, and to really be ready for when the building is available, so that it's not, people have mentioned, it would be nice to not have it left vacant for too long. I mean, it will be vacant for a while any renovations that might be done. But the sooner that is done and the town has voted on it, the sooner all that work can begin and it can be available. So if we recommend, I just wrote to myself here, I think they should be appointed really soon and begin their work in September.
Yep.
I agree.
Oh, I think that too. I think if we give them, a sense of urgency, then I think that would help, definitely.
And when Deb and Lori and I met, we were talking about possibly getting additional feedback through just like a table like the comprehensive plan had at November elections. If that committee were established in September and had at least 1 or 2 meetings, that's an opportunity to help kind of share current thinking and ideas and just get some more feedback without actually having to do any more surveys necessarily. But
right.
I had one more, if I may. We've mentioned a few times how important communication is going to be about all of this, both the ongoing process, but especially once we have a community center, that we have a community center and what is there.
Right.
So I just would recommend that that be something that that committee really keeps in mind.
Marketing and promotion, yeah.
Very good.
I just had a minor thing for, under community, we have age-friendly Raymond, this is on page 3. Age-friendly Raymond now is part of Parks and Rec, if I'm not mistaken.
Not officially.
Oh.
So the,
Right.
if the warrant article passes, the part-time age-friendly coordinator will be under Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
And I guess sorry. One other thought was, we had also mentioned at one point trying to be sure that the history of Jordan Small is somehow preserved. What he told me was there had been a one-room school building in East Raymond that was named for Mary Ellen Small, who was a teacher. And then in Ernie Nights, it seemed that there were several one-room schools throughout the town. But then in Mr. Jordan and Ms. Small gave money towards building that school, hence the name Jordan Small. So I would think Frank would know if anybody in town knows, and I'm thankful for that. He did say, or maybe I read it in Ernie Nights thing that day, I don't know.
Thanks for finding that out. Thanks for finding that out, because I had no idea of the history of the naming of that school.
And do you think it would be appropriate for me to contact Frank and ask him to maybe give us a little write-up that we could include in our report?
If he wouldn't mind, yeah, sure, I think that would be.
The school's named after her. She's related to the Mrs. Small that.
I would imagine.
Yeah, that
so.
donated the land sold the land.
RES.
For the RES, yeah, okay. I thought so, yeah.
He didn't say that, but
Yeah.
I meant.
Frank's my neighbor, so, and we see each other frequently.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, and Pete was willing to, within her class the next 2 years, build a wooden something that we've been to. She offered to have the 7th and 8th grade students do something to leave. Like patchwork quilt stuff and whatever. So I love having the two of them joining us. If they're willing to do that, I'd love to see that happen.
And point of contact, should that be you or the STEM teacher?
It could be me, or the art.
All right.
Is that would be left up to another group?
I think we're a ways away from, yeah.
That's not really in our,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
But that's all I've got at this point.
I didn't know if that was something we should be.
All right.
So Peter, would you want to present this on the June 7th? Yeah.
If we can wrap it up by then, I'd say yes. So we're looking at next on track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far in advance Mel needs all the data that will be presented. It might be a full week.
It makes sense with new select board members as well.
Right. That'd be their first meeting as the new.
Some of them as best we can.
Well, they're still
Well, the
bewildered.
last meeting is the day before the select board meeting.
Right.
So that, I mean, if there's anything that you wanted to wrap up.
We need more time.
If we need to, then we'll have that available to us. So maybe we'll go the next July. And I might not be available, so I'll double check and find out.
The floor plan, at some point, I don't know if we wanted to maybe just put an asterisk next to some of the things, like one of the rooms was like an asterisk, like potential use for some of the less priority types of
I
things.
think that's a good way of maybe identifying them. Yeah.
Thanks.
So, I didn't print myself off a new copy, but basically, how we want to do exactly what Grace was just talking about, and that is maybe consolidate different groups, being we make sure we have adequate space for the town hall.
Well, that's probably,
when I get a chance to revise that, or, create
Multi-purpose use rooms.
Right.
Probably will be under the scheduling or booking by the library.
Okay.
If that's
I think somebody who hasn't been part of this committee, 13,000 square feet, that sounds like a lot. And I don't want to lose something because they don't understand our thought process.
right. And so if you look to be in the library, taking up space that could be used
oh,
for
yeah,
other things.
absolutely, but it's in the library now. It's not
okay.
out in the bookshop. That's just for storage and stuff, yeah.
So, and then, if you want some dedicated spaces for digital classes or for people to do work or have private group meetings or video conferencing and things like that. All those different spaces will take space, but those rooms can be carved up into spaces, but they'll probably be under the aegis of the library.
Talk briefly about how there's a lot of overlap between Parks and Rec and the library. So some of those functions might be both.
Right.
And shared space.
And when talking to Richard, we do, like, Parks and Rec already has a reservation schedule and aspect, so it's as simple as if
everyone has access to it.
Right. If Richard or a coordinator wants to put in time, it's in there. Visually better to present is my suggestion.
Or just call it shared space. Sue just said shared space.
Yep.
Right. And maybe
it's
that's
not even just those two, really. It's
right. And maybe that's what we should do going forward, is instead of designated, this is Park and Rec, this is library, not have designated colors for different departments, but just say, these are our recommendations for these spaces. And just label them whatever.
Yeah, it's just,
right.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Right, but certain spaces will need certain interior designs. So like if you're going to have one room cut into two rooms for video conferencing, privacy for telehealth, or somebody wants to do a job interview virtually or something like that, those spaces are going to have to be set up for those types of purposes.
Right.
I think, sorry.
Yeah.
I think too that it's really up to the town as how it wants to split its budget. So that will define who owns any registration system or rooms themselves. There will be rents associated with that for your budget, and manpower probably is the biggest piece. But that's not us.
Right.
We go forward.
And it's all under the town, all these, the three, they're all.
So if we've got a wish list and everything, so one of these multi-purpose rooms could be a senior space, because I would really like to kind of have a senior space, because if we do, we can have more activities, but we wouldn't have probably something every day.
Right, so it'll be scheduled, and so it's not always just sits empty until you schedule it to use. It's going to be a but
I think so.
I think because of the need, we might want to actually label that space senior space.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
It's just, we're talking about wishes, and I just think
beautiful it is. And we haven't talked much about what they're doing there, but it's they rent it out for events mostly. I heard talk about like a community center, but it really is an event center. It seems they're going to have a cabaret night. They have music, jazz. They had an art show last year. They even had a wedding there. And they got the kitchens all finished now, and that nice bathroom, and it's beautiful. It's really nice. So that is really something for this town to think about with, that space. And not that the town would do anything with it, but it belongs to the community. But it is a community center of sorts that is available in this town.
We kind of worked it into our ideas, brainstorming here for the library, but there's nothing, I think, in the wish list about public art exhibit space. So I'm not sure if we should go back and forth and make sure it's in the wish list, but we included it in the library proposal because we know that's a usual function that happens under the library. And I'm sure Joe and Richard they're going to discuss and figure out what's going to be good ways to coordinate the space and use it.
I think we kind of have answered this question, but The next item I had was, do we want to include the town hall office with the community center? Do we have a,
Do we want to what?
include the town offices into the Jordan Small Middle School?
Well, I've certainly expressed my desire to do that. I mean, I think I've been pretty vocal about that, that I felt that was important. May not happen or whatever, but if we're looking at the next 10 to 15 years, if we don't put the town hall in there, I think 15 years it's going to be, the people will be looking at building another building, which I don't know if people, if that's, we can fit it all in here.
Right.
And everybody just works together to use the space. I mean, that's my feeling about it.
I think when we consider the size of Raymond as far as population and whatnot compared to some of these other towns that we visited, is there anybody opposed to making sure we include the town hall?
I'm not opposed. I just think it's important that we remember that so much work is going to be done after this committee with needs assessments, architects. It's going to be very in-depth in evaluating all buildings and needs. I mean, I think we supply the wish list and
to, the feasibility of that and how everything fits.
Okay.
And I think my only hesitation on it was seeing all these other things that we've kind of penciled in potentially, and is there enough room to do it justice for what it needs? But I asked at one point, is there any part of town office that would stay in that building and the rest be here? And that didn't make any sense. They need to all be in one space. That's very clear. So now I'm thinking, is there anything we've kind of penciled in here that could potentially go in that space so that there's definitely enough room for the town office needs here? Is there anything that kind of is on its own that doesn't need to be all together? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I really can't see what myself.
I don't think we have to decide that now. I think
No, I know we're not deciding.
A wish list and then see.
Right, but just as a recommendation.
Yeah, of ideas of when they look at it, they see the whole picture. I don't think we have to, worry about where other places that could go. You don't know how it will develop. It will develop, and there's the list of
Just
things.
thinking ahead, if this next that are really more than just a pie in the we're trying to, because these were all things that we identified as, would be really nice to have, that we thought the community would like and use. Just raising it as a possibility.
Oh, that's good, thank you. I think we've also answered this next question. So, do we want the Jordan Small buildings to be the place for the community space, parks and recreation, and the library? I think that's pretty much decided at this point. And we recommend using the current library, and hopefully they'll take our thoughts into consideration. I'm sure they will, but yeah, they're going to make it work.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
I mean, it is a good space for that, so, for sure.
Seems like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or is it that, or the town office?
What?
Is it necessarily, definitely recommend the library be used for that? Or recommend either the library or the town offices be used for that? I mean, it's really kind of dependent.
Oh, the town of, yeah. We talked about it, though, being down on Main Street, and
That's true.
that was one of the things. People could walk to it.
Next to the community garden.
Yeah, near the community garden, which donates money. Yeah, so that, I think we brought that up, so. it'd be a
So what
better
was the
space.
problem with the town hall? Is it basically they're running out of space?
Yep.
Or the
Yes.
building is not great?
It's both. It's both. Yeah.
So would it be suitable for
We don't know.
to transfer?
We don't know what it's going to be soon. I think that'll be something that'll come. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have to.
Yeah,
It'll be a
just curious.
building, so that's a good. That's a thought. Yeah, for sure. You have
Okay.
to up your rates. They heat the place.
And a playground.
Yeah,
Put a
right.
playground out there.
That's right.
Take all the yellows, just to lay out what we see and where there are commonalities.
Right.
If we find that most of us are completely in favor of a gym